Next afternoon, 12th of June, as his platoon was approaching a rubber plantation, a ferocious firefight erupted. Beneath a storm of incoming mortar bombs, High requested air and artillery support, and was turned down. The plantation compound was crowded with civilians, he was told. I shouted into my radio, "What motherfucking civilians? They're VC." All I could see were men wearing yellow-green khaki uniforms and pith helmets running all around the rubber processing plant and housing compounds. His platoon was ordered to make a frontal attack across the flat ground of an intervening airstrip. To his astonishment, most reached the cluster of houses alive. But then torrential rain descended, and he awaited an inevitable counterattack. Enemy troops swarmed forward. Once again the airborne begged for air and artillery support, and once again were refused. Much later, as firing belatedly subsided, High learnt that his company commander was dead, along with an elderly second lieutenant who had somehow survived 20 years of war, until his luck ran out that day. I prayed that his next life would be less wearisome, he said. Another of the day's casualties proved to be a captain who had been among the garrison of Hill Béatrice at Dien Bien Phu. How could any man expect to survive indefinitely who kept fighting through his country's interminable conflicts? High wrote despondently, "Our battalion had virtually disintegrated. All 4 company commanders were dead. Suddenly I saw stars in front of my eyes. My arm flew upward and my AR-15 dropped from my grasp. I collapsed next to a machine gun which was still spraying fire at the enemy." When he regained consciousness, darkness was falling. Rain dripped from the rubber trees, and a dead enemy soldier lay across his stomach. His face and right arm were acutely painful. One AK-47 round had cut through his cheekbone and nose, while 2 more had passed through his right arm. He was soaked in blood from the VC corpse, which he was somehow able to push aside. He crawled to the base of a rubber tree and lay listening to enemy troops searching the battlefield, cursing considerably about their own losses. One of them kicked High, then stripped him of his watch, webbing, and transistor radio. The thick skein of blood on his torso convinced the scavenger that the body was that of a dead man. The communist moved away, arguing with companions about the disposal of High's property. As silence descended and the rain intensified, High was just capable of crawling to the body of his radio man, Corporal Tam, from whom he borrowed a poncho, for which Tam had no further use. "The 2 of us lay there, one dead and one still alive," he said. "Our bodies curled up next to each other. I looked at Tam sadly, thinking of our good and bad times together. I thought about my parents who would be eating dinner at this time and wondering about me. My mother would have run over to the family altar and lit an incense stick for me." As High lay nursing his pain among so many dead men, the bombs and cannon fire that might have saved them a few hours earlier raked the area, lit up by flares. He eventually staggered to join a small group of stragglers, mostly wounded, like himself. For 2 days they dragged themselves across the devastated landscape until they reached a friendly base, where doctors found his wounds, unsurprisingly, infected. He proved almost the only surviving officer of his battalion, which had lost over 200 dead and around 3 times as many wounded. The Airborne Division was among the most effective combat formations Saigon had, yet here was one of its units chewed to pieces by the Viet Cong. This was a story repeated again and again in 1965, so that Westmoreland reported to the White House, "The South Vietnamese armed forces cannot stand up to this pressure without substantial U.S. combat support." MACV had developed a grand strategic plan to use American troops first to defend their own facilities, then to reinforce the Central Highlands, then to pursue the enemy, search and destroy, while conducting pacification activities and sustaining the bombing of North Vietnam. Dupuy, Westmoreland's operations officer, was convinced that the Viet Cong could not resist overwhelming firepower. David Halberstam characterized him as tiny but cocky and imperious. Neil Sheehan wrote with repugnance that he believed in more bombs, more shells, more napalm, till the other side cracks and gives up. Westmoreland urged that his own forces must relegate the South Vietnamese to local security duties, the garrisoning of towns and cities. MACV's commander proposed that the 1st Cavalry Division should be deployed in Thailand to operate from the west against the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. Dupuy said it was crazy that Americans were expected to respect neutralities when the enemy refused to do so. The President demanded of Westmoreland, "What do you need?" The general responded, 180,000 men immediately, 34 U.S. battalions, and 10 from South Korea with appropriate support, and a further 100,000 to follow in 1966. While this request was under consideration, the Navy launched Operation Market Time, a protracted inshore commitment designed to interdict arms shipments from North Vietnam by sea into the south. Between air raids and troop deployments, the President extended occasional olive branches. In an April speech at Johns Hopkins University, he suggested that if the North Vietnamese abandoned the war, he would mail them a $1 billion check for a Mekong dam, a massive bribe to leave the South alone. After he spoke, he leaned over to his aide, Bill Moyers, and patted the younger man's knee complacently. "Old Ho can't turn that down," he said, then repeated, "Old Ho can't turn that down." Hanoi, of course, did so, baffling Johnson. On the 13th of May, the President ordered a 5-day bombing halt, while a new peace offer was passed north via Moscow. Pham Van Dong declined even to read the message. It is interesting to speculate whether if the $1 billion carrot had been advanced with more diplomatic subtlety, it might have changed anything. Had Ho Chi Minh's half-starved people been consulted, informed that all this could be theirs in exchange for postponing reunification, who is to say how they might have responded? They could not eat national pride. But this was capitalist money, imperialist money, tainted money, proffered like swill to swine, before a society whose inhabitants were permitted no choices. It was unthinkable that Hanoi would take it. In Washington, it was still assumed that the Russians could halt the war at any moment. Their new leaders, Leonid Brezhnev and Alexei Kosygin, chose to pick up the telephone to Hanoi. Dean Rusk told Ambassador Anatoly Dobrinin, "We're puzzled as to how to proceed, assuming both of us really want peace." The Soviets were alarmed by escalation, apprehensive that the Americans might even deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Vietnam. Yet Dobrinin could offer Rusk no comfort. Moscow declined to assume the thankless role of intermediary when both combatants were bent upon achieving military dominance before negotiating. A bitterly indignant Lyndon Johnson told Senator Fulbright that it was Hanoi's rejection of his peace proposal, North Vietnamese withdrawal from the South in exchange for a cessation of bombing, that made it necessary for the U.S. to make more war. Yet the world recognized that the administration was vacillating. On the 17th of May 1965, the Times in London reported, "Bombing has failed as an instrument of diplomacy. With the US in its present fix on the lower rungs of an escalation ladder which it does not want to climb further, there would appear to be small reason for Hanoi to help it to the ground." If this was by no means an accurate appraisal of where the White House had got to, the paper correctly grasped that it was in a muddle. On the 7th of June, Westmoreland bluntly informed Washington that South Vietnam faced military defeat unless 44 U.S. maneuver battalions were committed. "I see no course of action open to us except to reinforce." From the State Department, George Ball penned a new memorandum warning against sending more men. "Before we commit an endless flow of forces to South Vietnam, we must have more evidence that our troops will not bog down in the jungles and rice paddies while we slowly blow the country to pieces." But the Joint Chiefs supported the General's assessment and his request. the president told a congressional group, "Westy wants help, and I'm going to give it." Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach reported to the White House that, as a matter of law, further congressional approval at this time is not necessary for an increased commitment. On the 16th of June, McNamara announced reinforcements which would raise the troop level to 70,000. 2 days later, giant USAF B-52s began to attack alleged communist troop concentrations in South Vietnam. In the 8 years that followed, the bombers carried out 126,615 so-called arc-light sorties, dropping 4 million tons of bombs. Aircrew considered them milk runs. Pilot Doug Cooper shrugged. The job had all the excitement of being a long-haul truck driver without being able to stop for coffee. A navigator said he felt that he and his crew just bombed an endless succession of map coordinates that seemed to do nothing except put holes in the jungle floor. From mid-1968 onwards, ordnance was released not at the behest of bombardiers, but instead that of sky-spot radar operators on the ground. The B-52s operating over South Vietnam and later Cambodia and Laos faced no threat from enemy action, merely a slight risk of accidents. Most of these elderly monsters suffered from corrosion. One had its bombs fall off the wing racks onto the runway during takeoff because of wiring corroded by rain and sea salt. In 8 years, just 12 arc-light planes were lost to such mishaps. The B-52 crews suffered very little to destroy very much. Chapter 11. The Escalator. 1. Bottom of the barrel. A new military junta had assumed power in Saigon. It was headed by Nguyen Cao Ky as premier, with Nguyen Van Thieu as head of state. A despairing William Bundy described the pair as absolutely the bottom of the barrel. Ky, in a later account of the general's meeting that preceded his appointment, described himself challenging the others. Anyone want to be prime minister? Only after a silence did he say that he himself would try it. He shrugged. "I'm not a good politician, not a good diplomat. The only thing that I can do well is to fly airplanes." That spasm of modesty, however, was avowed only after years in exile following defeat. Lyndon Johnson professed to be unmoved by the latest political upset, saying, "We will move strongly, stable government or no stable government." The new Prime Minister was just 34, a 1954 fugitive from the north who had trained as a pilot in France, then flown thousands of hours in both transports and combat aircraft, participating in agent-dropping missions over North Vietnam. Ky was a slick dandy with a pencil-thin moustache who affected a custom-made black flight suit and an impressive procession of wives and girlfriends. He was publicly affable, fluent, enthusiastic about all things American, save the taste of Coca-Cola, and remote as a Martian from the Vietnamese people. In June 1965 he was confident that he himself had secured the real power in Saigon, relegating the less flamboyant Thieu to a merely ceremonial role, though time would show otherwise. Chester Cooper described the first appearance of the new Prime Minister and head of state at a July U.S. Embassy dinner for Robert McNamara. Ky made a spectacular entrance. He walked in breezily, wearing a tight white dinner jacket, tapered formal trousers, pointed patent leather shoes, and brilliant red socks. A Hollywood Central Casting Bureau would have grabbed him for a role as a sax player in a second-rate Manila nightclub. The Defense Secretary seemed bemused by the encounter, later describing Ky contemptuously as executive agent for a directorate of generals. Another American studying Ky muttered to Cooper, "At least no one could confuse him with Uncle Ho." President Thieu, more conservatively dressed in a business suit, seemed content to allow Ky to occupy the limelight the airman craved. It was on the 16th of July, during this same McNamara visit, that the Defense Secretary received a cable advising that the President had privately determined to go ahead with the 44 Battalion commitment Westmoreland sought. This dramatic surge was accompanied by the usual inter-service squabbles and jealousies. Admiral Sharp warned General Greene that General Westmoreland and Ambassador Taylor will do everything they can to prevent the Marine Corps from getting credit for their accomplishments in South Vietnam. Greene, in consequence of the war, presided over a dramatic expansion of his service, but was nonetheless astonished when McNamara informed the Joint Chiefs about the reinforcements, because an agreed strategic plan was still lacking. The Army's General Harold Johnson recognized that the decision to escalate without a public acknowledgement of its significance was extraordinary and left him tongue-tied. Years later, he said, "What should my role have been? I'm a dumb soldier under civilian control. I could resign, and what am I? I'm a disgruntled general for 48 hours, and then I'm out of sight, right?" This was, of course, a limp-wristed explanation of his pusillanimity. On the 14th of July, Earl Wheeler told McNamara, "There appears to be no reason we cannot win if such is our will, and if that will is manifest in strategy and tactical operations." Wheeler meant, of course, if the gloves were taken off, curbs lifted from the generation of violence as the President, haunted by fears that hitting the North too hard would trigger a Chinese intervention, such as took place in Korea, refused to do. Maxwell Taylor, who'd obviously lost faith, was recalled from the Saigon embassy, to which, for a season, Henry Cabot Lodge returned. McNamara identified to Lodge 3 alternative courses. 1. Quit and accept humiliation. 2. Deliver more of the same and preside over a progressive deterioration. 3. Escalate, with a good chance of achieving an acceptable outcome within a reasonable time. Lodge endorsed the third option, knowing that this was already ordained. The Defense Secretary now favored the mining of Haiphong Harbor, far heavier bombing of the North's infrastructure, mobilization of Army reserves to enable a massive deployment of troops. Johnson decisively rejected this last measure. A call-up would do what he'd set his face against, proclaim to the American people that they were in a big war. George Ball had submitted a new memorandum. Politically, SV is a lost cause. The country's bled white from 20 years of war and the people are sick of it. The Viet Cong, as is shown by the Rand Corporation Motivation and Morale Study, are deeply committed. Hanoi has a government and a purpose and a discipline. The government in Saigon is a travesty. South Vietnam is a country with an army and no government. Ball asserted that General Matthew Ridgway's arguments against a 1954 intervention remained equally valid a decade later. Yet McGeorge Bundy absolutely rejected the assertion that America was assuming the same unworthy role as the old colonial power, himself writing, "The U.S. in 1965 is responding to the call of a people under communist assault." Yet where was the evidence of such a call from any popular faction within South Vietnam? On the 21st of July, Ball was among the participants at a White House summit, supposedly to discuss all options. Yet those present knew that they had been summoned to confirm commitments already stone set in the only place that mattered, the mind of Lyndon Johnson. The diffidence and humility displayed in the first weeks of his presidency had long since vanished. Special Counsel Harry Macpherson wrote him a private note warning that his personality was so overpowering that the public, if it considered his advisers at all, thinks of docile calves hustling around at the will of a singular bull. Yet it remained important to Johnson to ensure that the herd was with him before he embarked upon what would prove the most momentous ride of his presidency. On the 21st of July, one of the docile calves, Carl Rowan, head of USIA, expressed fears about the debility of the Saigon regime. "Unless we put the screws on the key government, 175,000 men will do us no good." Henry Cabot Lodge riposted, "I don't think we ought to take this government seriously. There is simply no one who can do anything. We have to do what we think we ought to do regardless. As we move ahead on a new phase, we have the right and the duty to do certain things with or without the government's approval. These were awesomely arrogant words, reflecting a mindset at the heart of the catastrophe that befell policymaking. Key claimed once to have told the Americans, "What Vietnam needs is a man like Ho Chi Minh for the North Vietnamese, a true leader for the South Vietnamese, not an American man." But that they never understand. Christopher Thorne, author of a classic study of the World War II experience of the Western Allies in Asia, observed that a generation later in Indochina the US followed the same wrong path it had earlier taken in China, relying on assumptions that were based to a considerable extent on a projection of American values, experiences, and self-image, this being coupled with a failure to appreciate the nature of the very different civilization and political culture on the far side of the Pacific. At the 21st of July meeting, George Ball reasserted his own conviction that American soldiers would not prevail in an Asian jungle war. Earl Wheeler probably felt that he owed it to his boys to refute this slight, staunchly assuring the president that Westmoreland's proposed search and destroy strategy would see off the VC. Ball then declared that he would be much less troubled if there was a realistic prospect of victory within a year, but that if the struggle persisted longer, as he feared it would, both domestic and international opinion would become problematic. Lodge threw at the Undersecretary a familiar but embarrassingly cheap jibe, a comparison with the British and French leaders who rolled over before Hitler at Munich in 1938. The president himself challenged Ball. "But George, wouldn't all these countries say that Uncle Sam was a paper tiger? Wouldn't we lose credibility breaking the word of 3 presidents if we did as you have proposed? It would seem to be an irresponsible blow." Ball replied, "No, sir. The worst blow would be that the mightiest power on earth is unable to defeat a handful of guerrillas." The president said, "But I believe the Vietnamese are trying to fight." Ball said, "Thieu, the other day, said the communists would win an election." The president said, "I don't believe that. Does anyone believe that?" All expressed contrary views to Ball. The Undersecretary then threw down his hand on the table, saying, "Mr. President, if the decision is to go ahead, I am committed. I have had my day in court." Though Ball had displayed wisdom and courage in speaking truth to power, his appetite for office proved too great to allow him to make the principled sacrifice of a resignation. One of his favourite sayings was, "Nothing pinks like propinquity," by which he meant that there was no substitute for the elixir of intimacy with power. The president, with his brilliant instinct for men's vulnerabilities, indulged Ball because he was confident he would not break ranks. Johnson said later of his vice president, "I've got Hubert's balls right there in my pocket, and that's where they're going to stay." The same was true of the Undersecretary of State. Next day, Johnson met the Joint Chiefs, who urged going for broke both with bombing and troop numbers. The Marines' Wallace Green said, 5 years plus 500,000 troops. I think the American people would back you." Johnson said, echoing McNamara weeks earlier, "The least desirable alternative is getting out. The second least is doing what we're doing. The best alternative is to get in and get the job done." None doubted that the war would be long, the cost immense, quite unlike, for instance, the 2002 decision to invade Iraq. In 1965, every hazard was anticipated. In the midst of Johnson's discussion with the chiefs, he suddenly broke off and mused aloud. "But remember, they're going to write stories about this like they did in the Bay of Pigs. Stories about me and my advisers." The president asked all the right skeptical questions. He merely declined to heed the answers. His refusal to call up the reserves, to avert a huge domestic debate, is sometimes cited as an important mistake. Some insiders thought McNamara would resign when Johnson rejected his recommendation to adopt this course. Instead, the Defense Secretary took the snub on the chin. While refusal to mobilize certainly contributed to the precipitous decline in the U.S. Army's performance at the end of the decade, and especially to the collapse of its NCO Corps, It seems quite mistaken to regard this as a major cause of defeat. The entire strategy was founded on false premises, both about the domino theory and the nature of Asian communism. Many of the decision-makers remained haunted by the loss of China. The historian Michael Howard identifies parallels with the delusions that beset Europe's leaders in 1914. The mixture of apprehension, national arrogance, misperception, and misguided military expertise. Like the German and Austrian statesmen of the earlier era, American statesmen saw how a minor and local shift in the balance of power might produce a major and sinister transformation of the whole world order. They believed that Hanoi could do as much damage as Belgrade threatened in 1912 to 1914, or, for that matter, Egypt in 1956. So she had to be checked and chastised before matters got totally out of hand. Further, there was in the US an enormous self-confidence and pride, not unlike that of the Germans before 1914, a consciousness of national greatness seeking an outlet, a searching for an appropriate challenge to their powers, a refusal to believe that any problem was beyond their capacity to solve. Statesmen who might themselves have doubts were conscious of a great groundswell of public opinion bearing them on. Experience in 2 world wars cured most European politicians of a belief in the serviceability of conflict as a mere instrument of policy. For Washington's 1965 decision-makers, however, when no nuclear threat overhung a battlefield, the mere notion of engaging in combat held few terrors. Failing to define objectives, Lyndon Johnson merely mandated his generals to kill more Viet Cong. Admiral David MacDonald, 1963-65 Chief of Naval Operations, wrote a decade later, "Maybe we military men were all weak. Maybe we should have stood up and pounded the table. I was part of it, and I'm sort of ashamed of myself too. At times I wonder, why did I go along with this kind of stuff?" At a private Camp David meeting in July, the president's veteran political advisor, Clark Clifford, warned Johnson, "This could be a quagmire. I can't see anything but catastrophe for my country." McGeorge Bundy, hitherto an unyielding hawk, recoiled from McNamara's proposals for a massive ground commitment. On the 23rd of July, Bundy warned, "Our troops are completely untested in the kind of warfare projected. This program is rash to the point of folly." McNamara omits examination of the upper limit of U.S. liability, he said. Senators Mike Mansfield and Richard Russell also urged the president against sending further troops. Outgoing Ambassador Max Taylor yet again changed his own mind, now opposing reinforcements. All were swept aside. The cost of pulling back was deemed greater than that of plunging deeper. At a news conference on the 28th of July, Johnson announced the dispatch of fresh troops that would increase total American numbers to 175,000. Bizarrely, he presented this as a decision not to go to war. Dean Rusk said, "We never made any effort to create a war psychology. We felt that in a nuclear world it is just too dangerous for an entire people to get too angry, and we deliberately played this down. We tried to do in cold blood, perhaps what can only be done in hot blood." It is striking to contrast Johnson's essay in low-key war-making, designed to preserve the American people's peace of mind, with the strident appeals to patriotism, socialism, sacrifice, and national unity that dominated the lives of every North Vietnamese for the next decade. Conservative columnist Joseph Alsop wrote in the Washington Post on the 29th of July, "There is a genuine element of pathos, and pray God the pathos does not turn into tragedy, in the spectacle of this extraordinary man in the White House wrestling with the Vietnamese problem, which is so distasteful to him, and all the while visibly longing to go back to the domestic miracle-working he so much enjoys." Once the first ground forces were committed, American lives and prestige staked on a vast scale, politicians, warriors, and citizens alike faced enormous pressure to get on the team, to stifle dissent, support this commitment made in the name of the American people, though without their understanding or consent. Even George Ball urged Walter Lippmann and other skeptics to mute their criticism on the grounds that anti-war agitation encouraged Hanoi. William Small, boss of CBS's news division, found himself confronted at a Washington cocktail party by Dean Rusk, who poked him in the chest and said fiercely, "All American journalists want to win Pulitzer Prizes for their reporting, but someday they're going to ask what side are you on, and I don't know how you fellas will answer." The president resented critics even more bitterly. Having enjoyed a honeymoon with the press through his first year of office, there had since been a big falling out. Johnson persuaded himself that those who failed to accept him at his own valuation were on the payroll of Bobby Kennedy. When Senator Frank Church became a vocal critic of Vietnam policy, Johnson observed sourly, "Next time old Frank wants a dam over there in Idaho, he can go ask Walter Lippmann for it." Military operations generate their own momentum. In April 1965, Johnson had committed U.S. Marines and the 82nd Airborne Division to prevent a communist takeover of the Dominican Republic. In a climate of crisis, the impulse to support our boys enabled the president to secure in short order from Congress a $700 million appropriation for operations in the Caribbean and Vietnam. From the 22nd of November 1963 onward, did Lyndon Johnson ever really vacillate about escalation, or merely pretend to do so, for instance, in anguished telephone conversations with Senator Richard Russell and others? There is a good argument that for all the hours he devoted to debate with military and civilian advisers, it was never plausible that he would adopt a course that might cause his fellow countrymen to accuse him of weakness, of acquiescing in defeat. Moreover, Korea had set an important precedent, fostering a belief that a military outcome short of victory could nonetheless produce an acceptable compromise peace. Who deserves the blame? H.R. McMaster has written, "The chiefs failed to confront the president with their objections to McNamara's approach to the war. Instead, they attempted to work within that strategy in order to remove, over time, the limitations to further action. They did not recommend the total force they believed would ultimately be required in Vietnam." Lieutenant General Bruce Palmer was another military man who indicted the JCS for failure to tell the nation's leader that his incremental escalation was almost certainly doomed. They could not bring themselves to make such a negative statement or to appear to be disloyal. Yet uniformed leaders face an oft-repeated dilemma. It is their duty to fulfill the purposes of their political masters, and they also need to justify the vastly expensive existence of the armed forces. If U.S. troops were incapable of defeating a ragtag guerrilla force, then wherein lay their utility? For all Westmoreland's limitations, he should not rightfully receive blame for the decision to commit a vast American army merely because he asked for one. To paraphrase Tennyson, his not to reason why, his but to send men to do and die. Johnson and McNamara made the vital decisions. Admiral Sharp, Commander-in-Chief Pacific, complained that all meetings attended by the Defense Secretary ended up reaching the conclusion that he wanted. McNamara conducted his office far more in the manner of a field commander than that of a political manager. As for Lyndon Johnson, not for nothing does the President of the United States bear the title of Commander-in-Chief. What was the choice before him in 1964 to 65? Some modern critics of the decision to escalate declined to acknowledge that to concede victory to the Communists was to condemn the Vietnamese people to an Ice Age future under Le Duan's collectivist tyranny, such as eventually became their lot after 1975. Francis Fitzgerald wrote, "There was no other side in this war. We were not only on the wrong side, we created the wrong side. It was not the Vietnamese that began the violence. It was ourselves by going in there. In Vietnam, what we were doing was trying to stop a local government from coming to power." This ignores the profoundly undemocratic, inhumane character of the North Vietnamese regime. Much wiser, seems the view of Senator Eugene McCarthy, who said long afterwards, "The moral issue as I saw it finally got down to the question of was there any proportion between the destruction and what possible good would come out of it. You started with the judgment about people in South Vietnam wanting to have a free society, but the price of getting it was the destruction practically of a total community. You make a pragmatic judgment. You don't pursue it to all-out destruction." While today the failure of collectivization is apparent in every society where it has been tried, in the 20th century it was probably historically inescapable that impoverished rural societies, China and Vietnam notable among them, should attempt implementation of the theories of Marx and Lenin in order to discover for themselves their unworkability. The human cost was appalling, but so was that of the American attempt to prevent such an experiment by force of arms. Doug Ramsey suggested that communism offered Vietnamese, with their strongly structured relationships between the individual and the family and society, a more plausible vision than did Western liberal individualism. In 1965, many could scarcely be blamed for judging that peace at any price was preferable to a continuation of their murderous struggle. The fatal error of the US was to make an almost unlimited commitment to South Vietnam, where its real strategic interest was minuscule, when the North, the enemy, was content to stake all and faced no requirement to secure or renew popular consent. Moreover, the 1964-65 American takeover of the South, which is what took place, legitimized Vietnamese communism. The basis for a historical indictment of Lyndon Johnson's decision is that he made his choices with a view to his own interests and those of his country, rather than those of the Vietnamese people. He showed himself blind to proportionality, as defined by Eugene McCarthy. He failed to heed wise and insistent counselors who urged that his war-making would almost certainly fail. And finally, he deceived the American people. Daniel Ellsberg, assistant to John McNaughton at the Pentagon in 1965-66, said bitterly later, after his own conversion, "Everything we did was secret from the public, all the lies, the illegal actions that were being prepared, the aggressive actions against North Vietnam." On the 27th of July 1965, Senator Mike Mansfield reported back to the President on a meeting he had held that afternoon with Fulbright, Russell, and other senior members of the Foreign Relations Committee. "There was a general sense of reassurance," he said, "that your objective was not to get in deeply, and that you intended to do only what was necessary in the military line until January, while UN Ambassador Arthur Goldberg and Rusk were concentrating on attempting to get us out." Dean Rusk acknowledged the almost surreptitious shipment of forces. "We didn't want to present Moscow and Hanoi with a dramatic new situation," he said. Thus, in terms of numbers of troops moving towards Vietnam, 1 week wasn't much different from the last. The administration was careful to eschew the drama of parades, regiments marching through city streets to the dock or plainside. Robert McNamara was getting ready to send more soldiers. Like many apparently masterful men, the Defense Secretary was susceptible to dictation from an even stronger one, such as Lyndon Johnson was. If the President called and invited him over as he cooked burgers for the family at Sunday lunchtime, McNamara would douse the barbecue and climb into his car, though the summons was merely whimsical and social. Posterity has chained the two men to the war in tandem. Yet they had little in common. The fastidious McNamara hated the vulgarity of Johnson's language and behavior. He was nonetheless in awe of the President's power and strength of will. Meanwhile, his boss valued McNamara's intelligence, ruthlessness, and above all, loyalty. Some months earlier, when it was already plain that the war was turning bad, friends urged the Defense Secretary to quit office. He responded that he must stay and see the Vietnam thing through. In truth, he could not bring himself to walk away. It was an unpleasant contradiction that he understood better than most, the probably irredeemable weakness of the South Vietnamese regime. Yet he became increasingly vicious in his attitude to critics such as George Ball. Here was a decision-maker who prided himself on his rationality, but from mid-1965 became an obsessive, some of whose decisions verged upon madness. No man paid a higher reputational price for engagement with the war than did the Defense Secretary. Senator Mike Mansfield wrote presciently to the President on the 27th of July, 1965. "The main perplexity is that even if you win totally, you still do not come out well. What have you achieved?" Among his colleagues on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he said, "There was full agreement that we are deeply enmeshed in a place where we ought not to be, that the situation is rapidly going out of control, and that every effort should be made to extricate ourselves." Lyndon Johnson could never say that he was not warned about the likely consequences of the course upon which he was now embarked. As for the enemy, a senior NLF cadre wrote that the prospect of all-out U.S. engagement filled us with sick anticipation of a prolonged and vastly more brutal war. It was not a question of any lack of determination or confidence in our ultimate victory, but if the Americans were to intervene in strength, the scale of violence would increase exponentially. 2. New people, new war. And hereafter legions of Americans landed in Vietnam. Medic David Rogers had to buy his own one-way ticket to Oakland for embarkation. "It was almost like they were sneaking you out of the country," he said. The girl at the airline counter asked, "No round trip?" Flying was so strange and new to Robert Daniels, a black kid from a poor street on Chicago's South Side, that on the plane crossing the Pacific, "I was scared to death," he said. "I thought we'd never get there." After a 17-hour flight, the zonked arrivals were told, "Okay, everybody, form up on the hard stand," then herded into buses which took them to a white clapboard building. Their money was changed into MPCs, military payment certificates, and they were assigned bunks in a transient barracks. When Sergeant Jimmy Spencer got there in December 1965, "It looked to me as if the United States had taken over the country," he said. Spencer was born in Mobile, Alabama in 1944 to an unmarried mother, back before it was popular. He volunteered initially for 3 years, then after discharge found that he missed the service and signed up again. He first served in Vietnam with a Special Forces unit, acutely conscious of veteran NCOs around him who'd done Korea and World War II, striving to measure up to them. Every new arrival was given the same advice about how to treat Vietnamese. "You grab 'em by the balls and the hearts and minds will follow." Spencer said, "I was in my element. Everybody was a volunteer. I was very proud of my service. We were doing what people had done in World War II, going to the aid of people who needed it." Captain Gordon Sullivan said, "In 1965 we decided that we'd come to win this war and we wanted the Vietnamese to stand aside while we did it. Americans had a very low opinion of the Vietnamese people. Captain Henry Gohl characterized himself and his Special Forces comrades, saying to their allies, 'Step aside, the first team is here to clean up this mess.'" Some of these young men knew as little about alien regions of their own country as they did about the one to which they were now translated. A lance corporal from the East Coast demanded of a corpsman from Oregon, "Are there still wild Indians out where you come from?" Captain Joseph Fitzgerald noticed that some soldiers thought it cute to walk around Saigon rodded up like Wyatt Earp, with a pistol in an open holster. Private First Class Reg Edwards' first shock had nothing to do with death and devastation, but instead with finding that even tiny children smoked cigarettes, which seemed to him horrible. "The first Vietnamese words I learned were "Toc la ko hai cho suk ko." Cigarettes are bad for your health. In the boondocks, many men were nervous of snakes, disconcerted by gibbons shrieking in the trees. They loathed the ubiquitous leeches. Infantry were issued a machete, entrenching tool, claymore mine with wire and hellbox firing device, poncho and poncho liner, helmet with liner and cover, bug repellent, olive drab towel, web belt, ammo pouches, radio batteries, and an M14 semi-automatic rifle. NCOs harangued their men. At 100 yards, you aim at the crotch and hit the chest cavity. At 300 yards, you aim at the head and hit the chest cavity. They were told that French rubber planters were communist sympathizers who paid VC taxes. Down in the Delta, Sergeant Mike Sutton traded captured weapons for everything his advisor team needed, up to and including 40-horsepower Johnson outboards, in what they called the green market. The new American facility in Mi To was christened Base Whiskey, until a hand-wringing USIA officer got this changed to the more sonorous Dong Tam, meaning with one accord. Vietnamese people received leaflets which explained that the visitors might find certain English phrases well received. I want peace. Do you miss your wife and children? We are civilians. This route is dangerous. Instead, however, children were likely to say, Hello, no VC, Vietnam number 1. Peasants were bemused by the joshing of GIs, soon called grunts in this new war, who tied NLF flags around their own heads and cried out to villagers, VC number 1. A Marine jeep collected an officer fresh from home, who gazed wonderingly at pillars of black smoke curling upwards on the horizon. Is that incoming? He asked. Hell no, Major, said a private first class. They're just burning the shitters. Behind the troops came a stupendous array of equipment, vehicles and machinery. Beyond helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft there were jeeps, deuce-and-a-half trucks, steel containers, connexes, millions of sandbags and millions of miles of wire. Hundreds of thousands of tons of concrete, a fabulous array of weapons, a few million prophylactics, just to get everybody started, billions of cigarettes, in those days when almost every soldier smoked tobacco, even if he'd not graduated to other stuff. In 1966, Americans would complete 59 airfields, each month ship into Vietnam 600,000 tons of stores, write checks approaching $2 billion. 42 military construction companies labored halfway around the clock, while civilian contractors such as RMK BRJ and DMJM brought in 30-inch pipeline dredgers, 30-ton dump trucks, 400-ton-per-hour rock crushers, giant winches, bulldozers, Rome plows that consumed 600 gallons of diesel a day. They dug ditches, raised blast walls, erected plywood huts 32 feet by 16, with galvanized roofs that drummed an ear-splitting tattoo in the rain. Pacific Architects and Engineers, Vinal Corp., Computer Sciences Corporation, Dynelectron, and many others waxed fat on the cost-plus system, which meant that the more they spent, for instance on their own employees' housing, the more profit they made. Frank Scotton said, The Vietnamese knew all about this, and it vitiated the image of Americans as trusted partners. A CIA officer wrote of a typical contractor holding forth in Saigon's Mimi's Bar. Florid, bull-necked, checkered shirt hanging loose over the barrel gut, here in all his glory is the American homesteader, the former truck driver or factory foreman, who hangs on year after year bossing Vietnamese road gangs or construction teams, master to a cringing Vietnamese wife or mistresses, keeper of the American superiority complex. Yet such a man might have riposted to this scornful spook that he was hard because only hard men could do the business in that hard place. Everything about the war was hard. Vehicles, guns, shells, planes, body armor, bullets, sea ration cans, connexes, the will of the enemy, except human flesh, and most of the ground underfoot. Between them, soldiers and civilians were carpeting the country with a network of bases, runways, all-weather roads and PXs, post-exchange stores. For every American serviceman, 100 pounds weight of supplies and equipment was delivered daily, straining to breaking point the port and airfield facilities of a relatively primitive Asian land. Theft on an industrial scale became endemic. Trucks bouncing breakneck along potholed roads brushed aside peasants and their lumbering water buffalo, while low-flying Hueys blew dust clouds over countless washing lines. Far out in the wildernesses, American propaganda paper turned the forest white, according to a communist officer. By 1968, MACV would be putting out 400 million leaflets a month. One that was deemed notably effective was addressed to those troops marching down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a North Vietnamese soldier's poem to his mother. Across large tracts of Laos and South Vietnam, aerial defoliation caused forests, and indeed all vegetation, to vanish. When Army nurse Sharon Bystrand left Oakland in July on a ship carrying 3,000 troops, she noted that even at that early date, a small group of hostile demonstrators waved banners on the shoreline. As a 23-year-old from Oregon, she was thrilled by the prospect of the adventure. "It's sort of exciting finding out what the unknown is," she said. When they landed at Quy Non, however, their first sensation was revulsion at the stench. She joined the staff of the 85th Evacuation Hospital, and in the year that followed, gained a decade's worth of nursing experience. But it was tough being a woman in an overpoweringly male environment, because many senior officers saw the nurses as founts of discord. The captain running a mess hall shooed them away. "He explained to me that it was better to fight a war without women around," she said. "I think it was the sense of wanting to remain loyal to his wife, and he didn't like the idea that there were women there constantly reminding him that women did exist." The nurses learned to shower in groups, allocated 30 seconds water apiece. We used to say, one in the shower, one on the pot, and one at the sink. The rule was never to lock the bathroom door, except when you were having your period. You were allowed a little more privacy then. Meanwhile, the warrior newcomers started to fight, to search and destroy. Phil Caputo wrote, "There was no pattern to these patrols and operations. Without a front, flanks, or rear, we fought a formless war against a formless enemy, who evaporated like the morning jungle mists, only to materialize in some unexpected place. Most of the time, nothing happened, but when something did, it happened instantaneously and without warning." Westmoreland had summoned his huge reinforcements on the assumption that the Viet Cong were escalating their own operations, planning big assaults that it should suit the U.S. Army's maneuver battalions to confront. Yet George Bull was skeptical. "We have no basis for assuming that the Viet Cong will fight a war on our terms. We can scarcely expect General Giap to accommodate us by adopting our preferred method of combat, regardless of how many troops we send." Events proved Bull right. Many early American clashes involved only small groups of VC. The average guerrilla found himself in action just 1 day in 30. The communist war effort in the South was sustained on 380 tons of supplies and munitions a day, of which 9/10 were generated locally. Only 34 daily tons had to be shipped from the north, the equivalent of 7 2.5-ton truckloads, albeit rather more bicycle or porter loads. The Joint Chiefs reported in August 1965 that the quantity of supplies Hanoi shipped south is primarily a function of their own choosing. Newly arrived American infantry found themselves sweeping successive swathes of almost impenetrable wilderness. An NCO said, "If we made contact, the enemy would not stand and fight. Most often he would just leave behind the odd sniper tied up in a tree. In the Central Highlands jungle, you were lucky if you could see more than 20 feet. Sometimes the vegetation was so thick it was almost impossible to get resupply." In those early days, they tried to climb mountains wearing 20-pound flak jackets, which caused a lot of casualties from heat exhaustion. Though the U.S. Army and Marine Corps waged war somewhat more effectively than did most ARVN formations, their political masters in Washington had been mistaken in supposing that the mere appearance of Americans would open a path to victory. Captain Andrew Comer was executive officer of 3rd Marines during the August 1965 Operation Starlight, an amphibious assault on the Batangan Peninsula near Da Nang. Although his superiors reported success, he assessed the battle as a shambles. He described how the commander of a tank fired with its machine gun on a boy of about 10 years of age at a range of 75 yards. Coma ran to the ditch where the boy had taken refuge, saw that he was unarmed and unhurt, and sent him on his way. Seeking to remonstrate with the shooter, he could not make himself heard above the roar of the tank's engine. An Amtrak driver succumbed to hysterics under incoming mortar fire. The man repeatedly reversed his vehicle over wounded men, killing 5 prostrate Americans beneath its tracks. When Coma tried to check the frantic driver, "I was totally ignored and was nearly entangled myself," he said. The captain gazed in revulsion at the helmeted head of one of the victims, a man he recognized. This lay at his feet, while the rest of the remains were caught beneath the LVT's tracks. Coma also described his outrage that a named private received a Silver Star. The truth is that he evacuated himself from the battlefield by climbing aboard a helicopter and riding to Chu Lai. He did nothing that was considered heroic that I recall. The Marine officer wrote in 1991, "I have suppressed my anger over that tank action on Hill 30 for 26 years, and feel that I cannot go to the grave without revealing these facts. I desire to have my knowledge of them recorded." A North Vietnamese General Staff Directive issued on the 10th of June 1965 required all units to submit detailed reports on encounters with U.S. forces so that tactical lessons could be learned. It decreed, keep the enemy constantly in a defensive, reactive posture, force him to fight on our terms, in a constant state of psychological tension to erode his strength, ambush and annihilate small parties, conduct independent, isolated sapper attacks. Units were urged to seek opportunities to attack relief or rescue parties, to promote tensions between the Long-Noses and the Saigon regime's troops. The newcomers' key weakness, said Hanoi's military chiefs, was their aversion to casualties. If we were able to conduct some early actions in which American units suffered annihilation, they said, they would become confused politically as well as militarily. While most U.S. battalions took casualties, these were nothing like as bad as they would become a year or two later. Between March and August 1965, 1/3 Marines, for instance, lost 10% of their strength, over 100 killed and wounded. But during a battle in the following spring, one company would lose that many in a single hour. The newcomers saw themselves as pros, in the words of an officer, self-confident and proud. They had acquired all the military virtues at the price of a diminished capacity for compassion. Captain Walt Boomer was willing to do anything to get to Vietnam, he said, because I thought the war was going to pass me by. I fully bought into this thing that the communists were going to take over the world, and this was the place to stop them. Even then, high school kids were saying, this war doesn't make any sense to us. But I thought they were pretty stupid. Jimmy Spencer was bemused by the otherworldliness of Vietnamese rural communities. He said some of these folks didn't even know what was on the other side of the mountain to where they lived. Men learned to hate the inhabitants of hamlets close to the scene of ambushes in which their comrades died or were maimed, because these stone-faced people must know the perpetrators, where they hid out until the early hours of morning, a favorite time for killing Americans. Doug Ramsey wrote in August 1965, deploring the willful and unilateral burning of whole villages by U.S. Marines in response to a few rounds of sniper fire. Ramsey and John Vann also compiled a report on pacification in Hao Nha province, fiercely critical of the Saigon regime. The present leaders, bureaucrats, and province and district officials do not come from, think like, know much about, or respond to the wishes of the rural majority of the population. The social structure had been transformed by the communist murder program, so that with almost all landlords and relatively prosperous folk dead or fled, only poor peasants were left in villages and hamlets, prey for both sides. Saigon's local chief in Vinh Kim was described by his U.S. advisor as honest, fair, dynamic, and a man whose military competence is obvious. Gradually he's given the peasants the feeling that Vinh Kim is reasonably safe from Viet Cong harassment. in August 1965, Marguerite Higgins, an inveterate optimist, wrote a story about this admirable figure, headed Vietnam town regains prosperity. Yet local people hated Mr. D, as he was known, because they held him responsible for the deluges of shells and mortar bombs that fell upon them. He was subsequently replaced by an officer who proved highly popular because he checked the bombardments. Many Americans found it impossible to regard thatch and bamboo huts, their dim interiors boasting only a few pots and beds of woven straw, as the homes of real people deserving of respect. Vietnamese watched with apparent indifference as soldiers or Marines probed their walls and straw piles with bayonets. Phil Caputo wrote, "I smiled stupidly and made a great show of tidying up the mess. See, lady, we're not like the French. We're all-American good guy G.I. Joes. You should learn to like us." Caputo was dismayed to discover that not all his Marines, in whom he took such pride, had a store of humanity as impressive as their combat skills. "Some of them were not so decent and good," he wrote. "Many had petty jealousies, hatred and prejudices, and an arrogance tempered their ingrained American idealism." His sergeant observed that in Korea he'd seen men sight in their rifles by firing at farmers. "Before you leave here, sir," he said, "you're going to learn that one of the most brutal things in the world is your average 19-year-old American boy." He was thinking of men like Lance Corporal Marion McGee, a fire team leader in the 3rd Marines, who on the 12th of August 1965 walked out of the unit perimeter announcing that he was going after a VC. 2 men sent in pursuit heard a shot and a scream, then met McGee walking calmly towards them. He said he'd just killed a VC and was going back for more. It was later established that he'd kicked through the wall of a hut in which a family was sleeping, seized a 14-year-old girl, and shot dead her father when he sought to intervene. At his subsequent court-martial, he offered a defense of insanity, the usual plea in scores of such cases during the years that followed, but was eventually found guilty of unpremeditated murder, for which he served 6 years' imprisonment. Most Marines, most soldiers, were not like Lance Corporal McGee, but from the first days of the 1965 commitment, it became plain how hard it would be to convince the people of South Vietnam that escalation would serve their interests. So much must be said about those who did reckless or wicked things, that it deserves emphasis that there were also fine Americans, some of them chronicled in action in the Mekong Delta by the Elliots. Major William Wilcox was a Midwesterner who had an exceptional rapport with the Vietnamese and represented all his nation's virtues. He could have been a case study for the perfect advisor. When Wilcox's time was up, David Elliott pleaded with higher authority to have his tour extended, but the U.S. Army's routines were inexorable. The Major moved on. Elliott lamented he was just getting in the swing of things, just getting to know his way around. Another hero in the Elliott's eyes was the U.S. Navy's Lieutenant Junior Grade Henry Klein, who appeared in My Tho one day to organize a riverine operation, and delighted them by his enthusiasm to learn about local people and ways. He didn't just look on his assignment as a job to be done by numbers. When they heard a few months later that he'd been killed, they mourned. He was the all-American boy, the flower of American youth, who lost his life doing something pointless. Sid Berry was joined for a time by Captain Peter Dawkins, a fellow West Pointer who became Life magazine's cover pin-up for the 8th of April 1966. Players from Allied nations were also arriving as Washington called in debts and favors. The South Koreans sent a contingent that grew to 2 Army divisions and a Marine brigade. They were highly regarded as fighters and eventually lost more than 5,000 dead, though their soldiers were also held responsible for several notorious massacres of civilians. The Philippines dispatched a brigade. America had acquired a powerful Australian friend when Paul Hasluck became its government's external affairs minister in 1964. He embraced the domino theory with special fervour, at a time when Australian troops were already confronting Indonesians in Borneo. Hasluck, like his Prime Minister Robert Menzies, was convinced of Australia's duty to stand foursquare with the Americans in Southeast Asia, as it had done in Korea. Menzies and Hasluck ignored the warnings of influential journalists such as Dennis Warner, who wrote in December 1964 that South Vietnam had become an un-country. They towed in their wake the New Zealand government, which was convinced that no good could come out of the war, but felt obliged to follow the lead of its much larger neighbour. On the 28th of April 1965, an agreement for the dispatch of combat troops was reached between the Australians and the Saigon government, and a battalion reinforced by a New Zealand contingent was soon on its way, eventually swelled to brigade strength with support elements and special forces. One of these men, 19-year-old Lieutenant Neil Smith, stared wide-eyed around him on arrival, especially at the blacks and Latinos. In those days you didn't see much of them in Australia, and we'd never seen so much military kit in our lives, he said. We didn't know so many planes and helicopters existed. Prime Minister Menzies fiercely rebutted critics of the commitment, but the cost to his successors proved high. Before the decade ended, his bold gesture of support for the US became a dominant issue in Australian politics. And although Americans henceforward saw themselves as foremost players in the war, vastly more Vietnamese people continued to die. They were merely much less important than Westmoreland's men in the eyes of Washington, maybe also of the world. Doug Ramsey described the expansion of Saigon's forces. We were building, instead of an army, an ever larger facade of one, he said. A steel superstructure of M113s, Patton tanks and jet aircraft, resting on societal feet which were not even of hardened clay. Vietnamese experienced intimate cruelties of internecine strife such as no foreigner knew. There was the helicopter pilot who flew into Hue to retrieve an Arvin body bag and discovered from its label that it contained his own brother. Sky Raider pilot Tran Hoi said that before he flew on the first South Vietnamese mission against the North, as I was running up my engine, I prayed that if our ancestors could hear us, they should not permit my brother to be among the enemy soldiers beneath my bombs that day. The wife of Li Van Quang, a colonel in the Airborne, sustained a correspondence throughout the war with her brother in the North, a famous NVA general, each mailing letters through Paris. One day Quang shouted at his wife in exasperation, "Are you trying to get me shot, keeping these letters going with the enemy?" She was undeterred, however. For her, as for so many Vietnamese, family loyalties transcended all others. When one of her 9 sons perished on the battlefield, she was eventually able to secure details of his death through her Hanoi brother. One of the CIA's more imaginative programs was the establishment of a Saigon radio station known as House 7, from which women read over the airwaves extracts from captured letters and diaries written by Northern soldiers on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The station called itself Mother Vietnam and was designed to demoralize infiltrators by bombarding them with harsh evidence to highlight their impending doom. Like many such operations, however, House 7 had unintended consequences. One woman was so much moved by the tales she read out on the air that she embraced the communist cause, and successive CIA bosses fell in love with the station's beautiful broadcasters, almost unfailingly winding up in relationships with one or other of them. The clatter of rotor blades had become the struggle's orchestral music, as familiar to every man who fought as the snick of a cocking rifle and the hiss of radio static. As Southern soldiers rode Hueys into battle, they exchanged the usual semi-superstitious valedictions. "Don't you be the one to get your third leg shot off." The communists deployed automatic weapons increasingly effectively against low-flying aircraft. A Vietnamese pilot said, "Unless you've experienced it, you cannot know the loneliness of flying home from a mission without your wingman." Helicopters were remarkably durable, but luck played a big part in their survival. Nguyen Van Uc flew a CH-34 into a firefight one day and suffered a stream of hits without a man aboard being scratched. When they landed, however, His crew chief pointed upwards and said, "We ought to be dead." A heavy machine gun bullet had cut halfway through a control rod to the rotors. Had it sheared, the chopper would have tumbled out of the sky. The U.S. intervention rattled many Viet Cong cadres who at New Year 1965 had anticipated imminent victory. In VC-controlled areas there was a new drive towards austerity and ideological purity. Private radios were banned to deny access to Saigon's propaganda. There was a campaign to boycott American merchandise, which proved notably unsuccessful. The Communists always underrated the charms of consumer goods. Nylon trousers and shirts were especially prized. When a guerrilla in the Delta was killed wearing these fashion items, his corpse was stripped, the clothes next seen on his platoon commander. A civilian witness said, "I must say I admire the hardcore VC for their cold hearts." For the most part, the Viet Cong displayed greater fortitude on the battlefield than did government forces. This made manifestations of Southern courage all the more moving, because so little celebrated. The world never heard of the Ranger lieutenant commanding an encircled position who called in an airstrike on his own red smoke grenade, killing him along with half his platoon, but saving the rest of his company. There were no headlines for a 12-year-old boy who led to safety the pilot of a USAF F-101 that crashed in a VC-controlled area. Helicopters were sent to extract the child's family from their village before communist vengeance struck them. A PF soldier named Nguyen Van Moi of Duc Lang in Chuong Thien province received 2 bravery awards, which seemed exceptionally well-deserved, because he was 70 years old. Giong Dinh was a small outpost 35 miles south of Saigon, which at 02:25 on the morning of the 3rd of October 1965 became the target of attack by a large force of Viet Cong. In the initial shootout, 2 of 5 guards on duty were killed, 2 bunkers destroyed by recoilless rifle fire, which was followed by a mortar barrage. Nguyen Van Thi, the 35-year-old post commander, retreated with 15 men into the sole surviving bunker and watchtower. He told Man, his wireless operator, to call for artillery fire, but the radio went dead. An hour of tension followed, interrupted by sporadic flashes of fire from both sides across the darkness. Several attackers broke into the compound and seized 2 men, 4 women, and 4 children. They then forced the wives to call on their husbands to surrender, on pain of forfeiting the hostages' lives. Thi refused, and his men tossed a shower of grenades. A defender crawled to the ammunition bunker, where, after an exchange of fire, he was able to grab more grenades and regain Thi's position. The district chief was now monitoring the attack from his headquarters 5 miles away, and called in artillery towards the beleaguered post. Then Man got the radio working again. His 19-year-old wife, crouching beside him, adjusted supporting fire within 25 yards of their own bunker. By the coming of daylight, the guns had fired 550 rounds. The Viet Cong withdrew, leaving behind 3 of their own dead, 2 more men wounded, and 12 weapons. At 09:30, a regional forces relief column reached Giong Dinh, where they found 12 of the garrison and their families dead, 10 of these murdered in cold blood by the Communists. Here was the sort of action for which Americans would have showered Thi and his comrades with silver stars, maybe even a Medal of Honor. The only reward for Vietnamese, however, was a stay of execution, knowing that they must face similar ordeals again and again. The supposed indispensability of advisors with South Vietnamese troops raised a big question. How was the NLF able to fight its own war without such assistance? The obvious answer was that the Communists were better motivated and more skilled. It was one of Hanoi's most astute propaganda strokes that while its forces relied on foreign arms, Chinese and Russian personnel remained invisible in most areas of the north, entirely absent from the south. By contrast, the Americans failed to perceive the damage done by the presence of their own officers at the elbow of every Vietnamese in authority. South Vietnam's Prime Minister, Nguyen Cao Ky, wrote, "Insensitivity to appearances was characteristic of the American approach. There were hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers in North Vietnam, along with a significant Soviet presence, but neither the Chinese nor the Soviets called press conferences and issued statements. They left that to the North Vietnamese. Soon after the fall of Nikita Khrushchev in October 1964, the Russians began to provide technicians to train North Vietnamese air defense personnel, and initially sometimes to fire missiles. But such largesse did not spare them from their host's disdain. In 1965, both sides bled plentifully. Doug Ramsey recorded an episode in Binh Dinh province during which massive airstrikes and shelling of suspected military formations caused 1,100 Vietnamese casualties, among which examination of bodies showed just 15 to have been arms-carrying communists. He fumed at the tendency of U.S. aircrew to assume that a line of black-clad figures on the ground below must be a military formation, whereas it was more likely to be composed of peasants tilling a field. If its members fled, a normal human impulse, this often made matters worse, as some pilots were likely to take this as a confirmation of their suspicion, he said. Huey pilot Dan Hickman acknowledged that a running figure was often deemed guilty. I had one guy shot who turned out to be unarmed, he said. He ran by looking like he had a pack, so I said shoot him because the enemy were pretty close by. Turned out he was only carrying a sack of fish, but I still think he was foraging for the local VC. The communists learned to exploit flyers' instincts by instructing cadres to stand their ground when overflown, thus persuading pilots that they were probably innocents. Yet privation and firepower inflicted punishing losses both on North Vietnamese formations sent south and on local Viet Cong. By May 1965, Le Duan had become notably more cautious about the outlook. In a new letter to COSVN, he recognized that no political deal was imminent. "This is not yet the time for bargaining and negotiations," he said. He admitted that he had underestimated the strength of American will. Among his forces in the South, in the month beginning the 19th of October, the NVA's 32nd Regiment reported the loss of 166 men killed and 199 wounded. The 33rd Regiment, 170 killed and 232 wounded. The 66th, 208 killed and 146 wounded. And all these figures are probably lower than the reality. Additionally, chronic malaria and beriberi rendered half the soldiers in some NVA units in the South unfit for duty. One of their officers wrote later that morale languished. Soldiers were prone to sudden descents into tears. It became difficult to enforce sanitary discipline. Men who deemed themselves soon to die could not be troubled to wash. Political officers, censoring letters, were dismayed to find soldiers convinced that they were doomed. By starvation, if not by bombs and bullets. Around the campfire they sang plaintive little songs. It is easier to march to the highlands than to find a way home. The lack of rice and salt numbs a man's heart. When we're sick we lack medicine, so wherefore is a purpose in love for each other? The crab lies unmoving on the chopping block, heedless of when the knife will fall. Viet Cong attacks on towns helped to sap confidence in the Saigon government, but were always repulsed. A night assault on the district centre of Cai Bay in the Delta by the VC 261st Battalion targeted the post office, police headquarters and civil guard barracks, but was met with artillery fire and Sky Raiders strikes, which inflicted 200 casualties on the attackers. A civilian eyewitness said that at dawn he watched survivors withdrawing. They looked sad and tired, he said, and their ranks were noticeably thin. Most carried the rifles of 2 or 3 dead. An attack on a big government post at Phu My likewise failed, with the loss of 42 dead, all from one company of the VC's 514th Battalion. On the 17th of May, 1965, COSVN issued a directive entitled Security Operations Against the Puppet Police, which called on local cadres to exploit every opportunity to kill enemy leaders and vicious thugs, intensify our political attacks aimed at spreading fear and confusion among the enemy, and recruit support among police lower ranks. A member of Hanoi's Politburo once boasted to the British SIS station chief of having agents in every ministry and village in the south. The spy, Daphne Park, responded feistily, "In that case, why do you find it necessary to hang village headmen?" The Vietnamese replied, "Because we are Leninists, and Lenin believed in revolutionary terror." The Communist Saigon intelligence cell held a target list of some 200 regime figures. Among its most prominent victims was the chairman of the National Constituent Assembly. 3 murder attempts failed, but there came a morning on which 4 communist agents riding motorcycles overtook his speeding car and fired 4 shots, one of which took fatal effect. To the glee of Hanoi, the BBC broadcast a report that he'd been assassinated by the Saigon regime as an alleged rival for power, which obliged President Thieu to issue a public denial. The same communist cell planted a bomb in the back of a vehicle which drove into the National Police Headquarters compound, where it exploded, killing or wounding 17 officers. As a Rand field researcher, Duong Van Mai was impressed by the implacable will of a senior Viet Cong cadre, whom she interviewed as a POW. "Seeing the evidence doesn't change your mind," he said, "but it increases your fear because you see that they might win." She found herself adopting an incoherent but widely held view. "I hated the war, and I wanted peace, but a peace that would keep the communists from winning." Frank Scotton's feelings had become equally confused. "I was suddenly struck by the thought that we would win by pouring in enormous resources, hundreds of thousands of troops," he said. "But we would win in the wrong way, by smothering Vietnam with materiel and scorching the countryside." In the streets of America, and especially Washington, protests against the war had begun to attract thousands of people, not all young prospective draftees. On the 2nd of November 1965, 31-year-old Baltimore Quaker Norman Morrison emulated the suicidal bonzes of Saigon, ritualistically burning himself to death outside McNamara's office window. The first big battle of the new war took place in the Ya Drang Valley of the Central Highlands, favoured by the NVA as an initiation area for troops freshly arrived from the north. Special Forces camps, of which there were eventually around 100 across Vietnam, were deemed especially attractive objectives because almost all were located beyond range of American fire support. U.S. Army Chief Harold Johnson expressed horror at Special Forces operations that he believed consumed extravagant resources. Their personnel, in his disdainful view, were fugitives from responsibility who found a haven where their activities were not scrutinized too carefully. Mike Aland, an SF officer who ran Khmer Krom recce teams into Laos and Cambodia, shared Johnson's skepticism, saying later, "The existential question is, what good did we do? And I suspect the answer is not very much. The information the teams brought back was pretty low level. When the communists hit an SF camp, they always inflicted pain, sometimes minor disasters." Following a 19th of October 1965 attack on Ple Mai base, Westmoreland ordered the 1st Cavalry Division to seek and destroy the enemy units responsible in the Ya Drang Valley. This suited NVA commanders who wished to test the new foe's mettle. Colonel Nguyen Hu An claimed that MACV's Operation Silver Bayonet gave us the chance to begin to kill Americans. At a 2-hour command meeting on the 13th of November that he described as historic, he expounded the objective, learning how to fight the newcomer by engaging him in a series of company and battalion-scale actions. "We would beat the Americans," he said, "just as we had defeated the puppets." On the 14th of November, his men became engaged in a savage, protracted clash following an air assault on their concentrations at LZ X-ray by Colonel Hal Moore's 1/7th Cavalry, supported by B-52 strikes. That morning, Colonel An set out to trudge a muddy path towards Chupong Mountain, accompanied by his 30-man command group. Just before noon, amid incessant fire and explosions around X-ray, he was leaning on his walking stick studying the terrain when a staff officer grabbed him and hurled him to the ground, just before a series of devastating concussions shook the earth from the bombs of a stratofortress. An shrugged as he stood up and dusted himself down, saying that when so much ordnance was flying about, the whim of Providence alone determined whether a man survived, upright or prone. He told his command group to take up residence in the new craters and tasked a battalion to attack the Americans just before dawn next day, the 15th. Anne described what followed. For about 15 minutes, the enemy was thrown into confusion, then fought back ferociously. The struggle continued all day. Then, after nightfall, flare-dropping C-130s circled above. 105mm guns fired 33,000 rounds. When the Communists renewed their attacks early next day, one NVA battalion got lost on its march to the start line, and the others found themselves engaged in a desperate struggle. A U.S. general wrote later, "Some of the fiercest fighting in American history took place, almost all of it within the length of a football field." For the cavalry, the most deadly phase of the battle came on the 17th. At noon, one of Anne's battalions was eating its rations when scouts reported enemy troops approaching. The NVA hastily deployed and ambushed the inexperienced 2/7th as its men advanced in extended file through high elephant grass. For the next 2 hours, little groups of Americans fought confused close-quarter actions, too much entangled with their enemies to call in artillery or air support. Anne, likewise, found the situation tense, complicated, and difficult. From his perspective, the worst fighting took place between 1400 on the 17th and 2000 on the 18th. At last, the Americans were able to summon airstrikes and artillery, causing the NVA especially heavy losses among runners and liaison officers, men obliged to keep moving across the battlefield, who often vanished without trace. The 66th Regiment was considered to have distinguished itself, even though its colonel mysteriously disappeared from the unit at the start of the battle, and remained missing, allegedly lost for 3 days. Political officer La Ngoc Chau took command. An avalanche of shells, bombs, and bullets eventually caused the NVA to break off the action. They afterwards asserted that engaging U.S. infantry held no special terrors, but, in Colonel Anne's words, "This does not mean that fighting the Americans was easy, as some of our people have claimed. Their firepower was devastating. They had so many aircraft, so many bombs, so much artillery. They were practical people who learned quickly from their experiences and had game-changing technology. They were clever and ingenious, sometimes capable of completely overturning an unfavorable tactical situation." Both sides claimed a victory after the Ya Drang battles. The cavalry estimated that it had killed more than 10 communists for every one of its own men lost. Senior Americans suggested that the enemy could not long endure punishment on such a scale. Westmoreland considered that Ya Drang, which effectively ended on the 26th of November, showed what fire and air power could achieve in support of search and destroy. MacV estimated enemy dead at 3,561. On the American side, the 2/7th lost 151 dead. The entire division, 305 killed with wounded in proportion. However, not only were communist losses overestimated by their enemies, but North Vietnamese commanders adopted and sustained a ruthless tolerance of casualties. After Ya Drang, their commanders held a triumphalist conference at B3 Front Headquarters, presided over by Central Highlands Commander Brigadier Chu Hui Man. Colonel An wrote, "I have seldom attended a battlefield meeting that was so happy and lively. Everybody, friends and strangers alike, shook hands to congratulate each other on the victory." The Communists, like the Americans, wildly overstated their achievement, claiming to have annihilated, one of their favorite words, several U.S. battalions. It is easy to think cynically of Bob Hope's annual Christmas Vietnam shows or the visits to the war zone by other Hollywood stars. But those who served loved every moment of them. A U.S. advisor team was likewise thrilled when James Garner, Robert Mitchum, Henry Fonda turned up in the Delta. They were especially grateful that Anne Margaret took it so well when she found two sniggering NCOs peering up through the floorboards of her hooch as she undressed. Colonel Sid Berry and his advisor team at My Tho gave a Christmas party outside their headquarters in an old seminary for 300 family members of the Vietnamese staff. Some of the cutest, most appealing children I've ever seen. Almost all of us Americans just wandered around amidst that mass of childish humanity, soaking up love and happiness and tenderness and joy and compassion. The huge foreign visitors distributed ice cream, cake, and a gift apiece before the screening of a cartoon movie. With boundless American ingenuity, they created another seasonal touch. A forward air controller zoomed overhead, throwing out a storm of white paper flakes labelled snow, courtesy of the USAF and G3 section. On the 7th of January 1966 edition of Country Music Hour on AFN Vietnam, Roger Miller sang "Attaboy Girl, That's a Way to Make Me Cry." Then came Eddie Arnold, Carl Smith, Tennessee Ernie Ford. Sid Berry especially liked "I'm in Love with the Girl on the Billboard on the Highway Who Wears Nothing But a Smile." And as I left, the window curtains waved goodbye. There were now 4 divisions and a total of almost 200,000 American troops in Vietnam, but Robert McNamara reported to the President that these would not suffice. If the North Vietnamese did not quit, in 1966 he proposed doubling the size of Westmoreland's army, with a likely further increase to 600,000 men in 1967. U.S. killed in action can be expected to reach 1,000 a month, advised this obsessive statistician. Yet, displaying a confusion of mind greater than that of Duong Van Mai, America's executive warlord was already privately warning that the Chinese might come in, that the best the U.S. could expect was withdrawal with honor. On the 21st of January 1966, McNamara told a group that included Arthur Schlesinger and J.K. Galbraith that he did not regard a military solution as possible. He seems deeply oppressed and concerned at the prospect of indefinite escalation. Schlesinger wrote after that conversation, "The military have the bit between their teeth and are convinced that they can win the war." The irony, informed liberals noted, was that even as McNamara lost faith, an awesome turn of events, Dean Rusk gained it. The Secretary of State seized the torch from the Defense Secretary and bore it aloft through 1968. It was becoming plain to McNamara's intimates that almost 2 years and countless corpses before his belated departure, he was gnawed by uncertainty and indeed pessimism. It is extraordinary that he chose to retain his office while harbouring such misgivings. At the sharp end, Sergeant Jimmy Spencer said ruefully, "It turned out to be a marathon, not a sprint." Sid Berry wrote home, "I would be nowhere else. I am convinced of the rightness and importance of our being here. I've come to have great respect and affection for the Vietnamese. They do surprisingly well under circumstances more difficult than our country has ever imagined. But a long road lies ahead. I hope that our country and our countrymen have the maturity, stamina, patience, guts, faith to stay in the fight as long as is necessary." The top of the escalator was in distant view. What remained absent, however, was any glimpse of an exit beyond. Chapter 12. Trying to Grab Smoke. 1. Warriors and Water Skiers. There was never one Vietnam War, instead 50 different ones, according to where a man fought, or, in the case of 9 out of 10 non-infantrymen, did other stuff. Company Commander Andy Finlayson once reprimanded an engineer corporal working on their positions because his men refused to dig or man foxholes. "We don't do that shit," said the NCO stubbornly. "That's the infantry's job." Artillerymen, excepting FOs, forward observers, were exposed to far less risk than foot soldiers. Captain Chuck Hood, a 30-year-old Virginian commanding a battery of heavy guns, found that while his men had to work hard in the dust or mud, rain and heat, on maximum charge, the huge 175mm needed barrel changes every 300 rounds. His biggest problem was assuaging boredom, trying to come up with something different to keep their attention up and keep them out of the local villages and not drinking all the time. They were there for just 1 year, and most infantry officers served only 6 months with a company before being shifted to staff roles. Westmoreland pressed for longer tours, but the White House overruled him. The limit may have been politically necessary, but was operationally corrosive. There were few really experienced American field soldiers, save a few lifers. Maybe 2/3 of the men who came home calling themselves veterans, entitled to wear the medal and talk about their PTSD troubles, had been exposed to no greater risk than a man might get from ill-judged sex or bad shit drugs. Support, technical and logistics personnel could serve in some giant base compound without seeing a Vietnamese save laundrywomen and bar girls. Their worst gripe, the stink in the huts of JP4 fuel and urinal pipes. Paratrooper Gene Woodley called Camran Bay the biggest surprise of my life. There was surfing. There was big cars being driven. There was women with fashionable clothes and men with suits on. I said, "Hey, what's this? Better than being home." Navy radar man Dwight Brown agreed. Camran Bay was paradise, man. I would say, boy, if I got some money together, I'd stay right here and live. I was treated like a king. Brown gained 40 pounds during his war service on a diet of lobster and steak, and spent much of his time in the plotting room assembling music tapes for a captain who returned the favour by lending Dwight his Jeep. Outside Ann Cay, the 1st Cavalry created its own neighbourhood R&R centre, Sin City. A man could go to a Class 6 store and get 2 half-gallons of Gilbey's gin for $1.65 each, and for $5 or $10, a girl who'd been checked by medical staff. Black infantryman Richard Ford said of another camp, "I didn't believe Nha Trang was part of Vietnam because they had barracks, hot water, mess halls with 3 hot meals and air conditioning. It was like a beach, a resort. They'd be playing football and basketball. They were white. And that's what freaked me out, all these white guys in the rear." Green Berets on Phu Quoc Island water-skied and surfed in a bay off the Mekong Delta. A Western visitor wrote of Vietnamese spectators, "The children thought it was fun to splash in the water and watch the huge blonde men sweep by at the end of the rope. But the old people glared and muttered. Even in South Vietnam I have never felt so detested because of my size and colour." It was almost entirely arbitrary who got to go where. Medic Charlie Shiab arrived in country with illusions that he would stay with the men with whom he had trained and established a relationship. Like almost every replacement, however, he was sent to face mortal peril among strangers. Lieutenant John Wright emerged from the assignment room at Da Nang looking ashen and told a friend laconically, "I'm fucked." He was being sent to the 1/9th Marines, dubbed the Walking Dead because of their ghastly casualty record. When Corpsman David Rogers finished his infantry field time, he was posted to a hospital in Cu Chi. The doctors and nurses were all officers and would eat and flirt together. I'd been in the jungle and now found myself in this crazy world just like MASH. Lieutenant Judd Kinney rode with the company first sergeant to identify bodies in the divisional mortuary, a refrigerated Quonset hut in which he was discomfited to find staff listening to AFN and cracking jokes. The sergeant inspected the battalion's quota of body bags, present and correct among a great many more. "It looked like a full house," said Kinney, who thought with a shiver, "I'm not going home like that." Phil Caputo also did morgue time. "If I'd been an agent of death as a platoon leader, As a staff officer, I was death's bookkeeper. All the dead looked pretty much the same, he reflected, whether in life they'd been white, black, or yellow. Their skin turned to tallow so that they resembled wax dummies, pupils a washed-out grey, mouths opened wide, as if death had caught them in the middle of a scream, he said. Where men's faces had gone absent without leave, they were identified by dental records. A few of Vietnam's would-be liberators succumbed to funk. Sid Berry deplored the poor spirit of his chaplain, who clung to a weapon and wore his flak jacket day and night. He's been talking with people about the awfulness of war, he said, and he sees Viet Cong all around us. He asks earnestly if we think the war will be over by Christmas. We cannot afford to have a man of God spread fear. He should be a man of calm faith and certainty. The chaplain was relieved. Others lived dangerously but exotically. The Special Forces A-Team at Ban Don near the Cambodian border used elephants to shift supplies, laying stars and stripes on the animals' backs to deflect American bombs. George Bonville, who was prey to romanticism, gazed out on the Delta waterway beside his quarters one balmy evening and thought, "Why are men fighting for control of this place? It's an agricultural paradise where anybody with a brain can live, work, and be comfortable. Only evil people can make war in this place. Egad, I thought. I guess I'm part of them. But I did not start this disaster. I only hope to end it." A major about to rotate home warned Bonville not to risk his neck because the cause was not worth it. "The U.S. should have cut bait back in 1964, said this grey-haired skeptic. "Just look out, son. We've already lost too many good young officers here. I got my battlefield commission in Korea. It was different. The Koreans were tough and determined to stop the Reds, and the terrain was favourable to defend. This place is like a sieve, with Laos and Cambodia. Keep your head down. This place is gone." As for the big picture, an NVA General Staff Conference at Dragon Court agreed that the more troops the Americans committed, the greater would become their difficulties. Hanoi's existing strategy was confirmed, whereby Saigon's army and militias remained primary targets because if they collapsed, Washington's rationale for intervention went with them. Hanoi identified grandiose 1966 objectives: 250 to 300,000 ARVIN casualties and 25 to 30,000 Americans, destruction of 1,000 aircraft and helicopters, occupation of 80 to 90% of rural areas. They sought to build communist strength in the South, Battlefield B, to 400,000 guerrillas, 90,000 local forces, and 200,000 NVA regulars. Vietnam's war history acknowledges that such objectives were wildly overambitious. The plan that was approved was simplistic and unrealistic, did not reflect our real capabilities, and took inadequate heed of the impact of the enemy's air attacks on our supply lines, which created enormous problems. Logistics organization was confused and disorganized. The quality of some units sent to the battlefield was low. Hanoi's chroniclers also admit to having underrated American and even ARVIN battlefield capabilities. The NVA and Viet Cong leaderships pursued parallel and sometimes conflicting purposes. There were tensions between Southerners and their northern brethren, whom some VC derisively dubbed the spinach eaters because their meagre diet could include pondweed. Le Duan and his Politburo supporters were eager for big unit showdowns. Giap opposed this strategy because he believed that it enabled Westmoreland to maximize his own firepower advantages. The 1966 dispatch south of a further 15 regiments reflected the growing dominance of Hanoi's Hawks, the diminished influence of the victor of Dien Bien Phu. The political officer of Long An Province's Viet Cong analyzed the January 1966 activities of the U.S. 173rd Airborne Brigade as closely as had the NVA's Colonel An, those of the 1st Cavalry 2 months earlier. First experiences of air assaults were terrifying, said guerrillas. Helicopters filled the air, swarming like flies, and in moments the field was filled with American troops. As soon as even one shot was fired, they called for air support and artillery to plaster everything. They expended bombs and shells like there was no tomorrow. Our fighters concluded that American troops were slow, but could call upon inexhaustible resources. Tanks and APCs crawled across the rice fields like crabs right over the people's crops. Long An, V.C., had planned to launch a big full-frontal assault on a U.S. battalion during the 1966 fighting season. After studying their enemies, however, they concluded that this was beyond their capabilities. They agreed instead to bide their time, husband strength, sustain relatively small-scale guerrilla attacks. The Communists thought American soldiers unobservant. They often failed to spot fighters a few yards away. Their fear of mines and booby traps was evident and must be exploited. Americans also became vulnerable during their regular halts. Meanwhile, in Washington, John McNaughton and Bill Bundy composed for Robert McNamara a shopping list of 1966 objectives that was a mirror image of Hanoi's. First was to attrit, their word, the enemy, faster than he could reinforce. They sought a reduction of between 10 and 50% in secure communist base areas. They called for an increase of between 30 and 50% in secure rail and road accessibility, and extension of government population control to 50 to 60%. Critics later deplored the emphasis on statistical measures of progress, characteristic of McNamara and his protégés, yet also of Hanoi's Dragon Court. In February, 2 northern divisions moved into the I Corps area, Quang Tri province. This roused fears among Allied commanders that the enemy might cut off the tip of the country, gaining control of everything beyond the spine of hills north of Da Nang. The U.S. Marine Corps would spend much of the year, and indeed most of the rest of its war, fighting to prevent this. Fierce argument persisted about whether Westmoreland committed too large a proportion of his troops to search and destroy operations at the expense of clear and hold, securing territory. Captain Chuck Raindenlaw, an advisor serving at Swan Lock east of Saigon, wrote home on the 30th of January 1966, describing his awe at what the enemy achieved with only small arms, mortars, and courage. Our weakness is rooted in our inability to garrison every village, hamlet, or settlement. They attack where forces are not stationed. Imagine a football game in which one of the teams is conventionally uniformed, observes the NFL rules of play. The opposing team, however, wears no uniform, and in fact has been deliberately clothed to resemble spectators. The team plays by no rules, refuses to recognize the boundary markers, the ref's whistle, and when hard-pressed at their own goal, the team's quarterback will hide the ball under his shirt and calmly run into the spectator boxes and defy you to find him. The inclination of the unenlightened is to holler, "Shoot 'em up, burn 'em out, smash the villages harbouring the Viet Cong." That is what the VC hope we will do, and it is very difficult to refrain. Robert Blowtorch Comer, the famously dynamic former CIA and NSC man who acquired the unlikely title of President's Special Assistant for Pacification, then in May 1967 became boss of CORDS, the Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development Support Program in Saigon, was always critical of search and destroy, which he considered injurious to winning hearts and minds. What was certain was that South Vietnamese people comprehended few of the subtleties of Westmoreland's tactics, nor indeed of the better kind of war which admirers of his successor claimed that Crichton Abrams later waged. Many Americans were equally bemused. A frustrated Marine lieutenant told a reporter that the fight was like trying to grab smoke. When you open your fist, there's nothing there. There was no good answer to the deployment issue. There never were, and never could have been, enough American troops to seek out the enemy while simultaneously protecting South Vietnam's populated areas. Late on the afternoon of the 17th of January, the Viet Cong claimed an important scalp. Province Pacification Chief Doug Ramsey was traveling in the cab of a truck delivering civilian aid near Cu Chi, a ride that the daughter of the local Vietnamese province chief insistently warned him not to take. Suddenly Lo, his driver, gave a cry. 100 yards ahead crouched 2 armed figures in blue shirts and black trousers. The head of a third man bobbed up from behind an embankment. Ramsay raised his AR-15 carbine. Uncertain who the men were, however, he did not immediately fire. For a few seconds he thought they'd passed unscathed through the VC ambush, for such it was. Then communist bullets began to rip the rice sacks in the back of the truck, and the vehicle stopped. A round had penetrated the driver's leg. Ramsay turned and squeezed off a dozen single shots. Lo said the engine was dead. The American swore. He would have cursed even more fluently had he known that the vehicle was merely stalled. Lo climbed down from the cab and first stood with his hands in the air, then fell on his knees in a supplicatory position. More Viet Cong rounds punctured a 5-gallon can at Ramsay's feet, shooting a jet of oil onto his forehead, which poured down into his eyes. As he struggled to clear his vision, he heard footsteps immediately behind the truck. He shouted, "Toi Dao Hung!" I surrender. Leaving his weapon, he stepped down with arms raised. Expecting to die, in his stomach-shrinking fear, he muttered to himself unoriginally, "Oh, shit." But his captors were too thrilled with their catch to do any killing. They were young and happy, especially after appropriating Ramsay's carbine, wristwatch, and billfold. Having secured him to a rope, they allowed his driver to go free and led him off into the bush to begin a captivity that would continue for 7 dreadful years, some spent in a bamboo cage. So much for the Lawrence of Indochina fantasies that he, like Van, Scotten, and later Frank Snepp, loved to cherish. 2. Unfriendly Fire. In February 1966, when Lyndon Johnson heard that the 1st Cavalry had launched a search-and-destroy mission, dubbed Operation Masher, the President personally intervened to demand a more mellifluous code name. White Wing, as it became, claimed 1,342 enemy dead. In the course of the year, the CAV estimated that it killed an average of 10 communists a day, and in 1966, MACV credited every unit in the country with 1 dead Viet Cong per diem. This was not nearly enough, however, to keep pace with the enemy's force build-up. On the 5th of February, Marine Staff Officer Colonel John Chason wrote to his wife Marguerite back in Maine, "The more I see of this war and these fortified outposts, the more I think of the Indian frontier wars." Chason wrote of the slow, ponderous pattern of redemption of the country from the clutches of VC terror. "We can defend our positions forever, but this doesn't get us anywhere. In jungle-clad mountains, a patrol might take a week to cover 30 miles. On the 9th of March, there was another embarrassing debacle at a Special Forces camp. NVA attacked Ah Shao, 30 miles southwest of Hue. Many of the camp's 360 irregulars, not unreasonably mobbed choppers, inbound to rescue 17 U.S. advisors, who opened fire to hold back their own men. In the chaos, 5 Americans were killed and only half the Vietnamese ever returned to duty. Marine Lieutenant Colonel Charles Howes, who led the rescue squadron, received the Navy Cross, accompanied by a formal reprimand for having given reporters a frank account of the shambles. In April, Westmoreland's operations officer, Major General William Dupuy, took over 1st Division, covering the northwesterly approaches to Saigon from Cambodia. He became the most gung-ho formation commander in the country, conducting parallel reigns of terror against the Viet Cong and his own officers. Operations Abilene, Lexington, Birmingham, El Paso, and Amarillo were sweeps of the countryside supported by unobserved night harassing fire, artillery delivering sporadic salvos on tracks likely to be used by the enemy, or areas where he might be deprived of rest. Meanwhile, the little general winnowed perceived weaklings among his subordinates. A bleak legend grew of the Midnight Chinook, which removed unwanted battalion commanders who were said to have been deployed. His ruthlessness attracted the unfavourable attention of General Harold Johnson, who told him irritably, "To me, the mark of a real leader is doing the best with what you've got." Dupuy wrote back impenitently, saying that one sacked G2 was a fat, dishevelled officer without any soldierly characteristics whatsoever. A discarded G5 was a completely inadequate officer, no initiative, imagination, or drive, valueless. He wrote of a superseded battalion commander, "The first time I saw C, I strongly suspected that he was weak. He completely lost control over his battalion and suffered a number of unnecessary casualties while inflicting none on the VC." Dupuy's energy was not in doubt, but his tenure of command did little to win either American or Vietnamese hearts and minds. Harold Johnson wrote to him, "It's very popular to say, 'Let's send a bullet instead of a boy,' but I think we overemphasize firepower." Dupuy carried on regardless. Advisor George Bonville felt sapped by the physical demands of his daily life with a Southern unit. Up at 3:30 a.m., eat a quick breakfast snack, load up trucks to Mito, board landing craft for an amphibious attack at break of dawn somewhere along the Mekong, or load up on Huey helicopters for transport deep into the plain of reeds, kill or capture a few VC, then get out. This usually means carefully withdrawing the 6 to 9 miles out of the operational area through sweltering heat, slogging through the paddies, mucking it through canals in bamboo or Nipa palm tree jungles, then, if lucky, finally back at Chojiao late. The monotonous rice with some local scrawny chicken and tasteless canned vegetables killed our appetites. The gums of our teeth began to recede. We also started radio duty at night, 2 hours per man, as we realized that we were so tired we would not hear an attack with our own artillery banging away. Viet Cong terror was relentless. Bonville described a typical episode in which Miss Anne, a typist at the nearby district headquarters, was seized during the night at her parents' home. Her head was beaten in with a rifle butt, her young brother stabbed to death, following her refusal to assist an attack on the U.S. advisor's compound. Bonville wrote, "She was maybe 20 years old, a devout Christian, very pretty and very much a lady. My team used to sit on the porch in the morning and watch her stroll into work in the long, flowing ao dai, with a matching umbrella protecting her alabaster skin from the sun. She ignored their stares, and you could only guess that maybe she disliked these foreign devils admiring her beauty. Or maybe not." Advisor Mike Sutton landed a Huey in a Delta hamlet where they found a limp figure hanging from ropes lashed to a tree. The village chief, disemboweled during the night. His wife had been less artistically murdered, their son castrated. I thought, what barbarians. But then later I saw Americans do some terrible things too. Mike Ayland was a Californian from a modest background who secured a nomination to West Point. He married a general's daughter 3 days after graduation, partly because in those days a wedding ring was the likeliest way for most young men to secure access to regular sex. Though there should be a federal law against cadets getting married for a year after they leave, he said. He spent 3 years as a board gunner officer in Germany before quitting this conventional career path to become a warrior. During his training as a Green Beret, it was a cool hat, he said. His great fear was that the war would be over before he could get into it. At Fort Bragg, they read Bernard Fall's Street Without Joy and adopted the unofficial motto, Poussez, because everybody was always saying that in a training film they watched about an OSS team in 1944 occupied France. On May Day 1966, with the scantiest briefing, he was sent to command a 12-man A-team at a riverside base in the extreme southwest, a few miles short of the Cambodian border. "They just dropped us into the middle of nowhere," he said. The 5th Special Forces Camp, located on the edge of that VC stronghold, the Plain of Reeds, had been derelict since being overrun 3 years earlier. Ayland and his men quartered themselves in villas around an old French sugar mill, wired the compound and set about recruiting fighters. This process, they discovered, required tortuous negotiations with local chiefs. They formed one company from the Hoa Hao religious sect, another from army deserters and such like, a third through a Khmer Krom leader based at a Saigon temple. He could deliver trained men in whatever number you wanted. It was just a question of fixing a price, which could take all day. Ayland found himself almost drowning in a medley of novel sensations. The greenness of everything, the alien culture, heat and stench. His unit, some 400 strong, began conducting 4-man patrols, punctuated by firefights that sometimes persisted all night. Because the area was a free fire zone, whatever civilians they encountered were trucked away in Vietnamese custody, labelled as refugees. The soldier, bemused by his orders to do this, said they were not refugees until we made them that way. Mostly we were just abducting them, as part of the policy of denying the area and food to the enemy. On the night of the 12th of May, when the A-Team had been operating for less than a fortnight, local VC attacked the camp in strength, achieving total surprise. In almost impenetrable darkness, the Green Berets conducted a passive defense, firing M14s and M79s from their villas, which lay behind a deep drainage ditch that the attackers made no attempt to cross. We could hear them shouting to each other, "Where are the Americans?" and milling around. It became clear the place was collapsing. The night was rent by gunfire, but neither side possessed illuminants, and Ayland had no access to artillery. Few of the Vietnamese put up much of a fight, and the ones who tried were soon dead. Those who lay low fared best, saying, doing, and shooting nothing. At first light, the Americans found the enemy gone, having destroyed all vehicles and sunk landing craft moored on the river. Prostrate figures lay everywhere, mostly those of defenders. Ayland was stunned. "I'd never seen bodies before, especially chopped-up ones," he said. Lacking medevac, his corpsman did what he could for the wounded. Ayland never felt much confidence in the Arvin Special Forces whom he was supposed to work with, and had less when it became apparent that hunger was driving his remaining recruits to the brink of mutiny. Their Vietnamese captain stole most of their rice. The Americans determined to take over the distribution of rations, which caused the captain to lodge a bitter complaint about interference with local custom, and with his own income. Ayland and his sergeant found themselves summarily relieved for displaying a lack of cultural sensitivity. Infantrymen's lives lacked the exotic flourishes available to Green Berets. For Bob Nelson, the best thing about the service was that for the first time in his life as a black American, he met no racial issues. We looked after each other. A card-carrying Ku Klux Klan member told him that his perception of blacks was transformed after a brother dragged him back across a rice paddy when he froze in a firefight. Nelson was the son of a maid and a labourer who died when Bob was 6. He spent his later childhood with grandparents on their little tobacco farm in rigidly segregated South Carolina. He joined the Marine Corps out of high school because he needed a job and found Paris Island as tough as did most recruits, maybe more so because drill instructors addressed all blacks as nigger. He never forgot the big sign at their field training center in California, "Learn to look death in the face, because you are going where men are going to die." A Marine's death, their sergeant told them, was a good death. Nelson was not sure about that, but when he joined a battalion at Phu Bai in March 1966, he was pleased to find how easy it was to become buddies with Fred the Farmer from Minnesota. He rubbed along fine with men from Wilmington, Pittsburgh, Chicago. On interminable marches through the bush, they chivied each other to keep going past their exhaustion thresholds. "Come on, man, let's go, let's go." A keen basketball player, half-miler and miler, he exercised fiercely to stay fit, and for the first time in his life felt a real sense of self-worth. It was a mark of honor to go on and on, never to quit, he said. Yet Nelson found some things hard to get his mind around. He'd grown up in a deeply religious household, where nobody spoke aloud the word kill. In his new environment, by contrast, Everybody talked of little else but wasting Charlie. They were awed by the impact of their own firepower. Nelson watched airstrikes, artillery, small arms fire devastate a hillside, 20mm gunship rounds chewing up the ground. "We thought, man, we're really in control here," he said. "Nobody could walk through all that lead." Generals felt the same way, yet vast tracts of real estate remained untouched. Even in the midst of a barrage, an astonishing proportion of enemy soldiers survived. The rigmarole involved in proving a kill to higher authority could be grotesque. Reg Edwards delighted his platoon sergeant by shooting a Vietnamese who proved to have a hand grenade. "God damn, this is fucking beautiful," the NCO kept repeating. Edwards was then ordered to drag the body back to camp. He said, "His arm fell off, so I had to go back and get his arm. I had to stick it down his pants. It was a long haul, and I started thinking. You think about the mist and the smells the rain brings out. All of a sudden I realized this guy's a person, has got a family. All of a sudden it wasn't like I was carrying a gook." Frank Scotton wrote, "By a peculiar syllogism, people like us don't live like animals. Vietnamese live like animals, therefore they aren't people. Vietnamese were too often considered subhuman. Only a rare American combatant recognized the sophistication of Vietnamese culture and its relationship to the environment, and concluded we were the gooks." George Bonville recoiled from the excesses of some Americans, one in his own advisor team. Old Papa Sands were getting killed by ambushes or patrols for just getting up in the dark of night and wandering out of their huts to take a leak. When a child might get very ill and the mother was terribly concerned, she might light a torch and try to carry the child across rice paddies to the clinic. In one case the torch blew out, and unknowingly a U.S. ambush took the family under fire as they were coming out of a contested hamlet. The mother was wounded and the child died. What a hell of a war I was involved in. Nor were Vietnamese the only victims of friendly fire. Bob Nelson's squad included a Cherokee machine gunner. Man, he loved his gun, fired it every chance he got. One night, on ambush, a shadowy figure in front was challenged and failed to provide the password quickly enough. The M60 gunner fired, checking only when voices in front screamed, "Marines, Marines!" and identified themselves as a returning patrol, whose point man had taken a round in the hip. George Bonville was dismayed when the Southerners to whom he was attached laid down prepping fire, even when no target was identifiable. One morning during an assault, we had mortars landing in the trees forward of us like air bursts, spewing ricochet fragments. Then the 50s opened up, piercing the not-so-dense jungle, ripping over our heads and ricocheting off the hard wood of the coconut trees. Spent bullets were plopping around us, and a bent, hot, sizzling tracer round splattered in the mud right in front of my nose. German photographer Horst Faas, who was accompanying the operation, lay cursing the prospect of death by friendly fire, and urged Bonville to tell the Arvin to stop. "You stupid Americans," he exclaimed, "getting involved in this shit war." Not an enemy was encountered on that noisy, violent morning, but the encounter with Faas fed the loathing for the media felt by Bonville and many other soldiers. "The only thing they told us about the Viet Cong was they were gooks," said Reg Edwards. "They were to be killed. Nobody sits around and gives you their historical and cultural background. They're the enemy. Kill, kill, kill." At 1900, on the 23rd of September 1966, a 9-man Marine ambush patrol set out from Hill 22, northwest of Chu Lai. It was nominally led by Sergeant Ronald Vogel, but an aggressive 20-year-old combat veteran, Private First Class John Potter, announced that he was assuming command. The mission would be a raid. Every man was told to remove his unit insignia and not to refer to each other audibly by name. In a nearby hamlet, they seized a peasant, accused him of being a Viet Cong, and began beating him. 4 other men dragged his wife out of their hut, pulled her 3-year-old child out of her arms, then raped her. The patrol next shot her husband, child, sister-in-law, and sister-in-law's child. Potter tossed a grenade at the bodies to make it look good. Finally, the Marines shot the rape victim and left her for dead. The story got worse. When the Marines returned to base and their company commander ordered an investigation of this alleged enemy contact, an officer who went to the scene directed attempts to hide the truth. During this process, a badly wounded child was spotted, whom Potter clubbed to death with a rifle butt. The facts emerged only when the rape victim, who'd been left for dead, was found alive by fellow villagers and carried to the Marine base for treatment. She told her story, which a medical officer immediately reported. Potter served 12 years' imprisonment for premeditated murder and rape. The officer responsible for the attempted cover-up was sentenced to be dismissed from the Corps, but this verdict was overturned on appeal. Only 2 other patrol members served significant prison sentences. Reg Edwards later described with regret his involvement in casual village burnings and killings. Oddly enough, he was most affected by shooting a piglet. You think it's just going to fall over and die? Well, no. His little guts be hanging out. He'd just be squiggling around and freaking you out. See, you got to shoot animals in the head. They don't understand that they're supposed to fall over and die. Bob Nelson was once ordered to fire an M79 round into a bunker entrance. As the smoke cleared, another man peered in and shouted back, "There's just a bitch and 2 kids." All dead. Nelson said with deep sadness later, "That's one image that stayed with me, that I could have done without in my memory bank." Emmanuel Hollowman from Baltimore was an interpreter who spent his first Vietnam tour distributing compensation among civilians. $10 or 1,000 piastres for a destroyed house, $40 for a corpse, or maybe $60 on a good day. Holloman thought black Americans like himself got on better with local people than did whites, because they had a shared sense of victimhood. Bob Nelson said, "Sometimes it was serious, then at times it was not serious, then it would turn serious again." Almost always without notice. Mike Sutton was advancing through a Delta hamlet one morning with an advisor team, when suddenly a lone VC in black pajamas appeared from behind a tree and shot Sutton's comrade and friend, a young Texan named Dave Hargraves, in the back. Vietnamese soldiers blew away the killer before Sutton could raise his own rifle, but the shock and sorrow were all the greater, because they'd had no previous contact for days and experienced no further action through those that followed. 3. Traps and trail dust. There were booby traps, booby traps, booby traps. What the 21st century calls IEDs, improvised explosive devices, and how they hated them all. Most were manufactured from scavenged US ordnance. A 60mm mortar round removed a foot, while an 81mm bomb took off a leg and maybe some fingers and an elbow. A 105mm round would take both legs and often an arm. A 155mm round vaporized its immediate victim below the waist and almost certainly killed anybody else within 20 yards. Mines were often planted in clusters, so that the first crippled a man, the next wrecked the corpsman who sought to tend him. Grunts engaged in macabre debates about which limb they would soonest lose. Most claimed a preference for keeping knees and what was above them. In one 2-month period, a single Marine company lost 57 legs to mines and booby traps, which, as an officer bleakly observed, amounted to almost a leg a day. A man who glimpsed a tripwire ahead could throw a grenade towards the business end in hopes of detonating its attached charge. Buried mines were always tough, however. Even if an engineer stayed alive while digging down to the blasting cap and fuse, it was necessary to crimp both with precision, an inch from the bottom of the cap. Carelessness was fatal. Everybody hated having to handle the 3-prong primers on bouncing Bettys. Combat engineer Harold Bryan once worked for an hour on a man from the 1/9th Cavalry who was standing on such a mine but had not, yet, detonated it. The prongs proved irremovably trapped in the cleats of one of his jungle boots. The slightest movement would be lethal. Bryan attached a rope to the man's waist, got his team to take the strain from a safe distance of 20 yards, then, together, snatched and swung him balletically 15 feet before the explosion came. That mine-walker lost only the heel of his jungle boot, but few were so lucky, and after such a bang there was a yearning to identify gooks, signifying any accessible Vietnamese upon whom to wreak vengeance. When a mine detonated in the midst of Bob Nelson's squad, after the casualties were evacuated and the patrol moved on, innocent people died, in the Marines' words. We got aggressive. An Arvin general said, "The enemy does not confront you, but he harasses you every night to give the impression that all the people around are hostile. Everyone becomes your enemy. But in reality it's only the same 5 or 6 VC who come back every night, and they plant the punji pits, booby traps, landmines. The VC make you nervous to the point that you lose your patience and say, 'I want to be finished with this.' And you have fallen into their trap. You kill the wrong people." Harold Hunt was one of 5 sons of a black car worker who joined the army the day he left high school in 1961, and seldom afterwards regretted it. "Not many of the kids I knew ever went anywhere outside Detroit in the rest of their lives," he said, "and I went everywhere." He served a first Vietnam hitch as a helicopter door gunner before returning in December 1965 to lead a squad of the 227th Infantry. "It was ugly from the first day," he said. "We had to fight our way into Cu Chi, fight our way to secure almost every yard of ground that the 25th Division became responsible for." One morning in April 1966, Hunt was leading a patrol through high grass towards outpost Anne Margaret when he was slightly wounded by a burst of incoming fire. After the Americans threw themselves prone and started shooting back, he found himself clutching wire, a tripwire. He was carrying a radio on his back and exchanged hasty words with Willie Summers, their M60 man. "This is either a dud or a pressure release job. Can you see it?" he said. Summers could indeed see, though not reach, an improvised enemy claymore mine. The firing died down. The VC faded. Hunt carefully rolled over, putting his back to the presumed end of the wire, which he then released. The mine exploded, lacerating his right side face, body, legs. Only the radio saved his life, taking most of the shrapnel. He spent the ensuing half-year in an army hospital where they rebuilt his face, repaired his legs, and subjected him to a long course of physiotherapy before he was pronounced fit for limited duties. Vietnam started going equally badly for Bob Nelson on a patrol one June morning when a booby trap exploded beside him, scattering shrapnel which inflicted multiple abrasions that cost him a trip to a field hospital and a week back at base. There followed a succession of firefights, big and small. His Vietnam finally ended on an October day when his scout team heard voices beyond a hedge, and the squad leader shouted, "VC." He emptied his Thompson in their direction and received in return a shower of grenades. One of these exploded beside Nelson, detonating a smoke canister on the front of his webbing. Struggling against the blinding, choking fumes, he grabbed at the hot metal to throw it free and found his hand stuck in agony. Screaming and cursing, he rolled around in the paddy even as a firefight continued around him. When the shooting finally died away, he was medevaced and sent home. Who set all the booby traps? While American commanders enthused about zapping Charlie Kong, a communist officer wrote of visiting the Delta, personally to direct the organization of an American killing zone. Day by day, the operations in this became richer, more creative, and more enthusiastic. The writer insisted that it was often locals, not guerrillas, who laid the traps. The people did not automatically decide to attack the Americans, he wrote, nor did anyone push them into it. It was the things done by American troops that decided the people's attitude. At first, they handed out candy and cookies, distributed T-shirts to the children, repaired and outfitted schools, provided medical examinations and gave out free medicine. Only a short time later, however, these same American units shelled villages, destroyed people's crops, shot and killed innocent civilians. Buses loaded with passengers flipped over into canals and streams after being forced off the road by American trucks. Soldiers regularly threatened and beat up the weak and innocent. That is why peasants, on their own initiative, planted mines and booby traps. People's war developed on its own. There is some element of truth in this communist explanation, but VC units stimulated local IED industries by organizing collections of unexploded bombs and shells for conversion into mines in little village factories. Empty sardine tins were favored receptacles, filled with explosive and fused. U.S. Infantry Captain Ted Fitchell said that as he gained combat experience, he learned to listen to his streetwise, or rather paddywise, NCOs. We could more easily live with green lieutenants than with green sergeants. He discovered the importance of making men dig in whenever and wherever they halted, and enforcing the discipline of sleep. We were all thoroughly imbued with the macho spirit that we could do it and just catnap here and there, he said. But we found that wasn't the case. Your logic gets muddled. Your ability to discern the reality of your circumstances just falls apart very rapidly. More important still, and often neglected, was making the big effort necessary not to surrender the hours of darkness to the enemy. Fitchell said, "There is a fundamental fear, I think, in American soldiers about operating at night. I was a victim of that myself. But if you don't extend your eyes and ears by way of patrolling and outposting, you become very, very vulnerable." Captain Dan Campbell, a West Pointer commanding an airborne company, shared Fitchell's view. He thought his unit did not do nearly enough night patrolling, partly because they were so tired by the time darkness fell. Contrarily, Campbell was astonished by the willingness, even enthusiasm, of some of his men to brave the terrors of exploring enemy tunnels. A few revelled in the Vietnam experience. Lieutenant John Harrison's airborne company included a formidable sergeant named Manfred Fellman, who as a boy in 1945 had won an Iron Cross as a member of the Wehrmacht defending Breslau. Fellman's request to be allowed to wear his medal in Vietnam was vetoed by an officer who said, "Think how a survivor of Auschwitz would feel if he saw it." Fellman was something, said Harrison, who admired the Germans' warrior gifts, but he was always being busted for drinking problems. Helicopter pilot Captain Frank Hickey said, "We enjoyed what we did. We always won. To me, we were always successful. We used to say to each other, 'Go get Charlie.'" Arkansas farm boy Carlos Norman Hathcock was a superb shot who claimed to have killed 93 communists. Much of the time he was a quiet, shy man, though prone to outbreaks of extreme violence, one of which almost caused him to be busted for getting into a fight with an officer and overstaying leave. In 1965, he won America's most prestigious shooting prize, the Wimbledon Cup, a 1,000-yard event, and in March the following year went to the war, first as a military policeman, then as a Marine sniper. "Vietnam was just right for me," he said later. He never willingly took time out or R&R. On discharge he found that he knew how to do nothing else. He re-enlisted and returned to the war, where one morning he was travelling in an Amtrak that ran over a mine. He suffered burns over 43% of his body, and on returning from hospital to Quantico, found himself unable to shoot straight anymore. He continued to instruct other riflemen, but proved prone to heavy drinking, and bouts of uncontrollable anger. When Jonathan Polanski, a draftee assigned to the 101st Airborne, reached his new firebase as a skinny kid weighing 112 pounds, he felt a sense of despair. I was taken to the company commander, a big, strong, strapping guy with about 8 days' growth of beard and blonde hair straight back. The platoon sergeant was this big black guy. I was awed by these men with the dirty clothes. I was in my brand-new little green fatigues and my boots were still shiny. I looked about 12 years old with my bald head and helmet that was too big. And they just kind of looked at me and laughed. My heart fell. I can't remember feeling so intimidated, so weak, so ineffectual. Nobody wanted a cherry. After an interminable day climbing a mountain, Polanski went to see his captain and asked to be transferred out of the company, saying, "I can't do it." The officer laughed and told him not to worry, he would make it. Next day, the company climbed an even higher mountain. "At the end of the day, I felt fantastic," he said. "I felt that I would survive. By the third day in country, I knew I would make it. I didn't know how, but I knew I would." Among some terrible deeds, virtuous ones deserve emphasis. Shirley Purcell was a veteran nurse summoned to active duty in 1966. Her brother, a Texas redneck, urged her not to go, but she was convinced of her duty and struggled successfully to reduce her weight to meet service requirements. At Bien Hoa, between shifts, she spent many hours working in the hospital of an orphanage, teaching Vietnamese nuns in the labor ward the importance of surgical gloves. She formed a deep attachment to a 5-year-old girl she called Scamp, for whose sake Purcell later served a second tour in the country. She took a passionate pride in her work. "I really didn't have a political commitment," she said, "but there were American troops there that needed help." She was thinking, for instance, of an infantryman who had triggered a bouncing Betty. This young man had literally been ripped in half, from his knees up and from just below his ribs down. It was like hamburger meat. All of the internal organs were just chopped up, but his legs were perfect, laying on the litter, and his arms, hand, upper chest were perfect. And his mind was still very much alert. He was looking up at us. The sense that went over that entire unit with that young man lying in the emergency room dying because there was absolutely nothing that we could do for him was like nothing I've ever experienced. It was total helplessness and hopelessness, the terror and frustration in the doctor's eyes, because with all of this training that they had and all the knowledge and all that we could give, we still couldn't give this man a chance. Another soldier came in with half his head blown away. He was about 19, she said. It was an inoperable wound. I remember trying to wrap his head so that his brains would not be lying on the litter. He looked up at me and said, "Well, how does it look?" I had to tell him, "It doesn't look good, but you won't be alone." That was really all we had to offer him, that he would not be alone. Shirley had been a teetotaler all her life, but in the officers' club at Chu Lai, she started on screwdrivers, and who could blame her? Later, she could never bring herself to watch MASH on TV, because her memories imposed a veto upon laughter. The 2 Australian battalions, based in the southeastern corner of Vietnam above Vung Tau, at first found themselves struggling to fulfill their mission with relatively meagre manpower and the usual vast tracts of wilderness to patrol and sweep. In their first weeks, the enemy proved elusive, but a night mortar attack on their camp in mid-August 1966, which wounded 24 men, provoked the battalion commander to dispatch a force to scour the area. On the afternoon of the 18th of August, in vile weather, 100 Australians clashed with a powerful force of VC near the abandoned village of Long Tan, but found themselves fighting for their lives. Artillery hit the communists hard, but small arms ammunition ran dangerously low. 2 RAAF helicopters braved rain and low cloud to fly an emergency resupply, and just as the infantry began to fear being overrun, APCs reached them carrying 50-caliber machine guns and a reinforcement company. The Communists withdrew, leaving behind 245 dead. The Australians had lost 18 killed. They prevailed, but knew that they'd been on the brink of suffering a disaster, partly because their contingent lacked sufficient mass to handle a powerful enemy on territory the Communists considered their own. During the months and years that followed, the Australians and New Zealanders forged a reputation as formidable infantry soldiers. Alongside search and destroy missions, there was an ever more relentless aerial assault on the wildernesses in which the Communists sought refuge. Operation Trail Dust, defoliation of infiltration routes, began in 1961. In July 1965, the first vegetation killers were unleashed in the heart of South Vietnam, where chemical clouds drifted onto orchards near Bien Hoa and Lai Tu, with disastrous consequences for crops of mango, custard apples, jackfruit, pineapple. Almost overnight, fruit fell. Leaves turned brown on thousands of rubber trees. Local people were at first bewildered, unable to comprehend the cause of this apparent natural disaster. When the truth emerged, farmers were not much comforted by assurances that the consequences of Agent Orange would not linger for more than a year. A southern colonel observed that the popular anger and distress caused by defoliation around inhabited areas far eclipsed any military gain. He acknowledged nonetheless that defoliants were effective in denying the enemy jungle communication routes, especially in the mangrove swamps along the Saigon River. The program peaked in 1968-69. In all, almost 20 million gallons of defoliants, over half of them dioxin-based, were broadcast across Indochina. This remains one of the most vexed issues in posterity's view of the war. It is impossible to avoid a sense of revulsion about systematic destruction of the natural environment to serve tactical purposes. It is hard to doubt that some Vietnamese, and perhaps Americans too, suffered ill effects from Agent Orange. It seems nonetheless prudent to be cautious about extreme 21st century claims made by Hanoi, and by some American bodies, that hundreds of thousands of people of the war generation suffered lasting harm, birth defects, cancer, and other hideous diseases. Hanoi's official history of the war gives figures of 2 million civilians affected by Agent Orange. Yet for humans to suffer serious harm, they would have needed to face heavy, sustained exposure to dioxins, on a scale that relatively few did. A Southern veteran recently noted that he and his comrades constantly handled defoliants, broadcasting them from hand-pump sprayers, without ill effects. He suggests that Vietnamese farmers' notoriously reckless use of insecticides is as likely to have injured their health as did Agent Orange. Be that as it may, Australia's Justice Philip Everett spent 2 years in the 1980s examining evidence about the effects of Orange on his countrymen who served in Vietnam, and produced a report of 9 volumes and 2,760 pages, which found the chemical not guilty. One of the scientific advisers to the Royal Commission said with typical Australian bluntness, most of the problems that worried the veterans after the Vietnam War weren't due to Agent Orange. They were just due to it being a bloody awful war. Everett suggested that tobacco, alcohol, and post-traumatic stress were the most convincing and widespread causes of veterans' difficulties. A historian is not obliged to pass a verdict on Agent Orange in the face of rival masses of contradictory evidence. The defoliant was indisputably a loathsome instrument, yet that does not make it necessary to accept the more extreme claims made about its effects on human beings exposed to it. Almost every week of 1966 witnessed an action such as that which took place one September morning, 60 miles north of Saigon. At 0900, the 2 18th Infantry advanced north up Route 13 between Loc Ninh and the Michelin rubber plantation, where the Viet Cong were known to be strongly emplaced. The Americans were riding APCs supported by tanks. C Company commander, 27-year-old Ted Fichtel, said, "We knew we were going out as bait, but the confidence in our ability to trigger it and get through was very high. We knew the rest of the battalion, brigade and division was locked and loaded, just waiting for that to occur. And by God it did. They met a storm of fire from ambushes on both sides of the road. Small arms, mortars, recoilless rifles. It was extremely violent, very, very accurate and effective. We lost a lot of tracks and took a lot of casualties right away. Fichtel's dismounted C Company was supported by flamethrowers and heavy machine guns, but found itself in deeper trouble than commanders had anticipated. The struggle went on hour after hour. Undamaged American vehicles pulled back out of the killing zone. The battalion commander reached Fichtel on foot and ordered him to disengage and move to support A Company, which was in desperate straits. The captain felt emotionally exhausted. He protested that he had lost half his own men already. Somebody else should do the job. The colonel said, "That's not the issue. The issue is that A Company needs to be reinforced. Move out." Fichtel said, "The colonel got us to do it by sheer force of leadership." The action continued for 5 hours, across a front of 800 yards, with guerrillas and Americans sometimes exchanging fire within 20 yards of each other. Fichtel's executive officer and a platoon commander were among the dead. C Company's spirits rose when they saw the rest of the battalion being air-landed 3 miles beyond the enemy. "It was great to see Hellas going in," he said. Instantly you could tell that the VC's attention was divided between what was going on directly in front of them and what may have been going on behind. The Americans were obliged to evacuate casualties on trucks because medevac helicopters, dust-offs as they were known, could not land through the intense fire. When at last the battle ended and the enemy withdrew around 1400, Fichtel found his company reduced to 66 effectives, and there was a delay of weeks before all the losses were made good by replacements. He never forgot the shock he received when he heard a divisional staff officer report over the radio an enemy body count 3 times that which he'd been given by the participants. 1966 witnessed 100 battles, such as that which the 218th fought. In the overwhelming majority, while the Communists lost more men than the Americans, they seldom acknowledged a defeat. This was the year in which Westmoreland discovered that the Charlies were seldom, if ever, quitters, and merely by staying in the ring, they were being seen to frustrate the will of the most powerful nation on earth. Chapter 13. Graft and Peppermint Oil. 1. Stealing. Corruption was endemic throughout South Vietnam. U.S. narcotics agencies despaired of curbing the traffic in heroin, cocaine, and marijuana, because the regime's leaders and clients were engaged up to their necks. In both army and civil life, promotion on merit was almost unachievable. Some officers languished for decades as lieutenants because they lacked influence or cash. Higher commands were allocated not by assessing generals' competence, but instead in accordance with their political allegiances. The coming of Americans in bulk boosted graft and fraud. The commercial import program, U.S. economic aid, peaked in 1966 at $400 million. Some money was used prudently, for instance, to provide thousands of sewing machines for clothing manufacture. Much, however, was merely diverted into the pockets of businessmen, and explicitly of regime supporters, who imported luxury goods which ended up in the street markets of Saigon. Duong Van Mai wrote, "The newly affluent class included many who stole without qualm from the Americans." Old people grumbled that while in the past Vietnam's hierarchy of merit placed scholars first, peasants second, artisans third, and merchants last, now bar girls seemed to rule in a society in which maids, cyclo and taxi drivers ranked ahead of honest toilers. For us, Western culture meant bars, brothels, black markets, and bewildering machines, most of them destructive, recalled peasant Fung Ti Le Li. A post-war US aid report concluded corruption was a critical factor in the deterioration of national morale, which led ultimately to defeat. A Southern general wrote gloomily about one of President Thieu's reshuffles of ministers and commanders. These changes did not improve leadership or advance the national cause. They were made in the same old pattern of power intrigue, based not on talent, experience, or merit, but instead on personal loyalty and clannish relations. General Vienne deplored the typical case of a man who'd been a good regimental officer, but when appointed province chief of Bin Din, sold public posts and favours for cash, and allowed his wife to run a gambling joint. The official exchange rate for the Vietnamese piastre was set artificially high, so import licenses ensured fat profits. Black market currency dealings enriched thousands of people, many of them ethnic Chinese with access to dollars or US Army scrip. Everything from cement and freezers to vehicles, weapons, and ammunition was available at a price. Forgery networks flourished. Such scourges are byproducts of all conflicts, but the protraction of this one caused them to become institutionalized. According to Prime Minister Nguyen Cao Ky, projecting himself as a crusader against corruption, the police officer responsible for enforcing vice law in Cholon paid $130,000 to secure his post and showed a profit on the investment after 2 years. Meanwhile, the military governor of Saigon deployed soldiers to protect Cholon's big casino in return for a slice of its take. According to the U.S. Army Judge Advocate General, black marketeering and currency violations surpassed the capacity of the law enforcement agencies. The case of 3 Marine deserters was typical. While hiding out in Da Nang, they forged orders for their own transit to Saigon, where they joined a ring of 47 Army deserters engaged in a huge money order racket. On the proceeds, they rented Saigon apartments, remitted cash home, and bribed military police to stay away. The ring was eventually broken and those involved jailed, but there were many more uniformed gangsters where they came from. The most baffling aspect of the criminality was not that the Vietnamese were unable to check it, but the degree to which elements of the U.S. government became complicit. A civilian contractor, Cornelius Hawkridge, was so outraged by what he witnessed in Saigon that he tracked illegal activities and formally reported them to American authorities, who ignored his claims. Hawkridge's lonely little crusade became the subject of a 1971 book, A Very Private War, which attracted less attention than it deserved. Civilian contractors, including some of the largest U.S. corporations, were deeply engaged in crime. Investigators reported that the currency black market was dominated by a syndicate in Madras. A Senate subcommittee estimated the traffic's annual value at $250 million. Senator Carl Munt of South Dakota rightly observed that the trade could only be viable with the complicity of U.S. banks, which handled the launderers' profits, prominently including Irving Trust and manufacturers Hanover. Frank Fursey, son of a Florida mobster, served briefly in the U.S. Army in Vietnam, then after his discharge returned with a friend to run rackets in partnership with serving NCOs, whose profits were posted to the International Credit Bank of Geneva. Another important illegal money exchange was the Hong Kong branch of Deak & Co., founded in 1939 by Hungarian immigrant Nicholas Deak, who spent the war years in the OSS. In 1964, Time magazine called him the James Bond of the world of money. Crooks who funneled cash through Deak knew they were protected from attention by law enforcement agencies because the firm was used by U.S. corporations as a conduit for bribery of foreign governments. It was revealed by the Washington Post in 1976 that Deke also handled huge black market transactions for the CIA's Saigon station, doubling the spending power of its budget. However deplorable the conduct of powerful Vietnamese, they could not have robbed their own people without the active or passive complicity of thousands of Americans, some of them relatively exalted. In 1972, the U.S. Army's most senior NCO, Sergeant Major William Woolridge, was convicted for his part in a massive fraud involving military clubs and PXs, in which scores of supply sergeants were involved. Young Cords officer Hal Meinheit was asked to sign off receipts for purchased material which the briefest inquiries showed were phony. He was disgusted to discover that the money went into the pocket of a colleague. "I'd expected Vietnamese corruption," he said, but had not expected a well-paid American advisor to twist the system. 2. Ruling. It is mistaken to regard corruption as a mere byblow of the war. It was a plague bacillus that infected the entire U.S. effort. A society in which vice was seen to prosper and virtue received no reward was sorely wounded even before the enemy opened fire. Who could be surprised by the respect accorded to Viet Cong province chiefs, dressed in peasant black calico and sandals cut from old tires, in contrast to their Saigon-appointed counterparts, who rode in Mercedes and decked their wives in jewels? American apologists shrugged at corruption, observing that every Asian government acted this way, yet not all were engaged in a death grapple with communist insurgents. As South Vietnam's 1965-66 Prime Minister, Nguyen Cao Ky, found that everything I touched was potentially worth money, a duty assignment closer to home for a major, or far away for someone's romantic rival, a license to import some goods, to build a factory or close one, to start a business, a construction contract, an easy job for a relative, an exemption from the draft or from service in a combat unit, a lenient sentence for a convicted criminal. Ky damned his own reputation in the eyes of the Saigon press corps, and of a global audience beyond, by repeatedly praising the ruler of the Third Reich, as in a 1966 interview with a German correspondent, to whom he said, "I admire Hitler because he pulled your country together when it was in a terrible state in the early 30s. Our situation here in Vietnam is so desperate that we need 4 or 5 Hitlers." The Hanoi Politburo displayed a mirror enthusiasm for Stalin and Mao Zedong, the 20th century's other supreme mass murderers. But in the 1960s neither inspired remotely as much revulsion among Western liberals as did Hitler. The Prime Minister was further damaged by his handling of the case of a 35-year-old Chinese-Vietnamese merchant named Ta Vinh. The first step in Ky's campaign against corruption was Vinh's conviction for embezzlement, hoarding, speculation, and attempted bribery. An exemplary death sentence was carried out at dawn on the 14th of March 1966 in Saigon's Central Market by a firing squad of 10 paratroopers before a large crowd that included Vinh's wailing wife and 7 of his 8 children. The rifleman botched the job. An officer's pistol had to finish off the condemned businessman. No one doubted his guilt, but it seemed monstrously unjust to kill Vinh for pursuing practices for which thousands of other rich Vietnamese went unpunished. The communists murdered people even more barbarically, but had the prudence not to invite along the world's TV cameras. The brutal clumsiness of Ky's intervention caused his standing abroad, never high, to sink further. In February, President Johnson met both Ky and Thieu in Honolulu, where he warned them sternly of the need to address issues which roused popular sentiment. For instance, an estimated 2 million South Vietnamese had become displaced. Johnson told his guests that the refugee issue was just as hot as a pistol in my country. You don't want me to raise a white flag and surrender, so we have to do something about that." He added that if they read the New York Times and transcripts of the latest Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearings, they would understand the pressure facing the White House to produce evidence of things getting better in Saigon. Max Taylor had just told the committee, chaired by Fulbright, that the U.S. aspired to achieve sufficient battlefield success to oblige the enemy to accept an independent, non-communist Vietnam. Dean Rusk said, "Toughness is absolutely essential for peace." The great George Kennan, however, won wider plaudits than either witness when he told the committee that there was more respect to be won in the opinion of the world by a resolute and courageous liquidation of unsound positions. Few Vietnamese, and certainly not Key, had much grasp of how America worked. The Prime Minister scarcely read the U.S. press and wrote later, "If Americans who came to my country by the million never came to understand Vietnam, then my people also failed to understand America. I had not learned to appreciate the power of American media in shaping public opinion. I thought that America was President Johnson and his ambassadors, that when we spoke to congressmen, cabinet secretaries, and top generals, we were talking to America. We were 100% wrong." He regretted not having expended more attention on winning over the U.S. public, though given his own personality and the nature of his government, it is hard to see how this might have been achieved. The insularity and naivete of Saigon's generals now precipitated a new crisis. Even as the Americans lavished unprecedented resources upon winning the war, their Vietnamese clients started playing a road race game of their own all over the highway. The experience of sitting at a Honolulu conference table opposite the President of the United States persuaded Key that he should start exerting his own authority. His first gambit was to sack one corps commander, General Nguyen Chan Thi, who ruled the northern provinces as a personal fiefdom, focused on Hue. The ancient capital, beside the Perfume River, was the last important southern city still distinctively Vietnamese in character. Serene and peaceful, scarcely touched by Americanization, Hue's women were alleged to be the country's best cooks. Students sat reading on the Ngo Mon Gate and beside the lotus ponds. Enigmatic graffiti were scrawled on the walls of the citadel. "Liberté, qu'est-ce que c'est? Amour." In the old colonial club with its half-empty swimming pool, dust lay thickly on the piano, and on old copies of Le Monde and François. The city also boasted a formidable, indeed dominant, Buddhist presence. Thi persuaded the bonzes that his interests and theirs were aligned. On the 12th of March, demonstrations against the general sacking erupted, which soon embraced students, spread to Da Nang and Saigon, then escalated into workers' strikes. A leaflet issued by the Buddhist struggle group proclaimed, "We are oppressed by two forces, the communists and the Americans. We must regain our right of self-determination." For all Key's pretensions to rule, he was merely the most visible of a committee of warlords. In the face of the northern turbulence, he panicked. A despairing ambassador, Lodge, wrote to Lyndon Johnson, "Most of the things Key says come about a week too late. Also, one always wonders whenever a Vietnamese says something intelligent and true, whether he is in any way able to do anything about it." Yet the Prime Minister persuaded the Americans that the Buddhists were promoting communist interests, that the North was close to secession. Tu Corps' Chief of Staff had earlier told Mac V that the army was being systematically subverted by its Buddhist chaplains, who had told units to prepare to lay down their arms because the war was being fought for the good of the U.S. Lodge lent Key planes to airlift 2 battalions of Vietnamese Marines to Da Nang, a gesture that intensified anti-Americanism. Then Key weakened, promising elections within 3 to 5 months, following which he himself would resign. These assurances briefly pacified the Buddhists, which re-emboldened the Prime Minister to ship another 1,000 troops to Da Nang without telling either President Thieu or the Americans, and to retract his pledge to quit. Key summoned 13 leading monks to a meeting at which he told them they were mistaken if they supposed that he would allow himself to be toppled as readily as had been Diem. "Before I let you kill me, it will be my pleasure to shoot each of you, personally." Demonstrations resumed, almost entirely distracting American attention from operations against the Communists, who were bewildered spectators of the civil strife. The U.S. government took for granted its own right to ordain the governance of South Vietnam. On the 14th of May, Averell Harriman recorded a conversation with McNamara. "I asked him why we shouldn't get the Saigon Military Committee to put someone else in as Prime Minister," he said. McNamara responded that such action had best be postponed until the Vietnamese had held assembly elections in September. That day, Key's troops landed in Da Nang, and 14 dissidents perished in all-day fighting. Then the Prime Minister dispatched his ruthless police boss, Colonel Nguyen Ngoc Loan, who restored government control of the northern cities, killing hundreds of Thieu's supporters, some of whom were dragged from sanctuary in Buddhist temples. 8 more monks and nuns conducted public self-immolations. With a new refinement, companions poured peppermint oil on the fires to mask from the squeamish the odour of roasting flesh. Loan progressively suppressed the remaining insurgents, jailing several hundred irreconcilables. He crushed the Buddhists, but at a high price for South Vietnam's threadbare international standing. James Reston wrote in the New York Times that the country had become a tangle of competing individuals, regions, religions, and sects, dominated by a single group of military warlords representing different regions, an army without a country presiding over a people who have been torn apart by war and dominated and exploited for generations. Prime Minister Key promoted to command of one corps Hoang Xuan Lam, notoriously incompetent commander of the 2nd Division. Lam kept his post for years, despite repeated battlefield debacles, because he possessed the only merit that counted: loyalty to the regime. From Washington, General Earl Wheeler warned Westmoreland that Saigon's chaos was feeding anti-war fever. "One cannot expect the American people to suffer indefinitely the continuation of this truly sickening situation. I think I can feel the first gusts of the whirlwind." The U.S. government had lost irretrievably the support of some of its own citizens. Many people will never again believe that the effort and sacrifices are worthwhile. The chiefs were now specifying a requirement for 500,000 troops in Vietnam, and Westmoreland wanted 700,000. The Viet Cong declared June 1966 Hate America Month. This prompted senior embassy figures in Saigon to stage a folk music evening to which they invited along Pham Duy, a famous composer and singer who had once served with the Viet Minh, but had defected in disgust at their cultural repression. The Americans, led by Henry Cabot Lodge and Ed Lansdale, sang the Whiffenpoof song and Wounded Soldier, followed by Pham Duy's 1965 hit The Rain on the Leaves. The Vietnamese, dressed in his usual peasant black, recited his tone poem Mother Vietnam, then sang 3 old Viet Minh numbers, Guerrilla March, Winter for the Fighting Man, and Carrying Rice for the Soldiers. Finally, he said how moved he was by the theme song of the civil rights movement, We Shall Overcome. Dui, whose work remained banned by the Communists until 2000, was dismayed soon afterwards to find his favorite American ballad hijacked by the anti-war movement. Assembly elections were held in September, with the important constraint that the only candidates permitted to stand were those acceptable to Prime Minister Key. A major surprise thereafter was that Nguyen Van Thieu exercised increasing authority. It was said that Thieu's wife pushed and prodded forward the taciturn soldier just as many other ambitious, formidable Vietnamese spouses goaded their husbands. When a presidential election was held in the following year to implement a new constitution, mostly drafted in Washington, Key agreed to seek the only vice-presidential slot, believing that he had cut a private deal to retain the real power. Instead, he found himself marginalized. His rival ruled until South Vietnam's demise. A significant minority who cast protest votes against the military found their own candidate, an unappetizing lawyer, dispatched to jail. American politicians demanded ever more insistently why the U.S. should support Saigon governments composed of autocratic soldiers, but the CIA responded that there was nobody else. They are the best educated, best disciplined, and most talented among the elites. This was unsurprising, since war had been their society's principal activity since 1945. Yet the dominance of Key and now Thieu made it impossible credibly to project South Vietnam as a democracy. A Southern general, long afterwards, wrote about the mismatch between the U.S. and its Saigon clients. Americans are active, impatient, and rationalistic. Vietnamese are quiescent, patient, and sentimental. Democracy was an unfamiliar novelty, observed the soldier, and the uneasy compromises whereby South Vietnamese retained many freedoms, especially that of speech, gave the Saigon regime the worst of all worlds. It was oppressive enough to secure international censure, yet too liberal effectively to control its own people. In October 1966, Lyndon Johnson became the first serving U.S. president briefly to visit Vietnam, where he urged troops at Cam Ranh Bay to nail the coonskin to the wall. Robert Comer said, "We're beginning to win the war." Trend lines looked good. Robert McNamara sustained a public posture of relentless optimism, though in private he now admitted haunting doubts and fears. The outcome of the 1966-67 political upheavals in Saigon, Hue, Da Nang, and other cities was that the Thieu Key regime achieved a stability that persisted until 1975, at the price of becoming explicitly those creatures despised by Vietnamese of all political hues, cat's paws of a foreign power. Relatively few villagers found themselves eligible to vote in the conspicuously corrupt 1967 local elections. If there was to be no more meaningful politics, nor could there be much pride in this state which so many thousands continued to die to sustain, the blessing that South Vietnam's leaders proved conspicuously incapable of conferring upon their fellow countrymen was self-respect. Late in 1967, Thieu moved into Saigon's presidential palace. He was thereafter maddened by Key landing his helicopter on the roof of the building, immediately above his bedroom at unsocial hours. He left it to his wife to complain, however, and coexisted precariously with the airmen. Neil Sheehan said, "Thieu knew how to play the game. Though he was an outrageous crook, he never made himself a threat to the U.S. The Americans would tolerate bad Vietnamese leadership as long as it didn't threaten their objectives." When Duong Van Mai became a researcher for RAND, interviewing Viet Cong prisoners, though an unwavering anti-communist, she found herself musing about why the Saigon regime was incapable of motivating its people as the communists did, building belief in a just cause. She wrote, "Gradually it dawned on me that we were losing because of ourselves, because we had been unable to come up with a system, an ideology, and a leadership that could tap these same qualities in the people, inspire them and pull them together. The United States attempted to provide generous sustenance for Vietnamese bodies, yet offered little that nourished Southern souls." 3. Gurus. As the struggle intensified, so too did the range of proposals for winning it, most of them fanciful. Among the psychological warfare options considered was May 1966's Operation Shotgun. This demanded a series of amphibious feints against North Vietnam's beaches to convince Hanoi that a U.S. invasion was imminent. Earl Wheeler demurred. If the threat was believed, he said, world opinion would be appalled, providing excellent propaganda material for the enemy. Contrarily, if everybody was told to expect an invasion which never happened, the U.S. would look pathetic. General Westmoreland's flights of fantasy included a forced urbanization program shifting peasants into city areas and thus forcibly separating them from the Viet Cong, a concept also favored by Bob Comer. Meanwhile, the Defense Secretary espoused a proposal from Harvard scientist Professor Roger Fisher, subsequently endorsed by the Jason Division of the Institute for Defense Analyses, for an electronic and explosive barrier to seal off the DMZ and the Ho Chi Minh Trail from South Vietnam. The McNamara Line would have required the airdropping of 240 million gravel mines, 300 million button bomblets developed by Picatinny Arsenal, and 120,000 sad-eye cluster bombs, 19,200 acoustic sensors, together with deploying more than 100 aircraft at an annual cost of $800 million. Elements of the plan were implemented. Vast numbers of sensors were dropped around the trail and bombed when movement was detected. The wider barrier scheme was abandoned, however, in the face of ridicule, shared even at MACV. The project came to be viewed as a spectacular manifestation of the madness that overtook Vietnam war-making. Much extravagant theorizing concerned air bombardment, employed in South Vietnam, Laos, and later Cambodia with an intensity unprecedented in the history of warfare. The NVA's Colonel An wrote wearily, "If tree leaves suddenly withered, if water in a stream turned cloudy, if a path appeared where no path was seen on the photographs taken a day before, the enemy would bomb and shell the location." Among sensitive participants and onlookers there was dismay, indeed revulsion at the impact on civilians of promiscuously broadcast ordnance. On the 1st of July 1966, for instance, USAF bombs hit a village designated as friendly, killing 7 people and wounding 51. On the 9th of August, F-100s wreaked havoc upon a Delta community, killing 63 civilians and wounding 83. These were only conspicuous examples of daily mishaps. Advisor Sergeant Mike Sutton said sadly, "We killed an awful lot of people who didn't have anything to do with the war." In My Tho, David Elliott agreed. Viet Cong brutality was individualistic, but American devastation was a matter of policy. Correspondent Neil Sheehan asked Westmoreland if he was troubled by the civilian casualties caused by friendly fire. The general replied, "Yes, Neil, it is a problem. But it does deprive the enemy of population, doesn't it?" Air chiefs enlisted the backing of a guru who argued first that bombing worked, and second, oh so soothing to their own sleep patterns, that civilian victims did not blame America. Rand researcher Leon Gouret played an influential and frankly sinister role in the evolution of bombing policy. Back in August 1964, following a 1-month field trip to Vietnam, he told the USAF that he thought his Rand colleagues' respectful study of the motivation and morale of the Viet Cong was defeatist. He promised the airmen a more upbeat view of all the good things that bombs could contribute to the war effort. Gouret was born in Moscow in 1922, son of a Menshevik revolutionary soon forced to flee to Berlin. He moved to Paris in his teens, then in 1940, as a Jew, was fortunate to escape to America in the nick of time. After war service he became an academic, a cold warrior with an implacable loathing for communists, then an analyst for Rand. Unlike most of his colleagues, he was happy to move to Saigon, funded by $100,000 of Air Force money. He assumed responsibility for a new, expanded enemy motivation and morale study, on which he started work in December 1964. What followed became a case study in the distortion of academic research to serve factional ends, and contributed to the killing of many thousands of Vietnamese. Gure catalogued the weapons captured in enemy caches: Czech submachine guns, Russian shells, Romanian rocket launchers, East German flamethrowers, and demanded how could the Viet Cong not be part of a worldwide communist offensive. Once established in Rand's big villa at 176 Pasteur Street in Saigon, he took pains to glad-hand every important visitor to the city and to stifle dissenting colleagues. His message, for which he proselytized tirelessly through more than 2 years that followed, was that all restraints on the use of air power should be lifted. Noting that the enemy feared planes more than any other U.S. weapon system, he urged that it was thus logical to maximize their use. Bombs could bring uncooperative villages to heel, forcing the inhabitants to leave VC-controlled areas for new locations where they could be more effectively screened and administered. Gure's logic was certainly inhumane, arguably deranged, and his junior colleagues recoiled in disgust and disbelief. Rand's chiefs, however, decided that the corporation secured enhanced standing from their man's access and popularity in Washington. On one of Gure's returns to Saigon, he was met at Tan Son Nhut by Susan Morel, whose husband, David, had been intimately involved with Rand's original morale study. She asked the sage what he hoped to achieve. "I have the answer right here," he said, tapping his briefcase. "When the Air Force is paying the bill, the answer is always bombing." His vanity and ambition were matched by a shameless lack of concern for Vietnam, other than as a theatre in which to play out an act in the Cold War. In March 1965, he produced a first interim report, which professed to show that U.S. might was working its magic, and that more might could deliver more magic. He concluded that while a few months earlier 65% of defectors had believed the communists were winning, after a year exposed to American air and firepower, the proportion of enemy optimists had declined to just 20%. He perceived no negative effects upon civilian opinion, and said that enemy troop quality was declining, desertions increasing. He urged intensification of crop destruction to starve out the enemy. Correspondents such as Neil Sheehan dismissed Gure as a Cold War crooner, serenading hawks with tunes they loved to hum. The Rand man's admirers nonetheless included decision-makers. The Pentagon and the White House received him with open arms. Walt Rostow thought he was terrific. McNamara, after one of Gure's brilliantly fluent briefings, inquired about the size of his project budget. Told that it was $100,000, the Defense Secretary asked, "What can you do with $1 million?" "Something much bigger," responded the Rand man. "You've got it," said McNamara. Thereafter, Gure galloped from podium to podium, relishing his own celebrity. When a colleague voiced dissent from his methodology and conclusions, Gure waved him aside, saying, "Oh, I talked to Bob McNamara yesterday, and I said to him these B-52 bombings are really effective. And if we can do it with a little more accuracy, so we don't bomb quite so many villages, we can destroy their logistics and deny them the support of the people." Through 1966, Gures remained an influential voice. His team eventually generated some 62,000 pages of transcribed and translated interviews with prisoners and defectors, though latterly even Westmoreland came to question the optimism of the conclusions derived from them. A review of Gure's findings by Conrad Kellen, another Jewish émigré working for Rand, concluded that they were fundamentally flawed, rooted in a Cold War mindset and willful misreading of data. Leon Gure cannot be held responsible for the extravagant American use of air power, but he supplied a fig leaf of intellectual respectability for policies the Johnson administration and many generals favored anyway. He provided a vivid vindication of Michael Howard's unease about Rand's isolation from friction, the contingent, the unforeseeable, all the things that really mattered in understanding war. An authoritative USAF historian has written that 7th Air Force's own commander, Lieutenant General William Momyer, eventually became appalled by the enormous tonnage of bombs the B-52s were dropping on the South Vietnamese jungle, with little evidence of much physical effect on the enemy, however psychologically upsetting. When Harry Rowan became president of RAND in 1967, he insisted on Gouret's displacement, asserting that the man's work was harmful to the country, as well as to the corporation. This evangelist for air power was first exiled to Da Nang to study enemy infiltration, later sacked. Yet it is striking to contrast the enthusiasm with which Gouret's findings were received by most of the military, and the tepid response other Santa Monica researchers encountered when they presented data which cast doubt upon strategy or tactics. For instance, a report arguing that chemical crop destruction did little to hurt the enemy while causing infinite grief to peasants was dismissed out of hand. When its author visited MacV to brief Westmoreland, he was sent home unheard. Bruce Griggs, the general's scientific advisor, said contemptuously, "This is crap." And in Washington, the Joint Chiefs agreed. By the 31st of December 1966, there were 385,000 Americans in Vietnam, and Robert McNamara announced that many more would be coming. Retired General John Waters published an article in U.S. News and World Report which reflected the views and frustrations of many of his serving colleagues. It was headed, "How the U.S. Can Win," and urged dramatic ground thrusts into Laos and Cambodia. "It should be stated simply, clearly, and in a dignified manner," he wrote, "that we will not tolerate any interference from the Chinese, Laos and Cambodia. The U.S. must choose the harder right rather than the easier compromise. We must lay the future squarely on the line. In the end, it will save men, money, and materiel. It will accomplish the U.S. mission with honor, with decision, and win the esteem and respect of the free world." Maybe so. But although the 1966 cost of the war had been budgeted at $2 billion, the final bill came in above $15 billion and would rise in the following year to $17 billion, about 3% of U.S. GNP. In President Johnson's January 1967 State of the Union address, he announced a 6% income and corporation tax surcharge to fund Vietnam. Privately, he was increasingly troubled by fear that Chinese volunteers, of whom 1 million had fought in Korea, would soon appear alongside the NVA. He was shocked when the supremely charismatic Senator Robert F. Kennedy announced that he no longer believed the war winnable. Thereafter, Johnson became morbidly convinced that Kennedy, a close friend of McNamara, suborned his defense secretary. After 28 months in Vietnam, General William Westmoreland told a Life magazine interviewer, "We're going to out-guerrilla the guerrilla and out-ambush the ambush, and we're going to learn better than he ever did because we're smarter. We have greater mobility and firepower. We have more endurance and more to fight for. And we've got more guts." The U.S., he said, was now fighting a war of attrition, in which more than 6,000 Americans had died in 1966. He was increasingly convinced that it was time to take whatever steps were necessary to cut the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In Hanoi, however, Premier Pham Van Dong inquired urbanely of Harrison Salisbury of the New York Times, "And how long do you Americans want to fight, Mr. Salisbury? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? We shall be glad to accommodate you." Chapter 14. Rolling Thunder. 1. Stone Age, Missile Age. Air Force Chief Curtis LeMay never lived down a sentence in his 1965 memoirs. My solution, he wrote, would be to tell the North Vietnamese frankly that they've got to draw in their horns and stop their aggression, or we're going to bomb them back into the Stone Age. Deep in the South Vietnamese jungle, one of LeMay's readers, Doug Ramsey, hankered to meet the general so he could point out that it is hard to bomb something back into the Stone Age which has never left that in the first place. Lyndon Johnson committed U.S. aircraft against the North because he was desperate to break out of the cycle wherein Washington seemed forever to dance to the enemy's tune. McGeorge Bundy wrote to him on the 30th of June 1965, "It is within our power to give much more drastic warning to Hanoi if General Eisenhower is right in his belief that it was the prospect of nuclear attack which brought an armistice in Korea. We should at least consider what realistic threat is available to us." Fred Wayand, one of America's smartest officers and later MACV's chief, supported Lyndon Johnson's Rolling Thunder II bomber offensive against North Vietnam. If we were going to bend their will to ours, this was the only thing we had going for us. For the past century, air power has exercised a potent and often illusory charm for governments seeking to leverage might. It appears less messy, ugly, politically costly to dispatch planes to deliver ordnance from virgin skies than to send soldiers to wade through a figurative and sometimes actual mangrove swamp. Most aircrew take for granted the spurious moral absolution conferred upon those who escape eye contact with the people whom they kill. Skeptics who have studied a little history know the limitations of bombing. It invariably hurts bystanders. It can be effective, indeed decisive, against moving troops and vehicles, and against unhardened installations. It often fails, however, against dug-in troops and complex industrial and communications targets. Between 1950 and 1953, the USAF expended enormous effort on severing the supply routes between China and North Korea, but Operation Strangle was never more than a limited success. In 1965, the bomber barons said, "Air power has moved on. Technology enables us to land a bomb on a dime." Lyndon Johnson invited the U.S. Navy and USAF to inflict measured punishment upon the North Vietnamese. Operation Rolling Thunder was intended to unleash American might in a restricted and thus humane fashion, forswearing any intent to enforce regime change. This exasperated some airmen, LeMay prominent among them, who argued for general devastation and especially for closure of the port of Haiphong. In their eyes, striking softly was anathema, even un-American. They believed that the Allies did it right against Germany and Japan in 1944-45. Yet, though USAF and Navy chiefs fulminated against 1965-68 political restrictions on bombing, none stipulated that these rendered their forces incapable of delivering a result. They deemed the enemy's society a thing of bamboo and cotton, so frail that even a moderate dose of air-dropped explosives would destroy both his will and his means. Only much later, when communist resilience had become apparent, did commanders vociferously attribute blame for their failure to their political masters. They remained blind to the fact that in a war of choice, the US could sustain the acquiescence of its own people and allies, never mind of its Russian and Chinese foes, only if there was some proportionality between force employed, civilian casualties incurred, and the objective at stake. In February 1965, the White House ordered bombing as a mere token of US resolve, rather than to fulfill defined military objectives. William Bundy said later, somewhat nonsensically, "Really, the policy was making itself and, in effect, declaring itself through our actions. And this was what the President wanted." On the 8th of March, Maxwell Taylor cabled Johnson from Saigon demanding a heavier punch. "I fear to date that Rolling Thunder in North Vietnamese eyes has merely been a few isolated thunderclaps." A pilot wrote sourly, "It seemed as if we were trying to see how much ordnance we could drop without disturbing the country's way of life." The CIA's John McCone warned that American scruple was interpreted by Hanoi as weakness. Thereafter, more and more explosives were heaped upon an ever wider range of targets, so that by 1968, 643,000 tons had struck North Vietnam. Yet, during the same period, 2.2 million tons of bombs fell on the South. America's leaders worried much more about killing civilians in the hostile North than in its supposedly friendly neighbor. Hell jelly, napalm, used promiscuously on Saigon's territory, was never authorized on Hanoi's. Arguments about the legitimacy of hitting specified installations and activities became arcane and ill-tempered. In May 1965, a wing commander expressed bewilderment. "What's a military convoy?" he said. "When a specified number of vehicles covers what length of road is it a convoy? Is a single vehicle travelling by itself an authorized target? How far off a specified route are we authorized to follow a truckable ancillary road?" Early targets for Rolling Thunder were decided during Lyndon Johnson's Tuesday luncheons with McNamara and Rusk. As they ate, the Defense Secretary produced a non-gastronomic menu, already agreed with the Secretary of State. The President approved some objectives, rejected others, chiefly influenced by their presumed political sensitivity and proximity to Hanoi, where in 1965 to 66 he wanted no unpleasantness. He decreed a 30-mile buffer zone along the Chinese border and around cities, safe from attack. Lieutenant General Bruce Palmer asserted that for most of his presidency he remained the target officer. The intimacy of those White House discussions allowed the three principals to speak frankly to each other. Until late 1967, no military representatives attended. But since decisions were unrecorded, there was quibbling afterwards about what had been agreed. In the early days, bridges accounted for 4/5 of authorized targets, yet Hanoi's massive Pôle du Mer was spared for 2 years. The best chance of achieving a hit on a narrow span was to drop a stick of bombs at a diagonal to it, but such tactics were deemed too hazardous to civilians, and thus ordnance was instead released in alignment, causing a high proportion of misses. Flyers shifting at 500 knots were invited to distinguish civilian from military trucks from a height of 3,000 feet. The Hanoi bicycle plant, an important component of North Vietnam's transport system, was kept out of bounds until late in the war. To appease the squeamish, in 1967 to 68, the State Department sometimes decreed specified bomb loads. A staffer observed wearily as he watched Rusk, his chief, dash to a White House meeting. If you told him of a surefire way to defeat the Viet Cong and get out of Vietnam, he would groan that he was too busy to worry about it now. He had to discuss next week's bombing targets. Fighter bombers were used, rather than B-52 Stratofortresses, which flew only 141 Rolling Thunder missions just north of the DMZ. Yet, like most of the Navy's planes, the USAF's 600 F-4 Phantoms and matching force of F-105 Thunder Chiefs lacked an all-weather capability. During the late spring monsoon months, when the cloud base over North Vietnam seldom lifted, half the airmen's designated objectives were unreachable. Moreover, an energetic defense exacted a rising toll. In 1965, the Americans lost 171 aircraft over the North. In the following year, 280. In 1967, 326. The Communists deployed massive numbers of anti-aircraft guns and successive models of MiG fighter. The Russians supplied ground-controlled radar intercept systems. Within a month of Khrushchev's fall, in November 1964, his successor, Leonid Brezhnev, began to dispatch SAM-2 missiles to North Vietnam. 2 years later, there were 200 launch sites. Colonel Jack Broughton, deputy commander of the 355th Tactical Fighter Wing, dubbed enemy territory the center of hell, with Hanoi as its hub. Finally, while accuracy of aim was fair by contemporary standards, iron bombs as distinct from the precision-guided munitions which came only later, were clumsy tools. Between March 1965 and July of the following year, Washington extended the rules of engagement to permit U.S. planes to attack ever larger expanses of the North, though city centres remained off-limits. SAM sites under construction were spared. An F-4 squadron commander from Midway repeatedly overflew a missile launcher that eventually became operational and shot him down. Only when the first Phantom was lost on the 24th of July 1965 did the President reluctantly authorize strikes on a few sites. 3 days later, 54 F-105s bombed 2 alleged launcher clusters. Pre-war tactical doctrine decreed that missiles, not guns or fighters, represented the key threat. Thus, the planes approached at 500 feet below the missile's envelope and met a storm of anti-aircraft fire. The targets proved to be heavily protected decoys. The ground defenses had prepared an ambush and downed 4 thuds. Thunder Chiefs. That range of hills became known to aircrew as Thud Ridge because it witnessed the downfall of so many. 2 more F-105s collided on the way home, making this the most costly raid of the conflict thus far. Thereafter, the Air Force adopted more sophisticated tactics, dispatching Wild Weasel aircraft with naval Shrike radar-seeking missiles, their warheads laced with phosphorus so that further waves of attackers could aim at the smoke. Yet between 1/3 and half of all enemy missile launchers remained immune because of their proximity to population centres. The North Vietnamese placed SAMs in Hanoi's football stadium, knowing that no harm would befall them. Not infrequently, their own spent munitions and flak debris fell in civilian areas, where damage and casualties were, of course, blamed on the Americans. Ships in Haiphong Harbour, some of them Chinese and Russian, fired on passing aircraft with impunity. Although Haiphong's lighthouse was a forbidden target, pilots occasionally shot at it to relieve their feelings. Throughout the campaign, a fierce and debilitating rivalry about target selection persisted between the Joint Chiefs, Commander-in-Chief Pacific, the Navy, and 7th Air Force. Mark Clodfelter, authoritative historian of the bombing, has written, "The absence of a single air commander produced chaos." 7th's chief, General William Momyer, based in Saigon, nurtured a list of some 4,000 possibilities, while the Defense Intelligence Agency's rival catalogue ran to 5,000. Commander-in-Chief Pacific controlled the B-52s from Honolulu. Momyer was eager to destroy the Red River dikes, wrecking the rice production of the Delta, but the White House would not hear of attacks that might precipitate mass starvation. The first phase of the air war was among its most costly for the Americans. In March 1965, the Navy lost 15 to 30 planes per 1,000 sorties, whereas by autumn and through 1966, this fell to 7, later to 4. 58% of Navy combat losses were attributed to ground fire, compared with 73% of the USAFs and 64% of the Marines. In all, flak accounted for 1,600 of the 2,300 U.S. planes downed. Pre-war theoreticians had been correct that guns could not track low-level attackers, but they underrated the potency of saturating boxes of sky with fire. The U.S. air effort intensified in the latter part of 1965, rising from 2,879 sorties in August to 3,553 in September. By the year's end, the Joint Chiefs were realistic enough to acknowledge that the enemy's war-making capability was scarcely impaired. They now fixed on oil as a key objective, though the Defense Intelligence Agency believed that North Vietnam could sustain essential activity using just 32,000 metric tons a year, while having a storage capacity of 179,000 tons. The oil target enthusiasts might also have noticed that Hanoi's trains ran on coal or wood. Authorization to attack oil was secured by new National Security Advisor Walt Rostow, who in April 1966 replaced an exhausted and dispirited McGeorge Bundy. To colleagues, Rostow extolled Johnson's guts and compared him to Lincoln, asserting that if LBJ only kept up the military momentum, he would be in the clear in another few months. On the 29th of June, Navy planes hit Haiphong POL, Petrol Oil Lubricant Complex. A post-strike reconnaissance pilot said, "It looked as if we had wiped out the entire world's supply of oil." By that date, however, the Vietnamese had dispersed their reserves in drums and underground tanks. Later in the summer, Washington allowed B-52s to bomb military targets within the DMZ and some 10 miles north into communist territory. Each aircraft could deliver 10 times the bomb load of a fighter. The Strato fortresses transformed the area into a cratered moonscape. Enemy supply movements, however, seemed almost undiminished, as they were also down the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. Weather restricted U.S. bombing in late 1966, so that targets around the Red River Delta could only have been hit by using B-52s, with the prospect of increased civilian casualties, an option rejected by the White House. Between the 2nd and 5th of December, however, fighter bombers attacked rail yards, truck depots, and fuel dumps close to Hanoi. At year's end, the Defense Intelligence Agency calculated that a total of 4,600 North Vietnamese trucks had been destroyed, the same number damaged, together with 4,700 supply boats sunk and 8,700 damaged, 800 railroad cars and 16 locomotives wrecked. 7th Air Force had so many target photos that it lacked interpreters to examine them all and to make sense of the findings. In April 1967, when attacks on the North's electricity grid began, intelligence calculated how much power plant was being destroyed, but offered no plausible estimate of how much remained, which was what mattered. Almost all the uniformed decision-makers favored bombing and mining Haiphong, through which flowed most of Hanoi's military imports. The president, however, flinched from a confrontation with Moscow about the Soviet freighters that offloaded there. Hanoi's government communications remained inviolate because key switchboards were located close to the Soviet embassy. In December 1966, the president advanced through the polls on the ICC, an absurd proposal to restrict bombing within 10 miles of Hanoi if the communists would abstain from attacks within 10 miles of Saigon. This offer having failed to elicit a response, the U.S. imposed a unilateral 10-mile prohibition on targets around Ho's capital. By one of the larger in the war's feast of ironies, Rolling Thunder did incomparably more harm to the government of Lyndon Johnson than to that of Le Duan. International and some U.S. domestic opinion recoiled from the mere fact of the bombing and was unimpressed by its moderation. Contrarily, Johnson faced fierce criticism from congressional hawks who wanted him to hit the enemy harder, to go for the jugular, when he sought credit for his humanity by staging a seasonal bombing pause between the 24th of December 1965 and the 31st of January 1966. This was greeted by a familiar stony silence from Hanoi, scorn from the airmen, worldwide indifference. The graduated escalation of air attacks provided the communists with a gentle learning curve, which enabled them progressively to improve their defenses, to develop countermeasures amid an ongoing drizzle of explosives, rather than the monsoon the USAF and USN wished to unleash. By 1967, the Vietnamese deployed 25 SAM battalions with 6 launchers each, around 1,000 AA guns, together with 125 MiG fighters. While there was no large-scale industrial manufacturing in Ho Chi Minh's dominions, war created a more technologically sophisticated local activity than any Vietnamese could earlier have envisaged. Air defense. American losses rose as more targets were attacked around Haiphong and Hanoi, downtown as American pilots knew the capital. Until late 1966, air operations across Southeast Asia cost the US an average of less than one plane per 1,000 sorties. Over North Vietnam, however, Air Force losses approached 25 times that rate. Planes began to bomb from higher altitudes, often releasing ordnance at 7 rather than 4,000 feet. This cut gunfire losses at the cost of further reducing accuracy. Attackers began to employ anti-personnel cluster bombs, some of them filled with delayed detonation bomblets, to force defending gun and missile crews to hug their shelters. Although communist MiGs shot down relatively few US planes, they sometimes forced attackers to jettison bombs and even ECM pods in order to evade them. At a conference in the Philippines about the MiG problem, General Momia conferred with Colonel Robin Olds, the big, boisterous commander of an F-4 wing. The two men, alike World War II fighter aces, devised an ingenious plan, Operation Bolo, which was executed on the 2nd of January 1967. Communist fighters avoided F-4s, tangling only with bomb-laden Thunder Chiefs. Thus, some F-4s were disguised as F-105s by the addition of radar pods and headed towards an apparent big bombing raid on the MiG base at Phuc Yen. Early in the afternoon, above a thick cloud base, Olds was poised overhead with more than 40 fighters. The MiGs were slow to respond, but when they took off, the F-4's Sparrow and Sidewinder missiles downed at least 5 enemy aircraft in 15 minutes, for no loss to themselves. Olds himself achieved the first of 4 kills. A few days later, a similar ruse was employed. 2 F-4s entered enemy airspace so close together that ground radar identified them as a single plane. When MiG-21s engaged the Phantoms, 2 were shot down. In March, almost 300 sorties were directed against the Thai Nguyen ironworks, which eventually fell silent. From above the persistent spring overcast, the Air Force conducted night bombing by radar, with indifferent results. Ordnance landed an average of 1,000 yards from aiming points, not much of an improvement on World War II accuracy. The Navy, meanwhile, mounted almost 100 sorties against Haiphong's power plants, which were obliged to suspend generation at the end of May. The USAF mounted up to 200 sorties daily, when weather permitted, 2 waves in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. Though the enemy did not fall for any further stunts, such as that pulled by Colonel Olds, in May 1967 the Americans claimed destruction of 23 MiGs, for the loss of just 3 of their own planes in combat. Half North Vietnam's fighter pilot strength was wiped out. On the 19th, the Navy began to employ Walleye TV-guided bombs against Hanoi's power installations, having persuaded the president that these were accurate enough to do minimal civilian damage. This proved so, but the North Vietnamese had sufficient generators to sustain vital electricity supplies. By July, 8,000 sorties a month were being flown against the North Vietnamese panhandle, south of the 20th parallel, bringing rail traffic to a standstill. Further north, however, the Communists held open the vital lines between China and Hanoi. Within the president's intimate circle, by early 1967, Walt Rostow and Dean Rusk, together with Johnson intimates Clark Clifford and Abe Fortas, remained committed to the struggle. In May, Averell Harriman told the Russian ambassador that Rostow was the most dangerous hawk in the White House. Other members of the administration, however, even those whose faith in the war remained unshaken, now doubted that the military utility of bombing the North justified its high political cost. McNamara had emerged as a born-again skeptic, as were most members of an influential discussion group that met each Thursday afternoon in the office of an Under-Secretary of State, Nicholas Katzenbach. They included Cyrus Vance, William Bundy, sometimes Rusk, and the CIA's Richard Helms, occasionally the Defense Secretary himself. They called themselves the No Committee because their existence was denied. They advocated focusing air power on the Communists' direct supply routes into South Vietnam. Some were frankly distressed by the White House's behavior when peace proposals were advanced. Through the United Nations, via British Premier Harold Wilson, who dallied with the Russians in February 1967, using French intellectual admirers of Ho Chi Minh and the good offices of Harvard professor Henry Kissinger, Johnson made public noises in support of negotiations with Hanoi, and occasionally advanced grandstand proposals of his own, but his oft-repeated gambit of accompanying these with intensified bombing showed that he was bent upon achieving a military advantage before talking in earnest. Since Hanoi had the same idea, none of 1967's peace initiatives had much prospect of success. The U.S. military resisted the defeatism that privately beset some politicians, and especially McNamara. They were weary of their tiptoe, gradualist approach. They were in this thing now and wanted a result. At the sharp end, pilots especially resented restrictions on attacking elements of the communist air defenses. Colonel Jack Broughton was a West Pointer from New York, who since 1945 had flown almost every type of combat aircraft. He served 2 fighter tours in Korea, then won a string of decorations headed by the Air Force Cross, flying 102 F-105 missions over North Vietnam. By the summer of 1967, Broughton had become exasperated by the manner in which his chiefs ran the air war. "I was looking for a fight," he wrote in a later memoir. He found it on the 2nd of June, while serving as an acting wing commander. 2 of his pilots returned from a mission on which one reported that he might have fired on a Russian ship in Haiphong Harbor, as indeed he had. Next day, Moscow delivered a formal complaint about hits on its merchantman, Turkestan, which had killed a seaman. Admiral Sharp, Commander-in-Chief Pacific, at first assured Washington that the Soviet charge was unfounded. Then the USAF launched an inquiry in which Broughton intervened. He personally destroyed his pilot's camera gun film to save them from blame. This cost him a court-martial conviction and a $40 fine. Though later overturned by the Secretary of the Air Force, the episode effectively ended the tough New Yorker's career. He stayed angry for the rest of his days, a professional warrior cast in a familiar mould, of priceless value when tangling with his country's enemies, but incapable of reconciling himself to limited war. Meanwhile, on the 29th of June 1967, Navy fighters strafed another Soviet ship, causing the administration to impose even more restrictive rules of engagement around Haiphong. And still, a faction among the military, which included Admiral Sharp and General Wheeler, continued to press for intensification of the air war. Senator Richard Russell, for decades a supporter of the president's career, argued that the U.S. should either start fighting to win or quit Vietnam. At the end of August 1967, the Stennis Subcommittee of the Senate published a report demanding air escalation to take the risks that have to be taken and apply the force that is necessary to see the job through. The Stennis hearings exposed the depth of the divide that had opened between McNamara, the President, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. As far back as 18 months earlier, the Defense Secretary had told correspondents at a private briefing that no amount of bombing can end the war. By late 1967, his intimates were puzzled and dismayed that he did not submit a principled resignation, rather than instead await the eviction order that belatedly came in November, when he discovered that he would be moving to the presidency of the World Bank, an appointment fixed by the President without consultation with the nominee. Meanwhile, the Air Hawks, led by Rostow, retained the ascendancy. Johnson authorized an ever longer list of targets in North Vietnam. On the morning of the 11th of August 1967, bombers for the first time broke Hanoi's Dumer Bridge. There were intensive new attacks on the Yen Vien rail yards, but at a significant cost in casualties. 5 F-4s were lost to AA guns and MiGs, which suddenly reappeared in force for the first time attacking from the rear. Pilots were always warned to check 6, to watch for enemy behind at 6 o'clock, but they were so accustomed to seeing MiGs ahead that these unexpected new tactics hurt. Robin Olds, who led an attack in which 2 F-4 pilots were lost, wrote bitterly later, "I heard them scream. I turned, and all I saw were 2 burning objects." The Kissinger Peace Initiative was an autumn 1967 piece of brokerage between Hanoi and Washington, using French intermediaries, which the Harvard academic attempted in a private capacity, though exploiting his influential government connections. Following its collapse in mid-October, Johnson approved the first direct attacks on the Phuc Yen MiG base. American losses nonetheless persisted. During a 17th of November raid on an air defense facility outside Hanoi, Major Charles Capelli's F-105 was destroyed by a missile. A comrade remembered ruefully afterwards that Cappy had breached a powerful taboo among pilots by saying before he took off that he would handle some paperwork when he got back. His friend said, "It's not done. You don't talk about coming back." During the last phase of Rolling Thunder, which began in November 1967, American airmen faced the worst weather they had yet encountered. In December, enemy fighters displaying growing proficiency forced more than 10% of attackers to jettison their bomb loads before reaching targets. On the 17th, airmen reported seeing 20 MiGs in the sky simultaneously. 2 days later, 14. On the 2nd of December, 5 Air Force and 3 Navy planes were shot down, all but 3 by SAMs. Radar bombing remained chronically inaccurate. In 1968, 100,000 sorties were flown against North Vietnam, but after Lyndon Johnson in March decreed an end of all strikes north of the 19th parallel, these took place in a limited area where the Communists were able to concentrate 2,600 AA guns. The air campaign sometimes seemed cursed. Attempts to interdict river traffic were frustrated when air-dropped magnetic mines detonated too far from passing ships. In March 1968, the swing-wing F-111 entered the war accompanied by high hopes, but technical failures caused a series of crashes, and on its early sorties the aircraft performed poorly. On the 11th of March, the Communists mounted a devastatingly successful commando operation. NVA sappers of the 41st Battalion stormed the USAF's mountaintop Station 85 on Pha Thi Mountain in Laos, from which many Rolling Thunder missions were controlled. 12 of its 18 American personnel were killed, and the Air Force was obliged to bomb the captured installations to destroy sensitive equipment. For the remainder of the Johnson presidency, the flyers' principal business was to restrict communist truck traffic southwards. The tentative bombing policy initiated by the White House in February 1965 could have succeeded only against a weak-willed foe, such as the Hanoi Politburo was not, or against a population that was offered choices, such as North Vietnam's people were denied. Most of what went wrong with the 1965-68 campaign reflected the inability of air power to overcome a primitive society that was contradictorily strongly defended through erratic and unhelpful weather patterns using imperfect aiming technologies. Lyndon Johnson became merely one among a long procession of national leaders over the past century to discover the limitations of aerial bombardment. 2. Up North. When the air campaign began, morale was high among the flyers of the USAF, Navy and Marine Corps. Only a few flinched when their wives delivered an ultimatum, "Me or the war, take your pick." Most young men, and some veterans knocking 40, having devoted their careers to training for combat, were thrilled to be granted the opportunity to do it for real, to test themselves and their fabulous flying machines at the outer edge of danger, without need for the munificent $2.16 that a grateful nation awarded them in daily combat pay. After a spell of operations, USAF men headed for Bangkok, while an offshore carrier rotated to the Philippines for rest and maintenance. Ashore in the Kubi Point Officers Club at Subic Bay, there was frenzied partying, karaoke, food fights, fist fights. Commander John Nichols wrote, "They got knee-walking, commode-hugging drunk the first couple of days, then recuperated with golf, swimming, or deep breathing, and soon sailed back across the South China Sea towards the enemy." For targeting purposes, the USAF, Navy, and MAC-V were apportioned responsibility for different sectors of North Vietnam. The carrier flyers attacked route packages 2, 3, 4, and 6B, which extended from the 18th parallel north to China. The Air Force owned RPs 5 and 6A, which included Hanoi and the Northwest Railroad. MAC-V borrowed from the USAF RP-1. Most of the USAF's tactical aircraft, together with some B-52s, were deployed at bases in Thailand, where by 1966 the US had 34,000 servicemen, more than two-thirds wearing Air Force blue, and almost all working for the war, though also contriving to play a little. Dispensaries at each of the air bases ministered to 1,000 VD sufferers a year. The Bangkok government, uneasy about complicity in bombing, initially insisted that aircraft taking off from Thailand should not attack targets in Saigon's territory, and that planes heading north should pretend to have taken off from the south, a fiction abandoned only in 1967. None of the available Cold War aircraft was well suited to ground attack. The USAF's big F-105 Thud could take punishment but lacked maneuverability and demanded intensive maintenance. More than 300 F-105s were eventually lost. The F-4 Phantom, designed as an interceptor, was magnificent for anything save low-altitude operations over North Vietnam, where thick, black smoke from its engines showed off its position to every MiG within miles, and it was vulnerable to ground fire. When operations against North Vietnam began, the USAF owned 600 F-105s and about the same number of Phantoms. But while 200 a year of the latter were still rolling off production lines, the former was no longer manufactured. Thuds were thus sent on the most dangerous missions, partly because their loss took down only one pilot while F-4s carried crews of 2. There was a sour joke that the backseat man was needed to read the rules of engagement over enemy territory. The Navy's best aircraft was the A-4 Skyhawk, much smaller than the Phantom. Designed by Ed Heinemann, it was simple, rugged, and easily maintained, which mattered as combat operations intensified. Many A-4 squadrons maintained 100% availability, which was seldom the case with more fickle types, such as the photo reconnaissance Vigilante. Skyhawks eventually flew more combat missions than any other Navy warplane. The older F-8 Crusader was strangely configured with the pilot sitting 6 feet ahead of the nose wheel. It was a fine interceptor with gun main armament, handicapped by poor radar and a high accident rate. Robust, old, prop-driven Douglas Sky Raiders flew many early missions. They scored 2 of the Navy's first 10 MiG kills, but their sluggishness caused them to be relegated to ECM and rescue cover duties. Pilots said, "Speed is life." Aircraft over North Vietnam were directed from Station 85 in Laos, or from a control center on Monkey Mountain, call sign Motel, located at Da Nang midway between Saigon and Hanoi. Udon in Thailand provided backup. However, none of these radar installations could see what was happening over the Red River, where attackers were pretty much on their own, or rather dependent on airborne leaders, a colonel or commander according to service. Weather was an important factor in both operational effectiveness, which declined steeply in the monsoon months, and losses, which rose sharply in the same season. Again and again, pilots endured the terrors of forging far over enemy territory, only to find themselves obliged to divert or abort, jettisoning bombs amid low cloud at the target. The Navy attacked the north from platforms ploughing hither and thither on Yankee Station in the Tonkin Gulf, between 60 and 150 miles offshore. The US owned more aircraft carriers than the rest of the world put together, 16 strike and 10 anti-submarine variants. The 75,000-ton Forrestal class were much safer than the old Essexes. Their size sustained stability even in heavy seas. Both carried around 70 aircraft, 2 fighter squadrons apiece, 2 or 3 ground attack units, together with early warning, photo reconnaissance and helicopter detachments. In June 1965, Independence arrived, with a complement of aircraft that included A-6A intruders, variously said to resemble frying pans or tadpoles, and equipped with Diane, digital integrated attack and navigational equipment, that conferred an all-weather capability. In November, Kitty Hawk brought a second A-6A squadron. At full stretch, the carriers could make a lot of war. One December day, Enterprise handled 165 sorties. In the first full year of the campaign, the Navy mounted 57,000 sorties, lost over 100 planes and 80 crewmen. The Communists wisely abstained from launching their own air attacks on US warships, which would have incurred heavy losses at the hands of the CAP standing defensive patrols. Aboard each of the giant flat tops, 5,000 sailors and technicians sustained the activities of 100 and some flyers. While on offshore naval escorts and bombardment vessels, men worked a comfortable and almost hazard-free routine. The pressure and peril of flight operations were very great, even before the enemy entered the story. Medical stress measurement showed that pilots found a night deck landing more alarming than a daylight pass over Hanoi. Russian surveillance trawlers, seeking to make mayhem, regularly crossed the bows of carriers during launches. Chinese MiGs from Hainan Island buzzed outgoing sorties. Intense activity seldom flagged on flight and hangar decks. Personnel were identified by different jersey colors: yellow for plane directors, blue for elevator operators and handlers, green for catapult and arrestor gear men, brown for plane captains, red for ordnance crews and firefighters. It was a constant struggle to make space for a full complement of planes. The operations room carried a scale template chart showing the position of all parked aircraft, shifted in accordance with orders phoned to the handlers. Tractor drivers, mostly 18 or 19 years old, bore a heavy responsibility. So did duty pilots, obliged to sit for 2 or 3 hours in their ejector seats under the fiercely hot sky, ready to roll forward at a moment's notice to the steam-wisping catapults. Accidents, some of them grievous, were inseparable from carrier operations. In October 1966, after 2 skylarking crewmen ignited a parachute flare below decks, Oriskany suffered a fire in which 44 men died. Forrestal mounted 150 sorties in 4 days without losing an aircraft. Then an F-4 on the after end of the flight deck released a Zuni rocket into the park, with dire consequences. Another Phantom's fuel tank caught fire and wind fanned the flames. Within minutes, ordnance was exploding and living quarters beneath the conflagration became a death trap. Escorts closed alongside and played their hoses, but secondary fires burned below for another 12 hours. A bomb already licked by flames exploded as a petty officer approached it, killing him and several other men. This did not deter similar acts of courage. A slightly built young lieutenant somehow rolled another bomb over the side. When the conflagration was finally suppressed, 134 men were dead, 21 aircraft had been destroyed and another 43 damaged. Forrestal's repairs cost $72 million. Carriers customarily launched 3 strikes a day, with perhaps an hour's interval between. Division staffs assigned targets, operations officers passed orders to wings, air groups and intelligence officers plotted routes. The first flyers were eating breakfast at 04:30, then suiting up and being briefed for an 0600 launch. When possible, new pilots were assigned targets close to the coast, so that if hit, they had a better chance of ejecting into the sea. Flyers are superstitious, and many stroked rabbit's feet or palmed silver dollars as they waddled to cockpits in G-suits and harnesses. Once aboard, ordnance safety pins were extracted, ejection seats armed, canopies locked, wings extended. Handlers guided out the planes, engines screaming gently. An A-4 weighed a mere 20,000 pounds with fuel and bomb load, but a Ka-3 tanker nudged 73,000. On the catapults, in 3 seconds they rocketed from standstill to 160 knots. Noise was relentless. The skill demanded from all involved, flyers and sailors alike, was very great. A typical strike force might be composed of 20 bombers, perhaps 16 A-4s and 4 F-8s, supported by 2 Iron Hand flak suppression aircraft. Crusader tar cap escorts took up positions outside the formation, choosing the flank most likely to meet MiGs. An ECM aircraft stayed offshore, likewise a pair of airborne tankers. 2 helicopters flew patterns, poised to pick up any flyer downed in the sea or within reach on shore. Once airborne, the formation passed over an armada of small craft, most of them fishing junks and sampans. They crossed the coast, knowing that the enemy was ready and waiting. In 1944, an average Pacific Navy combat mission had lasted 4 hours. 20 years later, that was foreshortened to 90 minutes. Nonetheless, flying over North Vietnam was far more perilous than had been missions over North Korea. As they approached the coast at 20,000 feet, engine whine muted by helmets and headsets, pilots flicked switches to arm guns, bombs, rockets. There began a slow descent, its rate determined by the distance to the day's target. Skyhawks might be making 350 knots, while the faster Crusaders held back. They heard the high-pitched tone of the enemy's fan-song radar, warning SAMs en route. Thereafter, radio silence could be broken, but they chatted as little as possible. Pilots were told, "If you're hit, get off strike frequency." Commanders did not want the operational channel cluttered by desperate men proclaiming their plight. MiGs might start to flirt around formations, so that they would hear the immortal combat radio warning, bogies at 9 o'clock, or 4 o'clock, or whatever. The enemy often sought to lure escorts towards SAM batteries. The fighter jocks, however, were briefed to stick close to their charges. Ground attack pilots tried to dive onto targets with wing tanks already emptied, because nobody wanted to carry external fuel into the dice game with flak. They approached from several angles simultaneously to divide the enemy's fire. Once the North Vietnamese identified the targets that the Americans favored, they concentrated guns around bridges, barracks, and such like. Older pilots asserted that the fire was worse than they'd experienced over Germany. The Communists developed frightening expertise at box barrages. They could fill a 5-square-mile column with murderous flak from 3,000 to 20,000 feet, wrote Commander John Nichols. It was awesome. It was spectacular. It was perilously close to beautiful. The light guns, 23mm and 37mm, burst with white smoke. The 57mm shells exploded in dark grey, and the heavy 85mm and 100mm stuff exploded in black clouds. Mix in occasional strings of coloured tracer from heavy machine guns, arching up to perhaps 50,000 feet, and you can imagine all these vari-coloured clouds bursting somewhere in that cone of air, every second for several minutes. Commanders urged pilots not to jink, which was no help in evading a box barrage, but instead to concentrate on hitting the target. Luck alone would determine their own fate. MiG-17s first appeared during a 50-plane raid south of Hanoi on the 3rd of April 1965, and the following day the USAF lost 2 F-105s. On the 17th of June, Sparrow missiles secured their first 2 MiG kills. Pilots experimented with tactics. For a time they favored high-speed, low-altitude approaches, until at a designated point they switched course and gained height to dive on a target, the pop-up method. Its limitations were that it required flyers making 500 knots to identify several landmarks, and also made aircraft vulnerable to light flak. They carried a formidable array of electronic defensive equipment in pods on wing pylons. The Navy also deployed EA-3B Sky Warriors and EF-10B Sky Knights as ECM, electronic countermeasures aircraft. Attackers released chaff to baffle communist radar and fired Shrike AGM-45A missiles at the enemy's guidance sets. Both sides played deception games. Sometimes, U.S. jammers believed they had identified the enemy's fighter direction frequency, only to discover that it was playing recordings of pilot chatter, while the MiG's real business was done on another channel. The defenders also learned to keep tracking radar switched off until the last seconds before a missile launch, to avoid attracting a homing Shrike. The enemy fighter threat waxed and waned, but was less feared than flak. North Vietnamese pilots were tightly controlled from the ground, instructed even about when to ignite afterburners. MiG-17s were wonderfully nimble, MiG-21s less so, especially at low speeds. They usually attacked only with a clear tactical advantage, especially of altitude, fired their atoll missiles, equivalent to American Sidewinders, then scooted for home after a single pass. On the 21st of June, 1966, New Yorker Lieutenant Phil Vampatella was flying one of 4 Crusaders, covering a shot-down RF-8 pilot until a rescue helo could reach him. Suddenly his plane shuddered. He'd been hit by flak. Hemorrhaging fuel, he broke away to find an airborne tanker. Then over the radio he heard the warning, "Tally-ho, MiGs!" The remaining fighters had been set upon by MiG-17s. He turned back to support them, found himself behind a communist plane chasing an American. He called urgently, "Break right!" But it was too late. The Crusader went down. Vampatella found another MiG-17, closing on his own stern, and dived, his plane bucking and yawing at 600 knots. He pulled out almost at tree height, expecting to have shaken off the enemy. The MiG was still behind him, but had turned away, apparently towards home. Given the damage to his own aircraft, Vampatella took the huge risk of going after it. He loosed a Sidewinder, watched the MiG explode, then found a tanker to give him just enough fuel to cover the 60 miles to Hancock. Vampatella's display of courage was afterwards cited at training schools, but persistence in combat aboard a damaged aircraft was usually a quick way to earn a missing telegram for the folks at home. The Navy was for years embarrassed by the fact that its fighters shot down far fewer enemy aircraft than the USAF, in part because many of its Sparrow air-to-air missiles missed. Sidewinders were much more effective. Cannon, which only the Navy's F-8s carried, better still. The wiseacres who had claimed that missiles made guns redundant were proved wrong. The Navy's air combat performance improved only in the war's last phase, when the Tactics and Doctrine School at Miramar, California, created its Top Gun course, whose graduates proved impressive MiG killers. By the time strike aircraft pulled out of the target towards the sea, in the words of a pilot, about 3 minutes and 1 or 2 eternities had elapsed. As they approached the shelter of the mother carrier, a landing officer's talker sustained a radio-running commentary on the deck status. "Foul deck, foul deck, foul deck, gear set, Skyhawk, foul deck, clear deck." It was a nice judgment call, whether the pilot of a damaged aircraft should attempt a landing or eject over the sea. A crash could not merely kill a flyer but also wreak havoc across the flight deck. Undamaged planes, set down gracefully, bounced a tad before halting abruptly in front of the arrestor wires. Another day's work was done. Flyers averaged 16 to 22 combat sorties a month. A few made 28. A handful eventually totaled 500. By autumn 1966, the pressure of operations was generating shortages of munitions, especially bombs, and also of equipment and aircrew. A dismaying number of the latter found that a tour of operations ended with a one-way ticket. Jack Broughton wrote of the day an unnoticed SAM took out one of his F-105 squadron. The first sign of trouble was a large rust-coloured ball that enveloped his aircraft, which appeared intact, but he started a stable descent with his left wing dipped slightly low. His only transmission was, "I gotta get out, I'll see you guys." With that, he pulled the handles and we saw a chute and heard the beeper as he headed for Hanoi via nylon. The USAF's Major Fred Cherry was the son of black farm workers in Virginia who had reached flight school in 1951 by sheer persistence after many rejections and flew 53 missions in Korea. On the morning of the 25th of October 1965, he was leading an F-105 squadron on his 50th mission when, a few minutes short of the target, he heard a fierce thump. He switched off electrics and hydraulics, but the plane filled with smoke. At low level, he ejected and prayed, just as the thud blew up, its instrument panel slashing his face. He was 40 miles northeast of Hanoi, just 2 minutes flying time short of the coast and safety. He landed in a crowd of militia and children. "I thought they might chop me into little pieces with all those farm tools," he said. But they just stood back and giggled. Told to put up his hands, he pointed out that his left shoulder was smashed, his ankle broken up. The 43rd American Airman to be captured. A crowd followed him as he staggered to the road. A soldier said, "You a criminal." He was taken to Hoa Lo prison, the Hanoi Hilton. Later he was transferred to a jail known to POWs as the Zoo, where he found himself sharing a cell with a Navy North Carolinian named Porter Halliburton, who had first spurned him because he would not believe that a black man could be a USAF major, and branded him a French spy. Yet familiarity, shared privation, bred between the two men not merely respect, but something close to love. After Cherry's wounds became badly infected, Halley cared for him devotedly. When their jailers moved the Southerner out of his cell, "I never hated to lose anybody so much in my entire life," he said. Norm McDaniel, born in 1937, was one of 8 children of a black North Carolina sharecropper and grew up with terrible family tales of their experience during the Depression, when his father picked cotton for $1 a day. In Norm's childhood, he often went to bed hungry. If my father got to the whiskey store before the grocery store, we had a problem. His mother, an orphan, had a fanatical belief in education and embraced the mantra, "Make the best of whatever you have." It was a notable achievement that in 1959, her son advanced from a mechanical engineering degree at North Carolina's segregated A&T University to become a commissioned navigator in the USAF. He loved Air Force life and flew for several years with a Stratofortress wing. Only when he and his wife Jean Carroll traveled off-base did racial issues beset them. In Mississippi and even Utah, hotels and restaurants wouldn't have us, he said. In the autumn of 1965, McDaniel was posted out of B-52s to serve as an electronic warfare officer with an EB-66C squadron flying out of Thailand. "I didn't have any apprehension about going," he said. "I just felt like I was doing what I was supposed to." Their aircraft was notoriously underpowered, however, using up the whole runway on takeoff, especially on a hot day. McDaniel said a little prayer every time, not for me but for my family. Missions customarily lasted around 3 hours, of which 25 minutes were spent orbiting the target area at 25,000 feet, monitoring and jamming enemy radar transmissions. When a threatening signal was detected, they voiced the strike pilots, "Red alert, enemy aircraft, missile tracking," or whatever. Then later reported, "all clear." McDaniel was one of 4 Ravens peering into a battery of scopes in their B-66's EW compartment, a windowless cell behind the cockpit. The campaign became a routine. A pilot was required to complete 100 trips up north, as aircrew referred to enemy territory, before being recycled homewards. Back at their comfortable base, McDaniel read a lot, worked out, played ping-pong. In the officers' club there was a running game of dead bug. When a flyer shouted the words, they all hit the floor. Last man down paid for maybe 60 drinks. But alcohol was so cheap that such a forfeit did wallets little harm. McDaniel would have enjoyed his tour at Tackley but for missing his family, and knowing they were missing him. He said, "I was never much scared. We figured this mess was going on for years. We just thought about clocking up our 100 missions, then going home in 8 or 9 months." On their 29th trip near Hanoi, they suffered a SAM-2 lock-on and had to take violent evasive action. Only after what seemed a stomach-churning eternity did the crew hear the terse, infinitely reassuring words over the intercom, "breaking lock." They figuratively wiped their brows and went home to hot, sticky, comfortable Thailand. McDaniel thought, "Hey, I've had my big scare." Yet 2 missions later, on the 20th of July 1966, approaching a target near Hanoi, the plane gave a terrific lurch, like flying right by a big air pocket. The crew asked fast, frightened, explosive questions, to which pilot Bill Means responded reassuringly, "That was a near miss, but we're still flying." Not for long. Seconds later, Means lost control and the plane began to plunge erratically. When it leveled off, they waited in vain for more news from the pilot. Communications were gone, however, along with oxygen. Smoke began to fill the EW compartment. The 4 Ravens were required to eject in sequence, and McDaniel in the forward left position was due first. It was decision time. We had flames and smoke, and I thought, "I'm out of here." He followed procedure, pulling down his helmet visor, activating the personal oxygen bottle, tucking himself up tight, before pulling one lever to jettison the hatch, then a second to blast himself into the sky. Everything worked perfectly, until, as he hung on his parachute, he glimpsed holes appearing in its canopy. People were shooting at him. The moment he hit the ground, he was surrounded by peasants, soldiers, militia, who stripped him to his shorts and T-shirt. It was 8:30 a.m. and he was 30 miles northwest of Hanoi. At first they tried to push him into a pit, where he was sure they planned to shoot him. Then, instead, he was blindfolded, led to a vehicle, and eventually driven to the Hanoi Hilton, where he arrived at evening. He was, for a time, haunted by misgivings that he was the only one of his crew to bail out, that the rest was safely back at Tackley, mocking his panic-stricken exit. Soon enough, however, he found that all but one man, who perished soon after capture, were also POWs, as they remained until 1973. Back at home, after the family heard that he was missing, fate unknown, his mother told Jean Carroll, "Mac's all right. I visited him in a dream. He's in a little room lying down. I said, 'Mac, are you all right?' And he said, 'Yes, ma'am. You take care of yourself.'" McDaniel's mother's tale proved to be sort of true. Yet many other families with missing loved ones had similar otherworldly visions which went unfulfilled. Only after 18 months of agonizing suspense did the North Vietnamese belatedly disclose that the navigator was a POW. In Hanoi, McDaniel fared better than many. Though the food was garbage, it was quite healthy garbage, and I was used to being hungry from my childhood. Like most of his comrades, he was periodically subjected to cruelties, in some cases amounting to torture. Evidence from both Vietnamese and Russian sources suggests that the Communists gained significant operational data from aircrew interrogations, but the prime objective was to secure ideological dominance, to inflict punishment on the only accessible examples of a hated enemy. Back in the US, the barbarities inflicted on prisoners, which were real enough, roused enduring public outrage. Yet it deserves emphasis that communist captives in the hands of both Americans and South Vietnamese were subjected to equal and worse things, often before being killed. When CIA man Frank Snep's revelatory Vietnam book, Decent Interval, became a bestseller in 1977, the author was astonished how few readers seemed troubled by his account of enhanced interrogations and torture of captives, the veracity of which has never been challenged. Doug Ramsey also wrote with repugnance about his colleagues' casual toleration of the abuse of prisoners. Indignation about the cruelties inflicted upon Hanoi's captives could be justified only by an assumption that American capitalists should expect more humane treatment in enemy hands than Vietnamese communists. Norm Macdaniel. In July 1966, the newest guest at the Hanoi Hilton, possessed an equable, relentlessly cheerful temperament which proved of great service to him through almost 7 years that followed. While some prisoners nursed hatred of their North Vietnamese captors, he thought this counterproductive. I consider myself an eternal optimist. We knew that Vietnam prisoners were an elite compared with the way POWs in Korea had been treated. You had to reach beyond yourself. I had my faith in God and my family. A significant minority of pilots were veterans with immense experience. Commander Richard Bengler was 42 years old. He had flown B-17s and B-25s in World War II, then fighters in Korea. In July 1966, he survived ejection into the sea when his F-8 was shot up by a MiG-17. 4 months later, he was able to turn the tables, shooting down the Navy's first MiG-21 with sidewinders. Back on his carrier, he said exultantly, "I've waited 20 years for something like this. It was a tremendous feeling." Captain Jack Nolan from Freeport, Long Island, was already 36 when he went to war. He was a lawyer's son and briefly a medical student. "There was a girl involved," he said. "I married her, by golly." His heart was in flying, however. "I was fascinated by airplanes after I took an invitation ride in a Stimson at 5 years old." In 1952, Nolan joined the USAF, shipped to Korea, and was in mid-Pacific when the armistice was signed. After a decade as an instructor and rearing 5 children, late in 1966 he was posted to a Thud wing based, like Norm Macdaniel's EB-66s, at Takli in Thailand. What did my wife think about it? I never asked her. On the big base, they lived in comfortable cinder-block buildings, 2 beds to a room. The squadron's 20 pilots flew whichever aircraft they were allocated that day. The planes had no personalized names, no artwork, just green and brown camouflage on the upper surfaces, blue undersides. The F-105 was very comfortable to fly, capable of supersonic speeds at low level. On missions against North Vietnam, it usually carried 6 750-pound bombs, an ECM radar baffler, and sidewinders, though Jack Nolan never fired one. On operational days, they might rise any time between 0230 and 0700 for breakfast and the long, painstaking preparation of equipment. A veteran pilot said one day as he entered the briefing room before another trip down Thud Ridge, "Anyone who is not completely terrified doesn't understand the problem." The same morning in the latrines, Jack Broughton heard a man throwing up and knew that it was a fellow flyer. Broughton wrote of the long wait and taxi to take off on a sun-roasted Thai base crowded with aircraft. "You sweated so badly," he wrote, "that sometimes you could hardly see." The flight line was organized confusion as one flight after another hit the starter button and filled the air with the stench and smoke of the black powder cartridge starter that spun the engine through its initial revolutions. The noise was deafening. I mused, what's it going to be, a Sam day or a MiG day? When Jack Nolan was airborne among the usual 16 ships and 2 standby reserves, they cruised at 450 knots in flights of 4, at 15,000 feet every damn mission, he said. Before entering enemy airspace, they closed on one of 2 KC-135 fuel tankers for a 10-minute top-up, then slid apart into tactical formation as they approached the IP, initial point. F-4 flak suppressors aimed to reach targets 15 to 30 seconds ahead of the bombers, attacking with cannon and Zuni rockets every muzzle flash they spotted on the ground, until, with ammunition expended, they pushed the handheld throttle sideways to ignite afterburners. These provided a surge of power, enabling the aircraft to soar away, at the cost of dramatically increased fuel consumption. The thuds attacked next, slipping into a 45-degree dive before bombing from 5,000 feet, then running like hell, or rather, feeling the force of 4 to 6 Gs as they pulled out. The targets might be bridges, rail yards, or airfields. There was always flak, which cost maybe 1 lost aircraft a day between their 2 wings, and the occasional white streak of a SAM, which pilots ignored unless they received oral warning that its track was personal. "I saw one of ours go down," he said, watched the pilot bail out, though he was never heard of again. The best tactic after a SAM launched was to make a very steep turn against its track. The missile should eventually break radar lock and explode. Nolan, like many pilots, viewed his role with dispassion interspersed with spasms of fear. "I didn't think much about what was on the ground," he said. "I was just doing a job, trying to stay alive and get promoted to major," which didn't happen. They recognized that a lot of ordnance was falling short, especially the 3,000-pound bombs they threw at bridges. It was frustrating to see the pontoons lined up on the bank, ready to fill the gap if we broke a span. One day, as Nolan's flight dived on a span near the Chinese border, he caught a burst of automatic weapons fire under the right wing that crippled his hydraulics, making it impossible to couple with a tanker to get home. He jettisoned his bombs into the river and nursed the big plane to Da Nang, escorted by his leader. On approach, he cranked down the undercarriage by hand and landed safely. He caught a ride back to Thailand in a C-123 and headed for the bar. Soon afterwards, he was transferred to the Combat Operations Staff of 7th Air Force, analyzing target data. That experience reinforced my feeling that a lot of bombs were falling short, but nobody cared. Nolan's combat record was relatively humdrum, but other airmen experienced extraordinary dramas. On the 20th of April 1967, the Navy's famously brave Lieutenant Commander Mike Esterson led a 3-plane flight against Haiphong, where they took out 3 SAM sites, but his A-4 suffered blast damage. He pulled out, convinced that he could stay airborne, and fired his last Shrike at a ground target before turning away, bleeding fuel fast. With just 5 minutes' worth remaining, he plugged onto a Ka-3 airborne tanker which flew back to Ticonderoga with his little Skyhawk still attached. 2 miles from the flight deck, he uncoupled and made his approach with enough gas for a single pass. The plane burst into flames as he made a perfect landing. Esterson pulled open his canopy as the fire crews played foam, jumped down, tossed his helmet to a handler, and walked away without a backward glance. It was a magnificent display of insouciance. But 6 days later he was less fortunate. A SAM-2 hit his aircraft as he attacked oil storage tanks near Haiphong, and the remains plunged to the ground. Esterson was awarded a posthumous Medal of Honor. One of the most dramatic and often heroic features of the air war was the sustained effort to rescue aircrew whose planes were hit. About 1/3 of downed aircrew were snatched back into American hands. A smaller proportion was taken prisoner by the Communists. The rest perished. In the Navy's sector, offshore rescue crews experienced weeks of boredom cruising over the sea in heavily armoured HH-3E helicopters, listening for an appeal that seldom came. Then they were electrified by a summons, a hot flush of danger and drama. There was often a race between the angels and fishermen who could earn a rich ransom from the communists, the equivalent of $200 for any American they retrieved from the sea. On the 27th of April 1966, after an A-6A was hit by flak, Bombardier Brian Westin saw his wounded pilot Bill Westerman turn ashen, his left arm limp, oxygen mask off, the plane in an erratic climb. Westin unbuckled his harness, leaned over to take the stick, and guide the plane towards the coast while radioing for help. Westerman roused himself sufficiently to resume control as they steered an erratic course back to Kitty Hawk, while their squadron CO lingered alongside. They did not dare attempt a landing, instead ejecting into the sea. 1 in 3 of all those who took this route drowned before help could reach them. Westin was winched aboard a rescue helicopter, but then saw that his pilot was too weak from loss of blood to slip into a sling. The navigator once more jumped into the water to help Westerman to safety. He waved away the Sea King, hastening the wounded man towards medical aid. He was himself rescued by a second helo, just as sharks began circling the blood in the water, and received a Navy Cross. A reconnaissance aircraft was once downed on the coast, its pilot killed. As the navigator stood forlorn on a beach surrounded by local people, he glimpsed a rescue chopper approaching, homing on his beeper. Unzipping his flight suit, he pulled a pistol, shot the militiaman guarding him, then plunged into the surf and swam towards a successful pickup. On another such occasion, a Sea Sprite helicopter flew in darkness from a destroyer to pick up 2 F-4 crewmen, hiding in thick cover on North Vietnamese soil. The Sea Sprite's gunners held off enemy troops and picked up the Americans under intense fire, then landed back on board with only a few gallons of fuel remaining. Another pilot drifted offshore for hours, while 2 helicopter attempts to recover him failed under fierce gunfire that mortally wounded a crewman. Overhead, fighters contrived to keep the North Vietnamese away from their man in the water, until, at last light, a rescue chopper swooped. A triumphant voice called on all task force radio frequencies, "We got him out." A fellow flyer wrote, "For the pilots who fought this insane war, year after year, this was one victory no one could dispute." In 1967 alone, 7 Navy helicopters were shot down while attempting rescues. The Air Force also achieved some extraordinary feats. As North Vietnamese troops approached a Crusader pilot who'd ejected into thick cover southwest of Dodge City, Hanoi, a chopper crew lowered a jungle penetrator which exhausted its cable 10 feet short of the pilot's outstretched hands. Under fire and with 1 crewman killed, the chopper descended into the canopy, using its rotors to hack a passage through the trees until the man on the ground could grab the sling, to be wafted aloft. The helicopter was so damaged that it was obliged to forced land a few miles on, where a Jolly Green Giant extracted the whole party. Lieutenant Dieter Dengler was a German-born Navy Sky Raider pilot who crashed in Laos after being hit by ground fire. He was captured and held by the Pathet Lao for 4 months before making an escape with an Air Force pilot, Duane Martin. They lived for days on fruit, berries, and a little rice until they reached water, built a raft, and drifted downriver until they reached a deserted village in which they found a little corn. Dengler was suffering from jaundice and malaria. When they reached another village, a man with a machete attacked them, fatally wounding Martin. Dengler stumbled on alone until 22 days after his escape he could go no further. As he lay waiting to die, he laid out rocks to form the letters SOS. Miraculously, this was spotted by a passing USAF flyer, who directed a helicopter to recover the stricken man. Dengler emerged, weighing 98 pounds, having lost 60. While the Air Force and Navy clamoured against politically imposed constraints, they were obliged to accept the shortcomings of their attacks even upon the targets authorized. For instance, between March 1965 and November 1968, almost 700 sorties were launched against the Tan Hoa rail bridge, 80 miles south of Hanoi. In March 1967, 3 hits were achieved with Walleye TV-guided glider bombs. Yet the bridge, and the rail link, stayed defiantly open. Hanoi's Paul Doumet Bridge was closed for 6 months from August 1967, but only following a long succession of failed attacks. That year, a sharp improvement in enemy missile performance caused American losses to rise. Every sortie was met by a hail of SAMs. 80 were fired on the 21st of August alone. A Russian general complained that his North Vietnamese allies were firing these vastly expensive toys as if they were firecrackers. In the month of August, the Navy lost 16 aircraft. Around Hanoi, almost 600 AA guns and 15 SAM sites were deployed. Lieutenant General Bruce Palmer wrote, "The price of admission for our attacking forces ultimately became very high, almost prohibitive." In 1967, the Navy claimed destruction of 30 SAM sites, 187 flak positions and 955 bridges. Some of the latter number representing repeat strikes, together with large quantities of rail rolling stock. Overall, it was estimated that bombing had inflicted $300 million worth of damage on North Vietnam, but at a cost of 922 aircraft destroyed, of which the cash value was 3 times greater. The ground defences now deployed 8,000 AA guns and 200 missile launchers. The North's electricity capacity had been cut by 85%, yet the country kept going on portable generators. American intelligence about the enemy's industry and infrastructure remained poor. There was little sign that the air offensive was impeding North Vietnam's war effort. Flyers' morale declined in the face of the losses and perceived lack of achievement. They referred derisively to their planners and commanders as the Tonkin Bay Yacht Club. Aircrew kept flying, bombing, and sometimes dying, but found it ever harder to believe that the results were worth it, though their commanders stubbornly resisted any implication that Vietnam signaled the limitation of air power. The 1984 edition of the USAF's Basic Doctrine Manual persisted doggedly with the assertion that aerospace forces have the power to penetrate to the heart of an enemy's strength without first defeating defending forces in detail. Such power, claimed the bomber barons, enabled attacking aircraft to assail a selected series of vital targets which, if destroyed, would wreck the enemy's capability and will to fight. A 1986 interviewer who asked Curtis LeMay if the war in Vietnam could have been won received the response, "In any 2-week period you want to mention, through a program of unrestricted bombardment." This was the view LeMay, like General William Momyer and Admiral Ulysses Grant Sharp, carried to his grave. In the eyes of posterity, however, it appears a fantasy. Tactical air attacks in the south, notably including those on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, caused immense difficulties for the communist war effort. However, the political cost of rolling thunder to the U.S. was much greater than the damage imposed upon North Vietnam. This would almost certainly have remained the case, even had America's air chiefs been granted the open range for which they clamoured. Chapter 15. Taking the Pain. 1. Best of times, worst of times. In January 1966, Poland's deputy foreign minister arrived in Hanoi bearing a message about the Americans' eagerness to negotiate, which was contemptuously dismissed. In June, a Canadian emissary met the same response. A month later, Jean Saint-Denis, French representative in the March 1946 negotiations with Ho Chi Minh, delivered new proposals. He urged the North Vietnamese to convert a winning hand into a peace agreement, saying that the Americans' only aspiration was to save face. Yet even as the Frenchman was talking to Pham Van Dong, Ho himself entered the room. He told the visitor to go home and report to Washington that his people were wholly unafraid and would fight to the end, even if we must sacrifice everything. The Communists had set their faces against any settlement that protracted the existence of the Saigon regime. They were bent upon victory and nothing less. Just as the Luftwaffe's 1940 blitz on Britain enabled Winston Churchill to energize the British people to meet it, so US bombing proved a godsend to North Vietnam's leaders, empowering them to rally their citizens against a visible menace from the skies, rather than for the mere political objective of reunification. Old rifles were issued, enabling villagers to fire at enemy planes, which contributed little to air defense, but something to the shooters' morale. Musician Van Key said, "To our people, the bombing was nothing unexpected or strange. We were psychologically prepared for it. Uncle Ho told us at the start, the war may become very prolonged, and our capital Hanoi may be destroyed, but we are not afraid." A teenager said that he was urged by his mother to drop out of high school and join the army, in contradiction of the usual parental inhibitions, after a stray bomb landed on a local playground, killing several children, including 2 of his cousins. A committed cadre remained for the rest of her days nostalgic for the exhilaration of the days when she was a young party member under American bombardment. "We had an ideal," she said, "an aspiration, something to strive for. We competed fiercely with each other to fulfill every task, and I remember sometimes bursting into tears when others did better than me. Nobody needed to be conscripted. They were just eager to serve, and there was no corruption." This was less than the whole truth. While North Vietnam's people indeed displayed notable stoicism, it seems absurd to pretend that they embraced enthusiastically their ordeal by fire. A veteran who later became a university literature professor said in 2016, "For years Vietnamese have been told the war story as if it was a romance. Some of us are tired of this approach." A woman high school teacher agreed. "It was a terrible time. There was no happiness. We had so little of absolutely everything. The men knew they all had to join the military, but nobody wanted to go. I remember one of my pupils called up before he had even finished school, returning just before he went south, and asking to be allowed to sit one more time at his old desk." Pham Hung, living in an eastern coastal town, had a friend named Huong, notably handsome and a fine footballer, who led a lonely life because his father and most of his family had fled south in 1954. For years after Huong reached military age, he was rejected for service because of his parents' past links with the French. At last, the authorities were so impressed by his enthusiasm for the revolutionary cause that they dispatched him down the trail. His martial zeal was faked, however. He sought only reunion with his father. He was imprisoned following an attempt to desert, and was last heard of making unsuccessful escape bids. "His story was a real human tragedy," said Hung. A similar sequence of events unfolded when army recruiters visited a remote village to take its draft quota. One family told their eldest son to hide in the jungle. Officials warned that unless the young man reported within 3 days, his parents would lose their ration cards. He duly went to the army, but deserted at the first opportunity down south, with the warm encouragement of his family. As a boy, Hung was bemused by his father's obsessive commitment to his two sons' education. He lashed and goaded them towards securing college places. One day Hung played truant to join a quest for wreckage from a downed US Navy fighter, for which he received the thrashing of his life. Only later did he understand the cause. College kids, like their counterparts in South Vietnam and America, escaped the draft. Hung's father was desperate to keep his boys in education, because thus, away from the war. Every Vietnamese remembered forever afterwards where they were on first seeing an American aircraft. Hung, as a 10-year-old, was so terrified when he saw a nearby bridge blow up that he ran to hide his prized school bag and books lest they should be destroyed. Afterwards he laughed at himself for this preoccupation with childish possessions rather than with his life. He laughed less a few years later, however, when an army colonel's wife and daughter, evacuated from Hanoi, were billeted in his parents' little house. He fell in love with the daughter, a teenager like himself. One day her mother was walking back from the nearby town when she was killed by a bomb aimed at a bridge. Hung's family lived in a small Buddhist community, not far from a matching Catholic one. The children of the two towns waged a miniature religious war, hurling pretend grenades at each other, firing fantasy rifles, digging tunnels. It grieved some adults that the children's games should be those of the battlefield, but such is the fashion in every warring society. Huge posters hung in village streets depicting Lyndon Johnson and later Richard Nixon as grotesques, their protruding tongues runways for bombers. At school every morning, pupils performed mass calisthenics while chanting prescribed slogans. Most Vietnamese received their only news through networks of government street loudspeakers. Propaganda asserted that their southern counterparts lived in privation, exploited as slaves by the Americans. Bombers' radar-baffling chaff was strewn upon fields and homes. Even in rural communities, people spent countless hours in shelters and learned to delay leaving them for several minutes after an all-clear sounded, to allow time for the last spent rounds and debris to fall out of the sky. Dogs were often named after Johnson, and later his successor. The name Nixon was used to frighten children as if he was a monster from a fairy tale. Because most raids took place in daylight, the Vietnamese adjusted to living, working, shopping as creatures of the night. Trains could reach Hanoi from the Chinese border inside the hours of darkness. Truck drivers were taught to familiarize themselves with stretches of road they could cover without benefit of headlights. Engineers displayed boundless energy and ingenuity in repairing damaged bridges and rail track. 600,000 laborers, mostly women, were eventually employed on making good bomb damage. After pilots attacked the Kep rail yards on the vital China line, it reopened to traffic inside 20 hours. A further 145,000 people manned air defense facilities. When so many men were absent performing military service, women bore a lion's share of physical burdens. One peasant child's earliest memory was of hearing his mother rise at 3 a.m. during the rice planting and harvesting seasons to fulfill the most strenuous tasks before the sun reached its full height. Yet on some days the hapless woman became so exhausted that she drifted into sleep in the midst of the paddy fields. Familiarity with attack did not breed contempt, but it diminished fear. Many Vietnamese city people seized respites conceded by the US government for national holidays, briefly to escape into the countryside. A Russian diplomat described the rush homewards through darkness in the last hours before a bombing pause was due to end. Endless columns of lorries and fuel trucks jammed the narrow ruined roads, he said, on which bomb craters had been hastily patched up. As midnight approached, the atmosphere close to Hanoi grew tense, in queues of traffic that often stalled. I had to get out of the car and awaken one very young Vietnamese driver who had fallen asleep at the wheel. Because of rationing, there was a constant search for food supplements. In the countryside, these included stewed rat with saffron grilled rat with lemon leaves, locusts, grasshoppers, beetles, silkworm larvae. No pet was safe. When an 11-year-old was told that the family was moving home, he hugged a cherished pooch he had to leave behind. "Some strangers took it away in the morning," he said, "and I understood that they were going to kill it." Dog was said to taste best if the flesh was beaten and softened before the animal was killed. Do Thi Tu and her fellow students at Hanoi University were almost as hungry as their compatriots down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. "The boys felt it most," she said. "There was little meat and few vegetables. Potatoes or maize were sometimes substituted for rice. Even water for washing was in short supply. In the evenings, instead of amusements or movies, there were long meetings of the Youth Union to discuss how to become a good citizen, which could degenerate into fierce arguments, especially one night when a student put down his watch in the washroom and a bad citizen stole it. There was no smoking, no alcohol, and almost no sexual relationships. We were good kids. People didn't complain much. We just accepted this was how things were." As a Hanoi teenager, Pham Phuong felt no animosity towards the Americans. Then the air campaign started, however. With the deluge of bombs came terror. The first explosion prompted her to run and hide under a tree. Thereafter, life-changing countermeasures were adopted. Phuong and her family were among hundreds of thousands evacuated from cities to the countryside, where the people were welcoming, but food was always short. Evacuee families were separated, each member taking up quarters in a different house, so that uncomprehending small children ran hither and thither sobbing in search of their mothers. Huts were lit only by kerosene lanterns which conferred sooty noses on those who embraced them closely in order to read. Phuong, a pretty young schoolgirl and then an office bookkeeper, experienced austerity beyond the imagination of most Westerners. She walked 2 miles to primary school and later 5 miles to high school, barefoot of course. As a teenager, instead of fantasizing about boy-girl romance, she spun secret dreams of smart clothes, especially silk trousers, and above all, about more and better food. Her father forbade her to attend the open-air screenings of Chinese and Russian movies, mostly about wars. Tickets were prohibitively expensive. She enjoyed an occasional treat after school, visiting her uncle, to listen to programs on his little Chinese-made radio. She did not set eyes on a TV set until after the war ended, and yet Phuong was the daughter of a relatively privileged family, proud of its scholarly tradition. Her father read fluently in English, French, and Russian. An expertise in communications secured his continued employment, but when the time came for her to attend college, she was rejected because of her unsound class background, as the daughter of an intellectual. A single black mark on one's personal record could blight a career. When Nguyen Din Kien received his draft notice, his parents secured him a deferment because he was their only surviving son, after his elder brother was killed fighting in Laos. His government file recorded the fact that his father had once been a security guard for the French, and asserted that he has not yet worked hard enough in his personal ideological struggle. Kien wrote later, "These harsh, bitter words caused untold problems throughout my life." His application for party membership was rejected. Despite a good school record, he was debarred from the most cherished privilege, travel abroad for study. When he volunteered for pilot training, although he passed every test, he was rejected as unreliable. For years, he was denied an army commission. After young men donned uniform, for all that loved ones knew of them thereafter, they might have been swallowed by a dragon, as was figuratively the case. Families suffered terribly, awaiting news about the battlefield fate of husbands and children. For 5 months after NVA soldier Nguyen Hien Din was killed in 1965, his kin knew nothing. Hien's mother ran out to meet the postman each time he called on their remote village, and received only a headshake. Their first intimation of tragedy was a Tet greeting from his regiment, such as was sent to next of kin of all fatal casualties, with Hien's name misspelt. They received formal notification of his death only 3 weeks later. Le Duan and his colleagues achieved extraordinary success in mobilizing North Vietnam and sustaining its people's will for war, but personal justice, fulfillment, happiness had no place on their agenda with or without American bombing. 2. Friends. At the outset of Rolling Thunder, the U.S. Embassy in Moscow opined that direct Russian intervention remained unlikely so long as North Vietnam's existence as a socialist state was not threatened. While this proved true, bombing goaded both the Soviets and the Chinese to dispatch aid on an unprecedented scale. The first SAM-2 site was established southeast of Hanoi in April 1965. A typical battery comprised 4 to 6 launchers, deployed at 50-yard intervals around a radar and communications van. Each 35-foot missile resembled a flying telephone pole with stubby winglets, a 2-stage rocket soaring to a ceiling of almost 60,000 feet, pursued by the white trail left by its kerosene and nitric acid fuel. A booster burned for 5 seconds after launch, then a sustainer took over for a further 20. Missiles were usually fired in pairs or fours, and a 350-pound warhead was almost invariably lethal if it exploded within 100 yards of an aircraft. In 1965, a plane fell for every 17 SAMs launched. But as electronic countermeasures improved, that ratio improved in the Americans' favor to 35 to 1. By 1972, it took an average 60 missiles to achieve a kill. Several hundred Russian technicians and aircrew served in North Vietnam as instructors and advisors, and most enjoyed the experience. Colonel Yuri Kizlitsyn, born in Kazakhstan in 1934, was a highly experienced SAM-2 commander when posted east. I was very keen. It was romantic, you know. Petr Zalipsky from Vintnitsa, a 21-year-old corporal, was the youngest of 100 men who endured an apparently interminable train journey across Russia and China. Every arriving Russian was issued with an identity document in the vernacular, stating that he was a Soviet citizen, providing assistance to the Vietnamese people in their struggle against the American aggressors, who should be given all possible assistance. Lieutenant Valery Miroshnichenko was 21 when he went to Vietnam, a 20-hour flight that involved 5 refueling stops. His superiors made plain that the assignment was a privileged one. To mask their military status, he and his comrades travelled in civilian clothes, selected from a large Moscow wardrobe of East German tailored suits, extremely chic for the time. They entered themselves in a North Vietnamese hotel register as visiting engineers. We kept looking around, he said, laughing, exchanging remarks about how lovely and interesting everything was, when suddenly, bang, bang, there were explosions and cannon fire, 2 phantoms hitting an oil storage facility. They made 3 passes with anti-aircraft guns shooting. We found ourselves pushed into the dirt, spoiling our lovely clean shirts. When the firing stopped and we got back on the bus, there were no more jokes. The journey to their appointed missile site involved a ferry trip, and through every moment of the 40-minute passage, the Russians nursed terrors that U.S. aircraft would catch them in mid-river. In 1966, Lieutenant Valery Panov became senior officer at a Haiphong communications facility, relaying takeoff warnings from the Soviet trawlers that shadowed U.S. carriers. The Russian detachment wore Vietnamese uniforms with no distinguishing marks and lived discreetly and uncomfortably in the roofless ruins of an old French barracks. They suffered from chronic heat rash and, because of a water shortage, did most of their washing in the sea. In the course of the war, only 18 Russians were killed by U.S. aircraft, but Panov once came close enough to an exploding bomb to spend 2 days concussed by a masonry fragment that struck his helmet. It was a special time, he said somberly, when you could depend only on yourself and the next man. One of Major Victor Malevagny's officers took shelter in a fresh bomb crater, believing that the same spot is never struck twice. He turned out to be wrong and was blown to fragments. Most of the Vietnamese in the 1,000-strong regiment trained by Petr Zalipski's unit spoke a little of his language, and some technical personnel had studied in Russia. From July 1965, their battery launched missiles at least every second day, sometimes more often. There was constant tension, he said. In view of the urgency of the need, training was cut from 6 months to 3, and the Russians learned to share the fierce Vietnamese hatred of the Americans. Battalion Commander Major Ilinich, a popular and emotional character, urged his 3 controllers before their first launch, "My dear guys, please catch the bastards and destroy them. Prove we are Soviet patriots." Local Vietnamese civilians, who viewed the foreign officer as their would-be savior, greeted every appearance of his KAZ-59, goat vehicle, with cries of "Ilinich, Ilinich." When the Russians shifted locations, villagers presented them with pineapples and bananas and helped to dig trenches, a back-breaking task in the stony ground. Folk legend held that shot-down American aircrew were safe if they fell into military hands, but became liable to be torn limb from limb if civilians or militia got to them first, as had sometimes been the fate of Allied aircrew in wartime Germany. Valery Panov asserted with some relish the peasants would kill them with hoes and bury them in the nearest bomb crater. Valery Miroshnichenko said, "We were all bursting to do some shooting at the Yanks to show them who was boss." Victor Malevagny, who had lived through World War II as a child in occupied Ukraine, said, "Vietnamese feeling against the Americans was even more bitter than ours had been towards the Germans." A radar controller peered at one approaching American formation and puzzled over an appropriate aiming point for his SAM-2. As a result of US jamming, said Petr Zalipski, all we could see on the monitor was a horizontal line, while the vertical one flashed light. The lead aircraft was throwing chaff that baffled our beam. One had to try and figure out which aircraft was the jammer. There were 2 groups of 15 aircraft, F-4D and F-105. My instinct was just to fire at the center of the formation. I gave Major Ilinich the coordinates. He said, "Okay, shall we chance it? Maybe we'll hit something in the midst of that mass of light." They fired, and as usual, claimed a hit, though often this was no more plausible than a MACV body count. The eventual 10 Vietnamese missile regiments adopted the slogan, "Keep moving or die," because harsh experience showed that to remain in any location above 24 hours was to invite American devastation. They could dismount launchers within an hour to shift to a new location perhaps 5 miles distant. They learned to activate tracking radars only 5 to 7 seconds before a missile launch. 2 bright spots appeared very close to each other on the screen, in the words of Nguyen Kien Din, sweating in the stifling heat of the guidance van. The 3 operators read off the aircraft's speed simultaneously, shouted, "Target." Then battalion gave the order, "Launch 2 missiles, range." There was a flash of light, a white cloud, and a thunderous explosion. The bright streak of the missile could be seen speeding towards the enemy aircraft, and the van rocked slightly. 6 seconds later, a second SAM-2 blasted skywards, and thereafter crews heard only the voice of the guidance officer reading off ranges. When the 2 signals met on the screen, a bright spot blossomed, enveloping the target's return signal. All 3 guidance operators shouted, "Warhead detonation." Successes were relatively rare, however. Kien's missile battalion operated for 2 years before achieving a confirmed kill. Advantage in the electronic war tilted hither and thither through the course of Rolling Thunder. It is hard to overstate the impact made by the awareness of homing shrikes on the courage and morale of defending missile crews. When North Vietnamese personnel understood that activation of their tracking radar invited obliteration, sometimes within seconds, some became conspicuously reluctant to open fire. They took refuge in claims that they were unable to identify a target, prompting the fury of commanders. One day near Haiphong in 1966, confronted with this excuse for inertia, a second officer visiting a battery's control van exploded. "Even my old eyes can see the target on your screen. Launch your missiles, damn it! They're attacking the Uongbi power plant." In December 1967, the defenders faced a crisis. The Americans began successfully to jam the guidance channel radio link between missile control vans and their associated SAM launchers. The balance tilted back, however, when a POW under interrogation revealed details of the new Walleye TV-guided bomb, together with its intended targets. 2 months later, on St. Valentine's Day 1968, an almost intact F-105 fell into communist hands, laying bare the secrets of its jamming pod. Russians found the summer heat of Vietnam almost intolerable, even working in shorts and showering every few hours. Sugar melted. Cigarettes were rationed. They seldom received post, and their radios could pick up no home station. Newspapers appeared in bundles weeks late. The arrival of a parcel containing perhaps caviar, salami, brown bread, short calendars for soldiers close to the end of their tours, vodka and Russian champagne was a big event. Officers also received brandy. The Russians came from a society that was scarcely affluent, yet they were shocked by the barefoot poverty of North Vietnam and by the relentless labours performed by women. Russians were as fascinated as Americans by their beauty, but non-fraternization rules were strictly enforced. Girls from a nearby village dropped by to chat to Petra Zalipski's unit, and maybe allow a few kisses, but if you put your hands where they shouldn't be or tried to press a girl into a corner, she would punch you. Only softly, but that was enough. They were very strong. Zalipski's friend, Ivan, fell in love with a stunning half-French girl who worked in the canteen, and they requested permission to marry. Instead, the girl vanished, and Ivan was smartly sent home to Russia. When Valery Miroshnichenko saw women shifting rocks under guard and asked who they were, his interpreter said coldly, "They are convicts being punished for having affairs with foreigners." The 10-year-old son of a North Vietnamese radio engineer had been brought up never to speak to strangers, and a young Russian named Selyagin, who was posted to work with his father, was dismayed when every time Uncle Se offered him a sweet, the child screamed his head off. "I was so scared of his height, thick hair, and grey eyes," the child said. Most Russians, however, found themselves welcomed. One delighted local children with card tricks. In a society bereft of personal cameras, others made themselves popular by photographing family groups and distributing prints. But the Vietnamese monitored every movement of their guests, even to the latrines, and were conspicuously reluctant for these supposed allies to learn their language. The Russians hated the mosquitoes, big as B-52s, in the wondering words of one soldier. They were fascinated by the vicissitudes of diet. Their hosts provided them with far more generous rations than their own people received, together with copious supplies of beer, but meat was always short. Petra Zalipski's unit used grasshoppers as bait to catch giant frogs. Delicious, with sweet, white flesh like chicken. To this day I prefer frog to seafood. Many learned to enjoy eating snake, which they thought better than the local pork, which had bristles still clinging to it. Ants routinely invaded mess tins, and milk was seldom available. Valery Panov felt fortunate that at Haiphong he could fish in the sea, occasionally use a trawl line to catch wild ducks. Yuri Kizlitsin said, "This was a very hungry country. We had a saying that Vietnamese eat anything that crawls, except tanks, everything that swims, except aircraft carriers, everything that flies except B-52s. One day he fondled his pet dog, Cao Ki, and the next day ate it with tolerable satisfaction. Major Petr Isaev headed the Soviet Aviation Advisor Group in the late 1960s, when North Vietnam's defense was spearheaded by MiG-21s. He witnessed more than a few fiascos, For instance, a Vietnamese wing commander making a wheels-up belly landing in front of a crowd of VIP spectators because he'd forgotten the correct position for the undercarriage lever. The Vietnamese felt understandably humiliated, and the Russian sought to console him, shrugging, "Anything can happen in the flying business." Isaev was more dismayed by the manner in which ideology pervaded training. A committee decreed which Vietnamese should fulfill a given mission, though half its membership was bereft of flight qualifications. When he sought to change such practices and introduce after-action analysis, he was sternly rebuffed by the regiment's political officer, who said through an interpreter, "Comrade, you have come here to help us in our struggle against the American aggressors. Other matters are absolutely no business of yours." As relations between China and the Soviet Union became more acrimonious, there were suspensions and outright stoppages of Russian rail shipments through Mao's territory, including coffins. Thereafter, Soviet personnel who died had to be buried where they fell, so that Petr Zalipsky and his comrades joked with the local girls that they must fulfill Russian custom and visit our graves with vodka and brown bread. A fierce competition developed between Chinese and Russian technicians and diplomats to snatch technology from shot-down U.S. aircraft, with the Vietnamese often deceiving both about wrecks' whereabouts. Soviet diplomat Anatoly Zaitsev recalled a song one of his colleagues composed about their mad dashes through jungle and paddy to reach unexploded ordnance or downed planes before the Chinese. "Come for a date with me. At 6 p.m. after the war. I'll wait for you in Arbat Square. I'll be holding a piece of F-105 under my arm." Local villagers appropriated aluminium, a precious metal for domestic purposes. "By the morning after a crash," said a wondering Russian in the salvage trade, "there would be nothing left of a wreck. The Vietnamese had taken it to make combs and rings." The Soviet embassy in Hanoi reported bitterly to Moscow in March 1967, "Our military specialists work in a very difficult atmosphere, often unnecessarily worsened by Vietnamese comrades who, on various pretexts, conceal crash sites and delay visits. On numerous occasions, shot-down aircraft have been examined before the arrival of Soviet specialists by others who turned out to be Chinese and removed everything of value." In July 1966, the Russians wrote angrily to the North Vietnamese government, suggesting that delays in unloading cargoes at ports reflected a desire to keep Soviet vessels at Haiphong to deter American attacks. The Soviet embassy reported to Moscow that far from the Vietnamese being grateful for industrial equipment supplied, much was simply stored. The recipients also complained ungraciously about the poor quality of Russian materiel. In March 1968, they introduced a law to punish counter-revolutionary activity, which included a ban on Soviet diplomats' travel and barred all unauthorized conversation with local people. A member of the Russian mission appears to have been expelled for contacting the eclipsed Giap faction. The Hanoi Politburo, said the embassy angrily, regarded the USSR merely as a rear area providing equipment for their war effort, and despised its anxiety to see peace made with the Americans. An NVA general told the Soviet chargé, "Had we been defeated, we would have had no choice but to agree to talks. As it is, we are constantly winning decisive victories. What would talks mean for us? Losing everything, above all friendship with China, which is utterly opposed to negotiations." On the SAM sites, however, there was a tolerable working relationship between Russian advisers and their Vietnamese pupils. Lieutenant Valery Miroshnichenko said, "You told them to learn something, and they did so even if they did not understand what they had learned. It wasn't so much that they lived in fear as that they were driven by discipline, thoroughness, striving for victory. They were constructing a communist society." He and his comrades were fascinated by how much the Vietnamese accomplished on their miserable rations. A couple of spoonfuls of plain rice. Where did their strength come from? They were like ants, fixed solely upon achieving appointed tasks. North Vietnamese commanders grudgingly authorized a small increase in the rations of missile crews, in hopes of improving their visual skills. In June 1965, in response to a request from Le Duan, China dispatched to Vietnam a contingent of military engineers and logisticians. More than 170,000 troops, mostly pioneers or engineers, followed during the ensuing year, and between 1965 and 1968, a total of 310,011 Chinese served there, together with 346 advisors. 57-year-old Colonel Gui Lin Long was a railway specialist who had served through both the Civil War and the Korean conflict. He was summoned to the PLA General Staff Building in Beijing one day in April 1965 to be ordered to join a 10-man command group flying immediately to Vietnam. Their role was to direct the repair of rail links damaged by American bombing, and thus speed the flow of arms and supplies from China. Long's special responsibility was to be the border crossing at Hu Ngi Quan, Friendship Pass, and the 150-mile Hanoi to Lao Cai sector. Led by a senior general on arrival in North Vietnam, they were greeted by Pham Van Dong and other members of the Politburo. The situation was extremely serious, Long wrote in his memoirs. If Vietnam's national rail network deteriorated further, the whole war effort would be at risk. He was able to exploit his 1950-53 experience in sustaining North Korea's rail system under air assault. He felt his age, however, travelling relentlessly through the worst of the monsoon season. During the heat of the day, when the temperature sometimes touched 36 degrees Celsius, "We grew dizzy and found our clothes bathed in sweat," he said. "When it rained, we were coated in mud from head to foot. We did not live well." In June, the first of the workforce arrived, 5 regiments of the PLA's Railway Corps, plus a regiment of anti-aircraft artillery. Long assumed the title of Engineering Director for the No. 1 Detachment of the Chinese People's Volunteer Engineer Corps, though it is unlikely that any of its personnel had been consulted about their posting. Long established a headquarters in Lang Son province, his workers encamped around the tracks. The Chinese were dismayed to learn that Saigon radio had carried reports of their arrival. When U.S. reconnaissance aircraft circled the area, on the 3rd of July the Vietnamese persuaded them to shift quarters. This did not spare them from strafing, however, which inflicted significant casualties. Long wrote, "We found ourselves in the same predicament as in Korea 12 years earlier. All our locations were obviously known to the enemy." Vietnamese cadres suggested that the blue cotton suits worn by every Chinese betrayed their nationality. As the summer advanced, beyond the grief inflicted by American bombing, temperatures sometimes reached 49 degrees, with humidity of 85%. The men labouring on the tracks consumed 15 litres of water a day, yet some nonetheless collapsed. Diseases spread and multiplied through bacteria present in every stream and puddle. China's soldier labourers fell prey to endemic skin sores and insomnia. Food was short. The Vietnamese provided their allies only with pumpkin and water spinach, accompanied by a few bananas. Long's regiments had to import canned food and dried vegetables from China. Soldiers hated the local centipedes, leeches, and mosquitoes as much as did their American counterparts, a few hundred miles to the south. They found snakes attacking eggs stacked in the mess kitchens and slithering into sleeping quarters. One man died from a viper bite. Thousands succumbed to malaria. Though we of the Railway Corps had suffered all manner of difficulties in the Civil War and in Korea, we were never before obliged to work in such a hostile environment, wrote Long. Then the bombers came again, intensifying their misery. A 9th of July 1965 raid on the Western Line damaged both stations and bridges. On the 23rd of August, U.S. aircraft hit the Northern Line and the Chinese working on it. a big 20th of September attack on the Tanhua River Bridge, inflicted 20 hits and serious damage. 5 further raids followed. The Chinese took pride in the fact that their men contrived swift repairs. The link to China was never severed for long. Further south, however, important bridges in Bac-Giang province near Hanoi were hit repeatedly. A Chinese soldier drove a blazing truck off one span under fire, lest it explode and inflict further damage. More anti-aircraft guns were summoned from Beijing, deep trenches and bunkers dug, camps dispersed and much reduced in size. Flak crews claimed spectacular successes, as gunners always do, suggesting that they shot down 11 U.S. aircraft during 4 October raids and damaged another 17. When the Chinese first arrived, they had only 2 intelligence personnel to monitor American activity. Over the ensuing 2 years, the air defense network expanded to include 31 raid plotting tables and an elaborate telephone warning system. To improve the soldiers' parlous physical conditions, the threadbare PLA authorized unprecedented indulgences, a spare set of working clothes for every man, plastic sandals in place of canvas shoes, mosquito repellent, snake bite remedies, medical advisors. The Vietnamese grudgingly allowed their guests to plant their own vegetable patches. The perils did not abate, however. On the afternoon of the 21st of August 1966, Zhu Lin Long was driving to inspect a construction site on Route 1 near Yulong Mountain when U.S. aircraft struck. Because of the noise of his own vehicle, he was oblivious of peril until he saw soldiers dashing for the shelter of the nearby jungle. He and his aides stopped the car and leapt out into a hail of cannon fire. Blast from an explosion hurled Long into a nearby trench. His chief of operations was killed, along with their driver. The Vietnamese interpreter was wounded. Long's personal escort suffered a severed artery in his arm which caused him to collapse as he tried to pull his unconscious chief out of the trench. When Long recovered his senses, he found himself drenched in the man's blood. The colonel was later sent home, suffering concussion and spinal damage. He became one among 1,675 Chinese personnel wounded, along with 771 killed during Rolling Thunder. So far as is known, no Russian or Chinese aircrew flew in combat against the Americans. Under a September 1966 agreement between Hanoi and Pyongyang, however, North Korea initially committed to combat 10 MiG-17 pilots, later increased to 20, based at Kep Airfield northeast of Hanoi, and known as Group Z. A total of 87 North Koreans flew for North Vietnam at one time or another between early 1967 and their withdrawal at the end of 1968. They lost 14 pilots killed and claimed to have shot down 26 U.S. aircraft. On the 23rd of December 1966, New York Times deputy managing editor Harrison Salisbury arrived in Hanoi on a visit with momentous propaganda consequences. He'd been chosen to receive a visa from among a host of media applicants because he was a declared opponent of U.S. bombing. Salisbury was shown sites in Hanoi where 300 homes were said to have been destroyed and 10 people killed, 5 miles from the USAF's nearest authorized targets. A Vietnamese-Polish friendship high school was said to have been destroyed. He was also driven 60 miles to Nam Dinh, which he was told had been hit 52 times, killing 89 people and wrecking more than 1/10 of the city's housing. He reported that U.S. aircraft were dropping an enormous weight of explosives on purely civilian targets. Salisbury encountered difficulties familiar to every visitor granted privileged access to a totalitarian state. He was thrilled by the experience and empathized with a poor Asian people subjected to bombardment in a doubtful cause by the most powerful nation on earth. However, he gave insufficient weight in his dispatches and subsequent book to his inability to check anything that his hosts told him. crediting some North Vietnamese assertions that were simply untrue. For instance, that the Americans had been deliberately bombing the Red River dikes and the Nam Dinh textile mill. The US government discovered and announced, too late to undo the impact of Salisbury's dispatches, that most of his statistics were derived from a communist propaganda pamphlet entitled Report of US War Crimes in Nam Dinh. Salisbury published a photograph purporting to show a destroyed Catholic cathedral, which later investigation revealed to be undamaged. The journalist's vivid and emotive articles, like similar later reports by left-wing Western visitors to North Vietnam, revealed considerable credulousness. Nonetheless, the US government was unable convincingly to deny important and unwelcome truths, foremost among which was that a substantial proportion of American air-dropped ordnance fell in the wrong places. For instance, during attacks on Nam Dinh's power plant, bombs landed on the adjoining textile mills. Navy fighters shot at guns sighted on dikes. Once, aircraft tasked to attack one rail yard instead bombed another close to Hanoi. One of the foremost USAF chroniclers of the war, Wayne Thompson, acknowledges in his own account, even if a pilot correctly identified a target, most of his bombs were apt to miss. By the Air Force's own estimates, only half of the ordnance dropped by F-105s, which customarily carried 6 750-pound bombs, landed within 500 feet of the aiming point. This constituted reasonable accuracy, but left a wide margin for what would come to be called collateral damage. Moreover, jettisoned bombs, fuel tanks, air-to-ground missiles, and a mass of debris from North Vietnamese shells and missiles had to land somewhere. It was beyond dispute that substantial damage had been inflicted on non-military facilities and homes, substantial numbers of civilians killed. Salisbury conveyed to the world, for his reports reached a huge audience, making an impact beyond anything the Hanoi Politburo might have anticipated, 2 important messages. First, that American bombing was hurting innocents. Second, that a simple people were responding with determination and courage. Lyndon Johnson's clumsy attempts at humanitarian restraint went for naught, since Salisbury demanded why so many trivial targets in the countryside were being attacked, while Hanoi's power plant and the huge Paul Doumer Bridge remained, at that date, unviolated. Yet nobody got quite what they wanted out of the New York Times man's trip. A February 1967 poll showed that while 85% of Americans now acknowledged that civilians were being killed, 67% continued to favor bombing. The months that followed witnessed a substantial intensification of the air war. In the last 6 months of World War II, under Curtis LeMay's direction, the USAAF dropped 147,000 tons of bombs on Japan, killing 330,000 Japanese. Operation Rolling Thunder unleashed 4 times as much ordnance and eventually killed 52,000 out of 18 million North Vietnamese. Half of Haiphong's residents fled. Hanoi's population shrank by a third. In 1966, the air campaign cost the United States $6.60 for every dollar's worth of damage it inflicted, and almost $10 a year later. The previous spring, when Commander James Stockdale was asked by his pilots, "Why are we fighting?" he responded, "Because it is in the interests of the United States to do so." The longer the bombing continued, however, and the higher losses mounted, the more skeptical became those who did the work. Lieutenant Elliot Tozer, an A4 pilot, wrote in his diary, "The frustration comes on all levels. We fly a limited aircraft, drop limited ordnance, on rare targets in a severely limited amount of time. Worst of all, we do all this in a limited, highly unpopular war." Tozer's sensations were shared at the top of the command chain. At the end of a 1967 briefing, a despairing General John McConnell of the USAF held his head in his hands and lamented, "I can't tell you how I feel. I'm so sick of it. I have never been so goddamn frustrated. Rolling Thunder destroyed 65% of Hanoi's oil storage, 59% of its power plants, 55% of its major bridges, 9,821 vehicles, and 1,966 rail cars. Yet Hanoi was able to leverage the bombing to formidable effect, to induce Moscow and Beijing to provide much increased aid. By 1968, China was shipping 1,000 tons of supplies a day down the Northeast Railroad. North Vietnam had received a total of almost $600 million in economic and $1 billion in military aid, enormous sums for a relatively small, primitive Asian nation. The Pentagon's secret 1966 Jason study showed notable perspicuity about the unintended consequences of Rolling Thunder. Bombing clearly strengthened popular support of the regime, the study showed, by engendering patriotic and nationalistic enthusiasm. The study acknowledged that those more directly involved in the bombing underwent personal hardships and anxieties. Morale was probably damaged less by the direct bombing than by its indirect effects, such as evacuation of the urban population and the splitting of families. Nonetheless, the study continued, a direct frontal attack on a society tends to strengthen the social fabric of the nation, to increase popular support of the existing government, to improve the determination of both the leadership and the populace to fight back. Rand analyst Oleg Hastings argued in December 1966, the U.S. campaign may have presented the Hanoi regime with a near-ideal mix of intended restraint and accidental gore. Though Hastings' tone was flippant, he asserted a truth that remained fundamental. Hanoi has reaped substantial benefits from its response to what was an exaggerated threat assessment, he wrote. As to the effects on public morale and the effectiveness of government control, the cautious guess would be that they have redounded to the regime's net benefit. The bombing has produced enough incidental damage and civilian casualties to assist the government in maintaining anti-American militancy, and not enough to be seriously depressing or disaffecting. Yet, the Joint Chiefs remained unwavering in their enthusiasm for more bombing. In an almost Strangelovian memorandum of the 16th of June 1967, General Earl Wheeler urged intensified attacks on Hanoi, Haiphong, saying, "There is some possibility that it could be decisive, although no expert on domestic or world opinion, I believe that more, rather than less, vigorous action will bring increased support, except from the communists from whom we would only gain increased respect. Finally, I do not believe that this would entail serious risk. 123 attack sorties are worth their human cost if they only reduce Allied deaths in SVN by 1. Stated in another way, the air campaign pays its way in lives if it is responsible for only 1.6% of the difference between potential and actual infiltration of the South by the NVA. In dollars, if it is responsible for 2.1% of the difference in infiltration. Well before the closure of Rolling Thunder in March 1968, however, its meagre results had precipitated an extraordinary political recantation, apostasy, conversion, that of Robert McNamara. Before his final departure from office on the 29th of February, at a private luncheon, he was moved to assert in emotional terms his distress about the crushing futility of bombing. He, like some military chiefs more enlightened than Earl Wheeler, had come to understand that victory by this means, if it was achievable at all, could be won only by imposing devastation on a scale wholly incompatible with the values of the United States. Lyndon Johnson's desire to display might and resolve in Vietnam was constrained by his own uncertainties, fears for the Great Society program, concern about provoking Soviet or Chinese military intervention, anxiety to sustain Allied support for, or at least acquiescence in, American war-making, hopes of protecting both his domestic political base and the global image of the United States. The president declined to acknowledge that it is impossible to bomb an enemy nicely, with much prospect of breaking his will. Moreover, so small were the communists' supply requirements that it is unlikely that even the intensified air campaign advocated by the chiefs would have produced a different outcome. Amid the Sino-Soviet confrontation of the late 1960s, it is hard to imagine a scenario wherein either major communist power would have abandoned its ally, even had America's airmen reduced North Vietnam to rubble, or, more appositely, to matchwood and straw. Chapter 16. Waist Deep in the Big Muddy. 1. Peaceniks. Two parallel Vietnam Wars evolved in 1967. The first was, of course, America's intensifying battlefield struggle. The second was the ever fiercer fight against it back home. CBS TV began broadcasting the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour, a show that became the surprise hit of the season. Although its satirical sallies were soft stuff by 21st century standards, a row exploded about whether the anti-war folk singer Pete Seeger should be allowed a guest appearance. He finally delivered a rousing rendering of a number in which the punchlines ran, "We're waist deep in the big muddy, but the big fool says to push on." The song was supposedly about an army platoon exercising in 1941 Louisiana, but nary a single viewer doubted, or was intended to doubt, that it really addressed Vietnam and the leadership of Lyndon Johnson. That spring, domestic resistance to America's commitment burst forth to become a mass movement, entwined with, though certainly not confined to, the hippie movement and the new metro generation's embrace of drugs and liberal sex. Hairy hippie chieftain Jerry Rubin said, "There's a war going on between young people and the old people who run this country." A galaxy of stars and celebrities came out against the war, headed by most of the Kennedys and their intimates such as J.K. Galbraith and Arthur Schlesinger, and also including Joan Baez and Bob Dylan, Norman Mailer and Jane Fonda, pediatrician Dr. Benjamin Spock, British philosopher Bertrand Russell, many artists, academics and leftists on both sides of the Atlantic, together with leaders of the black civil rights movement. Martin Luther King proclaimed in August 1967, "The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefields of Vietnam." At veteran diplomat Ellsworth Bunker's April confirmation hearing before succeeding Henry Cabot Lodge, the newly designated U.S. Saigon ambassador reasserted the war aim of a strong, viable and free South Vietnam. Senator Fulbright demanded whether the right of self-determination of 15 million Vietnamese is worth the damage it is doing to our own country. Month by month, demonstrations grew in scale until by October, 50,000 protesters rallied in Washington, where 10,000 troops were deployed to protect the Pentagon. Senator Edward Kennedy declared, "No great nation can long claim to have won freedom and democracy for another people if destruction of their own land and way of life was the hallmark of the effort." Nuance was a significant casualty of the argument. Supporters of the war saw themselves as patriots as well as foes of communism. The New York Times reported the strident words of a reform rabbi, newly returned from Vietnam, who asserted that those attacking the administration are helping to prolong the war, doing what the hawks in Hanoi most desire, by portraying the U.S. as the aggressor and the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese as the innocent victims. Carl McIntyre, founder of the Bible Presbyterian Church, declared the struggle a righteous and holy cause, while evangelist Billy James Hargis argued that Americans were fighting for freedom, security, and protection of the United States. The editors of Christianity Today, an evangelical weekly, urged more bombing. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the spectrum, the anti-war movement became increasingly frenzied. Many Americans familiar with Vietnam deplored the manner in which their nation was conducting the fight. They also, however, acknowledged communist brutality and the totalitarian character of the Hanoi regime, and thus recoiled from protesters who made a moral leap beyond chants about the iniquity of their own president. "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids have you killed today?" to assert the goodness of the enemy. When Frank Scotton addressed students, he was dismayed to find that they took for granted the legitimacy of the struggle waged in the name of Ho Chi Minh. "When I challenged that," he said, "they couldn't see what I was getting at. It was as if I had started talking higher mathematics." The chairman of the JCS was shocked to hear an anti-war protester, confronted with evidence that POWs were being tortured, declare that blame lay with America's flyers for taking the work. Henry Kissinger once referred contemptuously to the inexhaustible masochism of American intellectuals, for whom it was a symbol of faith to be convinced that all the difficulties in East-West relations were caused by the stupidity or the intractability of the USA. This was the freakish phase of history at which a significant portion of the youth of the Western democracies professed to admire Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and other revolutionaries, heedless of the oppression their heroes promoted, and in Mao's case, the mass murders over which he presided, incomparably worse than any modern horror for which the US could be held responsible. The consequences of the rising tide of domestic turbulence were profound, especially on college campuses. Since the war's beginnings, while in the field some soldiers, sailors, and airmen had bungled, and many had shown themselves insensitive, their pervasive spirit reflected commitment to an unwelcome but necessary duty. From 1968 onwards, however, this changed. As veterans went home, they were replaced by new men, many infected by a cult of dissent, drugs, and disbelief. When a MACV briefer reported that incoming battalions included some men with college educations, General Crichton Abrams thought that sounded good. However, one of his officers said sepulchrally, "More capable of writing their congressman." Robert Holcomb was a black New Yorker who evaded the draft for a year and eventually took the military oath in handcuffs. The son of school teachers, he was an avowed rebel, stalwart of sit-ins and teach-ins, who devoured Mao's Little Red Book and was expelled from the University of Tennessee for participating in a riot. He said later, "I had read tons of books including literature from Cuba, China, Hanoi itself. Wars are only fought over property, really. As I saw it, we were after a foothold in a small country in the Orient with rubber plantations, rice, timber, and possibly oil. And the people, a cheap source of labor. Yet, at the end of his long dodgem game with authority, he found himself unwillingly serving the U.S. Army in Vietnam." Holcomb, though in 1967 he had not yet got near the war, was an extreme example of what was coming. A study of soldiers proceeding to Vietnam in that year showed 1 in 5 already using marijuana, a proportion that 3 years later would rise to half. The in-country percentage of known pot smokers grew from 1/4 in 1967 to 2/3 in 1971. A host of men read with disbelief about the virulence of the protests back in the States, in newspapers from home delivered to paddies or elephant grass. Lieutenant Andy Finlayson's sergeant recoiled in disgust when their unit picked up English-language communist leaflets quoting Eugene McCarthy's and Robert Kennedy's denunciations of the war. "Unfortunately, I could not give him a good reason for why these American political leaders would say such things," said this career Marine. Some American warriors came later to believe, indeed forever after to insist, that rather than losing the war in the field, they had been betrayed by moral weakness at home, the stab in the back. Texan Captain John McNamara wrote from Da Nang, observing that he and most of his kind were hurt by evidences of civil dissension in the U.S. "I saw a VC-mined civilian bus the other day, women, kids, animals, splashed all over the place." Yet he acknowledged his own confusion. "We don't do that. he continued. "The larger question is, did I and my government, and by inference Western civilization, create the conditions that bred the Asian terrorist?" Yet even the communists were bemused by the excesses of the U.S. anti-war movement. Radical activist Tom Hayden, who later married Jane Fonda, visited Hanoi and became its passionate advocate. One of the few comic moments in Doug Ramsey's Jungle Captivity took place when Hayden's name was mentioned during an interrogation. The prisoner asked his captors their opinion of him. A cadre replied coldly, "We admire his ideology but despise him as a person. How can you respect a man who betrays his own country?" It remains debatable how far American domestic opposition to the war was influenced by principle, how far by conscription for military service, the draft, which gave some young men an overriding personal motive to crusade against a conflict that might waste 2 years of their youth, at worst, forfeit their lives. Statistics show that relatively few Americans fought against their will. 25 of the 27 million draft-age men of the war generation never fired a shot. Of those who went, however, comprising a quarter of almost 3 million Americans who served in Vietnam, 17,725 died. A Harris survey found that most Americans considered them suckers, having to risk their lives in the wrong war in the wrong place at the wrong time. Supporters of the conflict highlighted the fact that only 1% of draft-eligible Americans failed to register, and a similarly tiny proportion refused induction. However, this ignored the extraordinary range of legal exemptions available to those savvy enough to exploit them. Until 1966, married men escaped, which prompted a 10% rise in adolescent weddings. Others escaped by clinging on in school, the Bill Clinton and Donald Trump option. Yale president Kingman Brewster spoke witheringly of a cynical avoidance of service, a corruption of the aims of education, a tarnishing of the national spirit. Draftee Don Graham recalled that his father's generation had defined each other by who did and did not go to fight in World War II. My dad could never forget that Hubert Humphrey was a 4F who stayed at home. Yet in Vietnam I was meeting almost no one who'd been to college. I realized that the winners of our generation would be those who went to law school. Mark Rudd, leader of Students for a Democratic Society, sought a deferment on the grounds that he was a professional revolutionary. He was later declared physically unfit, though the draft board likely considered his adverse impact on the army if forced into fatigues. The parents of 1 in 4 college students incited their sons to avoid the draft. Some got off because they could claim to be of questionable moral character, for instance, through convictions for cattle rustling, pot smoking, or killing an eagle. Gays were also exempt. National Guardsmen escaped, the route preferred by George W. Bush, along with 10 players for the Dallas Cowboys, whose management arranged for them all to be assigned to the same local guard unit. A Philadelphia footballer, who likewise avoided Vietnam, said, "If we'd been called up, the Eagles would have been left without a backfield." Some smart doctors joined the Federal Health Service Corps, becoming, as they mockingly called themselves, Yellow Berets. An astonishing 9 such men later became Nobel laureates. Sympathetic or venal medical examiners could get rich kids off, an avenue also exploited by Donald Trump. It was possible to fake a gastrointestinal ulcer by extracting a pint of blood, then drinking it just before taking tests. Certain city draft boards were identified as soft touches for exemptions, such as Seattle, Washington, and Butte, Montana. Berkeley, California's city council, adopted a resolution barring the police from arresting deserters. Lawrence Baskier and William Strauss, authors of A Study of Wartime Conscription, wrote, "The draftees who fought and died in Vietnam were primarily society's losers, the same men who get left behind in schools, jobs, and other forms of social competition. Only 7% of those from high and middle-income families saw combat. 9% of college graduates against 14% of high school dropouts. In 1965, blacks accounted for a quarter of all combat deaths, which was such an embarrassment to the Defense Department that it contrived thereafter, through selective posting, dramatically to lower the percentage. General Westmoreland said later that rather than the American people bearing any burden, the only ones that paid a price and made a sacrifice were those on the battlefield, who were mainly poor men's sons. Yet U.S. Army historian Conrad Crane has re-examined the statistics on Vietnam service to make an impressive case for qualifying this view. He cites a 1992 study which showed that while 30% of all those killed in action came from the lowest third of the income range, 26% were drawn from the highest. Though 12% of all combat deaths were black and 5% Hispanic, these represented slightly lower losses than those minorities' proportions of draft-age males, the black militants who convinced much of the world as well as themselves that they were bearing an unjust share of a white man's war, overstated their case. Some adolescents chose to make principled stands against service. The first ritual draft card burnings took place in 1964. 50,000 refuseniks became fugitives, and some adopted exotic expedients. One took to the mountains and spent 6 years living in a treehouse. A Minnesota resistor was arrested in Eureka, California, while working as a department store Santa Claus. Some stayed in the U.S. under false identities. Rural New England was dubbed Little Canada because so many fugitives hung out on its farms and campuses. For exiles, Mexico was sympathetic, but a tough place to hustle a dollar. Some new arrivals in Sweden, up there with Canada as U.S. fugitives' first choices, were obliged to become beggars because welfare paid only $15 a week. But then a sympathetic Swedish government doubled this subsidy, to the fury of Congress. One deserter spent the entire Vietnam period bicycling around Canada, living on handouts. Another argued, "I'm not a draft dodger, I'm a 20th century runaway slave." A young soldier, identified only as Bob, deserted to Canada while on pre-embarkation leave, from whence he wrote to a friend serving in the field, "I'm not a pacifist, but in the army I became aware of what that war is, a racist war conducted on behalf of the huge American war machine. You guys are in the best position to let the people of America know just what kind of shit is being carried out in their name." Some dodgers must later have asked themselves whether their long exiles were worth it, because the U.S. judicial system dealt charitably with more than 500,000 draft violators. Only 25,000 were indicted and 3,250 jailed. Among high-profile resistors, in 1967, Muhammad Ali was sentenced to 5 years, but never served a day. Nonetheless, in this respect, blacks generally fared poorly, receiving longer sentences than white violators. Mississippi and Louisiana boards became notorious for using draft law as a weapon against civil rights workers. Only 1 in 7 draftees saw combat. All but 3% of these finally came home, 10% having suffered a wound needing hospitalization. Many were also burdened by memories they would have been happier without. It deserves notice that a vast number of young patriots who had not the smallest desire to serve went to Vietnam without complaint or fuss because they believed it to be their duty. Out on a South Dakota farm, Larry Pressler's pa told his boys they should make no attempt to dodge the draft. If they got out of it, he said, somebody poorer than themselves would have to go in their place, and you will regret it for the rest of your lives. The 2 Pressler brothers went, fought, came home. David Rogers, son of a New Jersey research chemist, read English and history at Hamilton College. Rogers, a thoughtful young man whose father was a Quaker strongly opposed to the war, then registered as a conscientious objector but could not bring himself to stay home. There were no good choices, he said. I was from a small town. I felt it wasn't right to let someone else go in my place. I saw a photo of a medic taking care of people and thought, I can do that. He defied his father's anger to serve as an infantry corpsman. Far more young Americans accepted the call than refused it, though the latter received most of the publicity. One further point about the anti-war movement deserves consideration. Americans will forgive almost anything, save failure. The struggle tried beyond endurance the patience of the world's greatest democracy. Many of its citizens turned sour not because their cause appeared morally wrong, but instead because it seemed doomed. 2. Warnicks. In Vietnam by the spring of 1967, Frank Scotton was among those deeply depressed. It was obvious we were making a lot of mistakes, basing the conduct of war on creating terrible destruction among the people we had come to protect. On the 21st of February, the perennially adventurous French journalist Bernard Fall was killed when he trod on a mine while accompanying a sweep in the street without joy near Da Nang. He had come to be hailed by skeptics as a seer for the insistence with which he proclaimed that the US was repeating all the French blunders of the 1950s, only with more firepower. Free world forces now numbered 1.3 million South Vietnamese and Americans, one soldier for every 15 of the population, with 2,000 tactical aircraft supported by Sachs B-52s. While Chicago's O'Hare Airport boasted 690,000 plane movements a year, by 1968 Tan Son Nhut could claim 804,000, Da Nang 846,000, and Bien Hoa a record-shaking 857,000. And those numbers did not include helicopters. Scotton formed an enduring conviction that the only credible strategy was to deploy US forces in depth and permanently along a line between Quang Tri and the Mekong. If we did not do this, we were doomed to a long war, the sort Americans are not good at, he said. It remains highly doubtful that it was feasible thus to close the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Moreover, even success would not have cured the debility of the Saigon regime. Scotton's view remains nonetheless widely shared among veterans. Out on the battlefield, or rather 100 battlefields on high hills, in flat paddies and dense jungle, by American decree, the Arvin had become bystanders, while US forces launched a succession of bloody, messy operations to locate, engage and destroy both NVA formations and Viet Cong guerrillas. In 1967-68, still many more of the latter than the former. Westmoreland hounded his commanders to keep their men moving, the enemy off balance. After a battle near the Cambodian border on the 31st of March to the 1st of April 1967, in which an attacking VC regiment was harrowed by Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Haig's 126th Infantry, MACV's chieftain royally chewed out Corps Commander Bruce Palmer for failing to pursue the retreating foe. One of the agonies you'd go through, said Fred Wayand, then commanding the 25th Division, is that you'd send out a sweep operation, maybe take 15 men killed. Then after that operation we'd have to pull out of there, and when we went back a month later, we had the same problem all over again. Wayand was highly critical of Westmoreland's belief that the US Army could crush the enemy through attrition. It just seemed ridiculous. The Americans had nothing like enough infantry to secure anything beyond artillery range from the network of fire support bases now excavated and fortified across the country, mostly on red hilltops, stripped of vegetation. Foot soldiers surged forth, fought, moved on, leaving behind discarded C-ration cans and munitions that returning Viet Cong found most serviceable. Officers and men learned to dread the words body count, yet in a war with no prospect of raising a flag in the enemy's capital, there seemed no other plausible yardstick of success. Contrary to myth, this was not an original concept. Every army in every war judges its progress partly by how many enemies it kills or captures. In Vietnam, however, this became obsessional, so that commanders belabored subordinates who failed to deliver a sufficiency of corpses. Their attitude promoted a carelessness, if nothing worse, about which of the enumerated dead were communist fighters, how many hapless peasants. Captain Vince Felleter of the 101st Airborne complained that his superiors were a little bit sensitive to that body count crap. Once his company started digging in and found themselves in an NVA graveyard. Brigade actually wanted us to dig up all the bodies, and they reported them as a body count related to a previous contact. The 9th Division in the Delta became especially notorious. At its headquarters, a wall chart measured efficiency by enemy eliminated per company day in the field. Regional and popular forces scored .3 each, ARVIN .75, and US troops 1.5. A wall graph eventually showed the 9th's alleged body count rise from 1,998 in the second quarter of 1967 to 2,671 in the same period of 1968, 8,138 in second quarter 1969. Abrams later fulminated about the worship of charts. It finally gets to the point where that's really the whole war, fucking charts, instead of the people and the real things. John Vann heaped contempt on the means by which body count numbers were secured, telling Frank Scotton of a shameful 9th Division rampage. The two provinces in which the formation operated averaged 500 civilian casualties a month, whereas the other 12 provinces of 4 corps together accounted for only 400. Vann said of one of the 9th's later commanders, Julian Ewell, that he could kill his own grandmother if he could put her on his body count. Ewell provided the principal role model for the monstrous General Lemming in Josiah Bunting's novel The Lionheads, a fictional assault on the U.S. conduct of the war, written by a former career officer of the 9th Division. Yet it is mistaken to view 1967 to 68 as a time of American tactical failure. Whenever Westmoreland's troops were able to bring the enemy to bay, they inflicted heavy casualties. Captured documents revealed a slump in the morale of many VC and NVA units. One described the Communist 2nd Division's propaganda efforts to counter dread of protracted war, reluctance to fight and to put an end to desertions, defections, surrenders, and suicides. Communist commanders were infuriated by reports of their men turning tail during contacts. Robert Comer, as Director of Pacification, wrote to the President on the 28th of February, "Wastefully, expensively, but nonetheless indisputably, we are winning the war in the South. Few of our programs, civil or military, are very efficient, but we are grinding the enemy down by sheer weight and mass." After a mid-1967 battle in which the VC 514th Battalion in the Delta was hit by both Heliborne and Riverine forces, a communist survivor complained that while they had always been indoctrinated that the Long-Noses were poor fighters, instead they now saw that the Americans fight fiercely, much better than the ARVIN. The Joint Chiefs wrote to McNamara on the 17th of October, "Current strategy and military actions are resulting in steady progress. The enemy is probably in significantly greater difficulty than current battle statistics and hard intelligence indicate." Among mountains of falsehoods that dominate the documentary landscape of the war, this assessment was not unreasonable. In Hanoi Politburo discussions, differing opinions were expressed about the scale of victory that might be attained. By the end of 1967, Dragon Court estimated that it had 232,000 fighters in South Vietnam, 190 battalions, against 204,000 men a year earlier. The increase was achieved by committing more regular NVA units and unflinching acceptance of losses. According to Hanoi's war history, its chiefs viewed this as a time of difficulties and frustrations. Aside from the American battalions that we had destroyed in the Ya Drang Valley in November 1965, we had not since fought a single battle in which we had been able to achieve the objectives we set. Unless they embraced some spectacular initiative, The North Vietnamese saw themselves doomed forever to grind on with a stalemated struggle. Their patience was not, as they liked to claim, inexhaustible. Hanoi's July 1967 strategic plan called for concentration of maximum effort on securing a decisive victory through a general offensive uprising, no matter what the cost. Here was the genesis of the 1968 Tet Offensive, a stroke born partly out of false hopes and partly also out of a sense of urgency to show their people a result. Yet the Americans had manifold difficulties of their own. The anti-war movement was gaining traction at home faster than the U.S. Army was advancing in Southeast Asia. Thoughtful policymakers had come to understand that it was a weakness, not a strength, that while North Vietnamese objectives stretched to the horizon, those of the U.S. were very narrow. This restricted the means acceptable to fulfill them, above all by excluding invasion of the North. Earl Wheeler wrote on the 9th of August 1967, "Our government has repeatedly made it clear that we are not out to destroy the Hanoi regime, nor are we out to devastate NV. We simply want NV to cease its direction and support of the Viet Cong insurgency in the South and take its forces home." Moreover, the U.S. never resolved the problems caused by a chaotic Allied chain of command. Intelligence was a chronic weakness. When Fred Wayand once chastised Bill Colby for the CIA's inability to predict communist moves, Colby answered, "You know, I'd trade all of our assets in the South to get just one asset in the North." Wayand commented, "I simply was astounded that this country of ours, with all the power that we've got, didn't have that. It tells you something about the power of the communist system that it can keep us in the dark like that. Every family in the North must have had someone killed or wounded, or a person that they knew, and yet that government could maintain control over them while we couldn't maintain control over the streets in New York." Trust was low between Americans and South Vietnamese, and indeed within the forces of the Saigon regime, because communist penetration went so deep. Lieutenant General Bruce Palmer was bemused when an ARVIN divisional commander insisted on taking him outdoors, away from his own staff before speaking seriously. Then the Vietnamese explained that his own intelligence officer was a suspected enemy agent. Palmer was one of many soldiers disgusted by the waning of political support in Washington, even as the men of a vast U.S. Army fought and died to fulfill its government's declared wishes. The general wrote after McNamara visited in June 1967, "It became perfectly clear that our civilian and military leaders were far apart." The American build-up ever more grievously polluted Vietnam. A journalist described a characteristic scene in Da Nang. On the main street beside the waterfront, Alps of ammunition were joined to an Andes chain of crates and containers of tinned foods, soft drinks, plastic boots, transistor radios, electricity generators, air conditioners, heavy artillery pieces, tanks, trucks, baseball bats, candy and pulp magazines. Every company in the United States appeared to have dumped here its surplus goods, soon to become garbage. Barbed wire was heaped in masses beside concrete blocks. Old women squatted next to crated ammunition, while children cadged cigarettes from sentries, practicing scraps of English amid excesses of plenty that threatened to bury their society. Moreover, many commanders were increasingly doubtful whether the comforts lavished upon U.S. troops, exemplified by ice cream issues to some units in the field, boosted morale as was intended, or instead corroded the warrior spirit. Most of the world's media no longer believed what the military said about whether it was Monday or Tuesday. On the 3rd of September 1967, Richard Harwood of the Washington Post, himself a Marine veteran of Iwo Jima, published a dispatch headed "The War Just Doesn't Add Up." He addressed a single example of what he perceived as official deceit. MacV, wrote Harwood, had reported as much improved the 1966 combat performance of the South Vietnamese Armored Regiment based in Saigon. Yet how could this assertion be squared with the fact that its 8th Squadron claimed just one enemy dead, 5th Squadron 12, 10th 23, 9th 148 enemy, while all these squadrons together had lost only 14 of their own men killed. MACV's fire hose output of numbers to show things getting better seemed believable only by those who wrote letters to Santa Claus in expectation of an authentic reply. Yet the spirit of the protesters, of the draft dodgers and Pete Seeger, had not yet spread to most of the Americans at the sharp end. Marine Walt Boomer enthused, if ever there was a good time to fight in Vietnam, 1967 was it. There were no drugs, no race problem. Whatever might be happening back in Da Nang, in the field, we didn't know about it. Boomer, son of a North Carolina small businessman and himself a graduate of Duke University, became one of his country's most distinguished warriors. Such an officer thought little about the wider war. He merely rejoiced in fulfilling the role he had trained for, commanding a company whose members he deeply respected as courageous young men. We operated in a bubble of the Corps. I didn't understand what was happening in the real world. Captain Jim Williams, son of a Winona, Minnesota school superintendent, agreed. It was a time of real patriotism, he said. A lot of post-World War II sentiment and parades. Williams spent much of 1967 commanding a reconnaissance unit near the border with Laos, amid tribesmen shepherding laden elephants to market. This was before the North Vietnamese laid siege to Khe Sanh, and the area was tranquil enough for him to attend Mass in the local village church, celebrated by an American mission priest. If you're a Terry and the Pirates type, wrote home Texan career officer Captain John McNamara, you can get into the hinterland and intrigue and blood-brother yourself to the Montagnards to your heart's content. If you like to maneuver regiments and battalions, you can even get a chance at that. So as a professional playground, it's excellent. It was the rest of the war that troubled McNamara, how the Vietnamese people felt about it all. I suppose I'm considerably less optimistic about this thing than I was last time I wrote. 3. Fieldcraft. If a soldier wanted to stay safe, his best course was to remain absolutely still, preferably in a hole. Every movement made him more vulnerable. Yet it was the duty of infantrymen to move. They spent much of their field time seeking out the enemy in platoon, company or battalion strength. For 50,000-odd Americans fulfilling such a role at any one time, exotic Asian nature became the new normal. The brilliant green of rice paddies, darker green of palm groves, small boys leading out water buffalo, farmers plodding with the patience of centuries behind ox-drawn wooden plows. At dusk, grunts watched the buffalo being driven back home, flanks caked with mud from their wallows, pretty much like themselves. And somewhere concealed within all this rustic charm, there was the enemy. Walt Boomer said, "We were looking for a fight every day, hopefully on our terms. I soon began to realize, this guy's sitting back and he's watching. Sometime he's going to see a moment when you get a bit careless, and he's going to whack you." He knew the terrain and we didn't. I remember a terrible day we had. We were advancing down a very narrow valley of mixed brush and we got hit pretty hard. They ambushed a platoon, which had 3 men killed. I lost one guy who had a Navy Cross. We thought, we've got artillery and air support. If only they stick around, we'll get them. But they didn't. The operation wasn't part of anything larger. It was just me and the company going through the country and clearing. Whatever that meant. How many of them did we kill? I don't know. Headquarters was furious about the poor kill ratio. Men were sorely tried by humping a load through fierce heat in tough terrain even before the enemy entered the story. Each carried a weapon, a steel ammo can used to keep paper and such like dry, at least 8 magazines and rounds to fill them, 4 fragmentation and 2 smoke grenades, 4 canteens, which were seldom enough. In dry places, a man might think it prudent to start out with 20 pounds weight of water. Some burdened themselves with extra hardware, perhaps a .45 pistol. As for rations, Andy Finlayson took on 5-day recce patrols, 1 can of beans and franks, 1 of spaghetti and meatballs, 4 of fruit, 3 small cans of snacks. David Rogers subsisted on peanut butter and jelly on crackers, fruit and cake. Thus it was no wonder that most foot soldiers lost weight. A lot of weight. Walt Boomer went into Vietnam 180 pounds, came out at 155. Once they started walking, the bush became ornamented with discarded munitions as sweating newcomers, cherries, lightened their burdens. They learned that only cowboys draped their bodies in M60 machine gun belts because exposed rounds became filthy rounds prone to jam. Jim Williams afterwards found that the surest way to discover the nature of a fellow vet's service was to ask whether he wore underwear. If he did, he had missed the bad places. Underpants bred crotch fungus, so that few men affected them. Phil Caputo said, "Everything rotted and corroded quickly over there. Bodies, boot leather, canvas, metal, morals." Captain Chuck Raindenlaw wrote to his wife, "No single piece of earth is less suited to waging conventional warfare. Oozing water into which one sinks to the knees, trees and underbrush so thickly entwined that it's impossible to force a man's body through in many places. Giant trees whose upper bough structure keeps the ground in perpetual half-light." Poor-sighted men marched in dread of losing their spectacles in the endless brushes with branches and creepers. British officer Freddie Spencer Chapman entitled a classic memoir of the 1942 Malayan campaign, "The Jungle is Neutral." And the same was true in Vietnam a generation later. Country boys coped best, reared to be unafraid of wilderness, a triple canopy foliage, snakes, screaming gibbons. Many Americans, however, were city-bred. It was hard for them to walk easy through thick cover in which paths were likely booby-trapped. Where visibility was only a yard or two, each man had to keep his eyes intent on the one in front. The careless strayed and vanished. Walt Boomer's company lost a Marine during a sweep. We had to stop the whole operation and find him before the North Vietnamese did. Most Americans moved noisily. "The best way to get killed," wrote Andy Finlayson, "was simply to talk in a normal tone of voice. One usually never saw one's enemy, but a voice was like a bullet magnet." A unit that sought to move fast made as much racket as an elephant herd, snapping branches and bamboo. In heavy and hostile country, a prudent point man might advance only one pace every 5 or 6 seconds, 10 a minute, 300 yards an hour. A long-range patrol religiously dedicated to concealment could take a day to cover a mile, with the rear man responsible for erasing tracks. Company trudges were punctuated by the hourly chant of radio operators giving POS reps, position reports into their prick 10s, PRC 10s, later replaced by PRC 25s. All secure, situation remains the same. Nearly all U.S. units radioed too much, failing to grasp the diligence of communist monitoring. Though an officer navigated by map and lensmatic compass, an enlisted man was designated to count the paces they advanced. The leader, Point, did not break trail, he simply advanced with infinite watchfulness, leaving those behind to wield machetes. Every unit had its small quota of eager warriors. In Judd Kinney's platoon there was a Staff Sergeant Haywood Riley, famously good at handling men, and Corporal Thompson Flute, a Native American from Oklahoma, not to be trusted near a drink back at base, but magnificent in the field. Walt Boomer always picked for Point, the most skilled hunter with a sixth sense. Reg Edwards became less afraid of going first when he learned from experience that Point usually survived the shock of contact. Those immediately behind were more likely to get whacked. Space, at least 5 yards between men, was critical, especially in heavily booby-trapped areas. Bunching meant multiplying mutilations and deaths. Action seldom started in the middle of a column, which made that a popular place to be. Drag demanded as much bushcraft as Point. He was rear man, tasked to catch enemy sneaking up from behind. Tim O'Brien, among the most vivid chroniclers of the infantryman's experience, wrote, "If you weren't humping, you were waiting. Digging foxholes, slapping mosquitoes, the sun and the heat and the endless paddies. Even in the deep bush where you could die any number of ways, the war was nakedly and aggressively boring. You'd be sitting at the top of a high hill, the flat paddies stretching out below, and the day would be calm and hot and utterly vacant, and you'd feel the boredom dripping inside you like a leaky faucet. You'd try to relax. You'd uncurl your fists and let your thoughts go. Well, you'd think, that wasn't so bad. And right then you'd hear gunfire behind you and your nuts would fly up into your throat and you'd be squealing pig squeals. Some fights started with an air assault onto a hot LZ, a landing zone occupied by an enemy who shot back even before infantrymen sprang heavily down from the choppers. Phil Caputo wrote that such an operation creates emotional pressures far more intense than a conventional ground assault. It is the enclosed space, the noise, the speed, and above all the sense of total helplessness. There is a certain excitement to it the first time, but after that, it is one of the more unpleasant experiences offered by modern war. It was nail-biting to ride the first bird in, but the second was often the enemy's target of choice. Fred Childs was perched on the edge of a Huey hovering a few feet above an LZ when two men on the opposite side jumped down, causing the Hello to lurch sideways and Childs to fall out and hit his head. Concussed, he recalled nothing about the battle that followed. One day up near Chu Lai, a notably stoical black soldier named Davis took a bullet as he hit the ground but kept shooting back. When another wounded man, Taylor, merely lay sobbing, Davis mocked him mercilessly, goading him to use his weapon. "You crying 'cause you getting ready to die. You dying and you know you dying. You might as well come on and take some of these gooks with us." Taylor said sulkily, "I'm not going to die," which caused Davis to prod him again. "Why you sitting there crying if you not going to die? You crying 'cause you a big faggot." Then both Davis and Taylor kept shooting until a dust-off came. 29-year-old company commander Vince Felleter once lost 6 men who jumped from a stricken Huey, only to have the wreck flip on top of them, rotors flailing, which imposed on survivors the ghastly task of sorting body parts. Next night, battalion flew a hot turkey meal out to them, feeling sorry for us, I guess. This gesture went awry. The entire company succumbed to food poisoning, and at dawn 14 men were medevaced with temperatures over 103. Felleter said, "That was the worst time in my command." On foot, scent could kill almost as surely as noise. Both sides cherished their scouts, some of whom had supremely refined senses. An NVA soldier named Nga was dubbed the German Shepherd because, in a comrade's words, his nose is legendary. Whenever he says he can smell Americans, he always turns out to be right. Some U.S. officers, especially those leading deep penetration patrols, barred smoking, so that men instead chewed tobacco. Scout dogs could be an asset, but were vulnerable to dehydration. More than one handler wound up carrying his canine charge. Australian animal lovers raised a storm in Canberra when Cassius, one of their contingent's trackers, died of heat exhaustion even after being immersed in ice baths by U.S. Army veterinarians. Landon Thorne's Marines prompted Vietnamese Kit Carson scouts to kick his platoon's hapless dogs so they knew the difference between the good guys and the bad ones. And despite the animals' training, sometimes they barked, betraying their owners. It is hard to exaggerate the strain of sweeps, in which days of mere discomfort, filth, exertion, and apprehension could end in an auto-pile-up with an enemy ambush. Captain Julius Johnson said his biggest problem was keeping my men sharp enough after a week or two without contact to maintain their reactions that allowed them to be fired on and get off that second shot. They had their own droll variant on the 23rd Psalm. "Yea, though I walk through this valley of the shadow of darkness and death, I shall not fear, for thou art with me. Thy arty and thy B-52s are on call to comfort me." The chronic wet, rusted grenade pins, cans, guns, electrical circuits. The best way to ward off insects was to soak clothing and boots in repellent, but often juice was short. They had no prophylactic for the leeches. Men were steel spring blousing garters to hold trousers tight. But the crawling horrors got through anyway, their heads boring a quarter-inch into a man's skin before the pain started. They could be removed with a burning cigarette, only at the evening halt. Booby traps were most often spotted early in the day when troops were fresh. Sergeant Mike Sutton was wading thigh-deep through a swamp when among a heap of cut bamboo he found himself hard up against a tripwire. He never forgot the seconds of cold sweat before he stepped back, and lived. The most dangerous time came at late afternoon when men were filthy, hungry, riddled with bug bites, weary of climbing hills, negotiating swamps. That was when it was wise to exchange point men, to secure a renewal of vigilance. A frenzied shout of "hit it" signified, usually too late, that a man had heard the pop as a mine triggered, that the squad should dive for the deck. It was almost always the enemy who initiated contacts with a burst of fire or a shower of chi-coms, grenades, that killed 1, 2, 3 Americans before they could respond. Lieutenant Frank Botcher compared the sort of stuff that followed to a slugging match in a tar pit while blindfolded. A Marine wrote, "As tired and bored as you get fighting both fatigue and the heat, all it takes is a shout or someone moving too fast and suddenly you've never felt so alert, so alive. Your nose, ears, eyes working all of a sudden better than ever before. It's a real rush." The Americans had overwhelming firepower, yet this meant little to grunts confronting an almost invisible enemy in close country. David Rogers said, "We felt pretty evenly matched. B-52s will not solve your problem when you're pinned down. I never felt we had immense superiority. Their RPG was better than our LAW. Their AK-47 was better than our M16. At the heart of every squad was its pig, the M60 machine gun, a superb weapon that delivered a terrific weight of fire at the cost of being heavy to hump, 30 pounds including a belt, and heavier still to feed. Some men carried M79 Thumper grenade launchers, which resembled sawn-off shotguns and fired 40mm shells. M79s and 66mm LAW rockets gave handy, immediate support. Rogers said that in a firefight, sometimes we'd fire an LAW just for the noise. The morale boost its heavy bang provided. CS gas grenades were also sometimes used to shift enemy from stubbornly held positions or to test for their presence in a discovered tunnel system. Soldiers were awed by their own airstrikes and 105mm support. Simply by speaking a few words into a two-way radio, I'd performed magical feats of destruction, an officer marvelled. Gunners 5 or 6 miles away dropped a smoke round to mark their aiming point, then waited for the FO accompanying a platoon or company commander to adjust fire. Here was why soldiers forgave officers many failings, but never poor map reading, which was how friendly fire got to kill them. FOs directed aircraft on a course across their front, because if they attacked from behind, short munitions would hit Americans. Walt Boomer said, "We loved napalm. I don't know how effective it was, but it surely helped your morale." A stupendous volume of air-dropped ordnance was wasted on untenanted wilderness. When Andy Finlayson led a patrol inserted in the jungle by Hello to investigate the impact of a B-52 strike, they found the usual devastation, together with evidence that many men had recently crossed the target area. The only blood pools, however, appeared to be from an elephant or buffalo. In a firefight, many grunts, if their rifles were working, could not resist shooting into the green like it was the 4th of July on full automatic rock and roll. F.O. Bill Hardwick wrote, "Poor fire discipline was endemic. At times it just felt good to rip off a few rounds, the sign of an amateur. The enemy usually had excellent fire discipline. This was partly because the Viet Cong carried relatively little ammunition, sometimes no more than 2 magazines, and this could give the Americans or South Vietnamese the edge in a sustained exchange. Captain Joe Tenney complained that many of his own company made no pretense of aiming. In one case I saw an enemy soldier run through the killing zone of an ambush without ever being hit, though 9 men were shooting at him. As for incoming, Tim O'Brien wrote of the stiff thump of the bullet like a fist, the way it knocks the air out of you and makes you cough, how the sound of the gunshot arrived about 10 years later, and the dizzy feeling, the smell of yourself, the things you think about and say and do right afterward, the way your eyes focus on a tiny white pebble or blade of grass, and how you start thinking, oh man, that's the last thing I'll ever see, that pebble, that blade of grass, which makes you want to cry. The most contentious phrase in every infantryman's lexicon is pinned down. It can mean that a squad, platoon, company is trapped in the face of such heavy enemy fire that it would be suicidal to advance. More often it means that nobody that day is feeling heroic enough to try for a Medal of Honor. It seems smarter to stay prone and call in arty or an airstrike, which is why so much of Vietnam was a radio operator's war. Most firefights were brief. In one that lasted just 30 seconds, 15 of 35 patrolling Marines were killed or wounded. Often a handful of VC used their weapons for a minute or two, then pulled out before artillery could work on them. Vince Felleter said they could break off a firefight much easier than we could. It was tough for junior leaders to exercise control in thick bush, where hand signals could not be seen, and shouts were inaudible above a cacophony of exploding grenades, automatic fire, screams of fear and pain. Some battalion commanders ran their units from overhead Hueys, a practice that seldom impressed their men. Captain Ken Moorfield's colonel and operations officer could be hovering at 1,000 feet, the brigade commander at 1,500, the divisional commander at 25, and I swear to God, he said, one day I was in a battle where the commander of all U.S. forces was at 3,500 feet. From the point of view of some infantryman who's down there sweating his ass off, facing hot lead at close quarters, it's very difficult to respect or identify with his leadership, sitting up in the clouds in starched fatigues. Company commanders were sometimes maddened by senior officers trying to micromanage firefights. Vince Felleter said, I got into a little bit of push and shove with my battalion commander when I told him to get the hell off the net till the contact was over. I lost my cool a little bit, and that caused some problems. It is striking how many novels and memoirs, Karl Melanti's Matterhorn notable among them, display not merely a lack of respect for higher commanders, but active contempt and even hatred for them. Anything could happen during a contact. Riflemen in Charlie Shiab's platoon put a few rounds over the heads of skulkers hanging back, men who just didn't want to do it. Every platoon had such people. Shiab found that he had replaced a medic who refused to go into the bush anymore and instead got a job at base. When the company met trouble on Chu Moor Mountain, survivors were shocked to discover that their sergeant, who had seemed a decent guy, went into shock. He just wasn't there for us. The NCO vanished forever, carrying a wounded man to the rear. All grunts called their corpsman Doc, knowing that if they were hit, he was as near to a real doctor as they were going to get before Providence decided whether they lived or died. On reconnaissance missions, David Rogers carried his medical kit in a C4 explosives bag, salt tablets, dressings, morphia, 2 cans of albumin, an intravenous drip, smoke grenades to call in dust-offs. On normal field duty, this was reinforced by an AK-47 magazine vest filled with morphine ampoules and other kit. He also carried scissors on a D-ring. He said, most wounds had a little hole going in and a big one coming out. I really didn't know what to do with one guy because I couldn't find a clear wound. Some shrapnel must have got into him. He was alive when we put him onto the helicopter, dead before he got to Ku Chi. Fred Hilliard, a 26-year-old West Pointer, felt that too often attacks lost momentum because of the priority given to casualty evacuation, which vanished if a man was dead. He cited the emotional attraction that one has to a casualty and how that changes once it's a KIA. The light inside of a body is so important that once that light is extinguished, you have a totally different emotional attention. Then it's a logistics burden. Jim Williams said that when men broke off an attack to hump a casualty, part of that was just an excuse to get out of the fire, and it was killing us, literally, because once you lose fire superiority, the enemy gains it and you're pinned down. He told his own company, "I don't care if it's your mother that goes down, you leave her lying there and you keep going." A communist officer expressed skepticism about American soldiers for the usual reasons. They carried too many luxuries, were too heavy, too slow. We could see them coming a long way off. Nonetheless, the NVA's field craft was not always superior. American ambushes could be alerted to an approaching enemy by the same sounds they themselves generated: metal on metal, a clanking canteen, careless chatter. Once, during a firefight in which Americans became momentarily unnerved, their spirits rose when a man began taunting the communists. Andy Finlayson again said, "Soon all of us were laughing and yelling at the enemy to come and get us. I'm not sure whether it was the heavy volume of fire we poured in or the laughing or the grenades, but whatever it was, the enemy moved away." After a killing fight, men tried to gather to say a brief prayer over fallen comrades, though that indulgence had to be abandoned where casualties mounted. The practice of mutilating enemy dead was widespread. An October 1967 episode brought shame on the media. A CBS cameraman handed a soldier a knife with which to sever the ear of a dead communist for the benefit of TV viewers. Both the cameraman and his reporter fled the country rather than testify at the soldier's subsequent court-martial. It was well known, however, that men took such souvenirs. One day, Walt Boomer's battalion medical officer led the captain aside and warned that his men were collecting ears. Boomer gathered the company around him that night, sat them down and said, "If you ever do this again, I'll kill you. What would your mothers say?" He believed tough leadership was the only way to check excesses. "From cutting off ears," he said, "you can spiral into terrible atrocities. My lie happened because officers failed." Some men instead contented themselves with leaving an ace of spades on VC corpses. John McNamara wrote home that he was appalled by the amount of loose talk about the need to employ terrorist tactics against terrorists. Just a few years ago, it was confined to the fringe. If the actual U.S. military establishment ever start going that way, good grief. Quite decent people become frustrated. Beware the wrath of the centurions. With the 1st Air Cav, Don Graham felt really proud when he saw a colonel relieve in the field a company commander whose men had wantonly burned civilian homes. Even if religious faith was on short ration, less than 1 man in 5 attended regular services and 2/3 never. Most did plenty of praying. During September 1967's Operation Swift, Chaplain Vincent Capodanno comforted a casualty by saying, "Stay calm, Marine. Someone will be here to help soon. God is with us all here today." The man later testified that Capodanno's presence had given him an extraordinary sense of peace. The chaplain was killed soon afterwards, awarded a posthumous Medal of Honor, and declared a servant of God by the Catholic Church. Capodanno's mere presence at the sharp end won the respect of his flock. Though this could be overdone, James May described his own unit's man of God seeking to showcase his brotherhood with the soldiers by delivering obscene imprecations such as, "Please God, let the bombs fall straight on the little yellow motherfuckers." Another chaplain was photographed carrying a rifle and grenades, while yet one more liked to take shifts as a helicopter door gunner. A unit in the field usually halted at late afternoon, where possible on higher ground commanding a view. Men finished the day coated with red dirt baked in sweat, which it became ecstasy to scrub off with sand in river water if there was any nearby. Walt Boomer made his men shave. I wanted them to think with the cunning of animals, but I didn't want them to become animals. Few officers dared to enforce such discipline, however, especially as the war grew older and sicker. Most evenings they had to dig, which everybody hated, though it often made the difference between living and dying. Good units sank 2-man foxholes 40 inches deep, cursing the rocks and roots they encountered below the thin surface layer of clay. When rain came, as it so often did, biblical torrents collapsed fighting holes and makeshift poncho roofs, prompting an orgy of obscenities. After they dug, they cooked, usually on a stove improvised from a C-ration tin punched full of holes, fueled with small pieces of C4 explosive that hissed and flared to a white-hot flame. There was trading and bitching about who got to eat what. Everybody liked canned fruit and pound cake, while nobody relished ham and lima beans, except Walt Boomer. Most men preferred LRRP recon packs to C-rations, but the former were hard for infantry units to get their hands on. Some men made elaborate messes, for instance, extracting the potatoes from a meat and potatoes can, mashing them with dried cream substitute, while cooking the meat and gravy in a canteen cup. They brewed instant coffee or cocoa, finished with crackers perhaps spread with melted cheese, shakes of tarragon leaves and onion chips. After 2 weeks out, everything tasted the same, and sometimes they thought themselves lucky to get fed at all. If the weather closed in, a skate, air resupply day with mail and maybe beer, was cancelled. Most units occasionally found themselves hungry, though never remotely as ravenous as their enemies. The worst peril was that of exhausting radio batteries, a special risk for deep penetration patrols. If communications died, their air hose was severed to fire support, rescue, maybe even survival. Almost everybody smoked, and cigarettes came in C-ration sundry packs along with candy, razor blades, toothpaste and brushes, writing paper and pencils. Pills played a big role. They sucked salt tablets, purified water with halazone that made it taste like iodine, and which still gave them the shits, for which they would take 2 Lomotil tablets 4 times a day. They swallowed daily malaria tablets under a corpsman's eye, because some men yearned for fever to escape the bush. In 1967 to 68, while drug abuse increased, it was mostly confined to the rear. Officers and NCOs still had sufficient clout to keep men clean in the field. In the evenings, in their hammocks or prone on flattened C-ration cartons after a skate, some men took out battered paperbacks. Andy Finlayson read voraciously on OPs, observation patrols. Far from any firebase, he soaked up history, political science, anthropology, Conrad, Hardy, Hemingway, Updike, and the Japanese classic The Tale of Genji. Comics were more popular, however. Harold Bryan was sometimes reduced to reading the Bible his mother had sent him. "When I couldn't find any Playboys," he said. Those who could not read talked. David Rogers said, "You'd think about home. What are they doing now?" I had a friend, a sergeant, who liked to play word games. We'd been through a lot and were very close. Sooner or later, all talk got around to the universal obsession, Diros. Date estimated return from overseas, which each man carried burnt into his heart, especially when he was getting short. The 101st Airborne's signature Boonie Rat song started, "I landed in this country, 1 year of life to give, my only friend a weapon, my only prayer to live." Some men carried in the field short timers' sticks, elaborately carved walking canes. Others confined themselves to calendars and folk art on which they marked off the days. Nonetheless, it was thought unlucky for a new man to ask old sweats how long they'd been there before they saw fit to tell him. John Del Vecchio wrote, "For many soldiers, Vietnam was depression, despair, a valley of terror. Much of the anxiety came not from the NVA, not from the jungle. It came from being taken away from wives and friends and family, and being totally out of control. Some men wrote letters, others made audio tapes. A few were crass enough to include recordings of the noises in their lives, mortars and dime nickels, 105mm guns. The tapes were vivid, sure enough, but frightened the bejesus out of hapless folks back home. Meanwhile, many idle soldiers clowned. Tim O'Brien wrote, "The average age in our platoon was 19 or 20, and as a consequence things often took on a curiously playful atmosphere, like a sporting event at some exotic reform school. The competition could be lethal, yet there was a childlike exuberance to it all, lots of pranks and horseplay. Some, whether willfully or through lack of mental equipment, took this spirit into the field. And paid. One boy was always playing around until the morning he did his playing outside the perimeter, triggered a mine, lost a leg. During the hours of darkness, most men's sleep was interrupted by a stint on watch, or if they were unlucky, out with a patrol, tiptoeing in their fear of stepping on something lethal, striving to avoid stumbling over a mangrove root or falling off a paddy dyke. Everybody hated night patrols, knowing that their silent movement skills were imperfect, especially in the dry season, when every stick and leaf crackled under the feet even of practiced ghost walkers. In darkness, the communists could move freely into hamlets and villages, knowing that it was unlikely they would find Americans or Southern troops. Walt Boomer said, "At night we weren't there," and the Viet Cong was. Most often, commanders contented themselves with putting out ambushes, anything from 100 to 1,000 yards out. Sergeant Jerry Ledoux said, "I always stayed awake, and it shocked me because I had guys actually snoring when they were supposed to be on watch. Some people just didn't realize that, hey, this is not a game, this is a life and death thing." Captain Joe Tenney agreed. Too many men slept on watch without their officers or NCOs checking up on them. Even if a squad on ambush was awake, when large numbers of enemy appeared, it became a nice call whether to fire or stay mute. Wayne Miller sometimes got so cold, wet, and miserable that he urinated underneath himself, partly for the relief of the hot wetness, and partly because it was so dangerous to stand up and do it anywhere else. Plenty of men got shot by nervous buddies. In a dozen contacts during Miller's 8 months in the field, he never knew whether his shooting hit anybody, but one night he was nannying a claymore in an ambush when 3 enemy walked by. He'd been instructed to do nothing until somebody fired. Sure enough, the first shots caused the Vietnamese to dash back up the trail, pausing momentarily in front of Miller's hiding place. He touched the hellbox that tripped the claymore and watched with horrified fascination as these human bodies disintegrated before his eyes. As a 1967 company commander, Walt Boomer said, "I realized that I only became effective after several months. But as soon as that happened, you were pulled out." In his last weeks up near the DMZ, our mission was to find North Vietnamese. It was pretty brutish living. We were always on the go, once out for 45 days with no shower. We lived like animals and didn't accomplish much. The enemy would either find us on their terms, or occasionally we'd find them on ours. The North Vietnamese soldier knew that if he came square on with us, he was going to die. We didn't understand that no matter how many we killed, it wasn't going to be enough. 4. Guns. In close country, American firepower superiority achieved little. There the infantryman's personal weapon was what counted, and cost Westmoreland's army a crisis of confidence. The most technologically advanced nation on earth equipped its infantrymen with a gun inferior to that which armed most of Hanoi's soldiers. This assertion demands qualification. On a range, the U.S. rifle was much better. Not in the boondocks, however. The supreme virtue of the communist AK lay in its empowerment of an ill-trained peasant to deliver automatic fire after the immersion of himself and his weapon in sand, mud or water, despite a paucity of maintenance that would cause most M16s to refuse duty. The AK-47, numbered for the year of its prototype, was invented by Russian designers led by Sergeant Mikhail Kalashnikov, a Red Army tank veteran wounded in 1941, who was thereafter employed as a small arms specialist. The gun's inspiration was an intermediate 7.62 by 39mm cartridge devised by the Germans for medium range, 50 to 200 yards. Kalashnikov and his collaborators took this relatively light round and built around it an absurdly simple assault rifle, of which the firing mechanism owed something to the American M1. Its reliability derived from having only 8 big, heavy moving parts, assembled so loosely that grit did not trouble them. Chromium plating of the barrel lining, gas chamber and piston increased the gun's durability. Its only vices were a tendency to shoot slightly left and a loud clack when the change lever was shifted. The AK-47's inaccuracy was unimportant. It enabled guerrillas to deliver heavy fire, usually semi-automatic, or in short bursts. Approaching 100 million copies have been manufactured since 1947 at factories throughout the communist world. The Kalashnikov has proved the most influential firearm in history, the revolutionaries' weapon of choice from Angola to the Philippines, instantly recognizable by its banana-shaped magazine. In 1963, the Chinese began to supply North Vietnam with their Norinco 56 variant, which became responsible for killing or wounding more American and South Vietnamese soldiers than any other weapon in the theater. In the Korean era, the U.S. Army viewed the AK with contempt as a mere submachine gun. The Pentagon rejected a 1953 British proposal to equip NATO with a similar .280 caliber light assault weapon, preferring its own M14 long-range semi-automatic rifle, almost 4 feet long and weighing 12 pounds. In October 1962, however, McNamara wrote to Army Secretary Cyrus Vance, "I have seen certain evidence which appears to indicate that with the M14 rifle we are equipping our forces with a weapon definitely inferior in firepower and combat effectiveness to the assault rifle with which the Soviets have equipped their own and their satellite forces worldwide since 1950. The Army had nothing on its shelves with which to respond to this call for a new American weapon. It turned to Colt, manufacturers of a small-caliber rifle designated the AR-15, or Armalite. This was originally created in a workshop in the Hollywood garage of George Sullivan, a Lockheed aero engineer fascinated by small arms. Sullivan hired Eugene Stoner, an ex-Marine with an ordnance background, to lead a design group. Fairchild Aviation bought their company, which produced several guns that never entered mass production, but roused armed forces' interest. Stoner's AR-15 evolved into a handy 5.56mm weapon, weighing 6.35 pounds unloaded, 39 inches long, clad in black plastic. In 1959, Fairchild sold Armalite to Colt, which began to promote the AR-15, manufactured at its Hartford, Connecticut plant. First field trials in Vietnam generated enthusiasm, especially for its accuracy and lightness. But there were concerns that the Armalite's high-velocity bullet was prone to shatter on impact, creating a dum-dum effect, and thus possibly breaching international law. Macabre secret experiments were performed at the Army's Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland, on live Angora goats, severed human heads and limbs imported from India. These concluded with the good news that the AR-15 did more cranial damage than the AK-47 or M14. In July 1963, Earl Wheeler reported that the new gun was plainly superior to the Kalashnikov. He admitted some doubts about its reliability, but said these could be readily corrected. In December, the Pentagon placed a first big order for 104,000 rifles, now designated M16s, though hesitation persisted about their general issue. The Marines wanted a different model from the same stable, the Stoner 63. By 1965, the M16 was still under field testing and earning mixed reports. Lieutenant Colonel Hal Moore gave the gun a rave review after the 1/7th Cavalry used it in the Ya Drang Valley battle, and this persuaded Westmoreland to get behind it. Colt, meanwhile, lobbied on Capitol Hill, exploiting media reports that soldiers in the field felt undergunned fighting against the AK-47 with the old M14. The influential Senator Richard Russell phoned McNamara on the 7th of December and said laconically, "Buy 100,000 rifles today, or I'm releasing the story to the press." Contracts were signed. Colt had posted a financial loss in 1963, but the M16 launched it into boom times. The new weapon would eventually sell 8 million copies. Yet general field issue began just as grievous design flaws were becoming apparent. The Army's insistence on a weapon capable of long-range fire effective at 500 yards imposed huge strains on the working parts of a light automatic weapon, especially when its cartridge was filled with so-called ball powder, which caused super-energetic detonation and heavy barrel fouling. The Shooting Times, civilian gun enthusiasts' Bible, experienced repeated malfunctions with a test M16. Its published report assumed that these guns would be corrected before military issue. Only they were not. The gun's historian, C.J. Chivers, has written, "The Army and Colts had effectively put a prototype into mass production and were fine-tuning it as it failed in the troops' hands." Through 1966, soldiers fighting in Vietnam suffered insistent problems with their new weapons, which corroded fast in tropical conditions. After a round was fired, the empty case often jammed in the chamber. It then had to be extracted by a soldier pushing a rod, if he was fortunate enough to have one, down the barrel, maybe under fire. There was a chronic shortage of cleaning kits, which caused many men to rely on phone wire or nylon cord to pull through. Some men wrote home, asking their families to buy and send out cleaning rods. Of 2,000 early M16s tested by armourers, 384 malfunctioned. The real scandal of the rifle began here. Behind closed doors, the U.S. Army knew it faced a crisis. It was equipping infantrymen with a tool unfit for mortal combat. For months, however, it strove to hide this. Teething troubles were blamed on soldiers' sloppy cleaning practices. Colonel Richard Halleck's of the Army's Advanced Research Development Agency led a campaign to conceal the M16's deficiencies, above all from Congress. He placed a secret keep close stamp on an agency memorandum about the rifle. An institutional cover-up was launched to ensure that the M16's rollout could continue uninterrupted. In February 1967, Marines began to receive the weapons in Vietnam. When users protested about jams, these were blamed on their own clumsiness. At a Da Nang press conference, Lieutenant General Lew Walt insisted that his men were 100% sold on the new rifle. MACV warned its information officers to admit nothing about M16 malfunctions. Angry Marines and soldiers nonetheless began writing home. On the 26th of March, 1967, the Washington Daily News broke the story, asserting a growing belief among grunts that the Communists' old gun was superior to the Americans' new one. Extraordinary tales began to seep back of firefights during which scores of men found themselves grappling with jammed weapons. After one action, a Marine was quoted in a U.S. local paper, the Asbury Park Evening News, saying, "You know what killed most of us? Our own rifle. Practically every one of our dead was found with his rifle tore down next to him, where he'd been trying to fix it." This was surely hyperbole, but Congress started taking notice. On the 20th of May 1967, a representative from New Jersey sent the Asbury Park clipping to McNamara, who could not, thereafter, plead ignorance. This was the time when Marines were engaged in the so-called Hills battles, in which more than 150 died, some of them carrying guns that would not shoot. In July, the 2 3rd Marines suffered crippling losses amid continuing difficulties with M16s. Captain Jerry Turley described his own battalion's changeover as a disaster. We were just told, put the M14s on this pile and take M16s out of that one. There was a 75% increase in weapon malfunctions. We complained and they just shrugged clean 'em better. When the battalion lost all 5 of its company commanders in 30 days of intensive action, some officers blamed the high casualties explicitly on the new weapon. Turley said, "Can you imagine the effect on that infantry battalion? The morale factor was absolutely disastrous." A 23-year-old lieutenant named Michael Chernovac wrote home detailing how in one firefight 40 weapons malfunctioned in the company of which he was executive officer. He dispatched copies to his congressman, to Bobby Kennedy, and to newspapers headed by the Washington Post, which published the letter on the 29th of October. The Marine Corps responded by investigating not the rifle's flaws, but instead the alleged crime of the letter writer. Chernovac received a formal reprimand. Yet a Colt representative in Asia, Kanemitsu Ito, wrote to his employer stating that the allegations about its product's shortcomings were justified. He himself had addressed a meeting of Marines which he likened to encountering a den of angry, ferocious lions. Ito said that most of the men hated their new rifle and had a right to hate it. Colt responded to such private intelligence and to published allegations with a barrage of lies. They stubbornly refused to admit that there was anything wrong with their rifle. Late in 1967, M16s were dumped from helicopters onto one Marine battalion in the field, without benefit of familiarization training. Walt Boomer said, "That was a nightmare. In one ambush, half the rifles malfunctioned. I've always loved the Marine Corps, but I've also held them accountable for stupid things." Likewise, Judd Kinney always thought the M14 was a better weapon. Enthusiasm for the rival AK-47 was not universal. A South Vietnamese officer whose men tested the guns reported that most eventually relinquished them, saying that it was hard to change magazines on the move, they were prone to rust, and the gun became rapidly less effective when intensively fired. The U.S. Army and Marine Corps learned to live with the M16 and to fight with it. More cleaning equipment was issued. Some of the issues identified in 1966 were sorted 2 years on. A modified version with a new buffer and a chromium-plated bore worked better. Yet the fundamental fact remained that while the M16 was a much more sophisticated tool than the Kalashnikov, it was not as robust. It is also debatable whether issuing U.S. forces in Vietnam with a rifle which squirted off a magazine in 3 seconds when set to rock and roll promoted their best interests. In significant respects, the M16 AK-47 story may be considered a paradigm for the military difficulties that beset U.S. efforts to preserve South Vietnam. Like many unsophisticated people, William Westmoreland enjoyed the limelight, at least until its glare destroyed his reputation. One day when MacVee's chieftain visited the 1st Air Cavalry, Don Graham travelled for a few hours with the great man and his 3 aides. He asked one, "Sir, what exactly do you do for the general?" The answer came, "I carry his cleanly pressed uniforms so he does not look disgusting when he meets the troops." In November 1967, at the behest of Lyndon Johnson, the general paid a high-profile visit home to lend his weight to assurances that the war was going fine. Privately, Westmoreland thought nothing of the kind. He was demanding many, many more soldiers. He nonetheless did the job that his commander-in-chief wanted. The Washington Star used his words in a 7th of November report, headlined, "In a military sense, the war is just about won." Bob Considine of the Philadelphia Inquirer echoed the general's song when he wrote, "Stop griping, we're winning this lousy war. It is not, repeat, not a stalemate." On the 21st of November, Westmoreland told the National Press Club, "The enemy has not won a major battle in more than a year. He can fight his large forces only at the edges of his sanctuaries. His guerrilla force is declining at a steady rate. Morale problems are developing." Even James Reston, a long-time skeptic, felt obliged to treat with respect Westmoreland's expressions of confidence. Following the National Press Club appearance, loyalists and patriots across America rallied behind their commander-in-chief and his general. More than that, they grew increasingly strident in denouncing naysayers. At the AFL-CIO Union Convention on the 2nd of December, Secretary of State Dean Rusk compared anti-war protesters to Hitler's stormtroopers. Yet Captain John McNamara wrote home, "Between the VC, NVA and myself, there's an honest and mutually shared respect. We're approaching a situation frighteningly like the French, militarily indomitable, but politically hopelessly fragmented." Don Graham exchanged letters with his mother Kay back home, where she owned the Washington Post. He said afterwards, "I was confused then about what we should have done, and I'm confused now. By the time I went home in July 1968, I thanked God I was out of there, and I would not have recommended to anyone else that they should go. We could be there 20 years without making any difference. The central fact was that we couldn't find the enemy." Graham viewed the war from what might be called a privileged, low level, but he was right. NVA officer Pham Phu Bang was awed by the American assaults in Tay Ninh province during August 1967's Operation Junction City. They just kept coming and coming. His men found themselves running out of food, medical supplies, weapons, ammunition. Bang was convinced his last hour had come when his unit was ordered to serve as rearguard in a blasted forest while the rest of the division pulled out. Hour after hour, they lay over their weapons waiting to fight and to die. Yet the Americans passed them by. Slowly and almost disbelievingly, Bang and his men understood that they would live to fight another day. Indeed, many more days. Neither the communists' energy nor savagery seemed much diminished by all their foes' sweeps, patrols, their cutely code-named air assaults. In December 1967, having occupied the Montagnard community of Dak Son in the Central Highlands, they killed more than 250 of its 2,000 people before burning the village, and at Dragon Court, North Vietnam's generals were planning much bigger things. Chapter 17. Our Guys, Their Guys. The Vietnamese War. 1. Song Qua Nghe. Let's just get through the day. Doug Ramsey, before his capture, often risked joyriding with John Van in a bright yellow pickup pockmarked with bullet holes for the simple pleasure of gazing on the Vietnamese countryside. He wrote, "As we passed field after lush field of ripening rice, we would watch the fat kernels of grain turn slowly, then rapidly, from straw colour to sunset saffron, to burnished copper in the afterglow. We'd enjoyed the cool, moving air, the visual and oral panorama, and the pungent rural odours, as if we'd been small city children on the way to camp for the first time. Occasionally we would stop for a minute or two in some red-tiled or thatched-roofed hamlet, where the people were settling in for the evening as they and their ancestors had done for hundreds of years, while we ourselves tried for a little while to forget lifeless memos and lifeless bodies, and rediscover what ordinary, sane life and ordinary, sane beauty and truth in ordinary, sane people were all about." Ramsey added sadly, "I knew, of course, that all of this had to vanish from the landscape someday, probably rather soon, and be replaced by the appurtenances of the 18th century, if not the 20th. I also knew that my wistful romantic images masked harsh realities of back-breaking, lifelong heavy manual labour, perpetual semi-poverty, progress-thwarting superstition and short life expectancy suffered by probably 90% of the population. Over a decade, the war doubled the country's city dwellers to 40% by 1970. Life is what you're used to. Young Vietnamese accepted the conflict as their natural environment, along with paddies and palm trees. Nguyen Kiem said of his school days, "We learned to run when we heard a rocket, and otherwise not to worry much." Yet the struggle determined the life courses of all but the most privileged. Phan Thanh Ngu cherished ambitions to exploit his college chemistry major to work in pharmaceuticals. In 1966 South Vietnam, however, he saw no choice save to join some element of the security forces and became a police special branch officer. He ever afterwards sustained a tinge of regret for that lost career. "I was successful in the service, but policemen carry that stigma," he said. Everywhere that U.S. military might held sway, local people earned dollars, but also paid a toll. On successive nights, truck drivers of a field artillery unit on road runs to Quy Nhon first killed a 6-year-old Montagnard girl, then hit an elderly woman outside Kon Tum. One of the drivers thought it comic to sound his deafening horn behind a bike rider who swerved into the bush, catching a foot in his wheel spokes, with agonizing consequences. A fellow driver said later, with the mortification of maturity, "That's how some Americans behaved." The rival capitals had assumed mantles of decay, Hanoi's the grimmer. In the later 1960s, the austerity of North Vietnamese life was intensified by an infusion of the spirit of Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution. Children attended state nurseries, agricultural collectivization was rigorously enforced, private property increasingly frowned upon. Such measures were readily justified to Ho Chi Minh's people by the imperatives of the unification struggle and the crimes of the American imperialists. The Soviet Union was now explicitly branded as revisionist. Saigon's condition reflected a preoccupation with the war to the exclusion of almost all else, including street cleaning. In the 1930s, the city's Phu Tho racecourse had been almost as elegant as Paris's Longchamp. By the later 60s, however, the red and yellow grandstands were crumbling. Dragonflies swarmed in the paddock. There were still occasional Sunday meetings at which featherweight 80-pound jockeys rode horses that disliked the heat as much as any grunt, though they facilitated manic gambling. Yet it would have been rash to bet on which side in the war even the flashiest spectator supported. Consider Truong Nu Tang, boss of the Société Sucrière, which employed 5,000 people. He lived the smart social life, owned a beach house on Cap Saint-Jacques, holidayed in Dalat, played tennis and the four-colour card game at the best houses, yet was, secretly, a top NLF cadre. He survived a 1965 denunciation, being fortunate enough to be released to return to his big office at the Société after 6 months in jail. 2 years later, however, he was betrayed by Ba Tra, a cadre who defected to the government and was later assassinated by the Viet Cong. Tang painted a vivid picture of the Saigon prison to which he was consigned. "The scene that presented itself," he said, "struck me with a horror and fear so terrible that I felt I had lost my soul. Sprawled out on the floor, the whole length of the corridor were people chained together by the ankles. Many of their faces were bloody and swollen. Here and there, limbs jutted at unnatural angles. Some writhed in agony. Others just lay, staring blankly. From the tangle of bodies came groans and the sound of weeping. The air was filled with a low, continuous wail. My heart began to race. One side of the passage was lined with doors that apparently led to interrogation rooms. From behind these came curses and spasmodic screams of pain." Tang, a privileged person in the eyes of both sides, with access to big money, escaped lightly. His wife bribed his principal interrogator $6,000 to spare him from torture. Later, she paid another $5,000 to the president of the tribunal that tried his case, a man who afterwards became Thieu's chief security advisor, to secure a sentence of just 2 years' imprisonment, following which Tang joined his NLF comrades in the jungle. In Southern life, family ties counted for at least as much as ideology. The CIA's long-serving Saigon officer, Frank Snepp, loved and admired the Vietnamese, but rejected Frances Fitzgerald's idealized view. She wasn't writing about the Vietnam I had to deal with. I didn't see them vibrating with anti-colonialist intensity. They seemed intensely pragmatic. South Vietnam was an endless series of accommodations. President Thieu's Psy War chief sheltered in his house a sister-in-law who had run a communist cell in Hue. The army chief of staff protected 2 of his wife's nephews, whose father was a top communist. Tang's daughter, Loan, was a close friend of Thieu's daughter, Tuan An. The president continued to welcome the girl into his home even after Tang was revealed as a traitor, and, much to Thieu's credit, eventually sponsored Loan's computer science course in Pennsylvania. While the country retained peerless natural beauties, much of it was polluted by the war, in a fashion evidenced by its 77 orphanages and 200,000 child delinquents. Some farmers, weary of seeing their paddy fields wrecked by the passage of military vehicles, abandoned rice growing, sustaining the drift to the cities. A permanent chemical pall hung over Saigon and its adjoining military suburbs of Long Bin and Tan Son Nhut. Almost every street was rutted and potholed by neglect, excesses of climate and traffic. The last increased from 1967 onwards by a tsunami of Honda mopeds. Piles of cement and rubbish were as ubiquitous as security chicanes, barbed wire and belching black truck diesel smoke. Shantytowns had sprung up alongside the Saigon River and its adjoining canals. Everywhere artisans hammered, sawed and screwed at outdoor workshops, while each of many of the capital's streets offered its own specialized goods and goodies for sale, kitchen equipment in one, electric fans in another, elsewhere air conditioners, bicycles, clothes, books, cameras, replica military fatigues for children, fish sauce, soups, vegetables, nuts, oranges, frog and eel in garlic, rice spirit thinly disguised as Scotch or bourbon. There were also girls, in prodigious quantity, of considerable beauty, wearing excessive makeup and expressions that ranged from absolute ruthlessness to profound melancholy. There were still islands of romance in Saigon, but squalor dominated. It was a matter of ideological taste whether Hanoi's uniform socialist drabness was preferred. The war was happening in the countryside. Villagers often said to Viet Cong fighters, "It's easy for you. All you have are your guns and your packs. You can go and live anywhere. But we have our wives, children, rice, gardens, and we cannot take them with us. It is difficult enough to get the buffalo to follow us, so we must stay here." Many adopted the fatalistic motto, Song Kwang Ge, let's just get through the day. An important element in the communists' successes was that they worked with the grain of rural society more effectively than did the Saigon regime. They spread rumors that round-eye inoculation programs were really punishments for supporting the VC and would make children infertile. An American pest control expert insisted on ignoring warnings that farmers made a good thing out of selling rats for the table. A U.S. initiative to improve soldiers' rations substituted for nuoc mam, the fermented fish sauce that all Vietnamese love, soy, imported from Korea, which they hated. Miracle rice boosted harvests, to farmers' initial delight. Soon more than half South Vietnam's production derived from these revolutionary strains, which became jocularly known as Honda rice because the profits enabled growers to buy mopeds. Unfortunately, miracle varieties also required heavy inputs of fertilizer and pesticides. When American aid later shrank while oil and fertilizer prices soared, South Vietnamese rice producers were crippled. Few rural people looked on the government as a force for good, instead viewing it as a remote entity that taxed them and took away their young men. The communists did the same, but were more skillful in presenting their imposts as benign, while Arvin troops plucked at will peasants' fruit and poultry. An American prisoner marveled at the VC's respect for the edible property of others. Our line of march carried us through a vegetable garden, but because it apparently belonged to a sister unit, none of the guards gave in to the temptation to grab even a handful of cabbage leaves. This despite the fact that most of them hadn't seen fresh vegetables for more than a year. Australian Dr. Norman Wyndham wrote in Vung Tau, "The peasants want nothing more than peace. They have nothing to lose, so they do not fear that any new government can take anything away from them." Crichton Abrams characterized Saigon's district chiefs as so incompetent that assassination would be counterproductive. Almost the only rural inhabitants of South Vietnam who thought well of its government were a small minority who had experienced life in the north, including an old village chief named Ngo Dinh Ho. In 1967, he described to a British journalist his youth under the communists as 10 years of earthly hell. Many of his neighbours on Phu Quoc Island off the Delta were likewise fishermen originally from the communist state. "This red earth is very good," said Ho. "If only we could get rid of the Viet Cong, it would be just like heaven, just like a dream of women. I'm very grateful for the help given by the United States." If there had been more Vietnamese who had shared Ho's life experience, the war might have had a different outcome. 2. Fighters. 1967 was a tough year for communist forces in South Vietnam. A soldier of the NVA's 3rd Yellow Star Division described how its units were harrowed by crippling losses. Having gone into battle strong and keen, he said, when they returned, a whole company might consist of just 4 to 7 men sitting eating around a single tray of rice. After receiving a mauling at the hands of the 1st Air Cavalry, our soldiers could not help being frightened and confused. The same soldier asserted that after one battle in the winter of 1967, his own battalion, ripped to shreds, was reduced from a strength of 240 men to 38. Yet still it was obliged to fight on. The dramatically increased U.S. troop presence put the Viet Cong under heaviest pressure in the Mekong Delta, where most of the terrain was less suited to guerrilla activity than the hills and jungle further north. No tunnels could be dug. NLF efforts to maintain their dominance, partly through a resumption of murders of alleged government sympathizers, sometimes smacked of desperation. Naval offshore and riverine patrolling almost shut down the communist sea supply line from the north, which since 1963 had played a critical role in the campaign. Henceforward, the North and Central Highlands, more readily accessible from the Ho Chi Minh Trail, would provide the communists' favoured big battlefields. The country's wildernesses were so vast that, despite the sophistication of American surveillance technology, they could sustain permanent base camps. Andy Finlayson described one that his long-range patrol encountered near the Laotian border, concealed by the 100-foot-high jungle canopy, protected by a bamboo fence, thickets of sharpened punji stakes and bunkers. At each end of the fortified village was a guard tower on 10-foot-high stilts. I counted 8 well-constructed huts, each large enough to hold a squad of enemy soldiers. There was a large animal pen with pigs in it, a hut used as kitchen, a raised stage with a roof over it, and a very large 2-story building made of finished lumber, bamboo, and thatch with a balcony. The size and sophistication of this camp shocked us. In one or other such place, shifted periodically between 1966 and 1973, Doug Ramsey and a handful of other American prisoners enjoyed unusual opportunities to study communist fighters. Ramsey wrote, "The best of the VC and NVA suffered chiefly from the defects of youthful exuberance, the arrogance of the true believer, and sheer ignorance concerning the West." The American discerned the same mix as in all clusters of humanity. "They were truly beautiful people," he continued, "and spaced-out sadomasochists. There were spindly bookworms and big-man-on-campus types, loudmouths and shrinking violets, city sophisticates and raw hayseeds, intellectual snobs and intelligent people genuinely interested in the pursuit of truth. I felt safer in the hands of the VC than I believed I would have been in the custody of certain American hate groups of the far left. A good case could be made that we were a more violent people than the Vietnamese." His captors were wonderfully kind to children, unspeakably barbaric to animals. Western visitors to Saigon Zoo remarked on the enthusiastic audiences for the feeding of live ducklings to the snakes. Ramsey, like many Americans, noted a distinction between the appetite of North Vietnamese people for indoctrination, to which they had grown accustomed, and the indifference of most Southerners, committed merely to the eviction of foreigners and a better life for the peasantry. POW interrogator Bob Destat agreed that ideology was much subordinate to hatred of foreign influence. Even many party members had joined just because it was the practical thing to do. Most of the guerrillas whom Doug Ramsey encountered were aged between 25 and 40, far more experienced fighters than their American counterparts. They shrugged fatalistically. "Toi ke me no, bao nu ti bao, kudan jak hoi vai toi." Hell, what can we do about it? We can talk until we're blue in the face, but we'll just have to keep on fighting. Many yearned for some decisive step, a showdown, however perilous, which goes far to explain their eagerness to participate in the 1968 Tet Offensive. A vivid insight into the mind of an ardent revolutionary is provided by the diary of a young woman doctor in the mountains of Quang Ngai province. Unlike many other communist narratives, this document was neither censored at the time nor later embellished. Dang Thuy Tram was 24, daughter of a distinguished Hanoi surgeon, when in 1967 she made a 10-week march down the trail to work at a Viet Cong field hospital. The guiding passions in her life were unrequited love for an NVA officer whom she'd known since her teens, and hatred for the American bandits. She wrote of her yearning for party membership, dismay that her supposed intellectual background threatened to thwart this ambition. "Why do they fill the path of a bourgeois with spikes and thorns?" she wailed. "No matter how much effort you have shown through your achievements, you are still below a person of the labouring class who has only just begun to comprehend party ideals." She was ecstatic when at last she secured the coveted badge. Tram often wept over the deaths of VC fighters whom she tended. One comrade falls today, another tomorrow. Will such agonies ever cease? Heaps of flesh and bones keep piling up into a mountain of hatred, rising ever higher in our hearts. When can we drive the whole bloodthirsty mob from our motherland? If someday we find ourselves living amid the fragrant flowers of socialism, we should remember this scene forever, recall the sacrifice of all those who shed blood for the common cause. If such phrases seem parroted from a lexicon of propaganda clichés, their sentiments suffused this young woman's soul. When a comrade poured out to her a declaration of love, she responded sternly, "My heart has banished all private dreams to focus on my duties. Could anything make one more proud than to be part of this family of revolutionaries?" One of her young comrades, named Luke, was sufficiently sensitive to natural beauty that he liked to sing in their camp. "O mountain and river, how beautiful! When the moon lights the hills, clouds fly beneath the feet." But Luke also affected a red scarf with the words, "Pledge resolutely to sacrifice for the nation's survival," stitched into its fabric, and was wearing it when he was killed attacking Duc Pho district centre. The fervour of committed revolutionaries such as Luc and Tram impressed some Americans. Jack Langouth, a reporter who covered the war for the New York Times, wrote in a subsequent book, "North Vietnam's leaders deserved to win. South Vietnam's leaders deserved to lose." This view, quite widely held among correspondents, was influenced by daily encounters with the cruelties and bungles of the Saigon regime and its American mentors, while those of the communists took place out of sight. Citizens of modern liberal democracies, many of whom exercise the privilege of their freedom to care more for the fate of a sports team than about politics, are often impressed by true believers in other cultures. Yet history's least humane movements have inspired and also perverted young men and women to sacrifice all in their name. It is unsurprising that foreigners in Vietnam favourably contrasted the commitment of the communists with the corruption and lethargy of the Saigon regime. Yet this was only half a story. Hanoi's success in the global propaganda contest was partially rooted in a policy of omerta, silence. The oppression of its own people and the failure of its economic policies were curtained by censorship. No images of its war crimes existed. Only card-carrying foreign sympathizers were granted glimpses even of its scenery. French writer Jean Lacouture, a prominent contemporary apologist for Ho Chi Minh, told a Milan newspaper in a hand-wringing interview long afterwards, "With regard to Vietnam, my behaviour was sometimes more that of a militant than that of a journalist. I dissimulated certain aspects of North Vietnam at war because I believed that the cause was good and just enough so that I should not expose their errors. I believed it was not opportune to expose the Stalinist nature of the North Vietnamese regime." Propaganda policy enforced the exclusion from North Vietnam's state broadcasts and publications of all tidings not relevant to the national struggle. Thus, radio announcer Hanoi Hanna made no mention of the 1967 Middle East War, nor later of the 1968 Russian invasion of Czechoslovakia, or the 1969 American moon landing. Prisoner Doug Ramsey recoiled in disgust from a communist True War Heroes comic which extolled the virtues of a female suicide bomber. He hated Radio Hanoi's incessant war songs, frightening in their obvious sympathy with and preference for violence, their narrowness of view, shrillness, tendency to find only hero figures and villains in Washington and Vietnam alike. He became weary of the marching song of the NLF, "Liberate the South. We are staunchly resolved to march, to kill the American imperialists, smash and scatter their lackeys who sell our country." Yet Bao Nin's fine autobiographical novel, The Sorrow of War, helps to dispel the notion that communist soldiers were brainwashed automatons. Nin, real name Hoang Ao Phuong, was born in 1952 and spent 4 years in the South as an NVA infantryman. His harrowing narrative shows men driven by much the same forces as their American foes: camaraderie, a yearning for survival, dismay at the relentless loss of friends, obsession with a girl left behind. In one passage, the writer's alter ego, the young officer Kien, resists with dismay a young comrade's attempted intimacy. He hated any confidences. Hell, if everyone in the regiment came to him with personal problems after those horrendous firefights, he'd feel like throwing himself over a waterfall. Kien supports the northern struggle, but curls his lip in cynicism at the reality that its chief burden is borne by country boys permitted no voice in the decisions about their own lives and deaths. He himself, a highly educated young man, privileged by the standards of his society, loved those friendly, simple peasant fighters whose extraordinary qualities had created an almost invincible fighting force. Pot-smoking grunts, had company on the other side. Kien and his men experimented with drying and smoking the flowers and roots of Rosa canina, which blossomed white in the rainy season, its perfume filling the air, especially at night, fueling erotic, obsessional dreams. When we awoke, the perfume had evaporated, but we were left with a feeling of smouldering passion, both painful and ecstatic. When they smoked shredded flowers and roots mixed with tobacco, after just a few puffs, they felt themselves lifted, quietly floating like a wisp of smoke itself floating on the wind. They could decide what they'd like to dream about, or even blend the dreams, like preparing a wonderful cocktail. With Rosa, one smoked to forget the daily hell of the soldier's life, hunger and suffering. Also to forget death, and totally, to forget tomorrow. Nin's novel mocks the weary round of indoctrination. Politics continuous. Politics in the morning, politics in the afternoon, politics again in the evening. We won, the enemy lost. The enemy will surely lose. The North had a bumper harvest. The people will rise up and welcome you. Those who don't just lack awareness. Americans could take for granted their daily rations, as their enemies could not. North Vietnamese officers observed to each other that rice is the field marshal of our army. One of them, Pham Phu Bang, described obsessional conversations about food with his close friend Tan Giang. Month after month, and eventually year after year, they also shared jokes. Yes, there were jokes, and recitals of each man's alleged past love life. When at last Bang was terribly wounded in an airstrike near Tay Ninh, it was Jiang who dragged him to the rear, cut off his blood-soaked clothing, dressed him in a suit from his own pack. Bang found out only later that these were his friend's intended wedding clothes, which he had cherished pristine. Tan Giang later became a successful writer, dubbed the Ernest Hemingway of Vietnam. Colonel Nguyen An was an enthusiastic hunter who shot deer when he found them, and occasionally his men met bigger game. Once, as we marched, he wrote, word was suddenly passed back from the head of the column, "We've got elephant meat, hurry up." Every man quickened his pace. When An and his group reached the spot where the elephant had been killed, they discovered that soldiers had detonated a small explosive charge to expose its rump, because the beast's hide was impervious to knife thrusts. One man was crawling out of its belly, carrying big slabs of meat. Men were pushing and shoving each other as they ripped flesh from the curved ribs. Others were struggling to cut steaks from the rump. The most delicious parts, the trunk and 4 feet, had already been taken away. In just a few hours, all that was left was hide and bones. That happy place lingered in their memories, written onto NVA maps as Elephant Field. Yet even hungry northerners declined to eat everything. Bao Nin's narrator, Kien, tells of how his comrade, Lofty Tin, one day shot a big orangutan and summoned his squad to drag it triumphantly back to their hut. But, oh God, when it was skinned, the animal looked like a fat woman with ulcerous skin, the eyes half white, half grey, still rolling. The entire squad was horrified and ran away screaming, leaving all their kit behind. Instead of eating the beast, they eventually buried it beneath a headstone. Nor was hunger the NVA's worst privation. Natural hazards created by snakes, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures did not exclusively afflict foreigners, as Americans sometimes supposed. As for the weather, Vietnamese have a mournful little song of which one line runs, "The rain dripping off the banana leaves, drop by drop, tells us autumn has come." It was amazing that either side's fighters could find repose in the jungle during the wet season, their clothing forever soaked through, waterfalls cascading down their faces. But, in Bang's words, when you had marched 18 miles that day and probably 18 more the day before, You fell asleep the moment you halted, rain or no rain. They fell prey to diseases for which their medical officers had few remedies. One day in 1967, a northern private surrendered to Saigon soldiers. He was suffering from acute malaria for which he'd been treated at a camp in Cambodia by a doctor who chanced to be a relative. This man told him he should go Chu Hoi, defect, if he wished to survive. Continued jungle life would kill him. He was admitted to a U.S. Army field hospital needing massive blood transfusions. These were funded by contributions from 20 generous Americans out of their own pockets. Restored to health, he joined a government-armed propaganda company, exclaiming to a friend, "Long live Tu, Ki, and the American imperialists." He said that the only communist he still regarded with enthusiasm was the doctor who'd advised him to go Chu Hoi. Chronic sickness, malaria, and diseases brought on by vitamin deficiencies afflicted even senior cadres at COSVN. Trong Nu Tang spent 2 months of each of his 6 years in the jungle flat on his back, fighting fever. Almost all jungle dwellers were marked by a jaundiced and sickly pallor, he said. Hanoi's Minister of Health travelled south to explore ways of combating malaria, and himself died of it. A host of VC and NVA suffered from the debilitating misery of hemorrhoids. If American grunts felt far from home, the North's soldiers endured almost absolute remoteness. They knew virtually nothing of what was happening in the world beyond their immediate experience. Traversing the Ho Chi Minh Trail was never less than hazardous, even now that trucks covered some stretches. The NVA's Colonel An, recalled to Hanoi, offered a vignette. Every night, hundreds of trucks and vehicles stretched out in a long line. Once, as we drove, the whole column stopped suddenly and every vehicle turned off its lights. Enemy aircraft roared overhead, and we could see flares in the sky some distance in front. We sat there waiting for hours. I looked anxiously at my watch and saw that it was 0400, dawn coming soon. I walked to the head of the column to see what was happening. The night was strangely quiet. It seemed that there was nothing alive in the area, and all I could hear was the buzzing of night insects. I pounded on the doors of the cabs of several trucks and asked loudly, "Anybody home?" but got no answer. I listened carefully for a moment and heard the sound of snoring. Our car pulled out and drove on past the head of the convoy. Shortly afterwards, Anne was badly injured when a bridge collapsed under his vehicle, so that he eventually reached Hanoi swathed in bandages. A jovial fellow colonel said, "After all these years in the Central Highlands, you finally get a chance to go home to your wife, and those lips you had planned to use to kiss her are swollen up like balloons. What the hell are you going to do now?" At regular intervals, an army mailman set forth down the trail carrying perhaps 60 pounds weight of letters. It became a small miracle when any fraction of these survived bombs and weather to reach the army. Quite often, rain had made letters unreadable, said one soldier, adding that they cherished them anyway. In good times we might receive mail twice a year, but less often if things were going badly. When a letter reached a man, it was never his private property. The whole squad gathered to hear it read aloud. American and South Vietnamese operations forced NVA and VC units to shift camp, often and fast. Young Dr. Dang Thuy Tram described her grief when obliged to quit her mountain fastness. Intensely romantic, she had grown to love the primitive little hospital. "Perhaps nothing is sadder than the spectacle of an evacuation," she said. "The houses abandoned, stripped of furniture, devoid of life. This afternoon, as I return to the clinic from the forest, the enemy is not far away. I look at the lovely houses and my heart fills with hatred. So much sweat has been expended on the laying of each stone and sheaf of straw. If we have to leave this place, when can we enjoy such treatment facilities again?" Early next day, A long column of fighters, porters and medical staff set forth, carrying the sick and wounded on stretchers, together with as many medical supplies as they could hump. We trudge up the hill, sweat pouring down our faces, not daring to pause to rest. We are so exhausted I have to cajole some men to return and bring out the last 3 stretchers. Kiem, a wounded soldier with a broken leg, is on the last litter. I call one of the students, Lee, a little girl, to help me carry him. He is big, too heavy for the 2 of us to lift. We can only drag him a short distance. She found 2 guerrillas to carry Kiem to a hiding place. Next day she looked back across the mountains and sobbed as she saw thick smoke rising from the ruins of her hospital. Throughout the war, the US and Saigon regime devoted immense and vain effort to destroying the NLF's headquarters, customarily located in some cluster of huts just inside or outside Cambodia. After Trong Nu Tang's release from imprisonment, he described a 2-week march through the Mekong Delta to reach COSVN, then sighted on the Mimot rubber plantation, straddling the border in the so-called Fishhook area. The first sign of it was a wooden barrier across the trail and a control point manned by about 10 guards, from which other soldiers were summoned on bicycles to lead new arrivals to a guest hut, one among several hidden beneath the jungle canopy. The headquarters building, they found, likewise resembled a simple peasant hut. Up close you could see the system of tunnels and bunkers that jutted off from it. COSVN was, and always had been, people rather than a place, a leadership group that implemented the directives of the North Vietnamese Politburo and coordinated the operations of the party and the NLF. Urban party luminaries, such as himself, found it hard to adapt to living like hunted animals. His only possessions were 2 pairs of black pyjamas, underpants, a mosquito net, and a few square yards of plastic, interchangeable as bivouac roof or raincoat. VC fighters had the same, adding only elephant's guts, the long tubes of rolled cotton filled with rice that they carried slung over their shoulders as they marched. Constantly hungry, they grew vegetables and killed wild animals to supplement their meagre diet. When they stayed in one place long enough, they also raised chicken and pigs, destined for cooking in Huang Kam stoves, named for a guerrilla commander who devised a horizontal chimney that diffused smoke. At one time or another, the NLF leaders ate elephant, tiger, wild dog, monkey, none of which the softly reared Tang digested with much pleasure. Unlike Colonel An, he described elephant disdainfully as a rubbery substance, tough as old shoes. He thought better of big jungle moths, which they captured fluttering around their lanterns and barbecued over a flame with their wings cut off. Tang was among many communists and likewise hapless Vietnamese, Cambodian and Lao peasants, for whom a dominant war memory was that of enduring B-52 arc-light strikes. COSVN and main force NVA units usually received warning of their imminence from the Soviet intelligence trawlers off Guam and Okinawa that monitored American takeoffs. North Vietnamese radar picked up formations approaching from Thailand. Thus, senior cadres and their staff could grab some rice and a few possessions before fleeing the likely target area on foot or bicycle. Sometimes, however, the bombers and the torment of explosives caught them anyway. Tang wrote, "The concussive whump, whump, whump came closer and closer, moving in a direct line towards our positions. Then, as the cataclysm walked onto us, everyone hugged the earth, some screaming quietly, others struggling to suppress surges of violent trembling. Around us the ground heaved spasmodically, and we were engulfed. Few prayed to Lenin or Uncle Ho, most instead to Buddha." From 1,000 yards away, he said, the sonic roar of the explosion tore eardrums, leaving many victims permanently deaf, while the shock waves knocked some senseless. A bomb within 500 yards collapsed the walls of an unreinforced bunker, burying alive those cowering within. The first few times I experienced a B-52 attack, I felt that I'd been caught up in the apocalypse. Terror was absolute. One lost control of bodily functions as the mind screamed incomprehensible orders to get out of the bunker. There was once a strike while a Soviet delegation was visiting COSVN. Their Russian guests were afterwards embarrassed that they had visibly soiled their trousers. Tang wrote, "The visitors could have foregone their shame. Their hosts were well accustomed to the same experience." Tang and his colleagues sometimes returned to COSVN after an arc-light strike to find nothing left. It was as if an enormous scythe had swept through the jungle, shearing like grass the giant teaks and go trees, shredding them into billions of scattered splinters. The hut complex was annihilated. Food, clothes, supplies, documents, everything. In some awesome way they had ceased to exist. The bomb craters were gigantic, 30 feet across and nearly as deep. In the rainy season they filled with water, then did service as duck or fish ponds. Yet the veteran cadre observed that once he and his comrades grew accustomed to the bombers, shock and terror were replaced by an abject fatalism. The B-52s somehow put life into perspective. Many of those who survived an attack found that afterwards they viewed everything from a more serene and philosophical perspective. This lesson lingered, and on more than one future occasion helped me to compose myself for death. 3. Saigon soldiers. After the war ended, an American general wrote that the great enigma was why the enemy apparently fought so much better than the South Vietnamese. Doug Ramsey said, "If you compared the average ARVN officer with his VC counterpart, so much more motivated, you knew the South had little chance." The Viet Cong asserted mockingly that the only beneficiaries of the Saigon regime were monks, whores, Americans and generals. Yet some Vietnamese passionately believed in the cause, fought hard, liked Americans. Pilot Tran Huy said, "I was awed by their generosity, and especially that of the U.S. Air Force. Whatever we needed they gave us, even down to toys for our children." Huy flew air cover and ground attack sorties in a prop-driven Douglas A-1 Sky Raider, armed with a medley of 2.75-inch rockets and 250-pound bombs, in addition to 4 20mm cannon. On sunny days, the cockpit and its metal fittings were painfully hot when he climbed aboard and ran up his engine before takeoff. A delicious coolness prevailed in the air, however. Huy loved the mere fact of flying, sometimes contour chasing for miles, as low as 50 feet. He claimed to be untroubled by his daily business of strafing, because he was confident that he served the right side. One day, ordered to attack a cluster of huts, he called base to say that he saw no enemy below, only a man walking his dog. The radio crackled back that intelligence was sure the communists had just moved in. The controller urged, "Go for it." Huy dropped his napalm without a qualm. "I knew how cunning the communists were," he said. Another day he and his wingman were ordered to attack a big junk moving up the Mekong estuary. They quickly identified the target, which was flying a Saigon flag. "Ignore that," said the controller. "Just a ruse." Huy rolled, dived, and unleashed a pair of rockets that exploded in the boat's hull. Immediately black-clad figures emerged and began to leap over the side. Huy dived again, firing cannon at the survivors struggling and splashing in the brown water. His wingman, however, made only a dry pass without touching the gun button. It was his first combat mission, and he exclaimed emotionally, "I can't shoot, it's too cruel." Huy rebuked him over the radio as they turned for home. "This is our job," he said. "We're not doing it for fun. Unless you change your mind, you'd better ask for reassignment." His young companion never again flinched. As a VNAF pilot, Tran Huy was a privileged person. The principal burden of the war, however, was borne by soldiers, most of whom were overwhelmingly preoccupied with survival. Their officers responded to U.S. advisers' proposals for aggressive action. No, cannot do. Much danger. Sergeant Mike Sutton found himself on a night operation with an RF group whose men carried squawking live chickens and pots that clanked at every step. When he urged them to leave the kitchenware behind, their officer insisted that they must have rations and means to cook them. Of course, it was really that they wanted to make enough noise to be sure the VC would stay away, said Sutton. Preston Boyd, Sutton's medic, was a Sioux who carried a Swedish K submachine gun and enjoyed using it. After a couple of night clashes in which the RF men simply dropped their weapons and ran away, Boyd told them, "You do that again tonight and I'll shoot you myself." Yet who could be surprised by their conduct? A theme of Joseph Heller's Catch-22 is that whenever a flyer thinks he's close to completing the appointed tour of combat missions, his mad commanding officer increases the quota. South Vietnamese conscripts faced a worse variant. There was no quota. They must fight on and on, alongside Americans who were excused boots after a year. The Saigon training machine processed 159,138 new recruits in 1966, 503,740 4 years later. Desertion was endemic, and as in all wars, most of the quitters were those who faced most danger, infantrymen. Recaptured deserters gave as their reasons in descending order: homesickness, unwillingness to fight, personal antipathy to a superior, inability to support their family. All ranks were pitifully paid. A private earned half the wages of a civilian labourer. A single 105mm shell cost more than a major's monthly pay. Between 1964 and 1972, consumer prices rose 9-fold, and the cost of rice 12-fold, but army pay only doubled. A lieutenant said, "I never thought about getting married because I never knew when I was going to die and I didn't want to inflict suffering upon loved ones." For the same reason, no girl who had a choice wanted to marry a soldier. Rich Vietnamese might dine off crab or meat noodle soup, fried fish, spiced steak, stewed duck and rice followed by lotus fruit stuffed with nuts. Their less privileged compatriots seldom starved, but the skinniest were those who served their country in uniform. Soldiers were hungry even in barracks because officers stole much of their rice ration. Many enlisted men moonlighted as taxi drivers, teachers, construction workers. An American advisor discovered that whenever he was absent in the field, his Arvin driver rented out their jeep. Officers as well as soldiers said, "How can we fight on empty stomachs? To be able to practice the correct way, to be honest men, one must first have enough to eat." A U.S. combat ration for one meal contained 3,800 calories, almost twice the daily calorie allocation for a Southern soldier, even in the unlikely event that he received this. A general described lieutenants taking home most of the issued rations to feed their families. I saw infantry school instructors pack a piece of plain bread or a ball of sticky rice in their rucksacks at the start of a long field exercise. That was all they could afford for breakfast and lunch. Many officers fell heavily into debt just to keep their families fed. At the top of the tree there were richer pickings. Some generals sold typewriters, cigarettes, Hondas, even claymore mines and grenades to the enemy. In the words of an NLF cadre, more than a few American soldiers were killed with mines bought from their Arvin comrades. The Communists had no appetite for M16 rifles, sharing the American view that AK-47s were better, but they purchased all the PRC-25 radios they could lay hands on. As for Saigon soldiers' health, a man was more likely to contract cholera or malaria than to die in battle. Nurse Phyllis Breen, one day fitting a catheter to a South Vietnamese soldier, was appalled to see a huge tapeworm emerge. In 1966, the country had only 1,000 doctors, 700 of whom were conscripted into the armed forces. Yet many wounded soldiers staggered home rather than endure the ghastly conditions prevailing in military hospitals. Conversely, at the Army's paraplegic centre at Vung Tau, beds were filled by a semi-permanent population of 500 disabled soldiers who lingered because they had nowhere else to go. The bereaved faced sorrows beyond even the deaths of loved ones. When Ngo Thi Bong travelled to retrieve the body of her eldest son Van, killed in action with the Arvin, she found that he'd been blown apart by a mortar bomb and was obliged herself to gather his body fragments in a dustbin bag. Try as she would, she could not locate his left arm. Thus, according to Buddhist teaching, young Van's spirit would roam restless for eternity, mourning his lost limb. British journalist Richard West wrote in 1967, "When you listen to briefs given by the Americans, Koreans or Australians, then listen to the Vietnamese, you are struck by one supreme difference. The outsiders are eager and energetic. The Vietnamese do not care very much anymore. Foreigners of every hue have lorded it over them for so long that the Vietnamese are tired of them all." This was unquestionably true of the Southerners. Yet in the northern ranks there were also such committed revolutionaries as Dr. Dang Thuy Tram. She found herself one evening sitting in a desolate hamlet recently destroyed by the Americans. The villagers with whom she bivouacked lacked sufficient fuel to boil their rice. Yet Tram wrote doggedly, "We are not defeated. The enemy has burned this house, but we will build another. It's not hard. A few palm leaves are enough. One needs very little to live at war, when life is solely about fighting and working. We need only a pot of rice with pickled fish, a sheet of plastic to lay out in a bomb shelter, clothes and salt, ready in a pair of baskets to carry off on our shoulders when the enemy descends." Dang Thuy Tram seemed to exult in the hardships she endured, her emotions heightened like those of many young people in all wars, by the shared experience of hardship, sacrifice, comradeship, peril. Who could dispute the romance of her predicament? She had also been politically conditioned from the cradle, so that this credulous young woman questioned nothing about her revolution. Yet the most disquieting aspect of Tram's diary, had it been read by Lyndon Johnson or William Westmoreland, was that it would have been hard to imagine any South Vietnamese compiling a record remotely as assured in its conviction. Chapter 18. Tet. 1. Prelude. It became the Chinese New Year never forgotten by any Vietnamese or American who was there. The question, "Where were you at Tet?" could refer only to the 30th of January 1968 and the weeks that followed. Le Duan was personally responsible for launching an offensive in South Vietnam that ended in defeat, with catastrophic losses. The northern leader anticipated a general uprising in support of the communist cause, yet only a few hundred Southerners answered the call. In an open society, the outcome of such a fiasco would have been the fall of its architect, the ruin of his credibility and reputation. Instead, it precipitated the collapse of Lyndon Johnson's presidency and of the American people's will to win in Vietnam. Tet became a stunning manifestation of an important truth about modern wars. Success or failure cannot be judged solely or even principally by military criteria. Perception is critical, and the events of February 1968 became a perceptional disaster for American arms. The Communists were deemed to have secured a triumph merely by displaying the power to engulf South Vietnam in destruction and death, even if most of the latter fell upon their own fighters and hapless bystanders. The Tet story began in the early summer of 1967 with fierce wrangling among members of Hanoi's Central Military Committee. Since the previous year, there had been agreement that a general insurrection uprising should be launched in the south when conditions were right. Le Duan, Le Duc Tho, and Nguyen Chi Tan, COSVN's chief, believed this hour had now come. They emerged as vociferous advocates for a decisive throw. Meanwhile, Giap, together with another senior general and the enfeebled Ho Chi Minh, favoured sustaining the tempo of the insurgency while opening negotiations with the Americans. Ho's caution was rooted in fears of heavy losses, weakening the Communists' strategic position in the protracted struggle that he was convinced still lay ahead. There were now 492,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam, together with another 61,000 members of Allied contingents, 342,000 ARVN and 284,000 RF and PF militias. The latter took more than half the war's military casualties. All these were supported by 2,600 fixed-wing aircraft, 3,000 helicopters, and 3,500 armoured vehicles. Yet the North's big battle advocates were encouraged by a report from the foreign minister highlighting the rising clamour of American domestic opposition. Communist propaganda leaflets featured anti-war cartoons lifted from the U.S. press. He too supported a twin-track talk-fight strategy. Le Duan did not dismiss negotiation. He merely argued that such a process should start only after a spectacular demonstration of communist means and will. A member of the NLF mission in Hanoi told a Russian diplomat, "Talks will begin when the Americans have inflicted a defeat on us, or when we have inflicted a defeat on them. Everything will be resolved on the battlefield." General Van Tien Dung, for 15 years Giap's deputy, was a barely literate soldier of peasant origins who had spent his youth working in a textile mill. Weary of subjection to his high-handed boss, he now defied Giap by embracing Le Duan's Tet project, and thereafter did most of the planning, which was shambolic. In June, the forward faction prevailed, with agreement on Plan 67 to 68. The Military Committee's Resolution 13 decreed an all-out effort to win a decisive victory. Both the Russians and the Chinese cautioned against such action. But an NVA officer said later, if you wanted victory, guerrilla struggle had to evolve into large-scale conventional war. Le Duan predicted 500,000 people will take up arms for us. On the 6th of July, COSVN's chief Tan collapsed and died at Hanoi's Military Hospital 108, almost certainly of heart failure following an exuberant farewell dinner before his return to the south. Giap departed shortly afterwards for Hungary to receive medical treatment for kidney stones, and on the 5th of September the ailing Ho Chi Minh flew to Beijing for rest. There is no reason to suppose that these absences were part of a deception plan. They merely emphasized the dominance of Le Duan. By the time Ho came home on the 21st of December, detailed planning for the Quang Trung offensive was almost complete. During the winter of 1967, the Viet Cong launched significant attacks to sharpen their own spearheads and test the enemy in advance of the Big Push. On the 29th of October, there was a sustained assault on Loc Ninh, and another soon afterwards against Dak To. On the night of the 4th of November, 2 battalions, supported by mortars, raided the provincial centre of Kai Le, an action that cost the lives of 56 defending soldiers and civilians and 36 communists. Defectors told government interrogators that the communists were recruiting hard in advance of an offensive in which glory will smile on the NLF. Ba Mei, an illiterate fighter in his 40s, told a Delta peasant that 1968 was to be a decisive year. Mei was a disreputable figure, always in trouble with his chiefs for embezzling funds and forcing himself on village women, for which he escaped retribution only because of his prowess as a warrior. Intelligence officers who heard of his boasting may be forgiven for shrugging that VC windbags made such vainglorious promises every year. Giap's associates carried to their graves a belief that the general continued to linger in Hungary because of fears for his own freedom if he returned home. The latter months of 1967 saw upheavals in Hanoi which removed from influence some of his principal subordinates. A senior colonel, Giap's personal chief of staff, was detained. The director of military operations and director of intelligence were sacked, along with 30 other significant figures, including Ho Chi Minh's former personal secretary and the deputy minister of defense, who were accused of such crimes as revisionism and plotting against the Politburo. 3 waves of 1967 purges, successively in July, October, and December, appear to have had more to do with ideological strife rooted in the Sino-Soviet split than with arguments about Tet. But their outcome was that most of Giap's allies were displaced. The general himself retained a seat on the Politburo, but with much diminished influence. The same was true of Ho Chi Minh, now 77. On the 28th of December, there was a special uprising briefing in a building adjoining Ho's cottage. An eyewitness who watched the old man totter home afterwards said that he looked both frail and unhappy. 3 days later, he returned to Beijing for further medical treatment, absenting himself from the summit meeting before the offensive, held in January, 30 miles outside Hanoi, at which Le Duan expounded the plan. Only on the 15th was a final decision made to attack at Tet, contemptuously breaching the NLF's commitment to a seasonal truce. With remarkable carelessness, Dragon Court failed to notice that under the latest revolutionary dispensation there was a 24-hour difference between the onset of the new year in the north, the 29th of January, and in the south, the 30th. Resultant confusion caused the Tet attacks to forfeit synchronization. Some began early, others late. On the 25th of January 1968, Giap travelled from Budapest to Beijing to consult with Ho, though what was said remains unknown. The general finally flew home 5 days later to be briefed by the new director of military operations. He acquiesced in the plan, but retained lasting bitterness about his eclipse. New NLF currency was printed and shipped south, codenamed 68 Goods. Le Duc Tho was dispatched to act as COSVN Deputy Party Secretary, a post that he retained until May. 2 generals were sent to brief Viet Cong units. The principal objective of the Tet General Offensive general insurrection was to destroy 3 or 4 Arvin divisions, and with them the credibility of the Saigon regime. The plan, more fantastic than any created by the Pentagon or MACV, called for the annihilation of 300,000 puppet troops and 150,000 Americans, together with liberation of 5 to 8 million people in the South's urban areas. There were to be energetic pre-Tet attacks in the countryside to lure Arvin and U.S. forces away from cities. 4 NVA divisions were assigned to the northern sector, from Khe Sanh in the west to near the coast, tasked to annihilate 20 to 30,000 enemy troops, including 5 to 7 American infantry battalions. Some officers insistently urged the difficulty of confronting massed firepower. General Tran Van Tra said afterwards, "The strategic goals we set were unrealistic. They underestimated the U.S. reaction and capabilities." Yet Le Duan was implacable and professed indifference to the risk that the attacks would fail to precipitate a popular uprising. "The experience would justify itself," he said. "Comrade Fidel Castro's armed forces attacked the cities of Cuba 3 times before they finally triumphed." Even if the insurgents failed to capture South Vietnam's cities, the entire countryside and mountain jungles belonged to us. William Westmoreland entered 1968 thoroughly aware that the Communists intended something big. but uncertain about its nature. A MAC-V cable warned of the enemy exhibiting a very unusual sense of energy and apparently planning a coordinated offensive. Yet the problem was always the same: to distinguish between a familiar flood of revolutionary rhetoric and Hanoi's real intention. The Americans remained ignorant of Giap's marginalization, yet back in November, the CIA's Joseph Hovey, a veteran of almost 3 years as an analyst in Saigon, produced a brilliantly prescient assessment. He studied the evidence from POW interrogations, increased enemy supply movements, the drafting of northern children as young as 14. There were signs of increased communist intelligence interest in the Arvin, highlighted by exposure of a 7-man VC cell which had infiltrated a regional forces unit. The Americans knew that there had been big Chinese arms deliveries, this time gifts rather than purchases, and a new aid agreement with Moscow signed on the 23rd of September. Hovey pulled together these strands and concluded that the Communists would sustain pressure in the border areas to tie down Allied forces and to relieve the pressure on the VC-NVN activities in the populated areas. The real objective, however, wrote the CIA man, was to launch the long-promised general uprising. To accomplish this, the VC-NVN have set themselves the task of occupying and holding some urban centers in South Vietnam and of isolating many others. This will break the aggressive will of the Americans and force them to agree to withdraw from South Vietnam. Hovey said he accepted that the Communists' objectives were unrealistic, but that did not mean they would not attempt them. He suggested that even if it failed militarily, such an offensive in a U.S. election year could inflict crippling political damage on the Allied war effort. On the 17th of November, the NLF proposed a 7-day Tet truce, which Saigon assumed was intended to provide a breathing space to organize Viet Cong logistics before making another big play. In December, truck sightings on the northern Ho Chi Minh Trail doubled over the previous month to 6,000. A cadre later claimed that in December and January, the communist campaign to kill tyrants and spies took out 300 persons, officials or supporters of South Vietnam's government. On the 19th, MAC-V analyst James Meacham wrote, "The word is out that the VC are going to make an all-out terrorist effort against Saigon Americans from now on through Tet. Our Arvin counterparts are really concerned, the first time in living memory that they have been. This is a bad sign because they know the VC infinitely better than we." South Vietnamese alarm was increased by the capture of a document that revealed detailed Viet Cong knowledge, not merely of Saigon's intelligence department, but of the interior layout of its headquarters. Since the previous August, communist agents, many of them women, had been laboring to garner information about major installations. On the 1st of January 1968, Hanoi radio broadcast a poem by Ho Chi Minh. "This spring far outshines previous springs. Of triumphs throughout the land come happy tidings. Forward, total victory shall be ours." On the 5th, MAC-V released a document captured in November which stated, "The time has come for a general offensive, and the opportunity for a general uprising is within reach. Use very strong military attacks in coordination with uprisings by the local population to take over towns and cities." That same day, American troops captured orders for the Tet attack on Pleiku province. On the 22nd of January, Westmoreland warned the White House that the Communists might try a show of strength before Tet. Next day, the North Koreans seized the crew of the U.S. Navy's electronic surveillance ship Pueblo off their own coast, precipitating a crisis which distracted the attention of the U.S. government. Speculation persists that the communist camp deliberately orchestrated this diversion, which is plausible. Beijing certainly incited Pyongyang to provoke Washington. an American prisoner being escorted up the Ho Chi Minh Trail encountered NVA units moving down to join the offensive, attired in new green uniforms and tennis shoes, rather than the usual tire rubber sandals. They appeared fresh, healthy, poised and confident, he said. One of them, carrying the wheels of a 75mm howitzer, claimed to be a veteran of Dien Bien Phu. He admitted that he found hills a trifle steeper than they had seemed back in 1954. He nonetheless pointed out with pride that some younger men were carrying burdens of over 100 pounds, which he said was more than Viet Minh porters could have managed in the campaign against the French. The American inquired what the NVA thought of his own countrymen as enemies. The soldier answered that U.S. soldiers seemed keen enough when they started something, but lacked staying power. He thought the Marines impressive, but believed that no Americans could match the NVA's motivation and experience. As the prisoner was hustled onwards, he was impressed by the absence of hostility towards himself. He reflected that a B-52 strike might change that. When a contingent of U.S. Marines arrived to reinforce the garrison of the big American firebase close to the Lao border, coffee beans hung heavy on the bushes of a plantation that fringed one side of its perimeter. The newcomers hailed a rifleman walking beside the pierced plank runway. "Hey man, what's the name of this place?" The Marine responded, "This is Khe Sanh and you'll never forget it." The first significant event of 1968 was a communist build-up around that red earth clearing, raw as a wound in the jungle, garrisoned on the personal orders of Westmoreland against the strong advice of Marine commanders, whose territory this was. Although the war had been going on for a long time, when the NVA's 304th Division moved south in November 1967, bound for a shared destiny with those Americans, few of its officers and men had much combat experience. On the night of the 2nd of January, the 9th Regiment's command group attempted an extraordinarily perilous reconnaissance. Wearing American fatigues, they advanced towards outposts of Khe Sanh, sited on the old French lateral Route 9 from Laos to the coast. They chattered noisily, and one comrade sang. Their weapons were slung. Near the Chapone River, Americans challenged them in English. Receiving no reply, they opened fire, killing an NVA regimental chief of staff and the deputy commander of a sapper battalion. The regimental CO vanished without a trace and was later found badly wounded in a clump of bushes having trodden on a mine. Further east, Route 9 witnessed frequent clashes as the Communists ambushed American and Arvin convoys or harassed the string of fire bases along it. Khe Sanh became dependent on air supply. The 2 NVA divisions dispatched to the area were intended to draw U.S. forces from the east, and especially to reduce their strength around Hue, a key objective of the looming offensive, because a symbol of Vietnamese nationhood. 2 more northern divisions were deployed in the Qua Viet sector, near the coast. For the first time in the war, Dragon Court committed some tanks in support of these formations. The plan originally scheduled attacks towards the end of February. Communist commanders were discomfited to be ordered to move a month earlier. They had stockpiled nothing like sufficient ammunition and rice. The 2 NVA divisions around Khe Sanh subjected its Marine garrison, eventually 6,000 strong, to an intermittent bombardment, rendering the landing strip hazardous. In the course of January and February, harassment of the base became a huge worldwide news story. Westmoreland suggested that Giap intended to make this a new Dien Bien Phu, a comparison that caught the imagination of the media, though the general added that the Communists would assuredly fail to match the Viet Minh's triumph. Day after day the camp was pounded by fire. TV news films showed reporters talking to camera as they crouched in flak jackets while Marines offloaded aircraft amid shell bursts. Before, during, and after Tet, B-52s directed by Combat Skyspot radar flew 2,548 sorties and dropped 60,000 tons of bombs. some within 1,000 yards of marine positions. The base became the scene of repeated dramas, such as that which took place when Chief Warrant Officer Henry Wildfang landed a C-130 crippled by communist fire, its wings ablaze, successfully swerving to avoid parked planes on the strip. Wildfang's feat was rewarded with his 5th Distinguished Flying Cross, and there were many comparable displays of grit. Mac V forged an obsession with Khe Sanh, and Lyndon Johnson famously had a photo mural of it installed in the White House. Yet although there were fierce contests around American positions on the surrounding hills, named for their elevations, 950, 881, 861 and 558, the main perimeter was never seriously attacked. This caused some commentators to conclude that Westmoreland allowed himself to become the victim of a brilliant enemy feint. Although the Communists, as usual, paid a far higher price in lives than did the Americans, James Wirtz argues that at Khe Sanh they were able to generate enough noise to overwhelm the signals leaked by the preparations for the impending urban offensive. A Southern colonel wrote, "The probability of Khe Sanh becoming a decisive contest objective like Dien Bien Phu was foremost in the minds of our intelligence analysts. Little attention, if any, was given to the cities as probable objectives. Our experts were all convinced, out of prejudice and pride, that the enemy did not possess the capability." Westmoreland endowed Khe Sanh with an importance that it did not deserve. Like Dien Bien Phu, the place should probably never have been garrisoned. Worse, he allowed the world to see where his gaze was fixed, which made him appear foolish. Indeed, helped to destroy his reputation when the enemy struck elsewhere. Nonetheless, it seems mistaken to imagine that the North Vietnamese deployed 2 divisions solely as a deception. It is overwhelmingly likely that they would have attempted its capture if American artillery and, above all, air power had not made this impossible. Communist officers later lamented the fact that the 2 formations had not instead been committed further east, preferably at Hue. Mac V's men were not the only ones who made comparisons with Dien Bien Phu. Northern veterans discussed the 1954 battle and observed ruefully that the Americans had not reprised the French mistake of failing to occupy surrounding high ground. U.S. defences were also far more impressive, air resources almost unlimited. The Communists' concentration on the Lao border hurt their strategy even more than Westmoreland's response injured the American cause. But Hanoi's misjudgments did not make headlines, while Mac V's did. Westmoreland and his staff, convinced that this was an American war, discounted the notion that the Communists might make South Vietnamese forces their principal targets. Meanwhile, Washington bore its own share of responsibility for the poor decision, given the flood of intelligence about enemy activity, not to cancel the Tet truce. The embattled Johnson administration swallowed hints that Hanoi was close to opening negotiations. It thus insisted that the truce should be honoured, allowing many ARVN soldiers to go home for leave. Moreover, even though Westmoreland recognized the likelihood of a big communist play, he refused to cancel his own offensive plans and chafed at Washington's refusal to sanction drives into Laos and Cambodia. His staff ignored the discovery of caches of brand-new enemy weapons, including a big one near Saigon, together with evidence that VC sappers had been reconnoitering Tan Son Nhut. Lieutenant General Fred Wayand, the slow-spoken Californian commanding 2 field force, is often hailed as the only senior officer who prepared for trouble, moving units into Saigon and cancelling his own planned operations. It was certainly thanks to Wayand, a former chief of Army intelligence, that 27 U.S. maneuver battalions were deployed within reach of Saigon when the Communists struck. His fears nonetheless focused on that area. He did not anticipate country-wide attacks. Westmoreland and his senior subordinates were justified in asserting after Tet that they had foreseen trouble, but they showed no grasp of its scale. Moreover, Since the previous summer, many units had been on maximum alert at least half the time. They were told nothing special now to suggest a looming cataclysm. U.S. commanders committed the oldest error in the military playbook. They discounted the interpretation of Ledouin's intentions made by Joseph Hovey and his kin because it failed to conform to Mac-V logic. 2. Fugue. The suicide bomber is often supposed to be a 21st century phenomenon, yet Ledouin's offensive brilliantly achieved his purposes because Viet Cong guerrillas reinforced by regular northern troops proved willing to face almost inevitable death to fulfill their Tet assignments. The Communists unleashed some 67,000 fighters in attacks on 36 of the country's 44 provincial capitals and 64 of 245 district capitals, while continuing the wilderness battles at Khe Sanh and elsewhere. By demonstrating the power to coordinate operations on such a scale, to motivate so many men and women to pursue objectives that even most North Vietnamese commanders deemed unattainable, they blinded the world to the brutality of a leadership that could unleash such horrors, for which the civilians of South Vietnam paid most of the price. On the morning of the 27th of January, Arvin troops captured audio tapes prepared by the NLF for broadcast through radio stations they intended to target, announcing the capture of Saigon, Da Nang, and Hue. The Communists thus lost a significant element of surprise, while their attacks proved ill-prepared and poorly coordinated, because of the priority accorded to secrecy in delaying the issue of orders to their own fighters. On the 28th, some of the South's top cadres were at the Red Office, a refuge in the midst of a huge swamp adjoining the plain of reeds, which they called the Atlantic Ocean. They were living relatively comfortably, enjoying cigarettes and liquor sent down from Saigon, eating a newly caught fish. Joint VC commanders Vo Van Kiet and Tran Bach Dang were squatting on a mattress, chopsticks in hand, when a motorcycle courier arrived. He handed them a letter marked Most Urgent and Top Secret, which read, A7 to A404, D-Day. Start the battle between the 1st and 2nd days of the Tet Lunar New Year. H hour, 12 midnight. This is the decision of Uncle Huang, code name of the Politburo. They were astonished and dismayed because they'd expected an H hour 5 days later. Now, instead, they had just 3 days and nights to reach start lines outside Saigon. Dang, a 42-year-old veteran born in the Delta, recalled grimly. Nobody felt like eating and drinking anymore. They immediately broke camp and set forth, wearing uniforms but carrying civilian clothes, cash and ID cards forged for them in Saigon by police sympathizers. Some fighters burned their own huts, a symbolic gesture designed to emphasize a commitment to victory or death. Soon, 1,000 men were following Kiet and Dang in one among dozens of similar columns converging on their urban objectives. The entire north part of the plain of reeds was filled with moving groups of people. Because this was the dry season, the Delta contingent was often obliged to portage boats laden with weapons and ammunition. Their command group was to rendezvous with local guerrillas outside Saigon. In the fierce heat, they made slow progress, astonished by their good fortune not to be spotted by the aircraft they often heard in the distance. At night, the column moved even more slowly, while Dang and Kiet held muttered flashlight consultations over a map. The mood was one of fierce excitement, extending from their leaders to greybeards and raw recruits. Most of these men and women were true believers. Before dawn on the 29th, they halted and hid themselves in the huts of a party district headquarters, where they ate Tet cakes. Then there was a bad time. Helicopters and aircraft rocketed and strafed the area. Kiet and Dang, watching Hueys circling so low they could distinguish the door gunners' faces, insisted that no one should fire back. By noon, quiet was restored. The Americans had seen movement, correctly identified enemies, but failed to grasp their numbers. For all the sound and fury, the airstrikes merely holed several sampans. That night of the 29th to the 30th, the first attacks of the offensive were launched, ahead of time because of the confusion about dates. Da Nang, the coastal town of Nha Trang, and other northern centres became scenes of bitter fighting. Southern VC units still marching towards Saigon were bewildered to hear of a government radio announcement at 9:45 a.m. on Tuesday the 30th, cancelling the Tet truce following the night's attacks. A senior cadre for Long An province described their bafflement. No one could understand how this could have happened. Was it possible that all our preparations had only been an elaborate deception? Could there be any possible military advantage to starting the offensive in this fashion? They waited expectantly for radio messages that would answer these questions. Yet none was forthcoming. Early that morning, Kiet and Dang arrived unannounced at the rendezvous near Saigon, at the head of their own column. They abruptly informed assembled comrades, "The situation is extremely critical. Saigon must be attacked tonight." One cadre moaned in near despair, "Oh my God, oh my God." His staff set about using a bare 20 hours to arrange the deployments of 10 battalions dispersed across the countryside, with tenuous communications, and some officers absent on Tet leave. Rations and ammunition had to be issued, guides allocated. Dang gave them a rousing eve-of-battle speech, concluding by raising a clenched fist and shouting the watchwords, "Resolution! Attack! Attack!" He himself later asserted that 3,000 voices shouted back in joyful unison. This was the most inspiring moment of their war, he said, when hopes were sky high. But another officer was exasperated by Dang's exuberance, which he deemed a poor substitute for realistic planning. The last day's march was an agony of delays and seething impatience. They waded canals, hastened across rice fields, listened to Saigon radio reports about the fighting further north, bemused that passing aircraft still seemed oblivious of them. As darkness fell, local civilians stood outside their homes, watching the files of armed men pad by. Some said, "Why not celebrate the holiday here?" They were given Tet cakes, pickled cabbage, meat to munch as they advanced to battle. At 2100, they came upon a bivouacked VC battalion. To Dang's disgust, he found its senior cadre prostrate on a plank, drunk. The man pulled himself to his feet, stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Sir, I am the deputy commander." Dang demanded furiously, where were his CO and political officer? "Sir, the battalion commander has gone to get married, and the commissar is a guest at the wedding." "Haven't you received your orders?" "Not yet, sir." The battalion was hastily assigned to attack Saigon's National Police headquarters. Yet by that night, some of the northern attacks had already been crushed. In Nha Trang, 377 Viet Cong lay dead, and a further 77 were prisoners. 88 government troops had perished defending the city, along with 32 civilians. 600 homes were destroyed, a foretaste of destruction that would soon sweep the country. General Tran Do, who exercised political command of the Viet Cong's Tet operations, said later that the curse of their war effort was an excess of ideological theorizing and insufficient hard-headed military planning. A senior officer in the principal northern operation of the offensive recalled years later the dismay among the leadership at the terse order from Hanoi, mount a general offensive and uprising to liberate Hue. He said that he was vividly reminded of Lenin's line, "One should not play at revolution." To have a chance of success, said this cadre, the local Viet Cong would need the support of 2 northern regiments, 2 artillery battalions, supplied with 400 tons of ammunition. Though the guerrillas were indeed reinforced by some NVA, they mustered nothing like this order of battle when they marched upon Hue. Vietnam's third-largest city, with a population of 140,000, offered one notable advantage as an objective. It was only an overnight march for guerrillas sent forth from local sanctuaries to reconnoitre. They had dug observation bunkers and stockpiled 1,000 tons of rice within easy reach. On the afternoon of the 30th of January, columns began to move towards the city. The communist narrative asserts that a man swept away during a river crossing shouted no appeal for help to avoid distracting his comrades from their mission. Cynics will prefer to believe that his mouth was full of water. But then another column was spotted at the Duong Hoa River by Arvin, who called down artillery fire which inflicted 32 casualties. Some VC units became lost, causing them to arrive late at their start lines. US military communications were saturated so that priority messages were slow to reach recipients. That day, the 30th of January, Phu Bai interceptors picked up North Vietnamese signals about the imminent attack on Hue. But by the time these had travelled up the command chain, the American compound in the city was already taking fire, and its 400 occupants were fighting for their lives. Despite later MAC-V claims that US commanders were not surprised, citing the alert Fred Weyand had called in his own area at 20:37 on the 29th. The behaviour of many Americans does not convey consciousness of imminent crisis. On the night of the 30th, Westmoreland's intelligence chief, Brigadier Phil Davidson, retired to his quarters. A humble soldier named Louis Pumphrey from Paynesville, Ohio, was in his bunk at Di An near Tay Ninh. A tape recorder geek, before falling asleep he made a cassette for his family which included squeaking noises made by Charlie, his spider monkey. I'm going to bed pretty soon after I've put in the nightly report. They're expecting an attack because of Tet. Nothing's happening. Probably nothing will. Then rockets started thumping into the base. In the early hours of the 31st of January, Hue's inhabitants were roused by the sights and sounds of columns of Viet Cong, accompanied by 2 NVA battalions in smart, new Chinese-made uniforms, wending their way north through the city streets amid a thin, damp mist towards the gate of the citadel, built in 1802. The Arvin 1st Division, headquartered in its northeast corner, had been alerted 2 hours earlier after a patrol reported the enemy's approach. Air-dropped flares were soon drifting over the city, rival green and red tracer arching across the sky. The attackers, nonetheless, faced no significant resistance. Frank Scotton's USIA colleague Bob Kelly recorded laconically, "Charlie came into town, unopposed. NVA were escorted in by the local VC. Locals wore white armbands. Main force wore red, and NVA wore yellow." Ngo Thi Bong and her family were asleep at their home, 103 Tran Hung Dao Street, when the communist assault began. They'd grown so accustomed to gunfire that they were not especially disturbed until she and her sons came downstairs and glimpsed through their shuttered windows some 20 very young Viet Cong. A middle-aged woman who had lost her husband in the French wars, then a son killed with the Arvin in 1966, she said, "I knew we would suffer." In the battle that began desultorily in the early hours of Wednesday, the 31st of January, the Communists occupied much of Hue City, the massive citadel and palaces within its walls. Critically, however, they failed to secure the 1st Division command post in the Mang Ka sector, or the American advisors' compound a mile southward across the Huong River. Many Southern soldiers fled or sought hiding places, enabling the attackers to seize large stocks of weapons and ammunition, some of which were issued to hundreds of VC liberated from the city's prisons. Sappers blew up a tank park at nearby Tam Thai, and the NVA established a strong blocking position north of the city. 26-year-old Lieutenant Tran Ngoc Hue heard the shooting in Hue City at his home within the citadel wall. He led his parents, wife and daughter into the family bunker, such as all prudent South Vietnamese dug, then set out to bicycle through the darkness in civilian clothes to join his men. Hue commanded the Hak Bao, or Black Panthers, the 1st Division's rapid reaction force, whose elements were scattered around the city. He suddenly found himself moving among a column of NVA, too intent on their own affairs to notice him. Reaching his depleted company on the little airstrip inside the citadel walls, he was immediately radioed to move to 1st Division's headquarters. The company reached the CP just before North Vietnamese troops attacked, and were repulsed. One of Hue's platoon commanders, deployed at the provincial prison south of the river, sent a last message just before it was overrun and he was killed, asking Hue to look after his wife and 7 children. All that day, the 31st of January, fighting ebbed and flowed around the Arvin command post and the American compound, with communist mortar bombs and 122mm rockets incoming, LAWs outgoing. At one stage, communist troops broke into the Southerners' perimeter. They were expelled only after the defenders called down artillery on their own bunkers. The South Vietnamese position continued to hold out through the days that followed, though the communists established a headquarters in the throne room of the nearby Palace of Perfect Peace, and cadres toured the city in captured jeeps, detaining people of all ages and both sexes who were deemed tainted by association with the regime or Americans. 1 in 5 men of Major Pham Van Din's 2/3 Infantry outside Hue were on Tet leave when the attack came. American advisor Captain Joe Bolt found himself unable to secure air or fire support. At noon on the 31st, Din was ordered to move into the city. He and his 260 men reached the Perfume River at mid-afternoon, then became locked in a contest for a marketplace, which cost 10 dead and many more wounded. Most of Din's soldiers were desperately apprehensive because their own families lived in an area now controlled by the communists. He himself learned only much later that his wife and children had escaped as refugees. Early next morning, some of Din's men scaled the citadel's massive walls, only to fall to communist fire. During the street fighting that followed, Joe Bolt got through to the American compound, from which he returned with a jeep load of ammunition and rations. He also secured 2 106mm recoilless rifles, which proved invaluable for blowing away sniper positions. Every Arvin attempt to push into the citadel failed. The communists and South Vietnamese exchanged abuse across common radio frequencies. Americans, who afterwards criticized the performance of Saigon's troops in Hue, were justified in asserting that they had not been effective, but the casualty figures argue that not all were cowardly. Outside Ngo Thi Bang's front door lay a wounded, bleeding government soldier whom nobody dared to help. Eventually, a communist strolled up to the prostrate figure and put a final bullet into him. Soon afterwards, the enemy entered her house. The Viet Cong made no threats, simply stated boldly that since they were winning, it would be wise to help them. Through the hours and days that followed, guerrillas slept and ate there, distributed propaganda leaflets and sang party songs. Some humble local people, rickshaw drivers and the like, carried arms and ammunition for them. But such middle-class families as the Ngos did as little as they dared. The grim, unsmiling occupiers seemed baffled that these Buddhists, who they knew disliked the Saigon regime, appeared equally unenthusiastic about the rival cause. Later communist narratives admitted that if we wanted the masses to rise up, it was essential to deploy strong enough military forces to promise victory. In other words, revolutionary fervor did not suffice. The people needed also to be confident that Hanoi's soldiers looked like winners, as still they did not in the eyes of most citizens of Hue. Terrified refugees thronged churches, university buildings, and soon the hopelessly overcrowded Mac V compound, where, when water ran short, the occupants drank orange soda, which they learned to hate. The running theme of the battle that persisted through February, destroying half the former capital and killing thousands of civilians, was that the Communists fought doggedly to hold the ground they had seized during the first night and day, while American and Southern forces dispossessed them only with agonizing sluggishness. The first U.S. relief column, dispatched north towards the MACV compound from Task Force X-Ray at Phu Bai, blundered into strong North Vietnamese forces and was mauled. Thereafter, a continuing trickle of reinforcements got through to the beleaguered Americans, most of them borne by river transport. Again and again, however, senior officers issued unrealistic orders, such as those to 1st Marine CO Lieutenant Colonel Ernie Cheatham from his regimental commander on Saturday the 3rd of February. "I want you to attack through the city and clean the NVA out." An initial suicidal attempt to charge north across the Truong Tien Bridge into the citadel cost 10 dead, 56 wounded out of 100 Marines. They were untrained in street fighting, a specialized art. Until they learned the hard way through the weeks that followed, they suffered constant casualties from snipers and automatic weapons because they exposed themselves carelessly, advancing headlong up thoroughfares where buildings and soon rubble provided plentiful cover for the enemy. At no time did any American above the rank of colonel grip the battle. Generals instead issued impracticable directives, respectively from Camp Evans to the north, Phu Bai to the south. For the first 10 days, cultural scruples inhibited airstrikes and artillery from hitting the citadel where the NVA were concentrated. In residential streets south of the river, by contrast, massed 106mm recoilless rifle fire was deployed, followed by tear gas shells and grenades. Within occupied areas, the Communists killed tyrants and eliminated wrongdoers, to use their own parlance for thousands of murders. Electricity and water failed, and the city's radio station fell silent. By day and night, Hue's inhabitants fell prey to the sights and sounds of war, without mercy. For most of February, Westmoreland gravely underestimated the scale of the enemy commitment in and around Hue, partly because of his obsession with Khe Sanh, and partly because of a breakdown of American command and control machinery, especially intelligence. Marine and Army commanders convinced themselves that the Communists deployed up there no more than 2,000 men, whereas their real strength was 5 times greater. The Americans thus fed a succession of relatively weak forces into the battle, enabling the Communists to engage and mangle these in detail. No small part of the propaganda success of Hanoi's Tet Gambit derived from the protraction of the Hue struggle, and no small part of the anguish of U.S. soldiers and Marines stemmed from having to fight on terms which their enemies locally dictated. For many days, the High Command fooled itself that Hue represented merely one among the Communists' many Tet failures. In reality, it became by far their biggest success. The NVA and VC were able to forge from it a legend comparable with that of the 1942 American defense of Corregidor. Doomed, but heroic. Captain Charles Crone, intelligence officer of the 212th Cavalry, compared the fate of his own unit, insouciantly dispatched south towards Hue on the 4th day, with that of the Light Brigade in the Crimean War. "We only had to advance 200 yards or so," he said, "but both we and the Light Brigade offered human-wave targets that put the defenders at little risk. There was no satisfactory or compelling reason for a U.S. battalion to assault a fortified North Vietnamese army force over an open field." Crone wrote of their 4th of February encounter at a hamlet 4 miles north of Hue. "Some 400 of us got up to charge. A few never made it past the first step. By the time we got to the other side of the clearing, 9 were dead and 48 wounded. We killed only 8 NVA at best and took 4 prisoners. We reported higher figures to brigade based on wishful thinking that made us feel better. But privately we knew that the enemy had scarcely been scratched." Crone watched the body of a medic named Johnny Lau being loaded aboard a dust-off. We had spoken earlier before the attack, and he told me he was from Sacramento, California. He said his family was in the grocery business. We broke off our conversation about the best way to prepare beef with ginger when the attack started, but promised each other to pick it up later. As they never did. The battalion's foxhole strength fell in 6 weeks from 500 to less than 200. Crone wrote bitterly, "The NVA had better senior leadership than we did. His battered battalion felt lucky to extricate itself to lick its wounds." The Tet battles spread progressively down the country until most of Westmoreland's battalions were engaged. When it all started, Airborne Platoon Commander John Harrison was leading a patrol near Nha Trang, thinly disguised as a deer hunt out of respect for the Tet truce. A sudden radio warning came through. "You are hot. I say again, you are hot. Do you copy?" The platoon turned around fast and returned to FOB Betty, from whence they were immediately sent forth again to sweep the area for Viet Cong. They did not have far to look, surprising a group of guerrillas gathering to attack. One man ran straight towards the Americans, firing a pistol. Harrison's point man was so surprised by this pathetic, hopeless sally that he did not respond. The lieutenant pumped 16 rounds into the guerrilla until he fell, dust rather than blood finally spouting out of his wounds. POW interrogator Bob Destat was riding in a jeep with 2 lieutenants on the road south of Tuy Hoa City. The first he knew of Tet was a file of Vietnamese wearing a rag bag of clothing, some clad only in shorts, crossing the road in front of the vehicle. Some of them started shooting, and Destat thought angrily, "Jesus Christ, if they go on like that, they're going to kill someone." Then he realized there were bad guys in town. The 3 Americans abandoned their vehicle and lay in cover, thoroughly frightened until some refugees passed, heading out of town. Destat spoke to one group in Vietnamese, saying, "When you meet government troops, please tell them there are some long-noses in trouble down here." A while later, an RF platoon showed up and said, "Are you the long-noses looking for help?" The Americans blessed their good fortune in escaping unscathed. A Navy carrier pilot who'd made an emergency landing at Da Nang was stretched out exhausted on the floor of its operations room when he was shaken awake by a hysterical colonel who demanded, "Is that your aircraft out front? You have to get it out of here. I have no revetment for it. It must get out of here." The pilot responded with obscenities, concluding, "If you want it moved, move it yourself." The colonel became even more emotional, shouting that he would bulldoze the plane off the parking area. The pilot wrote later, "I realized I was dealing with a madman. He had become unglued. Rather than see his beautiful fighter bulldozed, he dragged on his G-suit and took off through the darkness, landing 2 hours later in the Philippines." At 2100 on the 30th of January, an armed Viet Cong was captured in Saigon, who revealed that 6 hours later, multiple objectives would be assaulted in and around the city. Half an hour later, another guerrilla was seized, carrying 2 folding-stock AK-47s. It was too late for the defenders to make significant redeployments, but most units were alerted before the attacks began. Many guerrillas, having never set foot in a town, became lost in Saigon's maze of streets. Local people handed over to police a teenage peasant fighter whom they encountered seated weeping on a curb, having mislaid his comrades. Tran Bach Dang, furious in frustration at his battalion's tardiness, found himself and his men almost running the last miles through the darkness towards Saigon. He laid out maps in a suburban village temple, even as the first rattle of gunfire became audible in the city centre. A battalion commander reported that he'd been ordered to attack Na Bay fuel dumps, but had no idea where these were, and his men were exhausted. Yet when Dang tuned into Saigon and Arvin broadcast networks and found both silent, he enjoyed a brief spasm of exultation, assuming that the transmitters were already in communist hands. A stream of local residents visited the temple bringing melons, firecrackers, tea, medicine, Tet cakes. So far, so good. 3. A symbolic humiliation. At 01:30 on the 31st of January, leading elements of a total force of 4,000 Viet Cong, the NVA stayed out of the capital, thrust at multiple Saigon targets, of which the first was the presidential palace. This was untenanted because President Nguyen Van Thieu was holidaying in My Tho. The attackers, 13 men and 1 woman, were quickly repulsed and retreated to a nearby apartment building where they were progressively killed during a 15-hour firefight. Other guerrillas seized the national radio station with the aid of a staff sympathizer who provided keys. They held the building for 6 hours, but their plans to broadcast propaganda appeals were frustrated by severance of the cables to its transmitter. Communist assaults were also launched at the Newport Bridge in the ethnic Chinese suburb of Cholon, and outlying bases at Long Bin, Bien Hoa, and Tan Son Nhut. Vice President Nguyen Cao Ky ordered a general civilian curfew so that anyone seen on the streets of Saigon might be assumed an enemy. So cynical had Vietnamese become that some who heard Hanoi radio broadcasts announcing that the regime was being overthrown thought Ky must be staging a putsch against Thieu. David and Mai Elliott, overnighting in the Rand compound in Rue Pasteur, were awakened by an immense bang. They switched on lights, earning a bawl from a Marine colonel, "Switch 'em off, we're under attack." The Elliots, too, assumed a coup, exclusively Vietnamese business, and returned to bed. In reality, the explosion was caused by VC sappers blasting a hole in the outer walls of the nearby U.S. embassy, precipitating one of the war's most dramatic episodes. 19 commandos of the Communist C-10 battalion approached in a small Peugeot truck and a taxi, having spent the previous days concealed in a local auto repair shop. They spilled out of the vehicles and opened fire on 2 American military policemen, who responded with notable presence of mind, locking the embassy gate and shooting down the VC platoon leader and his assistant. At 02:47 they radioed the code for an attack, signal 300. One American added, they're coming in, help me," before being killed. As the embassy's Arvin guards fled, the rest of the attackers scrambled through the breach made by their 15-pound satchel charge. Once inside the compound, however, the commandos faltered. They fired 2 rockets at the Chancery building which blew the U.S. national seal off the wall, wounded a Marine, and put the fear of God into the handful of other occupants, while killing no one. Thereafter they took cover behind the concrete surrounds of some large flower beds, and for the next few hours merely exchanged desultory fire with a handful of Marines and MPs in surrounding buildings. Alan Went, a 33-year-old economic specialist who was diplomatic duty officer, was awakened by the thunderous explosion. His first reaction was to dive under the bed. His second, to ring down to a Marine on the ground floor who told him the building was under attack. Black farce followed. There were no weapons in the embassy building, save those in the hands of 3 guards, one of whom was quickly wounded. Went saw no reason why the attackers should not storm the place. "I thought I was living my last moments," he said. He made the first of several telephone calls to Mac V from the sanctuary of the armoured cipher room, where he locked himself in. Westmoreland's staff assured him that help would soon be on the way, but pointed out, somewhat in the spirit of corporate recorded messages asserting, "Your call is important to us," that they were responding to multiple attacks around the Saigon area. Went protested, emotionally but entirely accurately, "This place is the very symbol of American power in Vietnam." A MACV officer promised that an armoured column was on its way, though it was not. The diplomat also took calls from the State Department's Operations Center and the White House Situation Room, for whom he held up the telephone mouthpiece, so they might hear the rattle of gunfire. The initial Saigon response was even less disciplined than were most of the VC's attacks. The 716th MP Battalion, the only American unit in the city centre, was ordered to send help to the embassy. Its officers declined to move until armour and helicopters were available, and resisted joining a firefight in darkness. One shrugged. "The VC are inside the compound. They're not going anyplace." Most of the Americans, Marines and MPs, who progressively eliminated the commandos during the hours that followed, were doing their own thing rather than fulfilling orders. They also killed 4 South Vietnamese embassy drivers, though one of these was probably assisting the attackers. The hero of the defence was 20-year-old Marine Sergeant Ron Harper, the guard who closed and barred the heavy teak doors of the Chancery just before the VC addressed themselves to it. During the long shootout that followed, scores of TV and press reporters gathered nearby to describe an irresistible drama unfolding a few hundred yards from their hotels. Brigadier John Chason, director of Westmoreland's Combat Operations Centre, found himself standing beside the sentry outside his quarters a block away, watching the sights and listening to the sounds. There is something weird about street fighting. Everything seems to be going in all directions, and the big booms are accentuated by bouncing off the buildings. At first light, Huey's belatedly airlifted a platoon of the 502nd Airborne to the embassy's relief. Captain Jack Speedy wrote, "The morning was spectacularly beautiful as the sun rose higher in the sky. Mists rose from the Saigon River. Smoke from cooking fires was in evidence in many of the dwellings below. Green, shimmering vegetation emerged from the golden reflection of the rising sun. The streets were deserted as they peered down towards the embassy. Then they began to take fire from invisible enemies, the VC commandos, which wounded a door gunner who slumped back, streaming blood. With astonishing pusillanimity, the pilot, rather than land on the embassy roof, swung away towards Long Bin, where, as they approached at 06:30, part of its ammunition dump exploded. Another success for suicidal communist sappers. Steve Howard, an eyewitness, said, "It was like somebody's introduced nuclear weapons into Vietnam." The paratroopers landed in the midst of conspicuous panic. This Tet thing was clearly having a widespread effect. While the wounded gunner was taken away, the paratroopers ran to another Huey, flew back to the embassy and landed on the roof more than 6 hours after the first attacker had entered the compound. As they jumped down, a Marine guard and an Army communications man seized the opportunity to climb aboard and vanish. The newcomers raced downstairs, meeting a civilian staffer, probably Went, with a look that said, "We were the greatest people on the face of the earth." Follow-on Slicks dropped more paratroopers. 2 wounded attackers taken prisoner were handed over to the South Vietnamese. Colonel George Jacobson was a retired officer who occupied a villa in the compound and held the post of mission coordinator, civilian advisor to the ambassador. Jacobson had held a Tet firework party in his garden the previous evening, then spent the ensuing hours lying low and clutching a grenade, his only weapon. Living within the compound of the fortified embassy, it would have seemed ridiculous to keep a gun under the pillow. First light brought the colonel a drama worthy of a Hollywood Western. He heard a VC, the last commando at liberty, downstairs, and called softly out of the window to a Marine he glimpsed outside, demanding a weapon. The man tossed up a pistol, which a few moments later, at 06:45, Jacobson emptied into the enemy fighter who charged into the bedroom firing an AK-47. At 09:15, the embassy was declared secure. Tom Speedy said the bodies of the communists dead were not even cold when a Mongolian horde of the press burst into the compound. My most pressing problem became newsmen. A paratrooper told the newcomers that attackers had penetrated the Chancery building. These sensational, though false, tidings were broadcast around the world, making a bad story worse. Somebody observed that the weapons the Communists had employed to inflict this stunning blow upon U.S. prestige had cost a tiny fraction of the $4,000 minimum charge for access to the Pacific satellite, by which the story was televised to the world, with an impact greater than that of any bullet. General William Westmoreland had been alerted to the first attacks at 0300, but did not leave his quarters until driven direct to the embassy just after it was secured. What he then said inflicted lasting injury upon his reputation. First, he upset his own soldiers, snapping at Speedy and his unshaven men who were told to disappear and smarten themselves up. Then he spun away and inflicted himself on some other poor souls. There were enough Westmorelands and his kind to make many of us hate some of our own side. Alan Went, the diplomat who had endured a night of terror, was even less impressed. There were no apologies for the 6-hour delay before the U.S. cavalry arrived, figuratively speaking. Instead, after viewing the debris and corpses outside, the general expressed disgust at the unseemly mess. "I suggest you get this place cleaned up," he told the duty officer, "and get these people back to work by noon." Westmoreland told newsmen that the enemy had suffered a great defeat. Speaking like a preacher, shocked that the collection plate has been raided, he said, "The enemy, very deceitfully, has taken advantage of the Tet truce to cause maximum consternation." He later suggested that the attack on the capital was diversionary to the Communists' main effort in Quang Tri province. Peter Braystrup of the Washington Post demanded scornfully, "How could any effort against downtown Saigon be a diversion?" Chapter 19. The Giant Reels. 1. Fighting back. The assault on the U.S. Embassy was only the most conspicuous among hundreds of violent clashes that erupted in the early hours of the 31st of January. Tran Tan was a high school student living with his parents and their 9 other children in a little thatched house on the outskirts of Saigon, where he was shaken awake by his mother. "There's lots of noise outside that doesn't sound like firecrackers," she said. Tan dressed hastily, while his father, a former soldier for the French, went to investigate. He came back and said, "The VC are everywhere, you'd better get out." Tan took his younger brother on the back of the family Honda and fled by back alleys to an uncle's house. The 2 boys were the only ones of an age to be of dangerous interest to the Communists. Their parents and neighbours took refuge in a nearby school, which became home for the next 6 months, until they were moved to a refugee camp. During the destruction of most of the area in the Tet fighting, the Tran's little home was incinerated, leaving them destitute. Down in the Delta, a student invited into his home for tea a cadre who entered the town of Kailai with VC guerrillas. The communist said there was no time for that. "For now, let's be happy in welcoming peace. I hope you will contribute to bringing it about." The young man was invited to write down the names and addresses of every government, police, or army man he knew, and duly did so, omitting only close friends. 2 weeks of fierce fighting followed, in which the civilian population cowered in their homes. The attackers were eventually repulsed from the main government compound. In Saigon, VC commander Huyn Kong Tan wrote, "Events during the first day of fighting were completely different from what we had expected. The spearhead battalions were unable to make rapid progress because they had only small arms and little ammunition, while enemy forces were numerous and exploited the tangle of streets and alleys to mount fierce resistance. Civilians gave our men a warm welcome, but we were not supporting a popular uprising." Communications broke down between the battalions thrusting into the city and their headquarters outside, which was obliged to rely for information on Saigon radio, soon transmitting again. 35 VC battalions were committed in the region, 11 of them within the city. Poor intelligence frustrated the purpose of an assault on the South Vietnamese armoured centre by fighters accompanied by drivers trained to use captured heavy weapons. They found the tanks gone, breech blocks removed from 105mm howitzers. A major thrust was launched against the military headquarters at Tan Son Nhut. Vice President Key, who was inside the base, armed his wife and 3 older children with rifles and pistols. Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Otis became one of the American heroes of the battle for the manner in which he directed his 3/5th Cavalry in a night relief thrust from Cu Chi, hitting the communist attackers in the rear. His own unit was considerably mauled as he flew ahead of them in a Huey, pinpointing ambushes and ordering diversions. But the Cav contributed importantly to blunting the Tan Son Nhut assault. In a nearby house, teenage student Tran Van Day peered cautiously through a slit in the gate and saw a soldier in an unmistakable Viet Cong pith helmet shouting down the street, "Come on out, everybody! The Revolutionary Army is here to liberate you." Day and his family stayed put, however, because, as good Catholics, they'd been reared since the cradle to hate and fear communists. Soon afterwards he heard shooting close at hand and crept back to where his mother and 4 younger siblings were huddled apprehensively. He put his finger to his lips and motioned all of them under the big bed. Terrifying hours followed. Bullets zipped through their front door. They heard helicopters firing rockets, one of which set the neighboring house on fire. Eventually the whole family fled to a patch of wilderness a few hundred yards distant and crouched in a ditch through the ensuing 3 days. Each dawn, Day returned to check their house, which survived. On the 3rd morning he found himself confronting the raised rifle of a huge American soldier. "I am a student," said Day in English. The man lowered his weapon, but the Vietnamese could see the doubt, the suspicion lingering in his eyes. Generals feel most comfortable handling large forces in coherent battles. Fred Wayand prided himself on having ensured resilient communications, which enabled him quickly to feed units of his 2 field force into the struggles around Saigon. The rest of MACV's brass, however, seemed unmanned by the chaos that overtook the country. Liaison between Americans and South Vietnamese was poor. Many local commanders were thrown back on their own initiative. During the first hours in Saigon, American military police took significant casualties because they were understandably ill-prepared to fight as infantry. 16 MPs were killed and 21 wounded, many of them aboard a blown-up truck. In Cholon, heavy fighting persisted for weeks. A handful of Australians fought off a VC attack on their billet in which one enemy rocketeer was killed by a cook, Private Pop Clement. He spoke later, in terms characteristic of his nation. "I knew when I saw him lift up that drainpipe he wasn't coming round to fix the plumbing." The big picture was of government forces holding most of their ground and inflicting far higher casualties than they received. But those on the streets saw only bloodshed and mayhem. Much of the accustomed daily business of the U.S. 3rd Field Hospital in a Saigon suburb was to address civilians' terrible teeth and issue them with the multicolored placebos they loved. Now, suddenly, the facility was plunged into a maelstrom. American surgeons were working on a wounded Viet Cong when a male nurse put his head around the door and said, "They've just hit the embassy." Disbelieving voices muttered, "Yeah, right." Then the nurse said earnestly, "Forget this case, we have plenty more to go." Medical aide William Drummond said, "The marathon started at that point. We worked continuously for like 40 hours. There were harsh decisions to abandon some bad cases because resources had to be prioritized. Walking wounded were loaded aboard buses and driven to Tan Son Nhut for evacuation to Hawaii. A few staff succumbed. Drummond described the collapse of the head of surgery. He was overwhelmed. He just seemed like an inadequate person who couldn't deal with it. He himself stepped outside to be confronted by a 2.5-ton truck carrying American corpses, maybe a dozen of them. Junior ranks quarters were commandeered as a morgue, which at one time was occupied by 600 bodies, Vietnamese and American. The hospital had 150 beds, and at its Tet peak, held 500 patients. Inside the windowless facility, you were in a tomb. Sometimes medics stepped briefly outside merely to discover whether it was daylight or dark. Drummond found his job toughest among expectants, doomed men. "It was real hard to see somebody that could have been my brother," he said. "Same age, that was talking to me and we knew was going to die." The hospital's chief nurse and her assistant were motherly women in their 50s. One of them saw a Marine descend from a truck with an elbow bone protruding. Everything gone below, the nurse said, "Poor boy, you lost your arm." He responded, "That ain't nothing, honey, they shot me in the balls too." The pace slowed only on the third day when the hospital's sterile supplies were exhausted. Back home, the American people were stunned, and often misinformed. NBC anchor Chet Huntley told viewers that Viet Cong snipers had penetrated the U.S. Embassy building and fired down from its rooftop on rescuers in the courtyard. Sarah McClendon said on DC news program Capital Tie Line, "The situation is very, very bad, and I think people should realize this." More temperately, Tom Buckley of the New York Times expressed awe that, after years of fighting and tens of thousands of casualties, the Viet Cong can still find thousands of men who are ready not only to strike at night and slip away, but also to undertake missions in which death is the only possible outcome. CBS's Mike Wallace said the attacks demolish the myth that the Allies are in military control of South Vietnam. Senator John Stennis of Mississippi told reporters that even if the attacks cost the enemy heavy casualties, they represented a personal humiliation for Lyndon Johnson. The president was indeed deeply shocked. His faith in the military, explicitly in Westmoreland, never recovered. And the battle raged on. In Saigon at 0600 on the 1st of February, VC Commander Dang and his staff boarded big sampans flying NLF flags, motored upriver, and docked in the city. Then they walked under intermittent gunfire to the Ba Tang Bridge through streets in which many houses were displaying their flags. Dang was a Viet Minh veteran who had known Saigon back in 1945-46. He stopped by the house of a certain Mrs. Chin, where the party committee had its headquarters in those faraway days. One guerrilla said he found it so wonderful to be in the capital that he took off his sandals, the better to feel its streets. That afternoon at MACV, Brigadier John Chason wrote with reluctant admiration, "This is really a fantastic effort. The enemy has hit nearly every airfield and province capital in the country simultaneously. So far, he has caused us considerable damage, not too many casualties, but he has paid a stupendous price. If we can stay on top of this, and we will, I don't think he will have too much left in reserve. He either is going to make it on this one, or he has shortened the war for us." At the insurgents' field headquarters, spirits were already sagging. Cadres reported that all VC commandos in the city centre had been killed. Dang set up a new command post in a pagoda near the Bin Tien Bridge and dispatched occupation teams through the streets, calling on every citizen to join the uprising, largely in vain. He heard that a bomb had fallen on the house of his friend Mrs. Chin, killing its occupants. In the nights and days that followed there was no sleep, and an unbroken diet of ill tidings, mostly borne by women couriers who braved the shot-torn streets. Advancing Allied forces committing ever more firepower were shrinking communist perimeters. Helicopters circled continuously, dropping flares in the hours of darkness. American direction finders pinpointed Dang's radio transmissions so that shells began to bracket his location. A steady stream of casualties were carried in for whom little could be done. The guerrillas subsisted on a diet of duck and duck eggs, sickening of both. Dang pleaded desperately and in vain for reinforcements. Meanwhile, across the country, almost every American combat unit found itself engaged somewhere, somehow. Captain Myron Harrington was a 30-year-old from Augusta, Georgia, who took over a company of the 1/5th Marines 5 days before Tet, feeling embarrassed that he had hitherto served 8 years without seeing action. "I was very conscious of being green," he said. A few hours after the offensive began, he and his men were dispatched on a sweep south of Hue, along the old coastal rail line, where they promptly collided with some NVA and had a messy firefight in an abandoned village. After a night in which their positions were intermittently mortared, at dawn Harrington was ordered to lead 2 platoons across country to join up with the rest of the battalion, 11 miles away. Here was a classic instance of the confusion and fumbling leadership. It was absurd to dispatch a small force on such a hazardous march. Harrington asked battalion, "What's between thee and me?" "Nothing," they said. Yet his Delta Company moved only a few hundred yards before meeting enemy fire. They took 4 hours to disengage and evacuate 8 wounded, covered by naval gunfire. Harrington could see NVA gathering in force, their movements directed by hand signals and whistle-blowing. "I realized this was getting serious," he said. Only after another 36 hours were they able to redeploy under cover of darkness, reaching the battalion at midnight on the 2nd of February. Lieutenant John Harrison's airborne company outside Nha Trang was committed to advance across open paddies towards 2 houses and a graveyard, where they were told the Viet Cong were waiting. Harrison said, "Suddenly a lot of them were behind us, firing rockets and mortars, thump, thump, thump." He and 3 men sought refuge in a hooch, only to find bullets zipping through its walls. They fought all day, the rest of his company pinned down 1,000 yards back. "It became a slugfest," he said. "Who was better than whom? In most contacts, if you were going to lose guys, it happened in the first 30 seconds, but this went on and on." His point man was killed on the porch of the adjoining hut. Harrison called in airstrikes so close that blast blew the roof off his own hooch and set him bleeding through nose and ears. At one stage, 6 F-4s were stacked overhead, diving in succession. Yet still, the VC kept firing. A child ran out of the hut, grabbed a gun lying on the ground and darted inside again. The officer told his M60 gunner, "If she does that again, shoot her." Though just before nightfall, another company arrived to relieve them, they lost a further 3 men in the course of extracting a casualty. It had been a rough, tough day. Harrison said, "It was the first time in Vietnam that I could not establish fire superiority. We were shooting massed M60s, yet we couldn't make them slow their fire. We scarcely saw the enemy, only glimpses of the flashes from their AKs. The paratroopers retreated just before dusk. Then later the lieutenant led a patrol back to the battlefield to recover their own dead. They got lost on the way home and had to radio the airborne perimeter to fire tracer into the air as a guide." The vivid and sometimes moving memoirs of Viet Cong who participated in Tet conspicuously omit the widespread atrocities committed in areas that they occupied. Cadre Nguyen Van Lem captured an Arvin officer and his family, then personally cut the throats of Lieutenant Colonel Nguyen Tuan, his wife, 6 children, and 80-year-old mother. Shortly afterwards, on the 1st of February, Lem fell into the hands of Arvin Rangers. When he was brought before Saigon's police chief, Brigadier Nguyen Ngoc Loan simply drew a Smith & Wesson and shot him in the head. The murders committed by the Viet Cong, who was dressed in civilian clothes, justified his execution. Nonetheless, Eddie Adams' photograph of Loan shooting the prisoner, which won the AP man a Pulitzer Prize, inflicted devastating damage on the American and South Vietnamese cause, an outcome regretted by the photographer. "I thought absolutely nothing of it," he said. "He shot him, so what? And I just happened to be there this time." Adams lamented that he was unable to get a picture of that Viet Cong blowing away the Tuan family. Vice President Key wrote bitterly, "In the click of a shutter, our struggle for independence and self-determination was transformed into an image of a seemingly senseless and brutal execution." MacVie urged the media to consider countless atrocities committed by the other side, but could offer no remotely comparable visual images. It was the same story later in the battle, when newspapers published AP photos of a Vietnamese Marine shooting a POW. A US advisor was quoted as saying, "We usually kill the seriously wounded Viet Cong for two reasons. One is that the hospitals are so full of our own soldiers and civilians that there is no room for the enemy. The second is that when you've seen 5-year-old girls with their eyes blindfolded, their arms tied behind their backs and bullets in their brains, you look for revenge. I saw 2 little girls that dead yesterday. 1 hour ago I shot a Viet Cong." At MacV, Brigadier John Chason faced the ordeal of briefing reporters, or as he said, that group of buzzards. Army information lagged hours behind events, so that on the morning of the 1st of February, Westmoreland's staff announced that in Hue, a VC company had merely attacked a bridge and loading ramp before being driven off. That evening's US Army press release reported only 2 mortar rounds, landing in an ammunition dump at Phu Bai, 9 miles to the south, whereas by that time much of Hue City was in communist hands. Scrabbling for good news, spokesman highlighted the voluntary return from leave of many Vietnamese soldiers, together with the fact that few civilians were rallying to communist appeals. Chason himself told reporters on the 3rd of February that clearing Hue was just a matter of time, a process that should be completed, as he put it, in the next day or so. In reality, the city's battle had 3 weeks to run. The Christian Science Monitor that day asserted that the US faced the possibility of military defeat. The Wall Street Journal editorialized that something was awfully wrong. The South Vietnamese government, with all the vast aid of the US, has revealed its inability to provide security for large masses of people in countryside and city. The satirical columnist Art Buchwald wrote, "Little Bighorn, Dakota, June 27, 1876. General George Armstrong Custer said today in an exclusive interview with this correspondent that the Battle of Little Bighorn had just turned the corner and he could now see the light at the end of the tunnel." Some Vietnamese senior officers behaved well, but others succumbed to funk. Westmoreland told the Pentagon that 4 Corps commander had sought refuge in his mansion behind a screen of tanks, while another senior officer had taken to wearing civilian clothing beneath his uniform. Lieutenant General Crichton Abrams complained to the ARVIN Chief of Staff that in Hue 3 battalions of Vietnamese Marines had moved forward less than half a city block in 3 days. "In this time of great need," he said, "if the Marines cannot rise to the occasion, they have forfeited their right to be a part of your armed forces." David Brannigan of NBC claimed that South Vietnamese troops were doing more looting than fighting. Fred Wayand said later, "Some of them did remarkably well as we would have done, and some were just terrible. In too many cases, when they felt in danger of being overwhelmed, they just fell apart." By the 5th day of fighting in Saigon, the 4th of February, the VC's regional commander proposed a general withdrawal, a call immediately rejected by the party secretary. Senior cadres later lambasted some leaders' supposed lack of determination, though such criticism was surely designed to deflect attention from their own responsibility for launching the offensive on the basis of multiple false assumptions. That same 4th of February, after formally celebrating the 38th anniversary of the founding of the Vietnamese Communist Party, Dang shifted his command post. He and his staff rode bicycles to a ferry, then withdrew across the Saigon River. As American shelling intensified and their casualties mounted, on the 5th of February, they quit. COSVN ordered units withdrawing from the city's center to keep fighting on its fringes, but a battalion commander blurted despairingly, "The suburbs are a meat grinder. If we hold on there, we shall lose a lot of men." Sluggish trickles of survivors set forth on a long, dejected march back towards the sanctuary of the Plain of Reeds. John Chason wrote home on the 6th of February, "General Westmoreland is bearing up pretty well, but he's taking a drubbing in the press." MacV's chieftain retained his fixation with the Northwest. On the 8th of February, he cabled the Pentagon, "Although I feel we can hold Khe Sanh, it is conceivable that we will not be so fortunate. If we lose it, it will be essential that we retake it, and that is why I've put the 1st Cavalry Division in the area. It is only prudent to plan for the worst contingency." As late as the 10th, he messaged Admiral Sharp that he was still convinced that North Vietnam intends to make Khe Sanh another Dien Bien Phu. The media followed the general's lead. In February and March, the base on Route 9 accounted for 38% of all Vietnam AP stories from outside the capital, and 1/5 of all war photos published in the New York Times and Washington Post. TV stations broadcast repeated shots of casualties and damage inside the marine perimeter. Half of CBS's nightly war coverage featured the siege, but could show nothing of the far heavier carnage among the NVA. On the 16th of February, CBS reporter Murray Fromson asserted bleakly, "Here the North Vietnamese decide who lives and who dies, and sooner or later they will make the move that will seal the fate of Khe Sanh." Although scores of aircraft took off and landed unscathed, TV majored on 3 C-123s and 1 C-130, wrecked on the airstrip. CBS's Walter Cronkite, visiting Vietnam, reported that few people doubted that the Communists could take Khe Sanh if they really wanted it. Amid this high tide of crisis, CIA analysts upgraded their estimates of Communists' armed manpower in the South from 515,000 to 580,000, though the real number was probably nearer 300,000. Fears at MacV lapped up to the White House. How else to explain Johnson's remark to Earl Wheeler on the 3rd of February that while he had no wish to drop an atomic bomb at Khe Sanh, the enemy might force that decision upon him? Westmoreland assured the president that this would not be necessary. One of very few direct telephone exchanges between the two men took place during Tet. But then the general himself said that if the NVA now unleashed a full-scale invasion of the South, the US should be willing to use whatever was needed to stop them, including chemical or nuclear weapons. On the 5th of February, an aide of William Fulbright received an anonymous call suggesting that the senator should ask why one of America's foremost experts on tactical nuclear weapons, Professor Richard Garwin, had recently visited South Vietnam. This tip-off prompted intense and alarmed speculation. On the 8th of February, Eugene McCarthy, now the anti-Johnson Democratic aspirant in the 1968 presidential election, asserted that the military had requested access to tactical nuclear weapons. The White House and the Pentagon immediately denounced McCarthy's remarks as unfair speculation, which indeed it was. Yet at a news conference, Earl Wheeler refused to rule out the possibility of using nuclear weapons if Khe Sanh was in danger of being overrun. Meanwhile, Johnson briefly considered invading the North. The persistence of such fevered discussion was reflected in a 17th of February New York Times story about the president, headed "Johnson Denies Atom Use in Vietnam is Considered." Such talk appalled America's allies. British Prime Minister Harold Wilson said on CBS's Face the Nation that the use of nuclear weapons would be lunacy, sheer lunacy. In truth, nobody got close to unleashing such a nightmare. Most of the general's obtuse remarks reflected a desire to keep Hanoi guessing rather than real intent. On the 12th of February, Admiral Sharp sought to foreclose the issue by ordering Westmoreland to abandon nuclear contingency planning. The damage to international confidence was done, however, and proved irrevocable. The Communists deployed 60,000 men on the northern sector battlefields. Early on the 7th of February, a battalion of the 304th Division, ineffectually supported by armour, launched an assault on a U.S. Special Forces camp at Lang Vei, 5 miles west across the mountains from Khe Sanh. The first NVA PT-76 tank was quickly hit and left burning, but infantry breached the perimeter. The army pressed the Marines at Khe Sanh to dispatch a relief column, a proposal wisely rejected. The NVA was deployed to punish just such a move, and it was a reflection of the panic in high places that soldiers proposed it. At Lang Vei, the attackers hit some defenders' bunkers with B-40 rockets, poured petrol into one that continued to hold out before setting it ablaze, then raised their flag at the cost of 30% casualties. Helicopters evacuated American survivors before the impossibly exposed camp was abandoned. Though the Communists crowed about their success, their losses throughout the region were appalling. Disease took a steady toll even before B-52s intruded. 1 man in 5 suffered from malaria, more when the rainy season came. In one failed assault, a regiment lost a quarter of its strength. Then another lost 1 man in 5 attacking Hill 832. The NVA's 9th Regiment suffered typical tribulations. On the evening of the 6th of February, its men bivouacked along a stream a mile from Route 9. Next morning, as the troops resumed their march, aircraft suddenly appeared overhead. 6 B-52s, unrolling a blanket of devastation. Half the regiment found itself directly beneath thunderous columns of bombs. As men scurried among the dead and strove to succour the wounded, a second and then a third wave of bombers attacked. When the last B-52s faded into the distance, wrecked bodies lay everywhere among stripped trees and blood-red water. The regiment had suffered almost 300 casualties, 15% of its strength, before firing a shot on the battlefield. One company commander had a nervous collapse. The divisional history acknowledges a slump in morale. Back on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, almost 200 tons of ammunition, transported south by Herculean labour, were also destroyed by airstrikes. After the first weeks of Khe Sanh's siege, the green hills around the base were reduced by bombardment to red wastes, shrouded in dust and smoke. Each airstrike was followed by a frenzy of communist digging to rescue buried men. One bomb exploded beside a command bunker, killing 5 new arrivals fresh out of high school. The two sides' snipers waged protracted duels, but most of the communist effort was devoted to pushing trenches ever closer to the American perimeter. The urgency of their evacuations was driven by knowledge that only through closely grappling the defenders might they gain respite from air attacks. By March, some NVA companies were reduced to 30 men. The Americans who held those positions never forgot the experience. Corporal Orville Fulkerson noted curiously that a tangle of intermingled American and NVA corpses on Hill 881 jolted like jelly as they were hit again and again by the small arms fire of one side or the other. Jeff Anthony, among the defenders of Hill 861, never believed that the North Vietnamese could capture Khe Sanh because they were hammered in every attack on his own company's positions. Again and again in the darkness, the Marines glimpsed shadowy figures at 60 yards, then 40, then 30, closer than ever before in the Vietnam experience of most Americans. Yet, guided by overhead illuminants, the defenders mowed down the NVA, emptying magazine after magazine, belt after belt. Though we took a lot of casualties from their mortars, Jeff Anthony said. After one clash on the morning of the 25th of February, the NVA tried an old psychological warfare ruse from Dien Bien Phu, inviting the Americans to remove their own dead under a white flag. The Marines ignored this attempt to secure a priceless propaganda image. Communist commanders deployed an entertainment troupe to alleviate the boredom, as well as the exhaustion and terror besetting the besiegers. A playwright named Chu Ngi created a work entitled At the Ta Kon Perimeter Wire, which was duly performed. Its morale-boosting effect was somewhat diminished when the author was himself killed in an air attack, which also wounded an actor and actress. Hanoi Histories cite fantastic statistics for casualties inflicted on the Americans, including an alleged body count of 3,055, in place of the real 500, and claims of 279 U.S. aircraft destroyed. One squad reported killing 40 enemies for each of its own men lost. The tall, heavy, slow Americans died in large numbers, read the report. Khe Sanh is described as a glorious victory. No communist soldier privately believed such nonsense, however. The 304th Division's history admits that its units suffered considerable attrition during this ferocious trial of strength, which caused problems in the thinking and ideology of the division's cadres and enlisted men. Desertions and self-inflicted wounds soared. Disciplinary action was taken against an extraordinary 399 men, including 186 party members and 85 cadres, for offences that included lack of offensive spirit. The NVA assert that 45% of all its own losses were caused by airstrikes, a similar percentage by artillery, less than 10% by small arms. By the time the Tet battles ended, the communists in the northern sector faced a sick list of 12,000 and admitted 6,000 killed and another 15,000 wounded in action. The siege of Khe Sanh petered out through the spring. Perceived objectively, it was a major defeat for the NVA, which lost at least 10 men for every American they killed. But Westmoreland and the media between them snatched a psychological defeat. MACV was deemed to have fallen victim to a brilliant communist deception, which in considerable degree it had. In Hue, by the night of the 4th to the 5th of February, the attackers had suffered well over 1,000 killed and 4,000 wounded, and faced shortages of ammunition and food. Yet when NVA commanders sought permission to withdraw, it was refused. They were told that airdrops would soon take place for which they should prepare marker fires, that on the 18th of February a new wave of nationwide attacks would be launched, that reinforcements were at hand. A cadre later expressed his bitterness about these lies, the betrayal of men's trust by the willful propagation of false hopes. Few senior communists dared openly to acknowledge bad news. In the words of the NVA's Colonel Nguyen An, everyone was afraid to speak for fear of being accused of cowardice or some ideological fault. Vice President Key was told that the Americans hesitated to bombard Hue's temples and palace, in which the communists were now concentrated. He responded with his accustomed ruthlessness, "These things were made by men. They can be rebuilt by men. Hit them." Shells and air strikes pounded the citadel whenever persistent poor weather permitted. Yet the city's recapture proceeded with agonizing slowness, securing only a few hundred yards of rubble a day. Marines became contemptuous of their South Vietnamese allies. An American who clambered onto the hull of an Arvin tank to fire its turret machine gun battered in vain on the hatch for ammunition. The crew had locked themselves down. From a foxhole north of Hue, Lieutenant Andy Westin wrote to his wife Mimi. "My darling, for the first time since I came here," he wrote, "last night I cried. I wasn't the only one. From the CO on down, our men were crying. Our entire battalion got caught in a gook trap. It was a slaughter. All the brass thought the gooks had moved out, so we just went waltzing into this wood line. I've never seen anything like it, and I hope I never do again." As losses mounted, Americans grew increasingly careless about the plight of civilians in the path of their shells, bombs, bullets. Sorely conscious of their own bleak prospects, they became cruel in their contempt for property. There was much wanton destruction. It cost 4 days of dogged fighting, blasting out the enemy with fire from tanks, flamethrowers, and 106mm recoilless rifles, to secure a mile-strong strip of the southern city between the MACV compound and the Phu Can Canal. Meanwhile, across the river, Arvin efforts to retake the citadel still made painfully slow progress. On the 11th of February, Myron Harrington's Marine Battalion was dispatched up Route 1 to Hue. "Nobody knew what was happening," he said. He was given a perfunctory briefing on street-fighting tactics, about which I didn't have a clue. On the 13th, the battalion's Alpha Company suffered heavily, attempting to advance into the citadel. Next day, Harrington's bewildered Delta moved upriver in landing craft and junks, taking incoming fire. That evening, Harrington was told casually, "By the way, tomorrow you're going to have to take the Dong Ba gate," which put the fear of God into me, he said. He passed a sleepless night, partly from anxiety and partly because of the relentless din of artillery. The morning of the 15th of February found him leading 100 men scrambling southwards up a ditch inside the citadel wall, grateful for heaps of rubble that gave them cover. It was suddenly very quiet, he said, like those apparently silent Japanese Pacific beaches in World War II. Then the communists opened up, quickly wounding Harrington's runner. "The fire was so intense," he continued, "it was like being on the 300-yard range at Quantico. I couldn't hear myself think. One platoon commander was lying on a balcony, wounded by an RPG, with his radio knocked out. I sent several runners to his position, who were all hit." Harrington told Sergeant Maury Whitmar to take a squad up onto the wall. He gave me an incredulous look, then did it. The Marines started working towards the base of the tower that was their objective, halfway down the western side. A tank rumbled forward, commanded by a young lieutenant named Morris, which started shooting in support. "He was superb," said Harrington. A black Marine ran up to Harrington and said in mock exultation, "I just got my 3rd Purple Heart." The captain said, "It was only a nick on his chest, so I made him my runner, and he took ammunition to the guys fighting up on the wall. I still didn't know the names of most of my men, living or dead. I just had to order them to go towards death. The stench of death was horrible, and it was everywhere. When you were eating your rations, it was like eating death." There was a bizarre moment in the midst of the carnage. A young lieutenant named Joe Allen ran under fire to Harrington, announced himself as a replacement, and blurted out, "Captain, I saw your wife and daughter a week ago." Amidst the detonations and bursts of small arms, Harrington said, "It took my breath away. I was forced to think outside the battle, and that's a bad idea." It was late afternoon before more men got up onto the high wall of the citadel, led by Corporal Bob Toms, a formidable warrior whose fatigues were in rags. By 16:30 the area had been secured at a cost of 6 killed and 40 wounded among the 100-odd Marines with whom the captain had started the day. At 0400 next morning, the 16th, the NVA counterattacked. There were more fierce exchanges of fire before the tower was again secure. 24 enemy dead were found in its ruins. Harrington had 39 men left, who were immediately committed to slow, painful, nerve-wracking house clearing. The enemy had had 2 weeks to prepare positions. We were reaching a point where we were most ineffective, when you don't care if you live or die. We were mentally wiped out. Nobody had any appreciation of what was going on. Higher headquarters kept asking, "Why is it taking you so long to knock out a few NVA?" Their commanding officer, Major Bob Thompson, incurred the wrath of Crichton Abrams for his unit's slow progress, and was indeed sacked before senior Marines got the order countermanded. Harrington felt overwhelmed when he heard that he himself had been awarded the Navy Cross. "I didn't feel I was worth it," he said. Others did. At 06:30 on the 22nd of February, the remaining NVA trapped in the citadel staged a suicidal rush. Some South Vietnamese troops broke and fled, ignoring their lieutenant's threats to shoot them. The Hak Bao Black Panthers finally raised their own flag on the Imperial Palace, lowering that of the NLF at 0500 on the 23rd. As they did so, an almost naked figure emerged from the ornamental lake. a South Vietnamese soldier who had remained concealed for 20 days, creeping out at night to forage. He proved to be the elder brother of Captain Pham Van Dinh. The Arvin lost 458 dead in Hue and more than 1,000 wounded. Some, at least, must have put up a respectable fight. The U.S. Army lost 74 dead and 507 wounded. The Marine Corps 142 killed and 857 wounded. An estimated 6,000 civilians died, a substantial proportion by friendly fire. The day after the citadel was secured, Bob Kelly of USIA wrote to Frank Scotton, "South of the river, every house is shot up. Burned cars, tanks, and trees litter the streets. Rocket and 8-inch artillery holes are all over the place. All of the houses and shops around the big market where the sampans were always parked are destroyed. Napalm, CS, 8-inch shells, and 500-pounder bombs are used every day. Those bastards in Saigon have no idea of the magnitude of the problem. What makes me so mad is those fucking generals of ours who say we knew it was coming, as though they let it happen, and now, with a stunning defeat on their hands, are claiming a body count victory." Kelly's anger was increased by having witnessed the flight of many South Vietnamese officials, as well as soldiers. A journalist described Hue's residential and commercial area as resembling something out of Goya. "Whole streets were laid waste," he said. "Rubble choked the sidewalk. There were bomb craters in the tarmac and the blackened shells of burned-out cars. A truck was embedded in a wall. The stench of the dead was overpowering. That day, Hue was no more the city I had known and loved than a friend lying in the street, charred and ripped by a bomb, is the human being one had once talked or made love to. Between them, the Communists and the U.S. High Command have killed the flower of Vietnamese cities." A local onlooker pointed to a heap of rubble. "The man who lived there was shot by the Viet Cong," he said. "Now his house is destroyed by the Americans. Curious, eh?" Rats and dogs feasted on the corpses. The Communists lost somewhere between 2,500 and 5,000 dead. They have never revealed credible figures. But in the last days of February, their survivors withdrew westwards unmolested, a measure of American and Arvin disarray. The battle had been small by 1939-45 standards, but proved the bloodiest single action of the Second Indochina War. On the 26th of February, the first of several mass graves were discovered in Hue. During the NLF's short rule, its cadres had systematically murdered every government official and supporter, intellectual, bourgeois, and enemy of the people whom they could identify, together with their families. Albeit on a lesser scale, similar killings took place elsewhere. A communist attempted to justify the atrocities. "The people so hated those despots," he said, "that they treated them as they would have done poisonous snakes, which had to be destroyed to prevent them striking again." Among the victims were 53-year-old Nguyet Tat Tong, the government's director of social services, who had come to celebrate the holiday with family, together with 6 of his relations, including 2 teenage student brothers. Also murdered was a 48-year-old widow named Nguyen Thi Lao, a street cigarette seller, as well as Catholic priests and American civilians. Hundreds were liquidated, whose only offense was to appear on a list of supposed government sympathizers. Some 2,810 bodies were eventually found, and the real total of victims was almost certainly higher. Captain Dennis Campbell, an Australian advisor, wrote, "One can understand the hate that lets the communists strangle military types with wire and decorate the walls with the bodies, but to bury alive whole families, including the children, on no stronger pretext than that they refuse to take up arms, defies the imagination. I have always had a grudging admiration for the VC. But that has now gone." The killings mock the pretensions of Vietnam's communists to represent forces morally superior to the Saigon regime. The media, however, was slow to report the story, partly because MACV announced the discovery of the mass graves only on the 9th of March, by which time its own credibility was in tatters. Westmoreland was privately critical of the Marines, whom he believed had made a mess of the battle for Hue. So they had, but the blame attaching to senior officers, who repeatedly invited their men to attempt tactically impossible tasks, rightfully extended to MACV's chief. For weeks, the entire U.S. command misjudged the situation, committing sorely inadequate resources. On the last days of February and 1st of March, remaining pockets of communist resistance were cleared from South Vietnam's cities. There were now 636 accredited correspondents in the traumatized country, for whom Tet had provided a banquet. Some reporters filed dispatches and delivered broadcasts in a tone close to hysteria. Others displayed notable courage and produced some of the most vivid prose of the war. The general tone expressed awe at the communists' achievements and made little of what soldiers saw as the central reality, that the enemy lost. William Hammond's account of the media in the U.S. Army's official history of the war is a model of even-handedness. Yet he wrote, "They yielded far too readily to the pressures of their profession, competing with one another for every scrap of news under the compulsion of headlines at home, sacrificing depth and analysis to colour. They created news where none existed." But Hammond also observes, in a devastating passage that almost negates his strictures above, "It is undeniable that press reports were still often more accurate than the public statements of the administration." He may have been thinking of the Tet dispatches of the New York Times's Gene Roberts. For much of February, the newsman, only recently arrived, assessed the condition of American arms in Hue better than any higher commander in the northern battle zone. Here was impressive mitigation for media shortcomings and an indictment of U.S. Army and Marine leadership. 2. Surrender of a president. In the aftermath of Tet, morale slumped among the NVA and Viet Cong, who acknowledged a military defeat that cost them around 20,000 dead. Hanoi's official history concedes that the battlefield had temporarily turned in favor of the enemy. Our posture and strength were seriously weakened. By the Communists' own estimates, exposure to U.S. firepower had cost some guerrilla units 60 to 70% of their strength. Long An's VC commander wrote, "There was no time in my whole military career when I felt as confused and ineffective as I did during this period. I still cannot fully explain the events." In truth, history shows that citizen uprisings almost invariably fail. Consider Warsaw 1944, Budapest 1956, Prague 1968. Unless there is a collapse of will by the ruling regime and its forces. An NVA colonel said, "We learned that a general insurrection was impossible. Some South Vietnamese might have rallied to the insurgents' cause had they looked like winners." But this was never the case. He described the initial penetrations of the U.S. Embassy and several urban centres as a tremendous victory. The mistake, he conceded, was to seek thereafter to hold them. "It would have been best to have withdrawn to consolidate our grip on the countryside," he said. Some American officers wholeheartedly concurred that going head-to-head with large forces of enemy suited MACV far better than fighting guerrillas. A divisional commander said a few months later, "The only thing that saves us is that COSVN is a bunch of militaristic goddamn army officers who want to win the war in big battles." Despondent communist survivors returned to bases where they'd left behind personal effects, to find most unclaimed and never destined to be. They understood that the offensive had been deplorably planned. VC leader Tran Do said, "Tet clearly changed the entire nature of the war. It was a go-for-broke attack. We set inappropriate, unattainable goals. The words "finish them off" sounded so wonderful. We lapsed into a period of tremendous difficulties in 1969, 1970, 1971. When we were asked what proportion of the population we controlled, we said most. Yet in truth we had lost practically all. Doe nursed lasting bitterness towards COSVN and Hanoi for the cynicism with which they'd exploited the will for sacrifice of their most devoted supporters. The NVA's Colonel Anne wrote, "Many of our people lost heart. They believed that the enemy was now on top." Viet Cong losses increased further to around 50,000 dead during spectacularly unsuccessful second and third mini-Tets in May and August 1968. The NLF's armed forces were reduced to their old condition of local guerrilla groups. Thereafter, the war's burden fell overwhelmingly upon the NVA. Countrywide, the Americans lost around 4,000 dead at Tet, the South Vietnamese military nearer 6,000, but the outcome, a dramatic decline in rural violence, prompted a surge of optimism among the soldiers. Fred Wayand said, "We had made great progress. People were driving at night. Assassinations were rare." Crichton Abrams mocked the enemy. "Look at Khe Sanh, poor old Jap. And I'm really convinced of this, poor old Jap. I really feel sorry for him. He kept at that thing, and chewed those divisions up so there wasn't a damn thing left. And yet, if he'd been the brilliant tactical commander the US press says, and strategist, if he'd moved one or both of those divisions down on the coast, I just don't know how the hell we'd ever have gotten them out of there." Marine Jeff Anthony, one of Khe Sanh's garrisons, said, "After Tet, we felt we could crawl all over these guys." Robert McNamara, in his last days at the Pentagon, suggested that an obvious lesson was that South Vietnam's troops should henceforward fight under direct US command. Westmoreland was sensitive enough to veto this proposal, observing that it would be a gift to communist propagandists. The general told Washington he now saw great opportunities. He was encouraged by JCS Chairman Earl Wheeler to urge that his command should be massively reinforced. On the 10th of March, the New York Times revealed a military demand for a further 206,000 men, requiring a call-up of reservists. This was later described as the most damaging leak of the Johnson presidency, for which the odium and even ridicule fell upon Westmoreland. That same month he was informed that he would be replaced by Crichton Abrams, and 3 months later was shuffled home and upstairs to become Army Chief of Staff. His eclipse was partly a reflection of perceived failures of war-making, but more importantly derived from the collapse of his credibility. He had publicly predicted imminent victory, then instead come close to perceived, though never actual, defeat. Tet imposed dreadful devastation, destroying 48,000 Vietnamese homes and creating almost 500,000 new refugees. The quotation, attributed by a journalist to an unnamed US officer in those days, "It became necessary to destroy the town to save it," is now believed to have been invented, yet the phrase seemed accurately to reflect the ghastly contradiction about America's war to preserve South Vietnamese freedom. Wayand spoke with pride to Abrams of the successful defense of the capital, but as the latter flew away from Wayand's headquarters, he saw that smoke was billowing up in Saigon, flames shooting up in the air. "I've estimated that we can successfully defend Saigon 7 more times, and then we're going to be faced with the embarrassment that there's no city left." The battles caused many previously stalwart domestic supporters to sicken. The Wall Street Journal declared American people should be getting ready to accept, if they haven't already, the prospect that the whole Vietnam effort may be doomed. An NBC pundit said, "We must decide whether destroying Vietnam to save it is justified." Many Americans on the battlefield were as appalled by the carnage as TV viewers at home. Jerry Dodson of Chords wrote to Frank Scotton on the 20th of February, "The ball game is over and we might as well throw in the towel. I was at Kon Tum and Ban Me Tuot a couple of days ago. Kon Tum is 20% destroyed, and BMT 55% after our airstrikes and artillery were called in to drive out the VC. Destruction is extensive in One Corps and the Delta. For those who love Vietnam, withdrawal is the only solution. Scotton said, at great cost, the North had demonstrated that they would never quit. In the Senate, the Fulbright Committee came close to saying that Congress and the American people had been tricked into war under false pretenses through the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, which indeed they had. Almost Clark Clifford's first act on replacing McNamara as Defense Secretary was to issue an edict to the military. There were to be no more forecasts of imminent victory. A devastating intervention came from CBS's Walter Cronkite, a World War II veteran who was the nation's favourite uncle. In February, he visited Hue, then told Fred Wayand, "I've seen those thousands of bodies, and I have decided that I'm going to do everything possible in this war to bring it to an end." The general said, "It was particularly troubling because of the incredible respect Walter had from the American people." Wayand was disgusted that Cronkite spoke as if the Americans and South Vietnamese had been responsible for the Hue massacres. "I can see where a person might say, well, this war is so ghastly it must end. But how you could turn it and make it seem that the North Vietnamese should be permitted to win is beyond me." Wayand had a fair point, but on the 27th of February, Cronkite told his millions of viewers, "To say we are closer to victory today is to believe in the face of the evidence optimists who have been wrong. To say we are mired in stalemate seems the only realistic yet unsatisfactory conclusion. It is increasingly clear to this reporter that the only rational way out is to negotiate not as victims, but as an honourable people who lived up to their pledge to victory and democracy and did the best they could." Cronkite's words represented wisdom, and no member of his vast audience was more stunned by them than Lyndon Johnson. There is dispute whether the president uttered the response often afterwards attributed to him, "If I've lost Walter, I've lost Middle America." But the words accurately reflected the pall of gloom that descended upon the White House. In the immediate wake of Tet, Americans rallied around the flag. A Lewis Harris poll showed a fall in support for a bombing halt from 26% in October to 15% in February. Some 74% of respondents expressed continuing faith. Just 3% believed that America would lose in Vietnam, while 39% expected stalemate and 43% thought the U.S. could still win. Yet beneath this veneer of staunchness, even patriots were tiring of a thankless foreign adventure. In Washington, more and more thoughtful decision-makers acknowledged the mismatch in Indochina between the communists, willing to stake everything, including unlimited numbers of their own people's lives, and the U.S., whose real national interest seemed to shrivel by the day. On the 1st of March, infantryman Gary Young received a letter from his parents which reflected widespread sentiment at home. "Dear son, no sense telling us not to worry, we're only human, you know, and I realize what's going on over there. Kathy's all excited about getting to the Cotton Blossom dance at the high school tomorrow night. People in this country are fed up with the dilly-dallying we're getting about Vietnam. It seems like a senseless waste of life. I'd better not get started on that subject or I'll never stop. Take care of yourself if that's possible. We all send our love and hope that all of our boys will soon be home. Love, Mom, Dad, and girls." On the 5th of March, Myron Harrington and the 1/5th Marine survivors who had fought in Hue were dispatched into reserve, at a camp that had a shower unit. By the time the captain's turn came around, it had broken down. Instead, he threw himself gratefully into the nearby South China Sea, before receiving orders to get on with the war. Joe Allen, the young lieutenant who had joined Delta Company in the midst of the Hue battle, proved a fine officer and was dating Harrington's sister-in-law, Perrin. Harrington said sadly later, "I should have asked for him to be transferred out of my command." One night in May, he sent Allen's platoon out on an ambush. A communist force bumped the neighbouring company, recoiled, and crashed into Allen's position, which was overrun. The lieutenant was killed. Harrington said, "My relationship with my sister-in-law was never the same again." He himself succumbed to a spasm of such intense emotion manifested in tears that he was almost relieved of his command. When he left Vietnam a few months later, "I felt a sense of relief," he said, "that this heavy responsibility was suddenly lifted from me, but also a strong sense of guilt." It was plain that neither the American people nor Congress would support the huge force increase sought by the military. On the 12th of March, Eugene McCarthy emerged from the New Hampshire presidential primary election with just 350 fewer Democratic and Republican votes than the write-in for the incumbent president. Johnson's old friend and former war supporter, Clark Clifford, took only a few weeks at McNamara's old desk in the Pentagon to join the ranks of the skeptics. On the 25th of March, the wise old men, including George Ball, Henry Cabot Lodge, together with Generals Ridgway, Taylor, and Bradley, assembled at the president's behest to hear the latest briefings, then offered their own recommendation. Dean Acheson led the group in reporting its change of heart. Most no longer believed that the war could be won. Only Abe Fortas, Max Taylor, and Omar Bradley favoured fighting on. On the evening of the 31st of March, Lyndon Johnson delivered a national television address that began, "Good evening, my fellow Americans. Tonight I want to speak to you of peace in Vietnam. No other question so preoccupies our people." He announced a unilateral cessation of bombing beyond the 20th parallel and his commitment to open negotiations. Earlier, when speechwriter Harry McPherson saw the president reworking the draft, he asked a White House colleague, "Is he going to say sayonara?" Yes, he was. Johnson concluded his TV speech, "I shall not seek, and I will not accept, the nomination of my party for another term as your president." Many viewers had become deeply cynical about their chief executive. They listened in stunned silence. Then some decided that this was a trick, dodge, gambit, stunt. It was not. That night, Johnson acknowledged the collapse of his presidency, which had achieved so much at home, only to founder in the big muddy of Southeast Asia. His enemies, the likes of Kennedy intimate Arthur Schlesinger, branded his decision to quit as political cowardice because he had become convinced, like Harry Truman after the 1952 New Hampshire primary during the Korean War, that he would be beaten on polling day. Schlesinger later quoted the explanation of Bill Moyers, former White House press secretary for Johnson's Vietnam obsession, an atrocious marriage of ego and nationhood, so that Johnson saw himself as America involved in some sort of challenge to manhood. President Eisenhower wrote disdainfully in his personal diary, "To me it seems obvious that the president is at war with himself, and while trying vigorously to defend the actions and decisions he had made in the past, and urging the nation to pursue those purposes regardless of costs, he wants to be excused from the burden of office." Many people linked the president's announcement of abdication to the humiliations inflicted by the Tet Offensive. In truth, Johnson had for months been contemplating withdrawal. It was nonetheless indisputable that his spirit had been broken by Vietnam. It had become an object of hatred and mockery to many, especially young Americans, because of deceits, failures, and killings for which most blamed him rather than their nation's enemies. Here was a triumph for Hanoi. Here was an outcome that enabled Le Duan to clamber over the new mountain of corpses created by his militarily crazy initiative and hail Tet as a killer punch. Nobody seemed to notice the American heroism that finally vanquished the assailants. the 15 Medals of Honor awarded to those who had seen off the would-be occupiers of Saigon, the mass murderers of Hue. Dean Rusk admitted sorrowfully, "It was a brilliant political victory for the Communists here in the United States." The NLF's Tran Bach Dang said that the Tet offensive was decisive in forcing the US to de-escalate the war. No other evaluation is possible. Le Duan's authority and historic reputation were thereafter secure within his own society. On the 5th of April 1968, North Vietnam's foreign minister told CBS interviewer Charles Collingwood Walter Cronkite had declined the offer of a Hanoi visa, rightly judging that acceptance would present a propaganda coup to the other side, that his country was ready to talk. The president nominated Averell Harriman to lead U.S. negotiators. Though the war still had a further 7 years to run, the outcome that was no longer plausible was North Vietnam's defeat. Chapter 20. Continuous Replay. 1. Dying. In the aftermath of Tet, communist fortunes seemed at a low ebb. Again and again, U.S. and ARVN forces struck battered Viet Cong units. One morning in the Delta, a guerrilla command group entered the village of My Loc, only to collide with an American sweep. Shells killed a 17-year-old whose name was Kang, son of a VC cadre who wrote, "I sat beside the body with my heart breaking, and spoke to him as if he was still alive. Rest in peace, my son, you have done your duty for the revolution." In later years, the boy's 2 brothers also joined the Viet Cong. Their mother shrugged that if they did not fight for one side, they would be conscripted by the other, and thus find themselves shooting at their father. He wrote, "I cannot count the number of women who lost 3, 4, even 7 or 8 sons and daughters as martyrs for our cause." In May 1968, orders from COSVN to launch new attacks on towns and cities roused scant enthusiasm. Cadres complained that they were offered neither reinforcements nor new weapons, instead simply invited to reprise the February missions in which comrades had sacrificed so much blood. Groups attacking Saigon were urged to bring the flames of war right into the enemy's lair. But Huyen Cong Tan recalled, "We went into the second wave of Tet assaults, feeling like suicide squads." On the night of the 5th of May, VC forces advancing from the north and east were stopped by ARVN and Americans on the outskirts of the capital, while those in the west and south became locked in street battles which they quickly lost. By the 7th day, said Tan, "we recognized that the situation had become extremely unfavorable. I still do not understand why we attacked the cities again, when the balance of forces had tilted so heavily against us. What led our leaders to believe that millions were boiling over with revolutionary zeal and ready to sacrifice everything? We found this was not so. The masses hated the U.S. and puppet regime, but this anger had not reached boiling point." With the Viet Cong's eclipse, hereafter the NVA overwhelmingly dominated the battlefield struggle. Yet the Americans and the ARVN never shared much sense of success, of the war getting easier. On the 20th of June, the Thieu government decreed a general mobilization. Mutual confidence between the Allies was low. Following the May attacks, rumors spread among South Vietnamese, seeping through some barracks, that the Americans had deliberately stood aside so that Saigon's troops were forced to fight. In the 2012 words of a Vietnamese officer, people argued that the sophisticated U.S. electronic intelligence networks must have been closed down to let the enemy infiltrate the capital so easily. Some even alleged that U.S. helicopters delivered food to communist soldiers, that U.S. Army trucks were moving communist troops. Although the rumors were not credited by all Vietnamese, many still believe them. Hundreds of thousands of combat deaths from 1968 onwards were especially tragic because they took place after the US had abandoned hopes of victory and was battling merely to escape explicit defeat. For those who recalled the Second World War, the Vietnam narrative became baffling. While it entailed movement, most of this was circular. There was no sense of physical progress as from Sicily into Italy or Iwo Jima to Okinawa. A vast array of power seemed bewilderingly impotent. Consider the 11th Armoured Cavalry deployed north of Saigon, which, with its supporting engineers, medical supply and service personnel, military police, chemical, transport, signal, intelligence, radio security, psychological operations, USAF liaison teams, and division artillery, mustered 4,600 men. The regiment possessed 50 helicopters, Hueys, Cobras, and OH-6A light observation Loaches, together with 400 tracked vehicles, M48A2 tanks, 155mm howitzers, and personnel carriers. One of its officers described the 11th as a magnificently organized, equipped, and trained instrument for World War II. Crichton Abrams deplored the inability of such juggernauts to prevent, for instance, the VC's abduction of 20 peasants who refused to build a roadblock. "It's kind of a sad thing," he said. "When the people try to make a little stand, we are not able to secure them. I'll always remember this district chief who said, 'You should never overtly take information from a civilian unless you can guarantee his safety.' Pretty good rule. But this trouble that nobody can see and hear is meaner than hell. Just VC going around collecting taxes, quietly snatching somebody and shooting him." This was a Groundhog Day conflict in which contests for a portion of elephant grass, jungle, or rice paddy were repeated not merely month after month but year upon year, with no Andy McDowell as prize in the last reel. All that changed were the names and numbers of those who sweated, feared, fought, died. Private First Class Jeff Anthony said, "You find yourself doing the same thing again and again in the same place, and it becomes obvious it is not working." There were some really sad moments when one was trying to figure out what on earth we were doing there. Likewise, Sergeant Jim Stevens. Sometimes you'd hit an LZ you'd dropped on 2 weeks before. Your old trash was still there. You'd say, "Why don't we fight this war properly, hit these people with everything, or get out?" In 1968, the communist military presence was most conspicuous in the 3 northernmost provinces below the demilitarized zone. The main burden of combating 4 NVA divisions deployed there fell upon the U.S. Marine Corps. In the first days of May, a battle took place that attracted negligible attention, yet wrecked a battalion which suffered losses worse than those of the notorious Hamburger Hill clashes a year later. American armed strength was close to its peak, 543,000 men, yet in a northern corner of Vietnam on a battlefield barely 2 miles square, embracing a cluster of abandoned hamlets, the NVA was able to leverage violence more effectively than their foes. The story of Daido merits recounting in detail, as an exemplar for scores of other such battles, bloodier than any that took place in 21st century Iraq or Afghanistan, and probably more futile. The Marine 2/4th Battalion landing team had fought several significant actions during the previous months, and bled heavily. The unit had its share of the brave and conscientious, even some heroes, but also duds, members of McNamara's 100,000, men enlisted after the Defense Secretary lowered service mental and educational requirements to feed the insatiable demand for infantrymen. Lance Corporal James Lashley, an M60 gunner who'd been 8 months in the bush, thought we were just going through the motions. His own platoon, moving at night, sounded like a herd of water buffalo with tin cans on their backs. The chaplain's wife had become a fervent anti-war campaigner and started divorce proceedings against her husband for accepting duty in Vietnam. When Captain Jim Williams arrived to command one of the 2/4 companies, he found himself without a flak jacket. A supply sergeant gestured to a heap outside the morgue. "You can maybe find one without blood on it," he said. Williams thought his new unit was in a terrible state. They'd lost so many people. Such was the turnover through rotations and casualties that officers could not identify all their Marines. Williams knew that his driver was nicknamed Bull, but never learned the rest of the man's name before he was killed. In an action on the 11th of September 1967, the battalion suffered 16 dead and 118 wounded. On the 14th of October, 21 men were killed, 23 wounded. In November and December, 6 were killed and 78 wounded. Late on the afternoon of the 12th of March 1968, Foxtrot Company lost 18 killed in an ambush. The following day, 5 more Marines were shot while retrieving the dead, and 1 corpse fell out of a helicopter while being ferried to the rear. A young lance corporal wrote a letter home couched in almost hysterical terms, asserting that everybody around him was dying. The boy's father, understandably distressed, wrote to his representative on Capitol Hill about his son's plight, prompting a formal inquiry to the Marine Corps. CO Bill Wise was dragged from his cot at 3 a.m. to take a radio call from division, which gave him 2 hours to produce an appropriate response. Wise summoned the letter writer, who promptly burst into tears and said, "I'm sorry, Colonel." In March 1968, the battalion suffered 59 dead and 360 wounded, while being credited with killing 474 NVA. This last figure was phantasmagorical, but Wise had learned that he was expected to balloon body count if he wished to keep his job. The battalion commander was 39 years old, son of a blue-collar worker from a tough district of Philadelphia. He caught the tail end of the Korean War, thereafter became a qualified ranger, scuba diver, and master parachutist. He had assumed command of the battalion 6 months earlier, when his predecessor was wounded, and had since worked hard to rebuild discipline and morale. He said, "There were so many things that weren't right. My men were not fully trained. They were sloppy. When I asked for a fire support plan, the operations officer didn't know how to put one together." Wise was not the type destined to command armies, but instead a courageous, decent, conscientious officer who chain-smoked cheap cigars because they did not glow at night like cigarettes, and worried somewhat that his wife Ethel might not be waiting when he went home, because she was furious with him for soliciting assignment to Vietnam. When the unit was redeployed north of the Qua Viet River near the DMZ, the Marines were impressed by how quickly the enemy knew about it, probably through wireless intercepts. Hanoi Hannah, the English-language propaganda broadcaster, announced that the 2/4 was up there, commanded by Bill Wise. They had spirit enough not to be rattled when she added, "All you Marines are going to die." On the night of the 27th of April, half Wise's battalion was engaged on a sweep for an NVA unit known to be nearby. G Company was led by Captain Robert Mastrian, a small, dark, bespectacled New Yorker commissioned from the ranks, 28 years old but only a month with the battalion, whom few of his people liked or trusted. One Marine said, "We were worn out, but here's this prick who wanted to get some." Gulf Company first knew it was in trouble when a grenade exploded at a man's feet. Somebody shouted, "Jesus Gooks!" Within seconds, devastating fire dropped 8 of the leading squad. Gunnery Sergeant Billy Armour, with fragments in his face and chest, kept mumbling, "Son of a bitch, I'm hit. Son of a bitch, I'm hit." They'd bumped an NVA column crossing their front. The enemy's green tracer clashed with their own red, amid a chaos of shouts and shadows. Mastrion called for reinforcements, but Wise responded, "You're on your own." He feared that if he pushed more men forward through the darkness, Americans must shoot each other. A corpsman told Mastrion he had a head wound case who would die without medevac. At 01:30, a CH-34 Seahorse clattered in from the assault ship Iwo Jima. The Marines radioed that the NVA were 400 yards away and risked illuminating a strobe light to guide the chopper. This proved a bad decision. The enemy was much closer, and as the Seahorse set down and began loading wounded, there was a thunderous explosion. An RPG-7 shattered its windscreen and blew out the pilot's left eye. The helicopter lifted off, swung south and staggered 300 yards before thudding back to Earth. The co-pilot took over and somehow reached Iwo Jima, but the Marine with the head wound had been left behind, screaming incoherently. His buddies wished desperately that a corpsman would administer a morphia overdose, but instead Captain Mastrian and a squad stayed through the 5 hours he took to die, while the rest of the company pulled back. At daybreak the battalion was secure but traumatized. Radioman Corporal Peter Schlesiona wrote home, "It was without doubt the most hair-raising night I have spent in Nam." Mastrian was medevaced with excruciating back pain. Captain J. Vargas, a 29-year-old Mexican-American from Arizona whom G Company knew and respected, took over. After such intense experiences, Wise's men might have been forgiven for thinking that they'd seen their share of action for a while. Unfortunately, war is mean with respites. Division identified 2 NVA battalions moving in the 2/4 area, just north of the Baudieu tributary, along which supplies were carried the last of the 7 miles between the sea and the big U.S. logistics base on its south bank at Dong Ha. Colonel Milton Howell, the regimental commander to whom Bill Wise reported, was morbidly nervous that the enemy intended to attack Dong Ha. He thus spread his available forces perilously thinly along the banks of the Qua Viet and the Baudieu as a screen against such an enemy movement, which intelligence guessed might climax on May Day, a big date in communist calendars. In truth, the NVA were not ambitious enough to try for Dong Ha. Instead, they planned merely to use rockets and machine guns to harass river traffic. Unusually, their 652nd Infantry had access to supporting fire from 2 heavy guns, positioned beyond the DMZ. They completed digging bunkers and laying field telephone lines between the adjacent hamlets of Daido, An Lac, and Dong Huang at 0500 on the 29th of April, 24 hours before the 2 4th Marines came into their lives. It was their explicit purpose to provoke the Americans to attack on what they considered favorable terms for themselves. Early on the 30th of April, in accordance with orders from Colonel Hull, the 4 companies of Wise's battalion were widely dispersed, up to 7 miles apart north and east of the Communists' as yet undetermined positions. On the roof of an abandoned house near the river, Captain Jim Williams watched through glasses as US Navy craft exchanged fire with enemy in the hamlets on his own shore. There was an explosion against the hull of an American landing craft at a range of 500 yards. A 57mm recoilless rifle round struck, killing 1 sailor and wounding 2 more. While patrol boats sprayed the shore, the convoy turned back west to Dong Ha. The Navy declared the Bow Due closed until the NVA had been dislodged. At 08:18, Lance Corporal James O'Neill, a sniper accompanying a patrol from Williams's H Company, glimpsed movement 500 yards out and said, "Sir, I think we got a whole bunch of gooks in front." His lieutenant said, "Shoot one of them." In the heat haze, O'Neill could not see clearly through the telescopic sight of his Remington 700. But after firing twice, he observed a figure sitting on the edge of a hole, lacking half its head. Then Williams received orders from Wise, radio call sign Dixie Diner 6. His own H Company was to assault the hamlet of Dong Huang from the north, while neighboring F attacked Daido, 2,000 yards to their right. Regiment, at this stage, permitted Wise to use only these 2 companies, less 1 platoon. Here was a first blunder. By committing American strength piecemeal, the enemy in its path was granted superiority of numbers. F and H mustered fewer than 100 men apiece, thanks to depletions from casualties, sickness, R&Rs. On the shoreline, Wise and his command group boarded a shallow-draft armoured monitor craft from which they could observe progress, pulsing slowly upriver in sync with the infantry ashore. As usual, intelligence was non-existent. They might meet 2 communists with a recoilless rifle, or 200, or 2,000. American 105mm and 155mm artillery began to plaster the objectives with high explosive and smoke rounds. Around 13:30, the lead platoons of H were approaching Dong Huang when they met ferocious fire from a screen of trees. Wise's report to regiment that the enemy was obviously positioned in strength secured him additional support from 2 M48 tanks and from the Navy offshore. A recon man fired a single M16 bullet at an enemy soldier and exclaimed, "Jesus Christ," when he saw his target disintegrate. The Marine failed to realize that a tank had simultaneously landed a 90mm round. The infantrymen crawled forward until they were close to Dong Huang, then clambered to their feet, formed a line 5 yards apart, advanced firing from the hip. Some communist soldiers leapt out of their spider holes and scuttled away, but others kept shooting. Marines started running forward, but Williams, a famously courageous 30-year-old Minnesotan, dashed among them, slowing the pace lest they overtake their own barrage. Amid the cacophony, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed an enemy emerging from a nearby hole and tossing a grenade. It bounced before exploding, blowing the company commander off his feet and piercing his legs and buttocks with agonizing fragments. Unable to stand, with small arms fire and explosions still deafening all comers, he told his radio operator to fetch the senior NCO. The man loped away, ducking, then returned to report that the sergeant would not come. "He's in a hole and won't leave it." Williams ordered his W-op to go tell the skulker he had better come fast or the captain would shoot him. Another officer said in mitigation, the guy had seen a lot of action, and he was gun-shy even before this. Lieutenant Alex Scotty Prescott assumed command of H Company. The firefight continued. A staff sergeant, blown over by blast, staggered to his feet and ran forward again, only to meet another grenade that blew the shotgun out of his hands, the diver's watch off his wrist. When he clambered up and found his head spinning, he told a corpsman to slap his face, which worked. It then took the remains of the company 15 minutes to work through Donghuang, taking casualties at almost every step as enemy soldiers leapt from bypassed spider holes. "God damn, there was dead gooks all over the place," said Sergeant Joe Jones, huge and black, who took over a platoon when his lieutenant was hit. "Wounded Marines. Everybody was all mixed up then. Different squads from different platoons was all over the damn Ville." Lieutenant Carl Gibson, 3 feet behind Prescott as they emerged on the south side of the village, dropped dead with a bullet in the head. Married a month, he'd been in Vietnam 10 days. The survivors formed a perimeter in the midst of the continuing bedlam. A corpsman cried hysterically over a wounded friend. A sergeant lay turning grey from loss of blood. Another corpsman shouted, "We gotta get him out! He's dying! He's dying!" No helicopter could land. Instead, at 15:30, small boats, skimmers, touched the riverbank a few hundred yards south of the battlefield, bringing ammunition and evacuating 30 wounded. Colonel Hull suddenly appeared and began quizzing Scotty Prescott. The bombastic, iron-tough regimental commander believed that Wise and his men were displaying insufficient aggression. He urged the CO to belly up to the enemy, which caused his operations officer to protest that we were so close already that the NVA could slit Wise's belly with a knife. Williams found himself being evacuated in a boat wherein a discarded canteen floated on blood, some of it his own. Voicing a preoccupation common to many wounded men, he said to a Navy corpsman, "I'm so numb I can't feel anything. Can you check my balls are still there?" The battalion's own Big John Malnar had lost a testicle in Korea. The man examined the sensitive area and responded, "They look fine to me, sir." Such an exchange would be comic, were it not terrible. The wounded were flown offshore to Iwo Jima, where successive waves of choppers were preceded by tannoy broadcasts. "Medivacs inbound! Medivacs inbound!" A Marine entered the ship's crowded sickbay and announced that the 2/4 were in trouble, and that anybody fit to fight should return ashore. Several bandaged figures walked stiffly to the hangar deck, strewn with bloody flak jackets and gear, equipped themselves with essentials and flew back, albeit not into the battle. While corpsmen in the field had a fine reputation, this did not extend up the medical chain. Every infantryman heard of possessions plundered. When Jim Williams, aboard Iwo Jima, was invited to surrender his pistol, despite acute pain, he clutched it and snarled, "No goddamn sailor is going to take my weapon." He eventually released the .45 to a Marine. It was months before he could sit comfortably, a year before he was fit for duty. Even as Hotel H was taking punishment to secure Donghuang, 2,000 yards further west and very late, at 13:50 Foxtrot approached Dido from the north, riding atop amphibious tractors, wholly ignorant of what to expect. An incoming rocket exploded against a vehicle carrying 5 radio operators, one of whom fell off wounded and screaming. More RPGs exploded as they dismounted and moved hesitantly forward. Most of the company went to ground 100 yards out from the objective, the right flank platoon, hugging a little cemetery. Company Commander Captain James Butler, a quiet-spoken 25-year-old Texan, son of a general, directed a napalm strike, tin cans tumbling out of the sky until they burst red, billowing clouds of fire that turned suddenly black. Within 40 yards of one of F's lieutenants, he radioed, "God damn, it's hot here. Don't get it any closer." 4 hours into the fight, Butler reported to Wise that he had only 26 effectives left and sought permission to pull back. Wise agreed, though it took 2 hours for the dispirited group to break contact, covered by Phantoms and the Amtrak's 50-caliber machine guns. If the NVA had chosen to pursue, said Butler, they had a good opportunity to really clean our clocks. But they did not. At 1700, Bravo Company of the 1st Marines was ferried across the river to reinforce the 2/4. This was not a happy body of men. Bravo had been suffering disciplinary difficulties, with NCOs brawling among themselves, together with a stoned radio operator who had threatened them with a grenade. The Amttraks hit the shoreline beside the hamlet of An Lac, their passengers supposing they were merely headed to support Wise's battalion attacking Dido. Instead, within seconds of crawling onto the sand, they faced a hail of close-quarter enemy fire, which killed their commander along with a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 7 men, leaving another 14 badly wounded. It was total chaos, said Lance Corporal Doug Urban. Everybody just freaked. We weren't a company anymore. We were just a bunch of people lying on the ground. Norman Doucette, a lifer and Korean vet, said to a sergeant, "We got to get in the tree line. We got to secure that fucking tree line." The man declined to move. Then, as Doucette leaned sideways to check a dead man, he himself dropped, hit in the face, losing most of his tongue and teeth. For some time he lay alone, believing that he was bleeding to death and reflecting bitterly. Someone went and left us lying right here to just get slaughtered. Then a gutsy Filipino corpsman ran over and bandaged him. The survivors of Bravo secured the western half of An Lac, where Robert Robinson, a deep-throated black platoon sergeant, won a Silver Star for continuing to shoot despite a shoulder wound sealed with mud. They were not in a good way, however. Their only remaining officer, a bewildered lieutenant, froze where he crouched. From the volume of enemy fire, Wise estimated at least a regiment fighting them. In truth, at this stage, only one NVA battalion was committed, the 652nd, whose officers made a mirror misjudgment of American strength, reporting that they faced 2 Marine battalions supported by 12 tanks. The Communists cursed the American artillery, which repeatedly severed their field telephone links, though doing little harm to the occupants of deep bunkers. Out on the river, aboard their monitor, Wise was himself firing an 81mm mortar, while Big John Malnar, his sergeant major, a fabulous 41-year-old veteran of World War II Pacific and then Korean battles, manned a 50-caliber machine gun. Malnar had never married. The Marine Corps was his life. They saw 2 sampans drifting ashore which might have contained fishermen, but seemed more likely to be spotting for the Communists. The Americans blew them out of the water. As the light faded, Wise told Colonel Hull that he believed higher command still did not understand the opposition's strength. "We're in a world of hurt here. There's a whole lot of bad guys and not many of us good guys." He was told that he was not the only one with problems. 4 miles westwards, another battalion was in heavy action and had already suffered 144 casualties. Operations Officer Major Fritz Warren later wrote, "Bill Wise was in a shit sandwich." The battalion CO secured reluctant approval to bring forward his own golf company, then 3,000 yards northwestwards. 2 platoons of G duly boarded Sea Knights, but once in the air they saw NV shells and tracer hitting their intended LZ, causing J. Vargas to abort the move. Landing back at the patrol base, he told his men, "No free ride today, we have to walk." They took only their fighting gear for the 2-mile hike. In gathering darkness, NCOs had to shout at some exhausted men to keep them moving. The Communists spotted the long files, and soon shells and mortar bombs were falling nearby. Lieutenant Jim Furland said, "The troops were on the verge of panic, but Captain Vargas kept good control." Though gunfire ebbed during the night, there was no tranquility. Back on Dong Huang, Corporal Richard Tyrrell yanked at a sandaled foot beneath some hay, which he assumed was attached to a corpse. Instead, a thoroughly alive NVA soldier burst forth. Tyrrell fired his M16 once before it jammed, then grabbed a pistol from another soldier and emptied it towards the fleeing figure. A newly arrived replacement urinated into the open mouth of a dead communist before being shoved away by a disgusted companion. Wise exploded at James Butler when he discovered that F Company still had 55 effective Marines, not the 26 that officer had claimed to support his request to withdraw. Wise said later, "It was then that I realized Butler had lost control." Another officer dismissed the Texan as just a nice, decent, mild-mannered Clark Kent who never turned into Superman. There were night alarms as trapped NVA soldiers sought to slip out of the American perimeter. In the neighboring shoreside hamlet of An Lac, Bravo found the enemy jamming its radios. Wise came ashore to impose a change of frequency and took a mortar splinter in his thigh. American illuminants were bursting over Dido, but these did more to show Marines to the Communists than the other way about. An incoming blast knocked J. Vargas into a creek, and thereafter he marched and fought with splinters in his knee and calf. At the battalion command post, the captain was told that landing craft would take Gulf's men the last few hundred yards upriver. Yet the boats failed to appear. Their commander declined to risk a passage in darkness exposed to fire. Vargas snatched 30 minutes' sleep, then at 0100 on May Day briefed his platoon commanders to renew the attack on Dido. At dawn, a patrol found that the NVA had abandoned their foothold in An Lac, which Bravo secured at the cost of a further 5 casualties. 2 hours later, the Americans were bemused to behold a large body of enemy moving across their front in obvious disarray. They plastered the Communists with fire, Wise saying with satisfaction, "It was a real turkey shoot." Morale was further boosted by napalm strikes from 2 F-4s. The observer in a bird dog spotter aircraft warned the Phantoms over the radio, "You're taking fire, you're taking fire," which caused an F-4 pilot to retort sardonically, I think that's only fair." On the riverbank, Bravo Company reported itself still unable to advance, and indeed it accomplished little that day or the next. The traumatized survivors were in no mood for heroics. Wise reboarded the Monitor and made the short passage downriver to meet G Company. Its new attack on Dido, supported by 2 tanks, began after a Skyhawk prepping strike at 12:53. What followed was an epic of courage and sacrifice in a frontal attack that should never have happened, across 700 yards of open ground. The Communists were firing from bunkers built on heavy bamboo A-frames, reinforced with layers of earth and rice matting. During the night, the 652nd NVA had been reinforced by a company from their 48th Regiment, which now reported itself under attack by 3 Marine battalions, supported by 14 tanks. Many Americans thought the assault crazy, among them Lance Corporal Jim Lashley, due to go home in 17 days. "We're getting too short for this shit, man." Lieutenant Corporal James Parkins of Gulf shrugged. "There was a lot of animosity, but you couldn't say this is stupid and I'm not going to do it, because if you weren't there and your buddy got shot, you'd think, oh man." You kept the thoughts to yourself, just kind of mumbling as you went forward. Several Marines had 3-piece cleaning rods assembled and taped to the plastic stocks of their M16s to clear rounds which so often jammed, and would jam that day. The Americans had advanced 200 yards through thigh-high brown grass when NVA small arms began to hit them from spider holes dotting the fields. Lashley was shot in the left arm, shattering his elbow. For a few seconds he remained upright, in agony, then stumbled and collapsed. Pain persisted through 2 shots of morphia. Lieutenant Furlan's platoon stopped and dropped. J. Vargas ran back and urged men onto their feet and forward, though one of Furlan's squads soon had 2 dead, 6 wounded. Bravo Company, lingering in An Lac, reported by radio that they could see 100 NVA on Gulf's left flank. One of the supporting tanks started shooting that way, directed by a Marine standing on the hull, until blast blew him to the ground. The tank commander, dismayed by incoming fire, started pulling back. J. Vargas ran forward, grabbed the hull phone and shouted that he would have the commander court-martialed unless he stayed. "Go to hell," said the tanker, who grudgingly lingered long enough for some wounded men to be laid on the hull, then backpedaled the M48 off the battlefield. The other tank exhausted its 67 90mm rounds, then likewise began to withdraw. When Vargas argued by radio, the tanker responded that he could do nothing more. "But you can," urged the Marine. "The moral effect is tremendous for both friend and foe of a steel monster moving across the paddy." Wise, monitoring the net, cut in, "The tank must stay." NVA artillery suddenly shifted fire from Gulf onto Foxtrot, wounding 8 men. Lieutenant Furland picked up a discarded AK-47 because he hated his own M16. Some Marines lay motionless in the grass, hoping neither side would notice them. Gulf lingered in Dido under mortar fire for 2 hours, steadily losing men. In a macabre moment, a Marine headed towards the rear shoulder, carrying the headless corpse of a buddy. Then the North Vietnamese counterattacked. Airstrikes came in, shooting at whatever pilots could see, while Vargas popped green smoke to mark his own position. At 16:25, his survivors began pulling back, 3 wounded men limping together, while he and his FAC covered the withdrawal, shooting hard. G had started the day with 150 men. Now 45 survivors took refuge in a drainage ditch. The NVA triumphantly claimed to have counted 300 American corpses. At 1700, Wise decided to commit Bravo. But that company's spirits, already low, were further eroded when they were herded away from a ration truck to board Amtrak, which rolled forward before they could eat. 300 yards short of Dido, the Marines began to receive fire, leapt down, went to ground. The company's new commander and his radio man led an attempt to renew the advance, then found nobody following. An RPG exploded, seriously wounding the captain in the shoulder. A Greenhorn platoon commander thus became Bravo's only officer. He screamed hysterically into the radio, "You gotta help me. We're surrounded out here. They're all over the place. They're gonna kill us all." J. Vargas came calmly up on the net. "Now listen to me, Bravo. Take it easy. I'm right over here. You're okay. Just pull your line in and talk to your people and stop yelling." It was plain that B Company would play no further active part in the day. Nonetheless, its brief movement distracted the NVA's attention for long enough to allow Vargas and his remaining men to pull back another 200 yards eastwards, where they took advantage of the cover of burial mounds to receive ammunition. In the course of the night that followed, aided by artillery and illuminants, they repulsed several NVA probes. The captain himself finished off one enemy soldier who kept tossing grenades even after being repeatedly hit. Shortly before Bravo stopped, the 4th of Wise's own rifle companies reached the battlefield, having been belatedly released by Colonel Hull. Echo was commanded by Jim Livingston, a dedicated warrior from McRae, Georgia, who had no patience with fools, faint hearts, weaklings, or pot smokers, and liked to lead training runs for which his men were weighted with flak jackets. "I had a very strong mother," he said with relish. "She would knock the hell out of me. I was a pretty tough guy. I really wanted to get into a scrap." Private First Class Michael Helms said, "We blamed the skipper for our woes because it seemed he was always volunteering us. A lot of us figured he would win the Medal of Honor or die trying. We used to gripe and bitch among ourselves that he would probably kill us all getting it. But he definitely had our respect." Wise said that Livingston gave his men tough love, adding that he was supremely battle-smart. Livingston's company lost several men to enemy fire on the 2-mile tramp southeastwards, including a sergeant whom everybody hated and was happy to see go. They reached An Lac after fording a deep stream by forming a chain of tall Marines, with arms linked to help shorter men through the water. Livingston, according to Wise, was itching to get stuck in. The Georgian quickly fulfilled his first mission, to cover the extraction of the remains of Bravo Company, saying those kids had had the shit beaten out of them. Thus, at nightfall on May Day, the two 4th Marines remained arm-locked with a communist force of roughly equal strength. The NVA enjoyed the advantage of fighting from strong, prepared positions. The Americans had air support and far more artillery, but were employing tactics that maximized the communists' opportunities. It remains baffling that higher commanders permitted, never mind insisted upon, renewal of attacks that had already cost dreadful losses. There was never any sign that the communists intended to cross the Bourdieu River towards Dong Ha, yet the battalion was ordered to keep punching by senior officers who said, "You've got to keep the pressure on." Pressure. Upon whom? It remains as hard now as it was then to see the virtue in sustaining the assaults. That evening of the 1st of May, in both camps, there was weary, intense discussion about the morrow. The NVA considered withdrawal because it was obvious that the Marines would come again. Nonetheless, their objective was to kill Americans, and the omens for achieving this remained propitious. The 652nd Infantry had suffered heavily, but the 348th was almost unscathed. At the conclusion of the party committee's battlefield conference, a new joint headquarters was established to direct the next day's fighting, headed by the Deputy CO of the 52nd Regiment and Deputy Political Officer of the 48th Regiment. Wise brought his command group ashore and told Livingston that in the morning he must retake Dido with his own E Company and the remains of G. Their 2 tanks were no longer available, but the battalion was promised priority for air support. What followed on the 2nd of May was an epic, which won Livingston the Medal of Honor that he coveted, to accompany his silver and bronze stars. He directed his men to fix bayonets, one of the rarest orders in modern war. Then the 2 companies, led by himself and Vargas, headed forward. At 07:15, when E Company was 200 yards short of the hamlet, the NVA opened fire. 2 platoons of Echo stalled, but the 3rd dashed through them. They overran the hamlet and drove on beyond, harrowed every yard by enemy fire. One advancing Marine got ahead of the line and was accidentally shot in the back by a comrade, causing rounds in his bandolier to cook off. A flak jacket saved his life, but when he also took a flesh wound in the stomach from an AK-47, he bolted for the rear. Another Marine who sprinted forward crashed headlong after receiving 3 bullets in the leg. Private First Class Marshal Cerner, an inveterate pothead and cocaine user who obtained a regular morphine supply from the corpsmen, won a Silver Star. Though some men showed courage, others did not. A corporal who helped a wounded man to the rear was not seen again. As Gunnery Sergeant Jim Eggleston was carrying back a mortally wounded Marine, he called on men huddled behind burial mounds to help him. None moved. One merely shouted, "We're taking fire here." It was a morning of horrors. After a Marine was caught in the path of an exploding RPG, his comrades saw his severed leg cartwheel through the air. At 09:14, Livingston reported Dido secure at a cost of 10 dead and 60 wounded. They hurt Echo pretty bad. The NVA had already begun to mortar the new U.S. positions when Colonel Hull arrived in a skimmer. "The battalion must maintain momentum," said the regimental commander sternly. "They should hit the next hamlet, Din To, within an hour." An Arvin mechanized unit on their left would mount a simultaneous assault securing their flank. Wise suggested a different plan: commit a fresh American force further north and drive the NVA back onto the Marines holding Dido. In other words, force the Communists into the open. Hull dismissed this notion. H Company must attack. Scotty Prescott's 75 men moved out at 09:55, with 500 yards of open ground to cross. Lieutenant Vic Taylor wrote later, "The day was still, the heat intense. We'd guzzled all the water we could hold. Now the sweat poured out and uniforms were soaked. Little puffs of dust rose from the dry rice paddy at each step. The metal of weapons was almost too hot to touch. The firing had ceased. Maybe this would be easier than I expected." Then they found themselves surrounded by dense green foliage and banana trees, with enemies apparently everywhere, shooting from cover. In one squad, all the M16s jammed, so instead they threw grenades. In worsening confusion, men sought cover. The NVA was so close that Prescott could not demand mortar or artillery support. At noon, he told Wise that hotel would be overrun unless reinforced. Then he himself was hit and found his back and legs immobilized. Crawling into a hut, he was traumatized by thoughts of a wheelchair future. Taylor assumed command and radioed Wise that he had little ammunition and casualties everywhere. "Hold on," he was told. "Echo is coming." Only after Prescott had been evacuated was he boundlessly relieved to find sensation returning to his legs. A bullet had hit his canteen, ricocheted against a stud on his cartridge belt, torn apart his second canteen, inflicting shock and a massive bruise, but nothing worse. Now Livingston loped forward with his .45 grease gun, leading Echo. Colonel Hull came up on the net from regiment, demanding imperiously how was the attack going. He urged Wise, "Exploit your advantage, exploit your advantage. Don't hold back, exploit your success." At 13:40, the Communists counterattacked in Din To, precipitating a murderous close-quarter melee. Livingston's weapon jammed and he tossed it away, grabbing a rifle. Some men whose M16s proved useless began using pistols. Even Echo's commander, the tireless warrior, felt obliged to radio Wise, "We can't stay here and get all these kids killed." They began to fall back, the NVA pushing hard on their rear. Livingston was everywhere at once until at 14:30 he took a machine gun round in the leg, grenade fragments in the thigh. His men were appalled to see their armor-plated leader go down. "I bled pretty good," he said, "and I told them to leave me. Instead, a couple of black guys dragged me back." The captain's fall precipitated panic. He alone had been holding the Marines together, though some cursed him for their plight. Lance Corporal Phil Cornwell said, "They destroyed us. There were so few of us left it was unreal. The boys were angry and word was out that the captain was shot by one of our own troops because he'd led us into a slaughter. I'm glad he got capped. By one of our own guys or the gooks, it doesn't matter." E Company was shattered. Wise told his regimental commander, "Colonel, we're out of steam." Yet Hull remained implacable. "Wise, we have to keep the pressure on, keep pushing." The promised attack by an Arvin mechanized unit on their left would divert the enemy's attention, he said. Hull ordered the 2/4th, though now a ruined battalion, to mount a new assault on Din To. Gulf Company must make it, supported by Foxtrot, 54 men in all, more than a few of them armed with AK-47s because their M16s had failed. In an extraordinary gesture, perhaps born of desperation, Bill Wise elected to go up front with them himself. Scarcely a man at the start line had slept for 3 nights, exhausted and hungry. Most were deeply despondent. The advance began quietly, but suddenly the Marines took fire from their left, where the South Vietnamese were supposed to be attacking. Wise's operator radioed their U.S. advisor, saying to watch where they were shooting. Then John Malnar exclaimed, "Hey, Colonel, that's not Arvin, it's NVA." The South Vietnamese attack did not happen for reasons never explained, but wretchedly familiar in that war. A failure at best of liaison, at worst of will. The Americans found themselves under fire from all sides, At 15:05 they briefly broke into a charge, yelling and screaming. Foxtrot, on the eastern flank, reported itself pinned down and taking heavy casualties. James Butler was supposed to follow G Company and pass through, but failed to do so. He said later that he merely followed orders, but Wise said F's commander had misunderstood them, willfully or otherwise. The colonel's subsequent report terminated Butler's Marine Corps career. At 16:45, 2 companies of NVA counterattacked the survivors of Gulf, precipitating a panic-stricken flight by the outnumbered Americans. A Marine prodded an officer who was watching his front, saying, "Sir, everybody's taking off." Wise and Big John Malnar found themselves shooting it out with advancing enemy at point-blank range. A Marine said, "Chaos began to break out, with people shouting, 'Pull back, pull back.'" The men on either side of J. Vargas were killed. An RPG struck Malnar as he covered the rear with a pump shotgun, destroying this lonely legend who had survived the worst that Japanese, North Korean, and Chinese enemies could do to him. An AK-47 round felled Wise, whom 2 Marines dragged back. Lieutenant Judson Hilton abandoned his role as air controller and fired an M79 thumper as he crawled back up a ditch. 1 Marine was glimpsed fleeing naked, save for jungle boots. J. Vargas was hit 3 times, but continued to exercise command through the disengagement, for which he was awarded a Medal of Honor. The battalion left behind in Din Toh, 41 dead. The NVA withdrew overnight from Dido, which another Marine battalion then occupied. The Americans, drawing up the balance sheet for 3 days' fighting, claimed 537 enemy killed by infantry action and a further 268 by air and artillery. Offshore warships had fired 2,383 rounds in support of the 2/4th, artillery 5,272 rounds, together with 1,147 mortar bombs. 27 airstrikes had been delivered. The battalion lost 81 killed and 297 wounded, plus 100 slightly wounded. Half of all these casualties were incurred on the last day, the 2nd of May. 1 platoon commander who started out with 48 Marines wound up with 3. On the 30th of April, the battalion had mustered 650 effectives, subsequently reinforced by a further 200. It finished with 150 Marines fit to fight, commanded by Fritz Warren, almost the only unwounded officer. The Communists have never published casualty figures for Dido. American claims are not believable, but the NVA certainly had many more killed than did the 2/4th. There are veiled references in Communist official histories describing their situation on the 2nd of May. "We too had suffered losses. The fighting strength of our infantry was now very limited. The 652nd had few troops left." Yet the resilience of the NVA emphasizes the limitations of American fire and air power against dug-in troops. Jim Livingston was impressed. "They wouldn't give up," he said. "They were tough little bastards who understood cover. You put them in a bunker and they would fight to the death." The tactical weakness of the Americans at Dido and in many other battles was that they made themselves visible, vulnerable targets, while the enemy seldom did so. The NVA claimed a victory and distributed medals as lavishly as did the Americans. They claimed to have fought on the 2nd of May against 3 Marine battalions and significant elements of the U.S. 73rd Air Cavalry Brigade, a force which did not exist. Their account concludes, "The entire U.S. battalion, which was tightly bunched, disintegrated into complete disorder as men died and were wounded in droves. In just 30 minutes, the entire battalion was shattered, and more than 200 bodies were left lying on the battlefield. The blood of the American aggressors dyed red the water of the Poivriette. In a single afternoon, almost 500 Americans had paid for their crimes with their lives." Of the battalion's 10 survivors, said the communist historian, 2 had been driven totally insane with terror. This account merits quotation merely to illustrate how 21st century Vietnam recounts the war experience. Yet infantryman Bao Nin's words instead emphasize the commonality of experience between his own comrades, grunts, and Arvin. Some are brave, some not so brave. North Vietnamese soldiers had a profound respect for U.S. firepower, he said, even if the Americans did not understand people. Half a century on, it is hard to regard Dido as anything save an act of sustained folly, a view adopted at the time by many 2/4 survivors. A 22-year-old corpsman, Doc Pittman, said, "It was absolutely ridiculous, and I always felt that somebody ought to have been hung." The Marine's immediate instinct was to blame Wise, though he himself did not walk for 3 weeks and returned to duty only after a year. How did his wife Ethel take it? "She was kind, kinder than I thought she would be," he said. Justice seems to place rightful blame on Colonel Milton Hull and Major General Rathbone McClure Tompkins of 3rd Marine Division. It is understandable that on the 30th of April those officers sent 2 companies to clear the shore of the Boudieu, when they had little idea what enemy were present. It is extraordinary that they insisted upon continuing frontal assaults through the 1st and the 2nd of May. Wise said, "I don't believe Tompkins ever realized what was going on. He seemed paralyzed. On that 3rd day when they told us to keep going, I said, 'This is stupid.'